这一波一击非常的赚，黑鸟不放大吗？
黑鸟放大，但是自己也阵亡了。
这波再追的话，可能要破路了。
黑鸟买活很危险，被击杀。
这波团感觉被打死了。
小鹿刚刚复活没多久，也要被击杀了。
小鹿也被击杀了。这边的话，神驹可能要死。反面。火毛
赶了过来。
有没有机会？有没有可能？小金要死。这样的话要追谜团，谜团不仅杀了死。
是的。
火毛有危险。火毛是没有魂了。
正面的话，这边沉默给到了
反面，直接上高地这一波，这一把会打得非常的快啊！这把感觉20分钟左右就可以打GG了。
对，是GG。恭喜一下EG在这场比赛里面2比0轻松取胜。
右轨开大，乘着血量很低，前面的大招没放出来，潮汐的大放不出，有蓝，赤魔棒能放出来，放了出来，小狗输出，一个吹风连下，我们看上面，
小狗能不能把它拼掉？还差一下，
小杀 Q
有盾的，
减速，但是盾交出来没有任何用，这边又是被紫苑掐上来以后平 A，
应该给
一个 Y， 打出了非常多的一个控制
，1换5，
机动性差太多了，这两个阵容。牵制过来了，大雷锤看出 BKB 这边土猫一脚踩，能不能把米德万给带走了？这边网怪网了一下，是巫师魔美的一个网，踩了一脚，给了自己一个大招。那么巫师在旁边想要把丢哥的土猫带走，又扬了一下，再是一个补攻。这个时候还要到了战场，这边陈已经牵制了 MP 的。
第2个网。
看一下玉母蜘蛛身追哪边，这边犹豫了一下，
有鬼，
但是自己扛不住，大招时间已经到了，排北熊刀再次阵亡。
哎呦！
我回来一个人看着 BKB 想要打幽鬼，但是没有能够将幽鬼击杀。
这是 MVP 2比0连下2场比赛。
量不是特别高，差一下，2手石头人，丢手，一个上团，
我又是一个
漂亮，看看这边石头已经丢过了2个
都丢过了，
抬手踢加一下，但还是要死，
被 F 住了，漂亮，
非常漂亮。
刚刚说他有点迷，
右硬第一时间要被秒，但这个拉墙非常漂亮，看看这个波没有用，飞机小波要挑一下一个骨灰。
拉过来2个加上墙，那伤害又直接被带走。
这上来开了 BKB， 硬切对仗，
插过来了冰墙，推倒了，对，
这个输出，
我就扛不住小月的 A 啊！
这一刀看有没有看到刚才海绵的一个血量，1刀半血，扬一下，还有大招，
站在地面，
大招要交出来，打出了 GG。Secret 这一盘算是一个中秋大翻盘，这样恭喜 Secret 2比0拿下比赛。
来这有换，这个换非常精髓。有鬼没买，有鬼死了。
给你一个大招，
那这一路应该是要告破，另外两边还带塔。
再继续回来，队友能不能撑住了？是的，
好像撑不住了。
死掉。
好，小鱼人收割1个。
这样的话，小圆是买活死。
感觉是一波血崩。
这一把的话 ，MVP 应该恭喜EG进入赛者组决赛。
看一下小鱼，
没人救他吗？
一个推一个换，
小鱼的大招
救到了。
这样的话，小鱼先躲一波，血量回满了再继续回来。队友能不能撑住了？
是的。
好，小鹿先死掉。
好，小鱼人收割1个。 哎，小云右被粘住，没有跳，
哎，
咬出了一个。
团的话，女王没有大招，
先给个 nova 冰住，小心
连住，
毛踢了
要不要小心灵？
沉默，杰斯又是一个拉墙，行者交大招继续还没有。
DS 大招是刚回好啊。
是的，美女
女王
摇大。
，Q B 是这边的话，死亡应该是死了。Q B 又收了个黑鸟，
黑鸟是团状态，速
有机会
也很差，开外绳出来直接拍死了黑鸟，也击杀了神谕者。这边的话，小鹿很危险，
小鹿也走不掉了。
要死，这样是一波2换5。
但是风景有风步，
一级的一个风步，看一下，
准备要反杀这个
天火，
这个
漂亮。
W 森森想配合3把去反杀
，DS 过来，还有一手戳 ，A 出来，要死。可以看到前期飞，
关键时刻
但是非常的疼，开出 BKB 硬切，反手贴了一个兽王大招 ，DP 能不能吸回来？海明救了小火没有救到，小鱼人这个输出，
这一手扬到了黑鸟，小鱼人输出完
只剩一个拉比克。 这是翻盘了，
一个独苗天火，
打了一波1换5，跟住，血量不是特别高，差一下，两手石头人，丢手，
DS
一个双腿，
一拉，我又是一个大的双腿，
看一下这边石头已经丢过了两个
都丢过了，
摆手踢加一下，但还是要死，
被 F 住了，漂亮，
非常漂亮，直接先手非常的稳，
又是捆到了，
看一下，这块踢解一下，到飞机大招打空了，有可能位置非常的差，
你说你这个时候要是
没有大招，
多好。
看一下一个大招，哎呦，半血，
拉过来2个加上墙，那伤害又直接被带走了。
海明这是挣扎。
的话是
黑鸟踢了一下自己，这边潮汐
直接是一个跳大，配合小狗
漂亮，
一套伤害先秒掉，
小鹿也危险，
baby 2个人全部阵亡，中路是留下了一个，
又是关键时刻，
留回来，大招没拦了，
没拦，距离被偷掉了，
这一波
完美团面对。
不换，先锤，
先不想交换，
但是右鬼看到，陈的血量很低，陈没走，大招没放出来，
太漂亮了，
潮汐的大放不出，
被爆到了
有蓝，吃魔棒能放出来，放了出来，小狗输出 Q 的右鬼，黑鸟一个大招收掉。
我们看小鹿的输出也还很惊人，
这波 Fnatic 的反打非常强势，黑鸟在输出，虽然自己血量很低，但是卡尔得跑，卡尔转身给一个
反杀这个黑鸟 A 一下
2下，
漂亮。小狗这个时候自己短手没有能力的缺点暴露的一览无遗，
是的，
要被小鹿哥风筝致死了，
是个野怪，被招过去了。
飞机大招交出来，
兽王其实不
右定第一时间被秒，但是这个拉墙非常漂亮，
拉墙，
看一下这个波没有用，飞机小王非常好，看一下一个5飞，
好，直接踢走了。
好像立刻这边几个大哥生成了一脚踢3个，看一下沉默3个，2个，开启 BKB，
直接被带走。
拉比克被秒，但是 DP 这边开出 BKB 来了，
黑鸟的羊刀 BKB 马上好，跳走一手平安，
非常的漂亮，反手也是推波
加上陨石，
小鱼人大招还是被小狗打出来了，
最后一手开出了
这一手。
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the final day of the Shanghai Major. We started this adventure back on February 25th with 16 teams. We took 4 teams and split them apart into 4 different groups, A, B, C, and D. From that adventure, we went on to split the top 2 into the upper bracket of a double elimination bracket, the bottom 2 to the bottom, where they had to battle it out through scary best of ones. We saw all of the Chinese teams get eliminated, and Swindle's prediction became, well, closer to a reality. Here at the panel, we can name it as, well, it's the BTS family here. We'll lead off with the man on my immediate left. We've got the Oracle of all drafts, Winter. How you feeling this morning?
Nice to see you, bro.
Nice to see you too, brother. What a start already. Merlini, how you feeling, my friend?
Hello, brother.
Mr. Parker, hair looks phenomenal today. How you feeling?
Very good, bro. Very good.
Excellent. And of course, the one and only Mr. David LD.
I want some of what he's having.
This guy right here?
You should have seen Winter on the bus over. He's bouncing off the walls.
Gentlemen, are we ready to put this major to bed? It's been a long journey, but I think it's time we finally put it in the books. Are you going to be a little sad to see it all come down to a final finish?
No. As long as good Dota.
As long as we have good Dota, which we've been treated to most of this tournament, if not the majority of this whole tournament. Of course, there's been production hiccups. There's been some serious drama. There's been hair pulling. It's been quite ridiculous, but the one thing we can't fault is the Dota has been phenomenal. Would you say some of the best Dota we've seen at any Valve major or Valve event there, Ben?
Yeah, I loved it. And what's going to happen today, guys?
What is going to happen today? Well, before we break down the actual matchup we have today, of course, we're down to just our final three. Let's just kind of look at the landscape of the tournament so far. We've been seeing the meta shift quite dramatically. So let's just start with this. Would you have expected this to be the final three teams coming into this, or do you think any person out there would have expected it to be down to just EG, Liquid, and Secret winner?
I guess except Liquid. Most would have probably said EG and Secret.
EG, no surprise. Secret, slight surprise, mainly because they look shaky coming into the event. I think Liquid, out of the three, the biggest surprise, but they're not a shocker by any means. It's not like Team Spirit making it to the final three.
Here we see our currently updated bracket. It had been quite a gauntlet for all these teams to battle through so far. So since some of it seems a bit of a surprise and some not, Parker, I'll ask you first. What has been the biggest surprise for any team so far to kind of make their journey through, or at least maybe a team that has performed so well that they should still hold their head up high, that they at least did that good?
SCA Dota.
SCA Dota?
Absolutely. MVP and Fnatic, they won the hearts of fans here, fans around the world. Both these teams just came in, very low expectations from the just viewers as a whole, and both end up finishing as high as they did was just phenomenal. Both of them in the top six. It was just a fantastic story.
I mean, for me, it's got to be Complexity. Beating Alliance 2-1 in a moment where Alliance got to play their Dota, games going late, a lot of split push. Those are games that Alliance normally wins, but Complexity clutched them, outplayed them in their own element. So, and I think given the bold predictions we saw from Swindles, like sometimes you have a captain talk that smack, can't back it up, but he did, and I think it's a really good sign for North American Dota moving forward.
Yeah, it's very safe to say that for both of those teams, well, for Fnatic, MVP, and Complexity, their stock will definitely rise after this major so far. Can't talk about the teams that were able to kind of put on a good showing without saying at least what teams did not put on their best showing here. Winter, I'll start with you. What team might have been a bit of a letdown for you at this major?
I guess eHome for me. I expected them to do very well, but you know, I've been talking to some people like when we were doing our makeup, but some of the Chinese people, they think that it wasn't surprising for them to actually do badly. They said that during their scrims after MDL, they actually did really badly. It's just insider info, and it was like kind of no surprise for them that eHome did poorly. But for me, I was quite surprised after MDL. Like what I saw at MDL, I thought they would have actually been able to carry that to here.
Ben, any other team that you noticed was not able to achieve as much success as most people thought they were going to be able to do?
I think Alliance. I had them in my top three along with eHome and EG. You already discussed eHome, but Alliance dropping in Complexity is just something that most people would not expect to happen at all. It was a very tight series, but with Alliance's experience, I think they'll be disappointed with falling to Complexity.
Well, they're used to coming and going, and whether it's being back or not, I'm sure we'll be seeing more from them in the future. So we have to pose the question now, and I'll send it over to Parker. For these top three teams, what was it that was able to lead to their big success? We've been seeing the meta shift quite a bit, and I'm sure we'll be able to look at some of the top picks that have been in this tournament so far. We've seen a variety of styles from MVP's Face Rush to the methodical farm from like Secret and EG putting on the back a huge team fight. So what do you think has been the ultimate formula so far there, Parker?
Consistency more than anything. I think the three teams we see remaining have just come in and played very consistently good Dota. They've been very well prepared. They have clear strategies and a very also clear identity as well. So like you sort of know like their playstyle to some extent, like what they're like what picks they like to go for, but they just do it consistently well. You can't just beat them at their own game. You've got to try and find a way to adapt and counter it, and no team yet has really done so in the case of Secret. EG and Liquid, similar kind of story.
LD, looking at this list currently in front of us, you see Venge at number 1, Nature's Prophet, Enchantress, and such. Anything on here a bit of a surprise to you, or do you think this is pretty damn expected from what we've seen already?
Doesn't have Enigma. Not one of the most picked, I guess, but I think as far as the heroes that are getting picked the most, no surprise. These are very versatile options. A lot of them come online early. We've seen, I think overall, the fast drafts tend to be the most successful here, meaning the ones that can take objectives quickly. And pretty much all of these heroes either take Roshan or towers super early, have good laning stages. So, and on top of that, don't really pigeonhole you into a strategy. So I think that those are the main reasons why we see them.
Here is the
but
current.
He's the big boy,
yeah.
man. Look at that. 15 picks, 12 and 3. That is absurd.
This is with a, of course, minimum 5 games played. Winter now looking at this list, as LD was talking about, the man in blue Enigma way up at the top, 80%. Just behind him, Nyx with just reaching the cusp of 5 games there. But anything here bouncing out as a bit of a surprise to you, or?
I think overall the importance of the jungle has been highlighted in this event. I think having a very solid jungling hero to improve your net worth, and the jungle hero has to be active. You can't go all grid as well. So I think in this event we saw how important it is to have a jungler, a hero that can actually maximize the team's farm in the game.
Well, 2 of the teams, EG and Secret in the top 5, averaged the most
Ancient?
farm from the jungle in the first 10 minutes of the game, and I think similarly they also farmed the most ancients of any 2 teams in the tournament.
That was EG, I think, right?
EG.
Yeah. Remember, I think you mentioned it yesterday.
Yeah. But the balance is important, because I remember a Z-Freak Enigma game where he got absolute free farm in the woods, but he just didn't have the impact of the enemy jungler. I think it was a Chen that time around. So obviously Z-Freak had other great Enigma performances, but it's finding that balance between farming and coming to fights and taking objectives that really separates the teams.
And there's differences in the position ones too. We're not really seeing that many heavy farmers. Even the Spectres almost always go for phase drums early. We saw Slark and Ursa up on that list, and Ursa I think is the biggest surprise for me. Before it was just like a pocket pick. Oh, sometimes we'll get a couple of Roshans, we can win the game that way. But now it's like you have to contest Rosh, and I think the biggest surprise is Dire's win rate this tournament.
Yeah, and a lot of teams putting almost more favor into picking up that Dire than just going for the first pick. So now that we've seen the majority of the tournament so far there, Winter, has it been clear on why that is? Is it just favor around the Rosh, or what would you say it might be?
I think we talked about this so many times. It's the Roshan factor, and the second reason is the offlane being a little bit or much better because of I think it's the creep equilibrium. You can actually, it's easier to block. And if you have Earthshaker, you can actually do the pull with the fissure. You can't do that on Radiant. So it's an extra advantage of being on Dire. You can actually consider.
How many times have we seen that?
A few. I think Secret did it one time. Yeah, Secret did it. Complexity did it. So I think it's something that you can always.
It's the cherry on top.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like it's a big difference, but you can always have an extra strat behind your mind. Like your Dire, you can actually do that. So I think that's something that is great to have. And for the Radiant side, I think the only better part of the map for them is the Ancients. It's easier to defend your Ancients. But that's about it. Like the jungle isn't better. The lanes are not that great.
So let me pose a question to you here. Would you rather have Enigma with Radiant or Dire without Enigma? Because you talked about the offlane being a lot easier for Dire, but if you have the Enigma deny, is it worth it to have Radiant?
Depends on the team. Like a team like Liquid won't pick Enigma, or very unlikely to.
Yeah, I guess it depends on the team. Obviously, it's going to be better on Dire side, but at the same time, I feel like if you can't ban Enigma and you want to deny it to the enemy, it's okay to actually have that, because I mentioned before, when you draft Enigma, it helps the offlaner a lot if you deny one of the creeps on the offlane. So even though the jungle might be slower, your timing is like maybe 30-40 seconds or even a minute off, but being able to help the offlane is extremely important too.
Do you think Enigma is just a hero you can just kind of brainlessly first pick here? Well, I don't brainlessly is the right adjective there, but it's like, brainlessly first pick Enigma will win the game. Like, is it really a first pick worthy hero? Maybe like in an EG Secret matchup,
Yeah,
but I feel
not for EG.
for Liquid games, I feel like it's a much lower priority.
Liquid more likely
for
want
both
the NP. I think they've been going to that a lot earlier.
I think if Bounty Hunter is banned in the first place, yes, you probably can pick it whenever you want. And yeah, I think apart from that reason, basically, I believe that you can just first pick the hero. Because he's actually that strong, and he's fast-paced. He team fights, he buys early mech, he does Roshan. I mean, he does everything.
Well, there was that kind of sarcastic comment, I think it was from PPD, where someone's like, oh yeah, you just need to contest the Enigma's jungle. He's like, how?
Yeah, how?
Like, sounds nice,
but
can you really do it?
They did actually contest. That was the game versus Fnatic. It wasn't an Enigma. It was a Chen. So it was much easier for the bounty, and he found the Chen early as well. So I think the key is to find where he's actually starting his jungle patterns.
But it's risky, right? If you don't find him early, then by the time you get to him, he's already quite far ahead.
Yeah, and that comes to the point where you have to have early wards in the jungle. You have to somehow scout him. You can't just like in the older patch that they just wait for the rune and they run in the jungle and you expect to find the Enigma because there's only a few possible places that the Enigma could start off his jungling pattern, so it's easier to guess. But right now you have to go in early, you have to place wards, you have to be more proactive in scouting the jungler out. So I think that is the main difference with the patch now.
Is this going to be the ticket for success for most teams until there is a change made by the Mighty Frog, or do you think we have yet to find or discover a way to kind of nip that in the bud? What would you say, Ben?
I think it's you don't have enough time to prepare in the tournament. Maybe if you scrimmed against a lot, we'll try this out, we'll try this out, we'll try this out, and then over like 5-6 games, you'll be like, oh, okay, this works pretty well. But as of right now, it's mostly just Bounty Hunter, sometimes the occasional Mirana ban, which I don't think is good at all at contesting Enigma's farm. So if you don't have a good strat against it, it's just way safer to ban it. It's surprising that Liquid doesn't really use it that much. I think that's going to hurt him in the draft.
It's like in previous metas at times, it's been a huge disadvantage if you're not good with IO because then you have to blow a ban on it against teams that are. And it feels maybe to a slightly lesser extent like it's the same. If you don't run Enigma, it's here you either have to blow a ban on or have a very specific strategy to deal with. So it can be a disadvantage in the draft for sure.
So we were gloating a bit about what we felt were the power picks and how the meta has been shifting so far, but just because we're still talking about the actual event and before we get too into dissecting our headlining matchup right now, what would you say has been some of the more surprising pickups that maybe not worked this tournament so far, or definitely caught you a bit off guard?
That's easy. Pugna.
CTY Darkseer?
CTY Darkseer.
CTY Darkseer, like I'm done. I'm out.
So
Pugna has been multiple games.
Sumail Pugna would probably give that a run for its money.
Yeah.
Sumail Pugna. You said what was it, Parker? CTY's Darkseer?
Darkseer, yep.
Which some people almost said might have been a mispick.
Mid-Jakiro.
Mid-Jakiro is another big one.
This is like
hey, Swindles was right about NA and SCA. You can't give up on it yet.
I mean, let's look back. He said NA and SCA will be like the top dogs here.
Hey, EG can still win.
Yeah, but
they could still have 4 out of the top 6. That's pretty good.
4 of the top 6?
Yeah.
For you? Oh, for you mean?
For NA and SCA combined.
Oh, okay. NASCA combined.
Just because he's right about that doesn't mean he's right about Mid-Jakiro.
I mean, complexity.
Swindles, I always believed in you. Don't listen to the Aussie here. Us North Americans got to stick together. Me and my boy.
Well, so gentlemen, this means that we'll be heading into our opening matchup. It is going to be the lower bracket final. It's EG versus Liquid, both coming from Group D, but yet to face off against each other. So we'll just start with a very easy question here, Winter. Early impressions about the matchup.
I think Liquid will more likely try to play a push strat against EG, where EG is much more versatile. They can play early game, they can play mid game centric lineups, they can go for a lineup where focus on Roshan, depending whether they get Dire or not. So and if it goes to early game laning phase, I just think that if they pick a lineup where they need to win the early game, it's going to be hard for Liquid. So I think that they are going to just pick a lineup where there's a specific timing. You work around your team, you play around your team, and you hit the timing, you push. I think that would be one of the better ways of Liquid dealing with EG.
I tend to disagree. I think that firstly, if they give Universe like a good teamfight hero, like Faces over Darkseer, I think if they make one mistake in a push like they did versus Secret, then they'll just lose the game. That was without any like super strong high ground defense from Secret. Also, I just think that Liquid's far too prone to make mistakes when they push the high ground with a risky strategy. Unlike EG, let's say, if they run a Draw Ranger strategy, they usually just don't mess with it.
But don't you think if you do stable, like normal play against EG, it's more difficult to win them, like as Liquid?
Probably, but I think it's less. I don't know.
I'm on Winter's side. I think at least one of the games they're going to go for like a kind of cheesy-ish push strat, like fairly, and hit like an early game timing where they can try and just break all the towers by 50 minutes. Maybe not both games. Like maybe they try play game 1 kind of standard, then game 2 say, okay, that didn't work, or we're up 1-0. Win or lose, I think I could see them, like when they're on Radiant even more so, going for that push strat.
Wouldn't you try it more in the first game? Because it's the first game, you're like, whatever, YOLO.
If you're down 0-1, I'm not sure. You're going for a cheesy push strat probably is not in the Liquid gameplay.
Well, if you're down 0-1 and you just got beaten down badly doing like your normal, stable, strong drafts, you're probably like, well, how do we beat these guys.
Isn't that only if they get MP though? Like, what if they don't get MP? Can they run it?
I think yes.
They can run like Beastmaster Invoker as a duo. We've seen the Death Prophet be very effective for Liquid. So I still think they can.
Chen's kind of the key here to me if they want to run the push strat.
I think MP is also very important if they can actually snag that up, because MP, if the push doesn't work, the hero's still good later.
I'm kind of expecting EG to either ban it first phase or be first pick overall picky. I think that's probably the one hero I wouldn't give to Liquid. At least not.
You mean MP? Just MP.
They're 4-1 with him in their last 5 games, and in their most recent games, I think they're 3-0. So it's been a go-to hero in the clutch matches later on in the tournament.
I think EG might push Liquid down first.
Both teams are going to.
They can run a Drow Ranger strat. We've seen that from EG. That's something to keep an eye on.
And yesterday they were stomping their games really quickly, running Death Prophets, running Lone Druid. They had one game where they just won in 20 minutes with the Lone Druid for Universe.
Bring the Sumail Pugna back. Just better lanes.
What would you say would be, Winter, like the dream?
That look of pure disgust.
The dream cheese push strat then? Like if you're able to kind of build your 5-man at that point.
You mean the dream lineup?
Yeah.
Dream lineup for Liquid.
MP,
okay.
Jerax or a Spirit? Are we allowed to just pick anything or only heroes that are
we have to talk about things that are
realistic.
Likely to happen.
Semi-realistic. Okay,
let's keep it
so
somewhat
Tusk
realistic.
maybe for Jerax.
Okay.
Okay, Tusk, Jerax, MP for mind control. Then I'll probably put Fata on Death Prophet or Imbo. I would actually like to see more on Death Prophet. And Matumba Man, Gyrocopter. Kuroki is either on
mind control.
Okay, I'll just give Kuroki Rubik because it's easy
Prophet.
for him to get the Rubik or the bench, one of those two.
Okay.
I think that's probably close to their ideal draft.
I want a Chen. I think
you want a Chen? But his Chen is like, it's not his comfort hero though. Like I know he can play the Chen, but
more for this overall strategy when they go for if they want to go for.
Yeah,
like
but he doesn't play the hero to.
It's not like DJ for Fnatic or something where it's like his hero. You know.
Yeah, and I feel
he's
like
not one with
I feel like
Chen.
if you want to run a push rat, a bench or Rubik still work depending on situation. And if he can play the hero to 100% level where he's so comfortable, it might be better than going for the Chen or
That's actually a really important point for me is you mentioned Kuroki being on a comfort here. Like the game where he was Legion Commander, they seemed totally lost. So I think it's really important that he gets something like the Rubik, the Ven, just like a hero that he's very comfortable playing.
But it was also probably his idea though, playing the Legion that way. Don't you think
well,
so?
I mean that was just a disaster anyway. But you know, I think like you saw the difference the next game when he was on a much more like classic Kuroki Rubik. He made a lot of big plays.
So we anticipate it's possible a cheese push strat could be coming out, maybe even as soon as the opening matchup right here. What's your best way to prepare for it? What are your best picks to go to kind of prevent the cheese push from being able to make it work out? Is it preparing more for the longer game so that eventually the push strat will expire? Or is it just building more on the actual deep
baseline of 2 teamfight heroes, I would say.
Enigma, Darkseer, Void, Tidehunter.
Any 2 of those, Earth Spirit plus Darkseer we saw yesterday was just enough to stop complexity and Strax. So just some baseline of team fight so that you can hold the high ground and make your stand there. That's good enough.
I think picking strong lanes too, like the Ursa pick for EG is pretty strong just because you're so good in lanes. Like you can just bully out the offlane, slow down Liquid's timings.
Is there any chance we could see something new from either of these teams? I know we've made it pretty damn far, and the money's getting pretty serious. Has it become too risky at this point to start pulling out once again maybe not the mid lane Pugna, but something totally new and fresh?
I think absolutely. We saw a TA pick. Was that the first TA pick of the tournament yesterday? It was close to it, if not.
There's been 5.
I think more likely for
but not once in the main
more
event
likely for Liquid that they would try something fresh.
You think Liquid would try something fresh?
Yeah, whereas EG maybe just go for their normal picks, their best picks, their common strats, but Liquid might try something different with their push strat.
Now, we got to remember, of course, the winner of this is already going to be slated to go up against Secret, who, because of their winner bracket final matchup against Liquid, where they shut them down 2-0, secured their spot in the grand final. How do you think Secret are going to be watching this matchup a bit, keeping a close eye, maybe a particular team that they're going to be a bit more nervous to go up against? Is it more comfortable for them to face Liquid? What do you think?
I think if I'm Secret right now, I'm waiting in the grand finals. I'm hoping that Liquid wins.
Well, they'd rather play Liquid as far as winning goes, but there's got to be a part of Secret that's like, we want to kick EG's ass in a best of 5, prove we're better, Jackie Mao smacking down our tour, Puppy getting the best of PPD. That's probably what most of the fans want as well. So if you're a competitor,
not the Liquid fans, LD.
But definitely not the Liquid fans. But
third place, we're happy, guys. Like, that's okay.
I mean, let's be honest. EG are favorites coming into this one by significant margin. Not to say Liquid can't win, but I think Secret will be looking at them as the bigger threat.
So for people out there who are not huge EG fans and they're just looking at the bracket as it is, they see a team like EG who've already been bumped down to the bottom earlier than a team like Liquid. Why are EG suddenly favorites coming up against
That's
Liquid
when they're scariest. They're scariest coming from the lower bracket. Up until the most recent summit, like every tournament win they had was from the lower bracket, including TI.
Just typical EG being in lower bracket. Like even when they're in that lower bracket, they still play and look like, to me, the best team in the world. I think coming into this tournament, EG as a team, they're just so motivated. They prepare so much. They're playing more pub games than anyone. I mean, it's a random stat game. Like this team has the highest average MMR of any team in the tournament by a pretty big margin.
MVP is actually pretty close if you look at that.
Okay,
but after MVP,
it just shows like these guys just live, breathe Dota. They love the game. Even though they won a TI, these guys are still as motivated as ever. They don't like losing. They want to win anything and everything.
They don't even like winning. Did you see that at TI5? They hardly smiled. They're like, all right, what's the next tournament?
After they win yesterday against MVP, it was like you looked at them in their booth and they just looking around like not even like celebrating.
Who's the closest to smiling right here on this picture, you think? I think PPD's almost got a smirk there.
I mean, which one's least likely to come and just attack? I mean, they have that competitor's mentality, right?
Yeah.
And I think that it shows in the photos in kind of a funny way. This team they're very focused, they're very driven, and winning one tournament's great, then they're on to the next one right away.
Breaking down them a bit more individually here, I want to isolate Sumail a bit. We've been talking through this tournament quite a bit that it feels like Sumail does better work when he's on more of a playmaking kind of a hero, not initiating kind of a hero, like the difference between him picking up something like a bat to an invoker, let's say. Winter, can you expand on that a bit, and do you expect Sumail to kind of fit just one of those profiles for this series?
I think it depends on their draft, though. We saw in the game versus MVP, when they had a Brood Mother, instead of putting Sumail on a tempo controller, they put their 3 core players on heroes that can scale. They put Sumail on TA. So I think it depends on what strat that they want to run. And if Arto is on a hero that takes a lot of farm, yes, I think that they would more likely put Sumail on a hero that makes space. So I think it just comes down to what type of strategy they choose and what type of game they want to play.
I think he's much less reliable of an initiator compared to Universe, and I think their team is just used to playing with Universe. He just doesn't make that many mistakes. His Void, his Dark Seer, just always very consistent, stable, and Sumail just takes a lot more risk. Like when he's Bat Rider, he got hexed a lot by he just gets hexed by Pilot Die, and there's like a lot of risky fights that is a low probability of happening in a fight, but Sumail will go for that, expecting it not to happen, whereas Universe, he minimizes the risk, and if he has to go for like a 2-man chrono over like a 4-man with a threat of getting hexed, he'll go for the safer play, or make sure that he always gets the 4-person one without getting hexed.
I see that as a good thing, though, honestly, because in a team where if you have 2 initiators and one guy is the crazy one,
the YOLO
one guy is the normal one, then it actually makes the team balanced. Let's say both the guys are Universe, it will never work. Because like both guys will be like, I'm waiting for you. You're waiting for me. I'm not going in. I'm not going in. No one goes in.
Then everybody watching is like,
like I think for it to work, someone has to like, whatever, I'm going in. Then the other guy, which is more stable, or he'll look at it and see, okay, I have the Chrono that I want, or I have the Ravage that I want, then I go in. If both is waiting, I don't think it works.
Yeah.
So I think they need to have this.
They complement each other.
Yes.
Well, it's funny because when Arteezy joined EG, there was so much talk about like, oh, how are they going to make Sumail and Arteezy on the same team work? If anything, it just looks like damn scary right now. They're making it work. They're finding the right balance. Sumail isn't taking up too much farm. And they've got the right balance of flashy players, stable players, Sable carry and Arteezy, but he also makes plays when he needs to. So it seems they actually have the perfect balance right now.
To reflect a bit more, you mentioned him at the end. Arteezy now will put him under the spotlight here, LD. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, there's a potential for Arteezy to get his very first Valve title, right? I don't think he's taken anything at DAC. I've obviously yet to secure a TI for himself. How do you think he's been progressing as a player, maybe maturing a bit? I say that very loose right there, but as far as maybe gameplay goes, maturity.
Honestly, as much as I want to give Arteezy shit for being the one player on the team that hasn't wanted a TI or a Valvet, I don't think he really looks at it that way. Realistically, he's won a lot of big tournaments over there. Sure, it would be nice for him to also, officially get that monkey off his back, but he's won enough big events. He's performed in the spotlight time and time again. I mean, even back to his first major tournament, way back at MLG Columbus. So it's a fun storyline to talk about, but I don't really think it affects his mentality at all.
Speaking of fun storylines, then I'll divert to our resident meme master here. What do you think though about the Arteezy versus Kuro matchup there, Winter?
Why me?
What do you mean, why you? I don't think anyone here would ever disagree.
You're the meme lord on the panel. Don't even try to deny it.
Do you agree with LD, though, that he's going to be more focus-driven to just kind of achieve success that's at hand here, not looking to kind of reflect a bit on the past?
I think he will be a little... there's that little extra something when he's played against Kuro. That I will say. I definitely think he wants to beat Kuro pretty bad. But
what do you think?
I think he's going to drop his ultimates on Kuro. At least one time.
Are we going to have a moment as iconic as Puppy and Kuro dueling in the trees for what seemed like 30 seconds?
Yeah, but, I mean, we all know that he's
going to play to win the game.
He has this character, but he's still going to try and win the game. Like, if you let your emotions, disturb or mess with your decision making, it's always going to be bad. So you have to leave it outside the booth. Maybe you can make fun of him when you're out of the booth, the game is over. But in the game, I think that it's not Arthur's attitude that will actually disrupt his focus. I think he'll be really focused in the game.
And end of the day, they're both in the top 3. I think they were both right. So,
well played.
Nobody was left.
I don't think that's... No. We can't allow that.
In the eyes of the public, I don't think anything would work out that way.
You have to pick one. You must choose.
Yeah. Ben, you were going on a bit about Universe and how he's been kind of the big playmaker for the team, but some would argue that Fear is also, I would say stepped up this tournament, but he always seems to kind of step out. Who's been your big MVP for EG's side?
I mean,
you can't really decide between the both of them. I'm
gonna say Phil. I think Phil has really stepped up.
Co-manager Phil.
Mr.
Trump,
Mr. Trump, make America great again. He's added to the dankness of this tournament substantially. Ramped up the memes.
I feel left out now.
He's done a good job providing the team with ample amounts of bananas.
Yes, the banana lords.
That's his job in the team, it sounds like.
I mean, in all honesty, it's been a team effort for EG. Like, there's not one player you can really look at and say they're the weak link for this team. You can just as easily point to PPD's drafting as any individual play. They've all had an exceptional tournament. So, boring answer, but, bananas.
I'm sure, right. So for PPD, we know him as to be a big strategist and drafter. I'm sure he was watching the ending of yesterday's series pretty damn closely between Secret and Liquid. Anything that he could have possibly learned from that series to see that how maybe Secret have maybe exploited Liquid a bit into their weakness?
I think it's more just confidence, because I view Secret and EG very close in terms of skill level, even in terms of some of their versatility and playstyle. So that's why I actually kind of want to see them in the grand finals. And I think after seeing Secret beat Liquid very handily yesterday, they're very confident. They know they don't have to do anything crazy. You asked, which team is going to pick out the crazy picks? And he said Liquid, because EG doesn't have to do anything crazy. They just have to play their own game. Liquid hasn't done anything like super strange this tournament, so they're just stable, just cruise on through.
But that doesn't mean EG won't exploit weaknesses in your draft with something cheesy. Like grabbing a Broodmother, if we saw that yesterday, if it's going to fit and it can just punish, they'll do it. But they're not going into the draft like, we have to cheese them, guys. That's the only way we can win is just be ridiculous. Like Ben said, they know if it's a stable game, they're likely going to come out on top.
And Liquid's likely to feel way more pressure because of how they perform versus Secret and what EG's thinking going into the game. So I think that Liquid, even though they came from the winner's bracket, it's still going to be way more pressure on them than EG.
Okay. We've gone into enough about evil geniuses so far. We got to look over to the positive sides for things going for Liquid a bit. You're saying that maybe they'll be the team to surprise. We got to remember they have yet to face off against each other. I don't have Blitz here on hand to see if they've been scrimming each other a whole lot or for him to really help out with some of the positives of Liquid so far. But we have to see what they are going to be capable of doing there, gods. What could be the kryptonite that Liquid could bring in to stop the boys in blue?
I mean, for Liquid, they've just had some incredible individual plays. Fata's Invoker has just been insane, and we saw the highlights of Wee's Invoker, but I think Fata's maybe been the best, most consistent Invoker in the tournament to me.
Really?
And not just that,
yeah. He had a really bad game though.
Which?
I definitely don't.
Overall, consistency-wise,
I don't think his Invoker is good.
I agree with Winter.
You don't think his Invoker is good?
There were some games
not
that was
consistent.
Okay.
I don't think it's consistent.
What was it? The one where he got the Atos?
Yeah, that game was.
Against Alliance? He had the game where he got the Atos against Alliance. And
he missed so many combos.
They lost the game because of a haste rune.
No.
The haste rune.
That haste rune was game changer. You can't deny that haste rune completely changed the game. I know you're friends with Bulldog Winter, but try to be unbiased on the panel.
No, he played.
It wasn't
really
his
like
best
his
game.
Invoker. I
Okay,
think
that game aside, though, overall, Fada has been really consistent in the mid lane outside of that.
Yeah,
Like,
but
he's won his lane
but
more
he
often
said
than
his
not.
Invoker is one of the most consistent in the event, which I disagree.
Okay.
I think Riha's Invoker is better, just flat out better overall in the whole event.
I mean, that doesn't mean his Invoker sucks. Though.
I'm not saying
There's
his
no need to flame.
I'm not saying
There's
his
no
Invoker.
need to flame with.
Come on, dude. That's not what I said. I'm just saying he's not the most consistent Invoker in the whole event.
But I would say his mid play as a whole has been very consistent.
Yes.
Yeah.
But not his Invoker.
Death Prophet. That's the hero.
And I think Jerix, to go back to the initial question, Jerix is the other kind of big playmaker for them. He's averaging the highest assists per game of any player in the tournament right now. He's the player to look out for to kind of match up to what Fear, like he's kind of, Fear's been almost trying to adapt and play more like Jerix when he's on those roaming supports. He mixes up because he'll sometimes play the greedy junglers, like he'll play the Enigma, he'll play the jungling Beastmaster, but Jerix's ability to find kills and to just pressure the mid lane is just unparalleled in this tournament.
Well, and that's where, again, like to me, the draft is very important for Liquid that Kuroki gets something comfortable because the Legion Commander game, Jerix was a Tusk. He didn't get to roam at all. He was just sitting bottom lane. Like they need to set Jerix up to play his game.
That game was weird though, because we were like thinking, oh, maybe the Tusk is going to be the guy roaming, and then they're going to pick some.
They're going to pick like a Witch Doctor.
Yeah,
or
someone to lane.
Disruptor or
But then we were like, hang on, what is going on? Tusk is actually babysitting the gyro. Legion Commander was running around.
He wasn't even Iron Talon jungling. Should have gotten an Iron
and
Talon.
he had
then.
no ultimate at level 6, so okay. What is the plan, you know?
It was one game. I mean, it's kind of an outlier, but that's more. My point is less like, oh, you know, the Legion Commander pick was bad, and more, Jerix needs to be able to play his game, which is roaming, which is pressuring lanes early, and he's won games for Liquid just from the laning stage. So if Nature's Prophet, if they get a hero like that, quite possibly banned, but if they manage to grab it, you have the Jerix Tusk potentially roaming around. That can just win the game from the laning stage and set them up for success.
On the note of Jerix, though, and I feel bad because I had been gloating that I feel like Jerix is the best Earth Spirit so far, but I'm actually receiving word that we'll have to put this thought on hold. We actually have an opening ceremony happening right now. Let's send it to the stage and see what kind of excitement is in store for us.
We are Liquid.
Players in their booths getting ready to get underway with some of the action here. One of the biggest things I'll miss, of course, of this tournament are those fantastic player intros.
Oh.
Parker, what, please?
I was going to ask what your favorite is.
My favorite player intro I have seen so far, Archon with the map is pretty high on my list so far.
We're lost.
How do we
Where
get back
we
to
go?
America? It's like what I'm thinking right there. Secrets with the hourglass is also pretty nice. What about you, Winter? What has been your favorite player intro so far?
None.
You haven't liked any of them?
No.
Really? They've been wonderful. Wonderful treat.
I mean, I think...
Typical Winter, just always hating on everything.
Okay. My favorite is the hourglass.
He's just bandwagoning on mine. Fine, fair enough. The question I was going to pose. Oh, it actually sounds like we have a draft ready to go, so I don't want to be stalling anything out. We got to show the viewers at home how things are going to be breaking down. Let's hop into it. It's your lower bracket final. Team Secret going up against Evil Geniuses.
Oh, man. Team Secret sneaking in there, huh?
Did I say Secret?
Yes, you did.
Did it say Secret on the screen?
That's
I
okay. We're a team. We'll all take the bullet together.
EG versus Team Liquid.
I speak for the
They gave away the NP.
Yeah,
I speak for
But
the
Enigma's available, so...
Will be running all over your lane, possibly if you don't have the right combination because it's 2 heroes in a lane. So if you were to plan to pick the Enigma, you have to have good lanes, good supports against the
Oh,
Prophet.
they're happy. We got our Nature's Prof. Any reason not to just grab Enigma right now if you're EG?
If I see the Enigma and I'm Nature's Prophet this game, I'm going to be so happy.
I mean, earlier in the tournament, the other hero they were prioritizing a lot as a first stage was the Beastmaster as well. Even they can run in the offlane, but they ran it more on Fear in the jungle. And that may be something that's faster tempo than the Enigma, which may be a better hero to play against someone like Team Liquid.
This is EG after all, though, and again, we'll be seeing him pick up the Darkseer first. In the past, we saw him go right for the Sven second. We'll have to see what they're going to be pairing with the pointy-headed man here.
3-2 with him in their last 5 games. So, not their most successful hero, but Universe is fantastic on it. And, well, we talked about pushing into team fight, going to be hard. Vacuum, Black Hole. That's a hell of a lot of team fight already.
We also talked a lot about that Fata Invoker, and it looks like we're going to be seeing it here in Game 1. Are you sad, Winter?
Why am I sad?
Did Liquid lose because Fata have Invoker now, since you think he's such a bad Invoker player, Winter?
Inconsistent Invoker player.
I think he's very, very... Fata as a player is stable and consistent.
Fata's Invoker.
Fata's a rock.
Okay,
he's a rock, okay.
We'll have to agree to disagree.
Winter, I'm with you.
Thank you, Ben.
Well, that's a surprise. God.
Bans out on the Death Prophet and Drow. Liquid looking to nerf down the heavy push potential that EG, there I go again, could be considering this game.
So OD has been ignored thus far. Normally a consideration for most teams.
Maybe for EG.
Yeah, maybe for
EG, not for Liquid.
Yeah, and at this point, definitely not.
I mean, if Liquid go for the OD, it would mean that their Invoker might be cross-specs. Because if you have OD Invoker Prophet, it might be too greedy.
So EG get Venge here?
Possible, yeah. They did the exact same draft before, like Darkseer, Enigma, Venge. And
For the sake of my compendium, I hope so.
for the sake of your compendium,
Yep.
no one cares about your compendium.
EG, like,
No one cares.
this guy needs some most pick Venge in his compendium.
Don't they only do that, though, if the Drow is available?
Or they have Sven.
Or they have Sven.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Other than that, we've been seeing a lot of Lion, and obviously a lot of great success with Lion on the side of Secret.
But when we see Prophet, it's a little bit less likely you see the Lion. You want to have a support that can deal with, like Witch Doctor or Bench are both much better at dealing with the Treants early. Like Lion would struggle very, very hard.
Yeah, there's the Bench. Good at finding the Prophet. Also block picking the Enigma counter.
And you don't even need to pick a mid and a safe
it
laner
gives
that
you
are
Roche
good.
potential.
Yeah, you have Roche potential just with Venge Enigma. Like, you don't have to pick some kind of safe laner
Yeah,
that
I remember
takes
that's
Roche.
one of the games where they did that so early, like at minute 8. Like
Yeah.
all the 3 cores were farming the lanes. The 2 supports were doing Roshan.
Wave with level 4 Eidolons takes Roche
So I
so
think
easily.
the big question I have for Liquid is, what do you guys prefer right now, or is it still undecided? Is it a Mind Control Prophet or the slightly more common Matumba Man Prophet, do you think, at this point?
I think if they're doing a push strat, they might just wait. Is Lone Druid banned? Is that still Lone Druid?
I think he's still available. Yeah, he's still available. They're actually going to pick Phoenix. Is that setting up for Lone Druid pick?
Deter the push slightly. It doesn't.
Other than that, Beastmaster is also still out there. If they wanted to give my control that hero and give Matama Man the Nature's
I
Prophet.
think they need like a good tempo. Like Beastmaster works something with some tempo controlling, but maybe more so from the safe lane. Last time they played the Nature's Prophet, it was mind control.
I don't think they're pushing.
For Liquid, right? They're gonna go greedy, I think. Like they're gonna go heavy team fight. They're gonna expect the push coming from the Enigma, and they're gonna try to pick a lot of team fight to defend against that.
The boys in blue continue the blue trend here, now picking up the Sven.
And a lot of this goes back to what we talked about, where it doesn't feel like EG need to do anything different. It's pressures more on Liquid to outplay EG and to beat them. EG, if they just keep doing what they've been doing, they're the favorites coming in. So they're just going to pick a very stable draft that we've seen time and time again.
I think what Mushi did against the Sven was kind of nice, the Medusa game. Like, if you look at their lineup, they're Phoenix, and Medusa, Stonegaze just totally
That's a good combo.
wrecks the Sven. But I don't know if Liquid will actually do that. But I just think that it was a really smart idea to actually deal with the Sven.
We were talking about like 5 minutes about how to counter a Sven.
Okay,
that was, and Fnatic had a better one that we could come up with.
I mean, Alacrity Medusa, that's pretty painful.
That's where having the Venge is really nice, because like if you get Beastmaster, or, I don't know, even Void, there's always just the swap to save the Sven anyway. So
I think
it's gonna be tough to kill him this game.
The Venge pick also opens up the Batrider for Samil.
That's true. That's true. We've seen like many games where they had very similar openings, like Venge Bat on the same team. And obviously, when you have Sven, you just want your team to be able to initiate. You don't really need another core most of the time. You just need people to lock heroes down, so you just chop them off, kill them.
Line fourth pick here, so
yeah, they are expecting a safe lane Prophet from EG. And Void is also one of the better heroes to lock down the Sven.
The Void with the Phoenix is something Liquid ran a few times early on in the tournament, which just steamrolled over teams.
And Mind Control has had quite a few bad games on the hero, but I think that was more just him generally struggling than his Void being bad per se. So I do like the ban.
So Batrider is still open, like Puck is still open. Like these are the two heroes.
I like Batrider.
Nyx, I think, is also
Nyx
really good.
Yeah, Nyx is also really good. Yeah, like all those heroes are really good. I guess it comes down to player preference. Do you think? Like what?
Nyx I think is better versus Phoenix. Counter to Sunray. Really good versus Invoker, and it's also really good versus MP. I think it's by far better than the other picks.
And it will be a Nyx indeed.
And Sumail's had better results on it than those other heroes this tournament.
I think Nyx is much more forgiving as well in terms of the way you initiate. Like bad, if you make a wrong move, you're more likely to die. But for Nyx, you have Carapace, you can use your Vendetta, so it's much easier for you to get out of a bad situation. So for Liquid, the question remains, is it going to be a safe lane Prophet, or they're going to go for the Beastmaster to control the Sven? And
I would like more late game from Liquid.
Yeah, they might actually just go more greedy.
Yeah, and I think if the Void would have worked really well because they've got the Phoenix, but now that option's taken away, you're more inclined to send the Nature's Prophet off lane.
Alright, so if it's late game, then it's a Matumba Man hero, right? And Prophet off lane, so what would the ideal Matumba Man hero
the Nyx also counters the
Juggernaut?
Dusa too.
Pretty decent.
Jeez.
The Dusa that was definitely going to come our way.
I
What
mean,
do you guys think?
after seeing Fnatic,
there's Slark, there's Juggernaut. Anti-Mage feels too slow.
Nah, no anti-mage, I think.
Slark is quite good.
Spectre?
Yeah.
They need a fast-paced hero.
Ember's the other hero that Matumba Man used to play a lot, but
yeah, Ember, Jug
haven't
maybe?
seen this tournament.
Jug's really weak for Sven. I think
Yeah.
Ember gets caught out way too often by Nyx. I think Spectre's just a lot safer.
Yeah.
What else is there?
Spectre, Slark.
Slark's pretty good.
Troll
They have
Warlord.
so much AoE though. It's going to be a tough Slark game as well.
I want to see the troll to counter Phoenix.
Yeah,
I don't want to see it on Liquid Steel.
I don't think this is where you bust out your troll.
There's no really good picks here for them though.
Lone Druid.
Yeah,
Alright,
it's still the Lone Druid.
It'll be Matumba Man Lone Druid.
Yeah, safe lane Lone Druid.
All right, so with that, we see our 5-man draft on both sides. Evil Geniuses versus Liquid. Let's send it over to the main stage now where we have our opening casters of the day. It's going to be Toby1 and Cinderit.
Thanks a lot, Dakota. Yes, it is time to get underway for EG versus Team Liquid. What kind of blue will be bleeding today is the big question, Cinderin.
Yeah, there's going to be one blue team in the grand final. I was not ready for that. Yeah.
Is it the first time it actually goes that way? Normally it's me caught out.
True that. Yeah. It's also very rare that you see, Team Liquid, they've had a hard time getting those tough results in really big events. In previous events they've got either not qualified or made maybe a decent placement, but this is their big breakthrough as a team. So of course, if they're able to make the finals, that is an absolutely amazing accomplishment. Just making top 3 already, I think very few people would have expected. For EG, it's expected.
Yeah.
That's the difference. So EG kind of are more in a position where they're expected to deliver. But considering how well Liquid has been playing in the tournament, you'd probably expect a really good game out of them too. And one thing's for sure in this game, both teams have got a lot of comfort picks.
Yeah, they do. EG, just to bring it up with the with the Darkseer as well as the Enigma, EG have only run this combination once in the entire tournament, and it was their one game when they actually beat out against Team Secret. It was the only game they took from that series, but it was able to work. And the other thing for Team Liquid, like you talk about comfort for them, this is actually a little bit more of an uncomfortable Phoenix pick. Whenever Team Liquid have run this hero, it's always been in combination with a Faceless Void, a teamfight controller like the Puck Stream Coil, something along these lines. In this game, they don't have that kind of synergy. You actually saw it with the last pick out from EG, like they took out the Faceless Void because they were just concerned, you know what, if we take this away, what's the Phoenix really going to do?
Yeah, their combo, if you will, depends on landing a good Earth Spike or a good Tornado into Deafening Blast from the Invoker, which both of them are way less reliable.
It's not a guarantee.
It's less reliable than the Chronosphere for sure. And yeah, I think you're right. I really like EG's draft in this matchup. It's not because Liquid have bad picks or picks they don't like playing, because that's obviously very clear when you're this deep into the tournament. You very much know what you like playing. But it just seems like EG are going to get a lot out of this Enigma greed as they have in previous matches. And as you mentioned, the synergy for Liquid, I think their lineup is just flat out harder to execute.
Yeah, agreed. But Liquid, they always love a challenge, and all the challenges begin in the laning phase. Got to keep our eyes pretty closely on this mid lane. Sumail's Nyx Assassin, EG, they've used this Nyx Assassin to absolute perfection. A lot of the times in the hands of Fear, but in this case it will be going towards that mid lane for Sumail, and this allows Fada to have quite an easy, you almost want to say passive lane, because how does he really lose this lane when he's running around with Forge Spirits? Sumail can't really find kill potential here unless there's a rotation. And your rotation's only going to come from an Enigma, but why should Fear even rotate? Like, he's got a jungle which Team Liquid did nothing to try and contest. So he's basically got free reign inside of his own jungle.
Yeah, this is just the standard EG opener with this kind of draft. They'll keep the Enigma jungle probably until he's level 6, and then he's going to smoke up and maybe make his first play. Maybe he even goes for level 7. Whereas
PPD goes scouted out.
PPD, well,
Fada's playing a little bit lower down the lane because that Observer Ward that's sitting up on the top river, he saw it coming from a mile away.
And I actually don't even think they could get this kill, even if they play it perfectly with Venge plus Nyx, but probably
it
just
feels more like a game, like a movement of pressure, that's all.
Yeah, exactly. Trying to pressure Fata a little bit, maybe trying to find out where the wards are, if he can read it from that movement. Probably has a fairly good idea that Liquid might have a ward up here at the top rune.
It's kind of difficult to get that exact ward, because like the wall could be on the top rune, but exactly on that cliffside. It could be looking deeper inside the jungle, which you would kind of lean towards when you got an Enigma on the field. But keep your eyes up on top lane, because now Arteezy triggers the Warcry. PPD's coming over now. Mind Control has a TP. He doesn't have Sprout to play the positioning. PPD cutting through the sideline as Arteezy tries to keep up with Mind Control. The Tango's giving him at least some level of regen, but he's back in the trees. Now he's actually picked up level 3 from the creep wave. The TP out, not going to happen. Not the greatest chaining of stuns, so Mind Control could attempt the TP again, but it looks like it will be First Blood. Nowhere to run, and Arteezy wants the First Blood. Can he find him? No! No! PPD has to take it. As Mind Control almost juking it through the tree line. The chance of survival there was pretty damn low.
That was interesting to see. It was like they couldn't agree on who should stun first, and they're both like, okay, whatever. And then they both do it at the same time. That was about as awkward as that kill could have been for EG, but at the end of the day, they do get the job done. But when it takes that long to chase, you of course lose some CS on the Sven, but they're still looking very good in the farm department. The main standout thing for me is that Sumail, actually, now Fata is finally even, but Sumail had a 6 CS lead, I think, at minute 2 in this mid lane, which is pretty surprising. I think Invoker with Exort against Nyx is fairly favorable, or at least even. So mechanically, Sumail just had a little bit of an edge, but Fata's looking good now.
Yeah. Once these Forged Spirits really start, like, once he also wears the 2, Sumail's going to be so careful. Is he actually... Okay. So Fada's been very aggressive against Sumail, and Fada actually cancels his attack nicely there. At the same time, Spike Carapace triggered. Sumail's just trying to get up in his face. Nothing much more than that. The bottle's going to come back soon to him anyway. Maybe a little bit too late. Like, that courier's going to kick up some speed right now to get back to the mid lane, but its speed boost is on cooldown. So it's not going to get there for Sumail to bottle up and take the 4-minute rune. On bottom lane, there's a lot of pressure being applied by Liquid.
Yeah, so he cuts the wave with the Spirit Bear and tries to tank it for as long as possible. And even with Ion Shells on that wave, it takes really, really long for Universe to kill off this bear. So Liquid more than likely get, now they're definitely getting this tower when they bring down the Nature's Prophet.
Does EG even care though? Because Fear, the second this started, he made his way towards that top lane. So they're already pushing with conversions into the tier 1 tower. With Mind Control having such a low, like he can just use a TP scroll to get back up to the top, but this looks like it still will just be a straight even trade-off. Tier 1 for tier 1, everyone dodges for now.
I think this is fine for EG. These two towers are arguably the least important towers in the game, and just trading 1 for 1, getting away with your early game greed, you have the first blood, and you have the dire advantage, and your lineup is definitely capable of taking Roshan fairly early. Of course, they need to be a little bit wary of that when Liquid get their level 6 on Phoenix, as well as the Nature's Prophet. They have pretty good AoE control and great team fighting in the Roshan pit. But I would definitely say EG, everything so far going according to plan.
It does feel that way. Overall for net worth, however, the top 2 do belong to Lone Druid as well as Invoker. And now you just finish up the hand of Midas overall, the Druid. Can you actually get away with, if you're Team Liquid here, with a double Midas?
On
Invoker as well as Druid?
I think so.
It's a normal item for both the heroes. It's just if like EG can punish you in that time, because EG's probably going to be looking just to stack up, go Helm of the Dominator build on Arteezy, and like actually have that time. So is the space window really there?
Probably. It just makes Exort Invoker so much better. Like that item is core on the hero for a reason, and if he bypasses that to get an earlier fighting build, I mean, Fata actually has done that in quite a few games when you think about it. He has gone for treads into Atos, so he might do that again. I do think Midas is possible to get away with, given that they've only given 1 kill in the first 6 minutes, and they should have a good idea that Matumba's Radiance will not be that late. And perhaps they can hit a timing where if he gets Radiance, you know, when you play safe lane lone, you can get Midas Radiance, I'm guessing at like minute 13, 14 if the game's going well. With the
as long as there's no real pressure, that sounds about right.
Yeah, so with that, I don't think EG can put enough pressure until that point that they can punish the Midases that hard.
I really want to watch PPD's movement. Normally that's where you look to understand what type of rhythm EG is trying to set. Like at the moment, you know, Universe wants to sit on the bottom lane, needs to farm up to the mech. EG is all about the team fight, but they need to find some attack, and they're actually going to smoke first over on Fear. Now he's level 7, and he's got, well, only 1 point up in his Malefice as well as his Midnight Pulse, obviously the farming build with a 4 points conversion. But the Black Hole is up, the mech actually going on top of Fear, so this actually frees up Universe to build whatever the hell he wants on that Dark
I think he wants Crimson Guard this game.
Oh, that looks so good in this game.
It's what he's gone to when they've had the Enigma, and then Enigma maybe gets hype sometimes.
Sumail found him, and now Malefice to start with, allows Sumail to actually get that Vendetta hit, in they go, we got Kuro on the edge, he can't get the Hex off, and Kuro backed in with Universe. 2 heroes down for Team Liquid, and a big rotation from EG pays off dividends, and they'll inflict some damage into this tier 1 tower too, not only just a kill, but a kill on a catapult wave.
Liquid are trying to get the best trade they can in mid. But Darkseer is already there from Universe and will be dropping a double shell here in a moment.
They need to get rid of that Iron Shell creep.
And there's another one. If there's a rotation from EG, they could perhaps defend this tower, but they're going to need to TP in a core. Oh, they don't have Glyph. This is too late from Sumail. This tower is definitely gone.
Yeah, but they can just deny it.
Yep, Universe gets it.
You're okay with that? That's now 2 towers for 2 towers, one of them being denied on EG's side.
Yeah, they got 2 kills, one of them being a core.
Yeah.
And I would say the Radiant bottom tower is really, really important. Getting access to that jungle, it's their closest, one of their closest points rather, to Roshan. I'm actually not sure where the distance is longer, if it's from mid or bottom. I think bottom is a little bit closer. But it's just the overall map control you get from removing this tower. See, they placed a good deep ward inside the Radiant jungle as well, so they get some intel.
Yep.
And that's really good, especially for Sumail, because they want to try to rotate him and maybe PPD a couple of times to get key kills, and every one of those key kills is supposed to transition into some sort of objective, either warding or getting a tower or getting Roshan.
It looks like Universe, because I was wondering what he would build into on this offlaner, but it appears he's leaning towards Force Staff instead of going for that Crimson Guard. Sumail, okay, yeah, he realized he was scouted out by the Sentry Ward. Easy spike, Carapace walks away. there's just no hold. Because you don't have a Quas Wex build. Like we talked about the inability for Team Liquid to have this good control in a fight. With a Quas Exort, that doesn't exist at all. Like there's so much weight on Kuro, and maybe it can find space to get Kuro that Blink Dagger. So they got some form of initiation control on Team Liquid.
That is very, very far away though.
It is. But like,
Yes,
what else
very
do you do? Like maybe, like because once the Radiant Spare kicks in, like Matumba's gonna be pushing up the side lane, so even like the space for Kuro to farm is gonna be even less.
It is gonna be tricky for them, I think. I mean, it's not like it's a massive lead for EG, but it's good enough. I think this is about what they were hoping for at this point, maybe a little bit more. And if they just keep farming up right now and controlling the map, they should reach a point fairly soon when the Sven has Sanjin Yasha. They have their teamfight items with both Mech and Crimson Guard, or Mech Pipe, or just even the Force Staff from Universe is also a really big deal.
Samael, they're going down towards bottom. Fear's been initiated on. He's got the full mech, however. The Maleficent over on Jirac. Sunstrike, a little bit. No, it does actually hit the target. Fear into the tree line. He's going to teep the out. They don't have a stun available. Jirac is also leaving the fight. The casualty of war was in fact the Lion, and now Savage Roar. PPD not going anywhere apart from potentially down if they can get an entangle hit, and there she is on the second hit. Mind Control will come in to help, and actually gets a Sprout over on top of Samel, who then returns the double stun. These conversions, the damage into Mind Control is reaching a dangerous critical point. He's still on the run, and you've actually got these Shard Golems. They're being controlled up by, wait, they're not actually going to get the kill. In 4 seconds time, they'll have the stun. It's too far away to reach it though. There's Mind Control on the run around the trees. They're being sprouted up and controlled out. These are being microed up by Arteezy. He's actually been using the Mud Golem to scout out the Radiant jungle for a while now. The Mind Control will be back out to safety.
Arteezy's classic trick with the Home of the Dom. It almost worked there. That would have been such a big play getting that kill on the Prophet. But it turns out it ends up being only a 1-for-1. Liquid bring the whole party down there for a very long time though, and Arteezy's just farming the jungle, so he's catching up to the Lone Druid, just obviously being more effective when he doesn't have to fight. And I still think Liquid did the right thing there. They need to minimize their casualties.
They've also got really great defensive wards up. You can see PPD looking for it. Like they're searching for that Radiant Observer ward that just reveals everything, and with these trees going down, that ward's even more effective.
Did Sumail just mana burn the bear? I think he did. I didn't know you can do that. It does nothing, because the bear doesn't have intelligence. I'm pretty sure he got it on cooldown. I saw him casting the animation. It was like, okay. That's pretty weird.
Potential misclick.
Oh, it's weird that you could target it in the first place.
Well, it does have mana, it just doesn't have intelligence.
Yeah.
It's like the bear is a contradiction.
So pretty useless. I mean, you can use it to break Linkins or something, I guess. There's a Linkins on the bear. I don't know.
Would you ever play a Linkins on the bear, though? It's a good theory, Crafton.
I don't know. That's some weird shit right there.
EG's preparing for a fight in mid. They want Liquid to come in. They understand, again, like, teamfight control isn't really there for Liquid, and they don't have the ability to find a great trade-off. Matumba's got 2k gold on him. He's nowhere near this relic. Arteezy's trying to slip in behind. The Forge Spirit grabbed the creep wave down, but now, okay, EG will just commit. This will bring down the last tier 1 tower. Kuro as well as Jirac are trying to make the best of the opportunity. They get an aggressive ward inside the Dire jungle.
Oh, top lane
and they're looking for a pick, but yep, Sumail goes on Mind Control. Fear, quick TP in with Mind Control dead. This Sprout can't protect him from this. He'll get the Wrath of Nature off, which gets some extra damage into the mid, and that's where they're going. Kuro's got the Finger of Death. He can pop PPD, but it's not required. Not when that high-level Sunstrike is there, but maybe onto Universe. That'll be a better target. Into the Nova. Universe, he's got enough life to get away. No, Matumba's right behind him, slowing him up. Universe, one more attack. 12 life. Out he goes. Matumba will find the kill, but he's coming very deep under the tower. Sumail's here again, but the Sunray, it turns on, and Sumail getting burnt. He has to back himself out. Fear's still here. The mech is up and Kuro too low. Arteezy running forward. The Midnight Pulse is down. The Sunstrike again. This time it's going to hit over on Fear. You may lose your Lion. The Fear so low. Fada. Can he actually finish the job with the Deafening Blast? One more attack. Fear on the 22 life. Now he'll hold his gut as he walks back to base. But EG scrambling the defense and Liquid really forcing the issue.
This is some really good play here. I think if it wasn't for that end of the fight with Fata dying to the Enigma, it's marginals, right? The perfect mech timing from Fear. He baits him as long as possible, knowing that he could survive that. It's those little things that just add up. I actually really like the synergy that Liquid displayed in that fight, by the way, the Cold Snap plus Supernova. It secured the kill on Universe as he was trying to run away. And Liquid, one of their strengths as a team, and the reason that we're seeing them in the top 3 is how good they are at gathering up and how good they are at just finding synergy in team fights and playing together. But EG still come out a little bit on top there. And they're looking very good on farm. And I think it's just a matter of time now before we're looking at a Roshan for Evil Geniuses, and that is what's going to really propel them into a big lead. It's currently 5,000 on both the gold and XP.
Fada was already scouting for it. He threw down the Sunstrike just to have a look, but I also want to look at the timing of Batubberman. He's now reaching the point, he's going to be 200 gold away from having that relic. The bounty rune on the top river is definitely going to help him on that path as well. And then seeing how EG deal with having the split push kick in, because that's where Team Liquid's strength really happens. The Nature's Prophet, he's the space creator. He's the guy which is, okay, really RTZ? Sorry, I just watched this set.
Oh!
Did he really?
What? Oh my god!
There is so much around that tower.
No way.
Yes way.
Oh my god.
This guy.
Liquid cannot be happy with that. That sucks.
That now makes it for the 3 Tier 1 towns that Team Liquid has claimed. They've had 2 of them denied by EG. The one in the mid now up on top by a bloody Centaur. And now they will also claim Roshan, and there's no way Team Liquid, and there is no, like, Team Liquid do not want to fight this. They still need to get the Radiance up to the top button. They create space and make EG waste the Aegis time as much as they possibly can.
I think they're making the right call, not trying to contest this Roshan. It's very, very difficult with the current lack of map control they have. There was way superior warding for EG in the area, Liquid not with much vision.
Yeah.
And they get the best possible trade.
Man, they can't team, like, how do you even team fight EG? Like, Universe has this early 4-staff, which still lets him, like, Universe in the early stages always seems to get in the best position to start a team fight. The 4-staff with his skill, it works just as great as a Blink Dagger for him. 4-staff straight in, you go for a 3-level vac. It's not the high level up in wall. Obviously, level 12 is going to be the magic number for him. For the 2 points up in wall, the 4 points up in vac. But you almost got a full BKB over on Fear. Like, this team fight of EG is just so damn scary that Liquid, all they can really do is try and find these pickoffs.
I think the timing for Liquid is they have to do something when they get the Radiance on the Bear. Just playing a slow farming game, I worry for them as their map control will be shrinking pretty fast.
But if they take a fight, don't you run the risk of just throwing the entire game? Like, yeah, at least you can control the side lanes more.
I mean, split pushing is also an option, but it's just so difficult against Nyx. That's why EG are picking this hero for Samael against Nature's Prophet. It's one of their go-to counters. And it's actually not half bad against Lone Druid either. Just being able to find him out, because what Lone will usually do, either he will split push with the Radiance, which takes a very long time, or he will bring his hero as well to deal some damage to the creeps faster inside his own jungle. If you strictly split push with Radiance on the Lone Druid only, you get out-farmed by Sven. Your hero has to be there, so you simply farm the way faster.
Samael. There's a sentry ward around here. Now the only dust, in fact, where is the reveal? Fada Smoke's going to break. It tells him that Samael is in the area. And now the rest of them, they drop the sentry. It's Samael. He walks into it. Spy Carapace, he's going to get silenced up thanks to the Hex from Kuro, but PPD swaps out his core. The Sun Rays there, and then the back into a 2-man wall. Kuro's going to go down. There's no casualties just yet. PPD still alive. The Nova, it's not going to expand. Phoenix will pop. PPD does drop as Arteezy runs away with -5 armor thanks to those Force Spirit Sphere. Also trapped inside the Sprout for Samael. He's going in deeper again. Wants to try and go for the play. Top up, pops up the Spy Carapace. No way to easily attack into him as Arteezy runs away with 150 life. They already got a 2-for-1 trade-off. Didn't lose much more from this. So EG may just be counting their lucky stars. And nope, they want more. Mind Control. Samael back in again. He gets the pick. Mind Control really overstaying his welcome and giving Samael more and more kills. He's now 4-0-5 on this Nyx Assassin.
And that was even with a pretty questionable engage here from Samael. Taking the chance of going in there, I think is perfectly fine, but I think he canceled his Vendetta hit before he got it off, and then he hesitated on the Impale once or twice as well, and then got hexed. If he just believes in himself there 100% and just goes for the Impale, he will land it on 1 or 2 heroes, and that fight goes very different for EG. Instead, they have to swap him out in the opener. It's okay because they counter out the Hex from Lion, so that's on cooldown for the rest of the fight. But obviously not ideal. PPD ends up sacrificing himself. He doesn't really mind as long as Sumail stays alive, but that could have been executed better for EG for sure.
It does show
it
does show the weakness in Team Liquid's lineup. Like we mentioned this at the very, very start, the fact they're playing a Phoenix without a big AoE team fight controller, that's where Kuro needs to come into play. So when that Hex goes down, the Nova is very easy for EG to deal with. I'm interested to see how Mind Control's now going to build. Like he went for this phase boot drum build over on the Nature's Prophet, and it looks like he's actually going to be building the mech. Realizing that Jirax is nowhere near completing up such a big item, and there's no one else on their lineup that will do it. Fata's also changed up his items too. Yeah,
you know Fata likes mech.
He does like mech on his mid cores.
I think this is one of the only heroes he doesn't buy it off.
Yeah, you need to go back to his Gyro mech builds and his Beastmaster mech builds when he played those in the mid.
I think he actually used to buy it on Invoker too, once or twice in the past.
It was always questionable back then as well. But it always seemed to work out just because he's such a talented player.
It's such a good item too. Like, I don't blame him for it. If you're playing a utility mid, then that item is almost good every single game. But in this game, he recognizes he has to play more of a farming core role, and he did, obviously, for that reason, go for the Midas. I thought it might be an Atos with Vitality Booster, but it looks like he's turning it into an Octarine.
TZ just lost his 6th hero. He had the Dark Troll Summoner just around the tree line. It gets Midas out, and there are the 2 Midas over on Team Liquid, so they are still getting more out of this. Like, Mind Control's not even part of this fight. He can come and join it at a moment's notice. But he's just pushing up the top lane, letting EG force it. Remember that Aegis of the Immortal, it's actually timing out right now. So EG have to back out. The top lane's being pressured, and Liquid gain more space. Like, Matumbaman's very happy about this. He's got a Vlad's plus the Radiance Aura over on the Bear. He just keeps pushing. Liquid now, they go into a smoke, they try and find themselves a kill. Fata also needs more money. He's sitting on the edge of either finishing up his Atos, or he goes directly into the Aghanim Scepter. Either that or he's thinking about something very different and unusual over on this Invoker. Oh, the loop around Fear. Kuro, he can't see him. We are during nighttime, so remember this field of vision is restricted, but the Observer Ward, they see it. They drop down the Sentry Ward. They know Sumail is inside of Vendetta. So they want him to walk over. Unfortunately for them, Sumail's walked under his own tier 2 tower. So it's very protective there. But Mind Control, the Sprout to go out, trying to claim some vision. They see Fear in the tree line. Thanks to that, the Bear has to be Malefist up. And with the Midnight Pulse from Fear, that Bear is losing life very quickly. It's going to get picked off as Kuro. Well, he's there to get the Hex on Arteezy. He blinked himself forward with the Finger of Death and the double stun. They need to keep Arteezy out of this fight. The mech comes in from Fear, so a lot of the damage has been repaired to the right. Ninja gets in, but Fear gets 3-man black hole, pushed out a little bit by the Sprout and Matumban and Fata, caught in Universe with a 3-man back wall. There's no combination following up. Jirax's Nova, it expands and Universe will die. EG commit their big abilities, and they haven't got enough. Fear's on the run. You can look for that Prophet to TP in 1 second time. Is there the damage? Is there the entangle? There is the damage from Mind Control. The last little bit of a tick, EG losing a critical fight. And Team Liquid are going to get so much momentum from this, especially considering EG, no Aegis, and no big ultimates.
And it's so important that Kuro reacts fast to that blink in from Arteezy into the stun. I don't think that's how EG should be setting up the fight, though. You saw how good of a black hole and vacuum combo they actually got later, but like you said, no follow-up damage. If they want to take a fight like this, it has to be Sumail or PPD opening for them, and then follow through with the vac wall into Sven stun if possible. And Arteezy, maybe he thought Kuro wasn't going to react fast enough, but Kuro was ready right on the trigger there. And this is a big claim for Liquid. They do lose their second Bear, though. This is 50 seconds without the Bear.
Universe, the vac, they're going to catch Jirax on the way out with the Vendetta attack from Sumail. They're going to find the picks.
They only lose 1. This is really, really big for Liquid. They almost pulled this game back to 0.
They drag the tower on the top lane down to also 100 HP. Yeah. Next time around, if this kind of bad engagement happens from EG, they could just end up being raxed, and you don't want to get raxed up against a lone druid that can split push you and a Nature's Prophet that controls the side lanes whenever he wants to. You saw what happened when Matumban was pushing up that top lane. EG were trying to force, Mind Control was pushing up the top lane. You had EG forcing them in, they lost the Aegis, they had to back up. They just don't really have good split push counters. The Nyx Assassin is it, but Sumail is moving with the rest of EG most of the time. He's not hunting the Prophet. And we haven't seen anything to really make Mind Control fearful. Like, he's being very protective. Whenever he TPs the lane, he summons trees from inside the side lane and then just hides as much as he possibly can.
This is a very fast Roshan respawn, and I actually think that kind of favors Liquid in a way. EG could try to access it right now, but they have cooldown on Black Hole, and Sumail's going to walk outside the pit right before he spawns. So they don't know,
actually. They need the TC
actually.
dominator creep. Like, all he's going to do is just dominate one creep and have a look. Liquid's going to scout it out now. They're sending a Treant in, so they know that Roshan is up. And look what instantly happens. Mind Control scouts the fact that Roshan's up, and he goes straight to the top lane. Add pressure, make sure that tier 3 tower on the top lane feels like it's under siege, so if EG do want to try and take Roshan, you'll have to commit God Strength to get rid of it. And you'll probably end up losing your tier 3 tower.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to take Mind Control long to accomplish that. He just needs to hit it like 3 times. EG.
Are they going to do this? Like, I know they want to get a kill.
Looking to counter ward here. That Clone Blade of Sumail. That item is just so good when you think about it for its price. It's actually ridiculous how big of a value pickup it is. Of course, the reason he's still carrying it around this game is because of the Nature's Prophet. But I could see some appeal in doing it in other games too. Just, you know, obviously farm faster, being able to deward like this with lower risk. Really nice.
Speaking of dewarding, Jirax needs to get rid of that Observer Ward. EG has all the information on the map right now about where Team Liquid is moving. His top lane where Sumail is finally, oh, he's right in front. Mind Control gonna cancel his TP. Goes deeper in the tree, Sumail. He doesn't see him instantly, actually stops to hit him with Vendetta. So Mind Control can't easily TP out of this one until now. Sumail has no follow-up stun, actually holds the Dagon hit. Realized it would not be enough damage to kill off Mind Control. Not at a level 1.
And this drum mech build makes him pretty tanky, a lot of stats. Didn't even need to use the mech there.
Is Kuro going to do some dewarding of his own? He understands the sentry ward was placed, and he'll get both the obs as well as the sentry. He needs someone to stand on the hillside.
So Arteezy just ran down and quelled it.
Oh, that's what he did, okay.
They placed another one. All right, so, but the sentry is still there for EG, but they lose the obs. And removing vision right now is crucial for Liquid because they don't have any themselves either.
The jump, he goes on Kuro, and with the Sunray, Kuro might have enough life, Sumail. He's going to pop the Spike Carapace, the Wave of Terror from PPD. Just reaches him, Jirax will TP out to safety.
That might be Roche.
It could well be, but the Treants are in here, so Liquid will understand what's going on. And again, I look towards the top lane. Mind Control isn't pushing this fast enough, however.
They're letting the Treant stay alive so they can spawn Eidolons from it. If Mind Control had realized that, he might have started moving out the Treant, but this is going to make it even faster for EG. Yeah, this Roshan is definitely down, and Mind Control won't even reach the Dire base, so EG will probably just... I'm guessing they will port back the Enigma or the Venge, and Nyx will stay out on the hunt. Somebody definitely needs to deal with that wave. Maybe they don't TP anyone at all. Maybe just run up the Sven. Looks like it's fast enough. And EG once again in a good position.
You got the blink on this Sven. He'll make it in time. You need to almost have the Prophet pushing that lane himself physically, not just with his Treants to make that work. That's a big item now also arriving from Team Liquid. Like, you're starting to rack up so many auras just sitting on the bed. The AC, the Vlads, plus the Radiance to make it difficult for EG to continuously have these big fights.
Yeah, good stat there. 225 Darkseer games. This is the second time this build has been done. 4 staff into Lotus Orb. Obviously, most Darkseers get Mech Blink. It's the classic build, and then Greaves, but this game is very different. And well, they're trying to kill the bear. I don't think this is going to happen at all.
Are they really trying to rack
Savage
up
Roar and run away. Yeah, they don't even. But
I wasn't expecting this to come over on Invoker, especially considering you do have a Phoenix. But maybe this is just in response to the fact that Jirax just has absolutely nothing. They're going to buy the Shiva's Guard over on Fada. So he bought this VIP booster at the very, very start, finished up the Aghanim Scepter, and now purchased a Plate Mail.
Yeah, that's got to be Shiva's. There's no other choice. Yeah. But yeah, the Phoenix just doesn't have very much in this game, and I think the Shiva's Guard is really, really important, so I agree with that decision. Just to finish off on what I was thinking about before, the whole Lotus Orb thing on Darkseer, Force Lotus, it's 2 very good counters to the Hex of Lion, so they're targeting Kuro very much with their itemization. I guess, what else is Lotus really good against here?
Oh, Cold Snap?
It's not purgeable.
Yeah,
I mean, you reflected, which is nice.
I think about what's reflecting, Mike. What screws up Team Liquid's attack?
Reflect the Sprout. It's still just, it's just good overall. Anyway, the item is also just good on Darkseer. The armor, the regen, it's very nice.
I actually really just want to see a reflected Sprout right now.
Reflect the Earth Spike as well. Oh, they're going in hard on the bear here.
That's a lot of damage, but Arteezy very exposed. Remember, he's got the Aegis, the Immortal. Now he's hexed up, and we're going to have ourselves a pause. The game actually crashes over on Arteezy. Now, this bear is dead. This bear is totally dead right now. And this isn't really that much of a problem. The funny thing is, like, we did actually see the reflect. So the Lotus Orb reflects the Hex on the Kuro. So right now, he's turned himself into Prince Charming.
Of course, that's... I'm still looking for other things that it can counter with the Lotus Orb here, but I gotta say, like, 90-95% is just against the line. Reflecting or purging the Hex, reflecting the Earth Spike, and it keeps Arteezy a lot safer when he engages. Because then he doesn't have to pop the BKB on the jump. He can take the Hex, they can Lotus that off, and then they can assess the situation. Now that he has Aegis too, there's just a lot of ways for EG to play the fights that doesn't have to be completely perfect. That's why they go for something as confident as going on the bear here.
Yep.
Because the risk-reward ratio is actually really, really good. Like, even if they don't kill the bear, the chance that Liquid get a good team fight, it's non-existent.
Yeah. Well, we get to go back inside the game, so let's watch the bear die. And EG, how long do you stick around here? You get hit by the Wrath of Nature. Arteezy, as this Warcry, like, he's got 10 charges of the Melting Strike currently on him. Like, Sven has, like, just because of Warcry, naturally a hell of a lot of armor, but they don't even finish the tier 2 tower. Like, you get the resummon on the bear, but they don't go any further. And it's actually Liquid who will now 4-man smoke up to try and find an opening.
And the longer this game goes, the less obvious it gets whether EG are going to get away with this. They're playing Sven as their solo physical core in the late game. They've committed very much to the teamfight aspect and the magical damage with the Nyx. And Liquid, Liquid gonna find Fear.
This is the big one, but Fear can turn. He was looking for the black hole, not gonna happen. PBD swaps him out. Fear, he looks to survive. Jirax throwing out the sprites, but Fear still BK beat up. The Nova will trigger. Now PPD is down. Nova's well out. Fear dodging the Sunstrike. Samala still locked out. Spy Carapace in 2 seconds. 1 second. Universe of the Force up. They bought him the space, as well as now the Lotus Orb. The Sunray can't reach him. The Surge as well. Universe now playing TF2 medic style. Samal will get back out to safety. There's no extra Sunstrike available, so they are out. This is a team that has Aegis the Immortal and a far superior team fight, being forced into bad positions by Team Liquid.
Liquid are just getting closer and closer to the win condition. We've been talking a lot about EG get the Roshans. They took some map control early, but Liquid have 3 cores that are farming really, really well. Invoker, Prophet, and Lone Druid, all 3 heroes very, very strong in the late game. You look over at EG, and the longer this game goes, the more they depend on hitting an absolutely fantastic wombo combo, vacuum into black hole or something like that. Sven cannot possibly outcarry these 3 heroes in the late game. And Sumail's hero doesn't scale very well. This is something we talked about on the panel previously, that we feel like Sumail shines the most when he plays heroes that can scale. He's also good at playing these action heroes. I mean, he's 5-0-6. This game has done a lot for his team, but EG, they haven't been able to pressure enough that they're in a position where you can just say with confidence that they're leading the game anymore.
And now they're going to start to go dark on the map. With Kuro's gem, they get rid of one of the wards. They don't see the other one, however, because Kuro just hasn't wandered over that direction. But this is one of these games where, like, you don't want to turn away. You think Liquid, like, even if they're like 1 lane of Rax, 2 lanes of Rax is up, EG always has a comeback condition. They've always got that big wombo combo that they can work with. And if there's one thing we've learned about EG, especially in this tournament, their synergy in team fights is just on a completely different level. And Team Liquid, they have to give a lot of respect to EG with this. Like, even that top tower, it's been sitting at 101 HP for such a long time. But Team Liquid will never force the issue because they understand that EG, it'll only take 1 good team fight for them to turn this game around. Like, they still, EG hold the net worth as well as experience advantage. Team Liquid hold the map control advantage.
It's not just that they respect EG's team fight, it's also that they realize that if they just farm, they're probably in a better position.
Sumail, they're seeing Kuro coming, and now, well, definitely see it. PPD, the Hex is there, Sumail is trying to buy space, the Sunstrike's pretty much on target. PPD forced after way, they Lotus Orb after pressure, and now Arteezy comes in, 3-hit, cleaves down the captain of Team Liquid. Mind Control, he's BKB'd up, Universe can't join the fight, this bear just keeps entangling and rooting him up. Fear, he's got nothing really to play with, they're going to Savage Draw and try and create space. Fear, maybe need to BKB and turn for the black, oh, the back is there, and the hole, now they go, Universe forced up to double way to safety, they can't do anything into the cleave, in from Arteezy, and that's the danger zone. EG, they will team wipe Team Liquid, and that is what Team Liquid feared for so long. And one moment when Kuro thought he had the upper hand up against Sumail, EG just turned it on its head.
And that, oh man, you don't blame Liquid for going for that, because they were so close to killing off 2 or 3 heroes. Perfect 4-step for the first save. Enigma barely staying alive because of the perfect BKB pop and turnaround into that black hole. Again, if Fear dies there, they lose that fight really hard. He has to come up big in this fight, and Fear not cracking under pressure. Perfect play from him.
I want to give props to Universe as well
to set it up.
Like, Universe kept Fear alive. This is the synergy we've been talking about. We saw it with Fear and Universe with their Earth Spirit as well as Darkseer combination. But these guys just keep building up so much space. PPD is like that last man to save him, and Arteezy just rolls in and takes all the glory. He'll probably even take the MVP just based on the kills, but right now, like, I still want to give so much confidence to Universe. They swapped in Jirax, Icarus dive away, the Stormbolt follows, and it locks Spider in as well. PPD, another stun, he's a little bit too deep. He'll return the stun thanks to that Lotus Orb. And PPD needs to walk out. Remember, EG, they're in a good position. PPD, damn, he's so tanky. He'll end up surviving. The top of the bear is down. Arteezy again triggers this BKB. It's a little early. Then EG just won out. Fear, he can't be stunned up. He'll TP out right in front of Team Liquid. But look to the top lane. That's what's been happening. This is what you have to respect. Mind Control taking the top racks and TP's out safely. EG thought they could force the issue, and now there are racks down to Team Liquid after EG wiped Team Liquid.
Ah, what a hero.
I thought Ricky Maru wasn't in this game, man. Like, this is the ultimate backstab, PPT. Oh, nice Sunstrike, bro.
EG. It looked like they didn't notice at all. I don't think there was a single ping. I don't think there was any move back. It's either that or they felt like they were cornered. If you look at Liquid's heroes and how they were positioned, at least 1 or 2 of EG's heroes could definitely run away and just TP back.
Oh, yeah.
But might have been worried about the consequences for the rest of their team.
It really looks like they just didn't notice.
Blunder.
That's going to be one of those questions later. Like, you want to look into PPD's vlog when he says, like, okay, at this game, this went wrong. Because you're right, they didn't ping it at all. And even then, EG wouldn't take the trade. Like, why would you go in? And, like, unless you were 100% certain you could do it, but your big ultimates were down, you knew you couldn't just take a straight-up team fight, and why even trade the racks after you just got a huge advantage? There's no push to do so. Team Liquid, on the back of Mind Control, have just dealt a severe blow to evil geniuses.
Yeah, the full team wipe plus the tier 3 is really, really good, obviously. But they got a little bit greedy. You feel very confident after you get a 5-man wipe like that, and they still had a bit of time where they were, I think, 5-on-4 or 5-on-3, so they wanted to try to squeeze as much out of it as possible, but obviously in hindsight, not the play.
EG will have to wait a little bit longer as well for Roshan. It is like we had our short Roshan spawn time, now it's the maximum Roshan spawn time. Again, thanks Ice Rock for balance. Look at him just defend this top lane. And this is the upside for EG. Their ability to counter push this top lane is quite good. The issue is just how much space gets created by just having someone like Sumail, someone like Arteezy have to come to the top lane. It doesn't hurt them as much because Arteezy bought BTs beforehand. And he can always come to it like a conversion from Fear or something like that. So he's always got a way to get to the front line. So they're actually going to really commit to this bear.
I don't think they can kill it. They've committed a lot of abilities here.
Yep. They even use swap. Now Sunstrike on the entangle. Fear uses BKB to break free though. He'll be surged away by Universe. He'll barely survive. And they're looking for more. Arteezy, the God strength, but again, Bear be too strong. They will kill off the bear, but EG did not want to do that. Now this BKB is down to 7 seconds on Arteezy. Cooldown for a minute. No God strength on him.
That was the most important entangle of the game, I think. First hit entangle on the Sven. He's BKB'd up. He's going in for the lone Druid kill. If he doesn't get rooted there, that could turn out really ugly for Liquid. But Matumba Man, he gets it off, and this is probably a tier 2 tower bottom. I don't think EG have any interest in trying to contest this one. They need to play their high ground, wait for the BKB on Fear to be up again. And actually, there's no counter, right? There's no counter to BKB Blink Black Hole. So this Blink pickup...
It has to work.
Oh, they could
They're coming.
Entangle him.
They're coming out. There's a Radiant Observer Ward down, but under cover of smoke, they jump. They're on mind control, and he pops. Straight away, the buyback will be there. Nova right in the middle of Evil Geniuses, and they can't. Having indecision to go. And Koro, the big double stun. The back will be there, but the control and the damage is gone. Arteezy isolated and destroyed. EG just lost so much. They didn't use their big ulti combos, though. Like, in fact, the wall wasn't used. Now the buyback. It's a triple buyback from EG, but they don't have the big one. They don't have the Enigma. Sumail will move forward once again. Arteezy just trying to slow down this bear with the Stormbolt. Sumail tries to actually successful stunning up Jirax, but you just triggered off, forcing a spike carapace. The Rax is going down. They need to make a play, but it's 36 seconds until Fear, Universe, the back, the stun. It's only one hero, Arteezy looking for the cleave. They can't reach him. The Sprout, keep him at bay. Greenpeace stops the damage. Arteezy, where do you go? He's forced up back out by Universe. The stun strikes on target. Arteezy down. EG, that could be it. They've lost at both of their side lanes. The rotation from Team Liquid now comes to the mid-tier 3 and GG. 39 minutes, 13-19, Team Liquid. They will defeat Evil Geniuses in Game 1 of this best-of-3 lower bracket final.
That is not how I imagined this game would end. We were both in disbelief. They're actually going out. They already lost their tower. They run down to try and fight them. I like the idea of trying to surprise their opponent because Liquid were probably not expecting it either. But I think they had like 1 or 2 seconds cooldown on the BKB of Enigma, or maybe it was ready, but they didn't get the BKB Black Hole off. This is, like, that's just straight game losing. You can lose that tower and maybe come back from the lane of Raxor down. They took a huge chance there, and Liquid just capitalized. The moment they see, this is something I really like about Liquid that has been a pattern over their games. They're very good at assessing whether they have an advantage or not. The moment a couple of things are on cooldown, or the enemy's a little bit out of position, they don't just take a little advantage from that. They took everything from one mistake from EG.
And you can't make mistakes like that. Evil Geniuses now, they're staring down the barrel of a 2-0 loss here in the lower bracket match and not being able to have that matchup against Team Secret in the grand final. What a position to be in. Who thinks we would actually be here? A couple of guys that may know or may have actually had that view as our panel. So back to you guys. What the hell happened?
Thanks, Toby and Sin. Toby poses the question, Winter, what the hell happened? Well, from what we saw, EG, it looked like the game was theirs to have, but started with a little bit of a trickling minor rep play at the top from Mind Control, a couple of eggs later, and it's EG who ended up going down. What's your take on the game?
Trying to kill the bear. I don't know, man. Like the middle one, they were trying to kill the bear, and then they got Fear almost killed. They popped their BKBs, they went in, and then they went back in after wasting their God Strength. At bottom, it was really weird that they tried to defend the tier 2 at bottom. That when they didn't, I think they had 2 BKBs on cooldown. Enigma's was on cooldown. Sven's BKB was on cooldown. Sven didn't have ultimate, but they chose willingly to take the fight. So
well, before we get into the actual grind of where the pinnacle point ended up turning things around a bit, I posed a question, Ben. EG, it looked like a draft that they would just love to be able to get for themselves. Starting with the laning phase, do you felt like EG got everything they wanted?
Yeah, it went pretty decently for them. Invoker had some strange builds.
He had some item issues.
And we're going to get into that debate right now. We were talking a lot pre-game about consistency with Fada. They got the win. He landed some good skills.
He was solid on the Invoker. I mean, you can debate the items, and maybe we'll get into it as the game when we see the highlights. But his actual Invoker play spell usage was very good. Cold Snap ruined Fear almost the entire game until he got BKB, and even then was able to force the BKB out a lot. They did a great job of kiting Sven as well. Multiple times you sprouted. first hit roots were pretty nice. The fire spirits were frustrating.
I wonder when we're going to start seeing Svens get Battle Fury.
They probably should start getting it.
That was actually because I think the best decision, one of the best decisions EG made, Universe getting 4-star first, that was a huge item pick of this game. It helps tremendously against the Sprout, which comes much later on, but early on it just escaped numerous ganks from the Lone Druid. And
the Hex.
Yeah, the Hex, everything. It was just a huge item pickup, but...
We didn't really see EG have that, defining team fight. I thought they had it when they had I think it was Fear, BKB, runs in 3-4-man black hole. They end up team wiping Liquid, but we didn't see the vacuum into the black hole. I think that was the only really convincing BKB black hole the entire game, and there was no counterplay unless you preemptively egg or get a really lucky root from behind. So
a lot of it was because of the Lone Druid, though. You're forced to deal with the Lone Druid up in front. People get rooted.
I actually don't. I think the bigger problem was because he went for 4-star first and he didn't have.
Do you think he should have gotten a blink?
He didn't have blink.
On the dark he got Greaves and Force, right?
Yeah, he got the blink.
I think the 4-star was really
good.
No,
I know.
It was amazing.
I think the reason he got the 4-star because of the Prophet Sprout, yes, but it comes at a cost of not being able to set up the team fight.
But I think that maybe more. He got Lotus Orb. That was maybe more the problem
for the Lion. Yeah,
I thought it was decent.
I think it was decent, but it doesn't help him initiate. I think his job there was just basically to get the vacuum so that Fear can black hole.
So whose job is getting RTZ out of the Sprout then?
I mean,
Peter.
The way the fight started out were pretty strange though. There was a Lone Druid that the egg was dropped very early on in the fight. I don't really think there were that many great setups for the vacuum though. I think versus a normal lineup, yes, but they had the egg and the bear, which you don't want to vacuum out. Those are kind of irrelevant, but you still have to deal with them.
We did see, I guess, some of the downsides to Nyx Assassin as an initiator. If that's a Puck, for example, or an Invoker, you can always reliably initiate the fight. Nyx has to basically run in, or even if you blink forward, it's not a guaranteed reliable stun on multiple heroes. So I don't think the Nyx pick was bad, but in those situations, it just doesn't bring to the table what some of Sumail's other heroes would.
Back on the note, don't mean to interrupt, on the note of the Darkseer universe, before we keep going too far forward, Knoxville had put out an interesting stat about it. We know Universe to play a tremendous amount of Darkseer, 160 games to be exact. Only 2 times in the past he went with the initial 4-staff and then Lotus build-up, and he lost both of those games, so now 3 games down going with that.
Sipping that Swindle Kool-Aid, man.
And Swindle King was the only other person in the tournament to kind of pull out that type of build. And it also sounds like we actually, with EG now down a game, they are going to be forced to kind of bounce back to take it to a 3-game stretch. We have a video here back during the group stage run with EG and how they felt taking on the tournament.
Hi, my name is Peter Dager, better known as PPD. I am the support player and captain of Team Evil Geniuses.
After we played eHome, we kind of concluded that we have to deal with the offlane Lone Druid way better than we already have. Against Alliance, we also ran into the same problem back in Starladder, and playing against eHome, it kind of happened again. So we decided to learn how to play offlane Lone Druid better, and hopefully we figured it out for the Major.
We're not sure which team will be our biggest enemy, but we definitely want to play eHome again because they have most recently beat us at MDL, and we're excited to play them again.
In recent training, we've been doing pretty well. We haven't practiced too much. We're looking forward to getting in some matches against some of the teams here before we have to start our group stage for the Major.
Evil Geniuses now will need a win if they have dreams of getting a rematch to go against Secret in the grand final. In their interview, according to them, they were hoping to prepare for more of the offlane Low Druid and get prepped up for a rematch, possibly against eHome. Obviously, plans have changed quite a bit. I'm sure not even they would imagine having to go into lower bracket final against Liquid, but here they are now down a matchup. I'm sure we'll be able to check out some of the highlights from that game one, an exciting one at that. To continue moving forward on the topic of itemization here, we also saw some interesting stuff from Kuro's Lion, opting for the Aether lens, going, instead of the Blink. Anything interesting about that, and was it, utilized in this matchup, or just something a bit different from Kuro?
It's just, I think it's probably standard Lion build at this point. Once in a while, maybe you'll see the Hex first, but This was a fight where Sumail got the high ground vision on Liquid and really made a difference in setting things up for
This
them.
one Fierce so far ahead of his team. Maybe if they did have the blink on the universe, he could have.
Also, Great Savage Roar pushes Arteezy away on the right side of the fight. The Sprout blocks the rest of EG out, so it was a bit far, but if the bear micro wasn't right, maybe Arteezy gets in there and can do some damage.
Yeah, and Arteezy just can't blink. The Radiant stopping the blinks is the big thing here. And that's where I was thinking, like, what can... They really need the Nyx to initiate, and I was thinking, can he go blink? But the bear is always in front. He was never afraid to lose his bear if Arteezy wants to commit to it, just because he's always cancelling the blink dagger initiation.
And this shows you how strong BKB Black Hole is this game. If you get it off, there's absolutely no counterplay.
So I think EG just completely don't realize, because top lane is not even pushing out here. Liquid go on to get racks following this, and that was just a complete brain fart coming out from EG. When they pushed the high ground, they didn't even recognize what was happening.
Fight of the game, for sure. Jerax just absolutely destroys them. Crazy, the Phoenix actually, I felt like, had a bigger teamfight presence than almost all of EG's lineup.
But why
that was without the BKBs, though.
But why would they
that's
take?
A mistake by EG,
why would they take that fight?
But it was great Phoenix play anyway.
I mean, they shouldn't even have defended the fight there. They didn't have BKB. Like there was no reason for them to hold there. So
I think they overestimated their team fight.
And if you notice as well, like all the team fights that they lost was because of one big reason, because the Sven cannot actually hit. He cannot actually deal damage. And
Well, his
the rest
BKB was 5 seconds for a lot of those fights later on.
The Sprout.
And the Sprout.
So that's the thing. We continue to pose the question, and we were talking about it in that draft. I think at the Sven, like, what's your best response for the Sven? And it seems like a lot of it's indirectly being able to kite him, force him out of the fights, not allow him to get in there. Is that how teams should start approaching the Sven? Or, you know, for EG, how do you consider battling back against that? Is it having a better backstep with the Sven? What's your guys' approach on it?
Dual core, yeah.
Dual core.
Well, or it's, I think, like Witzer said, a blink could have made a huge difference on the Darkseer. Relying on your team setup is the other way to go. And they didn't have it outside of one fight.
I think so much of that goes to the Radiant's Bear. Going all these blink daggers against the Radiant's Bear, the way Matumbaman positioned his Bear every fight was just making it so difficult. Arteezy, most of those fights, with the big team fights, he was never blinking in to follow up a black hole. He always had to walk in. Yeah, he had a blink dagger. The blink dagger was only used for, like, initiating on something like the Spirit Bear. Like, he never used it to get to the backline heroes, which is what you want to do as a Sven.
So how do we wager that EG are going to be approaching for game number 2? We know them to go for their try early grabs on your team fight, whether it be Enigma or the Darkseer. After seeing game 1, do you think they need to come with a bit of a different approach and maybe choosing side over pick? Is that going to vary a bit?
I think it's just execution. Like, they definitely could have won this game. They didn't have to give up the top lane of Rex. That was a mistake by them. The team fight bottom they didn't have to take. That ultimately was the fight that decided the game. If they played better, I still think they can definitely win this game.
Like the Sven could have just destroyed everyone if they executed the Darkseer and Darkseer plus Sven or plus the Black Hole. Just do their thing in team fights and allow the Sven to actually dish out his damage output. I think that was the main reason they were losing the few crucial fights. And yeah, decision making this game was actually questionable from them.
Sounds like we do have our MVP information here. We'll see what the public felt was their MVP for the matchup. And
Where's
they give
the
props
Phoenix?
to Mind Control. 56%.
He did have some really clutch Sprouts. I mean, Sprouts normally not like a playmaking ability, but this game it was.
Well, now sell to the public on why you felt Jarek should have been deserving of the MVP. I know we talked about it a bit, but, egg after egg.
I think Matumbaman was my MVP, actually. I think his Lone Druid play, his bear positioning, and just like you looking again at some of those replays and where he has his bear, stopping Arteezy's blink, using the way he used the Savage Rot. To me, he was more the MVP. Jarek's played amazing, but I think Matumbaman was like the difference maker this game. If that was just like a good Lone Druid, I think Liquid lose this game.
I agree. I think Lone Druid was by far well, some of them were lucky roots too, so...
Yes, yeah.
But overall, though, he was still, like, very, very farmed. He had really good positioning. They like, followed up with the first bear death, too. Yeah. It rarely died in vain.
He outfarmed Arteezy for most of the game, too. So
yeah, that's pretty impressive. I like this bear play.
Yeah, I agree. I think Lone Druid definitely did the most work in that game, despite Phoenix shining in the field team fights, and obviously the Prophet got the racks, but Lone Druid still seemed, to me, in that game, he did the most for his team.
He's not really great MVP material because he's not a very flashy hero. Like, slowly working heroes down. You don't really see his impact the way you do like a Sven, for example.
I guess it does make it more ironic then after we saw the interview video how they're hoping to prepare for the Lone Druid a bit more, and now they end up having to deal with it here in game number 1. We'll see if it changes their bans perhaps, but now what do you think about for Liquid? Liquid confident, they get their first win, what many would maybe consider a bit of an upset. do you think they should just feel good with the game plan they have rolling here? Maybe a different approach to game number 2 to throw EG off their groove a bit? What do you think, Winter?
They might actually just do like some. I know I mentioned like a cheese strat.
The cheese.
Yeah, but in
this
the
is
first
the time.
I think this is the game to do it. You're up 1-0. You have a game to give. If you see an opening in the draft, this is where you cheese.
If you're
not game 3.
If you're on dire, it's
Level 1 Roche, let's go.
They like all kinds of push strats. Like
Yeah.
I think that's more likely the cheese that Liquid would actually go for, like Death Prophet, Nature's Prophet,
Warlock.
maybe throwing in a Drow Ranger. Warlock maybe.
Do we know Liquid to play Warlock?
You don't like the Warlock?
It can work.
Yeah, I mean, the hero is still fairly strong. Like, all his abilities are good, but I would actually prefer. I think I've maybe seen them use it on a support position once, but I don't think I've seen them
Warlock
do it.
Phoenix support duo.
Yeah, it would be terrible if they do that.
No, they're not going to do that.
I prefer him more on a core position because I think the hero needs farm and levels.
What about trying to creep in that Earth Spirit? This was a point I was trying to make way before we got the first draft right here. You're shaking your head. Absolutely not. Both teams have a stellar Earth Spirit player yet to even see.
No one is
praying.
No one is
not
praying.
worth it at all. No.
Just no.
You don't even think for EG's advantage, like I guess Liquid might just get rid of it then. So is there any way to exploit the fact that one team just definitely wants it and the other doesn't?
They both want it, I think.
It's not worth trading anything for it.
I think there's a
I mean,
chance.
MVP
I think there's a chance EG give it away.
MVP tried that versus EG, and then Fear just destroyed them with Earth Spirit yesterday, so I don't think you give it away either team. Jarex is probably the best in the world on the hero.
Individually, like he performs amazingly. It's more just the overall strategies where Liquid have looked stronger. It's when they have something like the Phoenix. Because when he's picking up the Earth Spirit, they're not going to do Phoenix as like the safe lane solo support typically. So I think it kind of denies some of other Liquid's stronger strats if they're first picking Earth Spirit.
He's gonna take a lot of very good free kicks if he's on Earth Spirit.
Yeah.
No, I just don't think they'll give it.
Don't give Jarex Earth Spirit. That's my
I don't know, man. I just think that it's very. He just plays the hero way too good, and the hero just does too much, though. I mean, I get it. Phoenix still does a lot, and he plays it very well. But I just feel like Phoenix, in terms of the early game, he doesn't do as much as the Earth Spirit. Whereas Earth Spirit does better in early game. He does very well in team fights, and late game he has Aghanim's. Oh yeah.
It's not very often though that they're able to.
I mean,
get
honestly,
that.
the Eggs on Earth Spirit has been like irrelevant this tournament. The hero's been entirely useful for his lane stage and team fight.
You already won the game.
Right, exactly. Don't worry about the Eggs. Worry about everything else.
All right, let's go into, as we wait, it sounds like the players are getting ready to get into the draft, but it's not quite prepared yet. We can go back into what we had, a bit of a debate game right here, the coaches, if you will. And you still almost heartbroken there for EG, so I will make you coach of Evil Geniuses right now. They have Phil and Charlie, of course, but now that you're in your corner with them, what's your advice for them to kind of go into their approach for game number 2?
I think I might actually consider banning out Lone Druid since Lone Druid is actually giving them so much problems. Or, I mean, I think in another series, I think we remember talking about how they were trying to kill the bear. I can't remember against who, and they actually lost a team fight because of that. They had Aegis.
Yeah.
They used the Aegis to kill the bear, and that was like the same situation just now in the middle lane, same area. They were trying to kill the bear.
Secret? They got bear fever. They just can't help themselves. But when do you ban it? Because it wasn't an early Lone Druid pick. It was
it was
fifth
the
pick this
last
game?
pick. It was the last pick.
So are you saying like ban it second stage then?
I don't know, man. It's
first
like,
stage
it's like a
ban?
mixture. I don't know if they are actually just not very comfortable at playing the hero against the hero, or they should just make better decisions.
I will say a common drafting tactic I've seen on PPD is if they lose a game 1, sometimes they'll just completely change the ban to leave a lot of like OP heroes in the pool, and they'll just target ban 2 heroes they played well with. So, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if EG did something like that.
And they're in the position where they have the first pick, assuming they swap, depending on what their preference is. But if they swap because it was Liquid first pick game 1, you have a lot more to do a first stage ban on Lone Druid because you were first pick.
Mm-hmm.
So what's your first pick, ideally, for EG? Nature's Prophet was Liquid's last game?
Prophet, possibly. Either you go for the Prophet draft or you go for right away Enigma type like team fight draft, I think.
Yeah.
And then you try to maybe ban out the Lone Druid after.
Prophet on EG is not something we do see very often, but when it does come into play, it's been on Universe, it's been on RTZ, in safe lane. Hell, we could throw back to Sad Boy's time when he played it in the mid lane. Is there a preference you'd like to see it? And as you give me your thoughts on that, we actually do have the draft, so we'll get ready to hop into it. What do you think? How would you like to see EG kind of utilize the Nature's Prophet, if they get it?
I think you use him to win the lanes. That is the main.
Wonderful. Thanks, Winter. Seems
yeah,
good.
use him to win the lanes.
Yeah.
And
I just don't think that's EG's style, though.
Max teleport first.
Well, something's getting through, it looks like. I mean, with a ban on a Tusk, it looks like it might be the Nature's Prophet. Will EG just
I don't personally like EG with Nature's Prophet
I think,
so much.
you know, Gods, we'll give you a little credit here. PPD agrees with you that the Fada Invoker was the problem.
Yeah,
First
look,
phase ban.
guys, I'm telling you, Fada Invoker.
Come on, you should be seizing this opportunity to flame Merlini and
You know,
Winter.
and flame you as well. 5 minutes in that game, LD's like, this Invoker, like, I'm jumping to their camp.
Yeah,
like,
he jumped ship so quick.
I would, LD.
I still question the
You're
item
off
build.
this ship.
I still question the item build.
Fada Invoker was not like the MVP or like a necessarily a difference maker that last game, but he was stable. He did what he needed to do. He gets the job done.
Dude.
So, what do they go with? We don't see EG to go for Nature's Prophet often, so do you fill the spot instead with your Enigma, your Darkseer?
You don't have to pick those first, though, because Team Liquid don't play them.
Enigma.
As much.
So Liquid could secure the Venge and +1 Venge Prophet maybe?
I don't think they didn't really have problems dealing with Black Hole, even when they had nothing to cancel the BKB Black Hole, but...
That was with the Lone Druid Radiance and also just a lack of vision from EG. I feel like maybe EG wants something like the Beastmaster this game, so they have... That was the one thing I also felt EG had issues with, was just getting the jump in fights. Like, they had Nyx, but Liquid always had sentries ready to go, so you're not going to just be able to walk in.
Yeah, that's why I was talking about the blink on the Dark. So someone else needed to be able to do it.
But don't you think they needed more vision that game? Or it could have made a difference?
I mean, it definitely could have made a difference, but I still feel like there are still things that they could have done better in the same lineup.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they definitely still could have won that game. Well, normally Liquid, if they can get Prophet first phase, they take it. So I'd be surprised if they don't.
Ursa Warrior.
Ooh, fuzzy, was it?
Ursa.
Okay, time to go Vision. Maybe Beastmaster to scout the Roche, I think.
Do you like Beastmaster versus Ursa? Once he gets the Ags, the roar is really underwhelming.
You're just talking about that, right?
Well, that's one of the aspects of it.
I mean, that's one of the aspects of it, but at the same time, the reason why Ursa is so good is because of his early game. He takes Roshan. Like, his tempo is way too good and way too fast. So you want someone to actually scout out the times where he's doing Roshan.
This is an offlaner that's more annoying for the Ursa to lane against, the Darkseer.
I'd like to see an Ember come out, I think, for
EG?
For EG, yeah. With the Darkseer, I think they need a very fast-paced hero, though. Drought typically gets banned out in the second phase when you see the Enigma. But I think they need something fast to contest the Ursa. It's not enough to just see him when he does Roche. You have to be able to fight him in the pit, especially when Team Liquid like to draft Phoenix with the Ursa on Dire.
Well, it's interestingly Liquid that are the most worried about getting pushed down early. Even though we talked more about them as the team would be using the push strats.
You want them to draft like a mid to later game strat, and then if they do that, then the Ursa can continuously get the Roche. But if you contest the first Roche against an Ursa strat, Ursa becomes significantly weaker. So I think that's the timing that you want to hit. You get the mech on Enigma, like you want to hit around 7 to 8.
And just run into the pit, basically.
You want to take control of those two towers, the Dire mid T1, Dire bottom T1, and then control the Roche pit. You don't have to like constantly have vision. You have to be able to fight there. That's the most important thing.
So without Drow being available, could it be plausible we see the Arteezy Lycan come out instead this game for EG?
I still think Ember, just because it's a way better fighter. The Lycan's also good for pushing down the towers and getting the
and
pit.
it's a vision as well with the wall. So
well, that would be the Sumail here.
I highly doubt we see Sven again. And NP Ursa both. We've seen what the Sprout can do. We've seen Ursa matches up well against the Sven in general. I mean, it fits like what EG want to do. It's just like it's not a good matchup against those heroes.
I really like the Sumail Ember as well. Great at hunting the Nature's Prophet. Very
good synergy
difficult
with the
for Ursa
Darkseer
to kill unless he gets a lucky bash.
It's kind of interesting that Evil Genius hasn't banned out the Venge, though. Like, Venge plus Ursa, and especially versus Enigma, is very, very scary. Makes the Roshan even more threatening.
Do you think ODs works if you want to try and take that first Roche fight? Like, if he's got enough levels and just stat items?
EG have proven that they don't really care about the OD. They've let it through multiple drafts. So
big hero for Liquid as well to keep an eye on is the Death Prophet, I would say, going into this.
Yeah, the Death Prophet would be really good. I like it for them.
Fada's Invoker is already banned. I think Death Prophet's his next best hero, if not his best.
Because right now, when you talk about the Roshan, Liquid doesn't have team fight, so you want team fight heroes to help you fight at the Roche pit. Because it's going to happen, right? You have Ursa, and just in case it happens, you want to have team fight so you can actually protect the Ursa. And
they're a bit light on control right now, so Are we going to see the Phoenix again, do you guys think?
I mean,
Phoenix,
we're
Puck,
going...
like these sort of
Possibly,
heroes.
yeah. Puck and Phoenix are both pretty good. Like, you need lockdown for the Ursa to kill heroes. Yep.
Queen of
Yeah,
Pain.
even
There's the
Liquid,
bad throw.
Liquid is like, they know that EG might actually switch to a dual core strat because the one core strat didn't really work out so well in the last game. So they ban out the Queen, which can also be a hero that can be very strong in the Roche Pit because of the Sonic Wave. Good team fight.
So Ember, if you want to run it now, a bit less appealing because we've seen that Ember versus Death Prophet matchup, which is just a disaster in a 1v1 for the Ember.
I think if they run it, they have to run it on safe lane.
Yeah. So then Arteezy would go mid.
Possibly. Because I think Prophet is...
Guys, Arteezy can play Ember. Like,
Prophet on off
I
lane...
mean, why have him play when Sumail is just more comfortable in the
because
hero?
they want a mid hero for like a different mid for Sumail. It's I mean, just saying it's a possibility.
I mean, I think when you are playing Prophet off lane, like Ember safe lane is also very hard to deal with because he can actually kill you very easily with the chains and when
I
he's
like the
level
idea
6.
of a safe lane Ember.
It's pretty problematic. Phoenix plus Death Prophet plus Ursa, they're going to have a lot of trouble contesting, or EG's going to have a lot of trouble contesting the pit, and Liquid are going to be very comfortable in the team fights that they have, very comfortable with the lanes, the Roche potential.
Yeah, I mean,
good Phoenix game.
It's just how they play, right? They play very well around each other. They just draft heroes that are good, very good at playing when they are 5-manning, good team fight. And EG right now, they have to decide whether they want to go for even more team fight or they try to draft to dodge the fights and just try to play around that. But it's going to be hard because Ursa's pace is too fast.
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Why do you think Witch Doctor?
It's good versus the Prophet. Like you want to support, like I mentioned in the last game, only Bench and Witch Doctor I feel the better supports to deal with the Treants in the lane. And you have good team fights, so
I mean, Witch Doctor has been a favorite for EG. They've picked it up 10 times this patch and are 5-5. Their fourth grab, though, something a bit different for them. The
Vision.
Zeus.
Yep, Vision #1. Secondly, team fight.
And even like more towards the dual core that you kind of talked about. Yeah, Zeus isn't going to be like a right-click and carry, but he scales really well, does a lot of damage.
Well, and it's magic damage, which I mean we saw last game. The Fire Spirits can be a real pain in the ass if you're relying on a spell to hit
yeah,
people.
I think Zeus is just like extremely good versus DP because you want to be able to burst her down in team fight. So he fits that role very well. And
so they'll ban a Kuroki hero here. They've already banned 2.
Huh.
I mean, there's Venge. Anything else that comes to mind?
Venge is pretty good for them.
They have absolutely no stuns. They definitely want some catch, like Shadow Shaman, Disruptor.
Anything that can
he
set up
plays,
for kills.
CM is a Kuro hero. The CM, like the aura, really useful for the Ursa, particularly. But
It's actually not a bad Shadow Shaman game because if you just get the net off on Darkseer with Ursa there, he's going to die.
Plus, you have to juggle between wards and the egg, but Nick's assassin
there's
coming
some
out.
stuns.
The greed is real.
Yeah, that's a bit greedy. It gives him some lockdown control, but
This could be if he has a good time, 4 in heroes.
wow,
Okay.
did not see that one coming.
It's good for versus the Death Prophet, good versus the egg. You can use your song to actually waste those ultimates.
Great around the Roshan pit
and
as well.
snare against Ursa.
This is a completely new playstyle, really, for EG. We have not seen them run anything like the Naga
This is
Siren
like
in
4
such a long
protect
time.
1. They're going to try and dodge fights and just split up the map.
Normally, it's always been like more 5-man push or like team, or at least heavy team fight with the Tide Enigma. This is just
Can still be heavy team fight. Sleep in a black hole. Oh yeah.
Sure, absolutely. They can actually defend towers. That's the thing. You can set up for that and take advantage of the fact that there is no stuns on the dire side outside of the Nyx. So all you've got to do is prepare for the Nyx as the Enigma.
Well, we talked about Blink on Darkseer last game, but now you don't need it. You've got the song into Black Hole.
Seems good.
Seems good. All right, so with that, our draft is complete. Let's send it over to the arena now where we have our casters, Toby, One, and Cinderin.
Thanks, Dakota. Yes, we are back and rearing to go. EG versus Liquid, game number 2 here in our lower bracket final for the Shanghai Major. It is time to find out if EG can force us into a third game up against what is, again, massive comfort heroes for Team Liquid. Huge success rates on every single one of these heroes, and something new and different coming out from EG for their draft.
Yeah, it's kind of the you know, EG start with their standard opener, but they take it in a different direction toward the 4th and 5th pick. Oh, wait a second, we've got trouble for PPD.
He can't get out of this one. The Spirit Siphon, no, he can. The Fairy Fire gives him just enough life.
Clutch. But yeah, this is one of EG's biggest strengths as a team, in my opinion, is that they learn very fast from losses and adapt to their opponent. The question is if this is the right choice, but it's definitely very clear that they've put some thought into what the problem was in the last game. They're still giving Liquid a lot of their comfort picks, and now they're trying to go about it in a different way. And I like the fact that Sumail is on a more scaling core in mid this time, playing on the Zeus. And then, of course, the split push might be a big problem for Liquid to deal with in general. They draft so heavy team fight, but their wave clear in this game is pretty mediocre. The Naga is going to be really, really hard for them to manage if Kuro gets farmed.
He just smoked up between the towers, and now he's going to come in and put down the Observer.
He's going to kill the Courier.
Can he actually get it? It's got the bottle on it. It's Sumail's bottle. Jirax Observer Ward, he sees it all. This is going to be huge. And there it is. The bottle is down. Jirax will take it. And EG will start with a crippled Zeus in the mid lane. This is such a huge play and well worth the smoke expenditure. And look at Fada. He instantly pressures Sumail as deep into the lane as possible. The crowd here is going nuts. They're not the most, well, they're not the biggest fans of Sumail after what happened back at DAC and shortly after it.
If there's anyone they want to see Courier snipe, it's him. It's just how it is.
And now it just makes for a real rough lane.
The good news for EG in this case is that Zeus is actually one of the better heroes when you lose your Courier. At the very least, you can try to farm with Arc Lightning. Fata is playing very aggressively. I think they might consider maybe rotating over the Witch Doctor to help mid a little bit. But Sumail will still get some CS. He's not going to get shut down entirely.
The issue is if you put Witch Doctor on that off lane, Arteezy just takes direct damage. It's not a full PMS going up against Mind Control. And Mind Control's already had himself, like, he's getting some good levels now on the bottom lane as the creep wave comes under his tower. Then once the phase boots are up, Arteezy's going to take a lot of damage if there's no pressure applied to Mind Control. And those two Jirax instantly moved up to the top lane. They tried to keep Universe off that top. And Sumail, he's actually been forced all the way back to base. So he had no other choice but to do this. Because even after he had that clarity on him, like, Fada read it perfectly. He came forward and he canceled the clarity as well. So there's no mana regen, there's no Arc Lightning, there's no pressure applied. And now you go to 4-0 CS Zeus to a 6-3 Death Prophet. But more importantly, it's almost 2 full levels advantage coming the way of Crobulus. And in fact, no, the time was a little bit off. I thought Kuro, but I just realized he only got mana burn at the moment. But he caught Universe very, very low on life. And will block up that camp that he was farming.
And the thing about that Courier snipe too was that he tried to play it the safe way. He actually tried to run it around the trees, so the Phoenix of Jirax just very well prepared.
What do you do against this?
This
he's
is
actually
not
standing
what
his
you do.
ground.
What?
Sumail's going to go down. Huge blunder, not moving backwards, staying in range of the Spirit Siphon. And Fada is just being gifted the young superstar's head on a platter. On the bright side, he can at least have his bottle. On the downside, his TP's on cooldown. He has to walk back to the lane.
I think he wanted to try to bait Fada to dive too far so that Fear could help him out with the Enigma, but
there's no black hole on Enigma. You're not going to be able to get the kill over
even
a
if
Death
Fear
Prophet.
comes in, they can kill him. Top lane Universe, it's going to be all right.
It was an impossible stump for Kuro to land to get that kill. Oh, they're TPing in Mind Control as well. Now Universe, no Sprout, PPD. They'll add the Paralyzing Cast to buy some space, but not enough of it. Team Liquid. Well, it's the Ursa that gets this kill.
And they're going to get the tower too. Mind Control has... Oh. He's got the Nature's Call ready.
EG really needed to find a way to slow down Team Liquid. It almost feels like in their draft, that's what they were searching for. Well, I suppose it's one way to slow him down, pause the game. But like Arteezy, once he gets level 6, then you've got the potential to TP in, as well as then Nagasong. So you can stop Team Liquid from just rolling with the momentum and just controlling up, well, every single play. Get a kill, take a tower kind of thing. But they need to have that level 6 on Arteezy, and like what's going to be lost in the meantime? Your tier 1 tower in top lane is 100% gone. The Darkseers only get a level 2 Iron Shell. This isn't really enough to stop the Team Liquid push through top. So if Team Liquid want to, like Death Prophet's going to hit level 6 pretty soon. Like either they rotate the rest of Liquid into the mid, and you take that tier 1 tower in mid, or you can just keep pushing him through top. Mid seems to be the more attractive option.
It is truly dangerous for EG in this game, considering how much momentum Liquid have. If they play this well, I think they're already in a position where they can take the 3 tier 1s within the first 10 minutes, or at least the first 12 or 13. And that opens up the map so much for Prophet to farm, for Ursa to do Roshan. EG are just not fighting ready yet. This time around, the greed on Enigma could backfire, since their lanes need more help than what they're used to. And Witch Doctor tried to help top, he died. Where are you gonna go?
Nowhere, man. Apart from down. This is a real problem for EG. Like even as they just had the cameras on the big screens here, over on EG, you just have Arteezy, and it's like his hands is just like in this. It's the full not like this kind of pose coming out. While Team Liquid, like Kuro's there, he's chipper, he's chirping, he's letting Liquid know, like, come on guys, we're in a great position. We just keep attacking, we just keep pushing and playing. That's all they got to be able to do. Oh man, this crowd is so anti-Sumail. Prophet TP's in, steals the bottom rune, so Sumail, like he's already sending the bottle back on the courier, but it would have saved him some time and had some level of presence there. And Fada, okay, hello middle lane. He's preparing himself on PPD. It's like, well, what's Sumail gonna do? He's clarityed up. He can do some level of burst damage, but this is a Zeus that doesn't even have boots. Like the boots are coming on the courier right now, Sumail. We're 4.5 minutes in. The dreams of something like Veil to amplify all of this damage just, like, it's exactly that, it's a dream. At least they got a lot of farm on Fear. Like this is the upside right now for EG. It's a 3k net worth advantage for Team Liquid, just over 1.5k on the experience, but you do still have a level 5.5 Enigma farming up inside the jungle.
Huge lead minute 5 against an Enigma team though. Like that just means your lanes have been crushed.
Yep.
Or at least one of your lanes has been crushed. Universe also very low farm. He's level 3 minute 5:15 with 6 CS. Also very uncharacteristic for him.
Well, they warded up his camp. And now Kuro goes to the top lane realizing that there's nothing really that Universe can do on this off lane. So they just like push the experience now into Kuro. So you have this level 6 Nyx Assassin hunting on the map. It was already difficult enough for EG. But once you start putting hunters on the field for Team Liquid and easy support rotations, like Mind Control's 5 levels in now. Like if he's able to hit his level 6, you got his TP support to arrive, you got the Wrath of Nature, and you got the Nyx Assassin initiation. And you've still got a heavy push lineup from Liquid, and a lineup that is on Roshan, finished the Mask of Madness on the Ursa, and Roshan's sitting there begging to be killed by Liquid. And there's nothing that EG could really do to stop it. Song of the Siren is still not up, and they don't have any kind of vision around the Roche Pit either to scout out this.
And Matumba just got his level 6 in his go time.
Look, Sumail's not even trying for the runes anymore. Mind Control denied up the bottom rune with a train. Sumail just walks back to base. He's almost playing this like AUR used to play this for EG. Run to a lane, spam everything you've got, go back to base, TP back out again. It's the only way to keep the sustain up for the Zeus.
That was as a support though.
It was as a support, but that's the position Sumail is forced into. Like he is the 4th lowest net worth on the field. The only one who is lower is PPD, who is sub 500 net worth. And now Matoma's going to grab Roshan. Team Liquid, they're going to expend a lot more Fada, attacking into Arteezy. Mind Control, they actually lock him in with a sprout. Arteezy, he's going to get away to safety. That last ghoul won't do enough damage. The Sunray's kicking up, but G-Rex, he's focusing on PPD. The Crypt Swarm, oh! Barely off target from Fada. Count your lucky stars. EG almost just lost all 3 lanes with the rotation out from Fada. G-Rex could have hit him with the Sunray. Now his top lane. Fierce going to be spike carapace up by Kuro, but he hides inside of Vendetta, so there's no rebuttal that EG can get apart from maybe a little bit of damage to the tier 1 tower on top. But they lose their tier 1 tower on bottom. Team Liquid, oh my, this game is theirs. It's been pretty well shoved down the bag.
they got everything they came for and more in this game. They've done everything right. Their movements have been good. They got the courier snipe. They dominated the lanes. They got a couple kills. They took Roshan. They're taking towers. And they're losing nothing. They even have a level 7 support Nyx minute 8 in this top lane in a moment. He just needs another creep or two. And if you're EG, it's very difficult for them to find a way back into this. You probably have to try and fight. They tried to adapt in this game with a different kind of draft. But they're being punished so damn hard that if they just slow play this, it's not going to work. I really don't think so. Arteezy will not be able to have the space for much longer.
Yep.
8 minutes in, they lost 2 towers. The third one is on the radar of Liquid. They're going to go mid.
And he really needed, like, EG needed to have their mid laner have so much more presence. Like, Fada's been free to do whatever he wants any old lane right now.
Arteezy.
They're going to go again. He sprouted up, and the mirror image will let him bait out of it now. Which illusion? Well, they don't even go for the illusion. They go for the real one, but Tomerman's got the kill. Arteezy is down.
And he's going full greed, by the way, on the Naga. He's not skilling his ultimate. He's level 7 with 403 build. This is the best farming build, of course. But if you just die once while farming like this, the song
like,
point.
even like a Song of the Siren into a good black hole, like that would do work for you. Now EG with a 3-man smoke, they're going to search in fear. Malphur Stun, Midnight Pulse, Paralyzing Cast too far away. They have to commit the black hole, and Thunder God's Ransom Mail. Revenge will finally come their way. However, it's PPD who takes the money.
That's not ideal. That kill really needed to go on some mail.
It did. But at least Samal can now afford Arcane Boots. So he's got some better level of sustain. But again, you take a fight and he has to walk back to base. How much lane time is being lost here? That you just look over towards the experience. There's a reason why it was 6,000 in favor of Team Liquid. In fact, the gold was almost, it was 7.5k until that kill over on Fada.
This means that these big rotations from EG are actually worth it, because they're getting so much gold from them. But now we're going to go mid. Zeus ult is on cooldown. Black Hole is on cooldown. I don't think EG stand a chance at taking this fight if Liquid just show up with maybe even just 4 heroes would be enough.
Dude, Fada is invincible right now. You can't even fight against this. It's a level 1 exorcism, which isn't that fantastic against the towers, but doesn't really matter. Now Sumail. Jirax, he wants to go. He's got Nova ready, and Kuro slipping him behind the lines. Sumail is actually trying to scout out for him with these lightning bolts. He needs every bit of mana he's got for this team fight, but they've lost their tier 1. Fortification's gone. Kuro gets a stun, in they go for the Nova. Sumail carved in half. That is a very, very angry bear, lit on fire by Team Liquid. There is blue blood everywhere, and it's EG that's bleeding. And they're going to take the tier 2 tower as well. Team Liquid, there is no mercy. There is no white flag on the Liquid door. And they may even get a bottom lane. PPD, the TP out. No, the paralyzing cast. There's just not enough damage. It actually stopped Jirax from finishing the damage with the Sun Ray.
Radiant's middle tower is falling.
Sent, how does EG stop the bleed?
I really wish I had an answer to that question.
Like if they had a prophet, maybe split push, but they don't have a prophet.
It's like one of those moments where you're just like, okay, we lost the laning stage so badly, and our draft isn't even that good at fighting Liquid right now that I don't see, you know, the best suggestion I can give is that they have to try for a smoke play. They need to wait for Black Hole and hope for the dream fight. Nothing else is going to work.
Well, your only dream fight then is having vision over on Team Liquid. And like
they need to bring the wards with their smoke.
Sumail can't even get experienced here.
Kuro in that smoke.
There's Wrath of Nature in 3 seconds time. Kuro's going to go on this. 2 seconds, 1 second. Sumail lets the ulti off. It reveals Kuro's position. Okay. So maybe they don't go for it. He still takes both the creeps. Sumail did all the hard work for him. God, I swear, like, this is like the Rumpelstiltskin kind of style. They're not just taking EG's firstborn, they're taking the second, third, and the next genetic line.
They want to get Fada. This is
they
level
might
2
be able to.
Malefice.
There's no black hole, however, so Universe is back. Control's going to be there. Now in comes Mind Control. You turn on the Sunray, Universe is burning down. The paralyzing cast again. PPD just cannot get in range in time. And you got rotation. Kuro's coming in behind. He's not going to get there in time, however. He is visible. He's attacked by the range creep, so that's flagged the fact there's a sentry ward there. Jirax needs a little bit more mana. Oh, mid lane. Song of the Siren just defensively used. That's basically tier 2 tower lost on top if Liquid want to force it.
EG are going to lose all their towers, that's for sure. So what they're going to do after that, or maybe, I don't know if they're going to try for it before, I still think the smoke play has to succeed. They have to try to find some sort of pickoff. Kills right now give a lot. If they can get a kill into tier 1 tower, that's the start of opening up the map and buying time for the Naga.
You have no vision though. Like how do you smoke play? Like you're blind smoke walking out.
I'm ready for better suggestions.
I'll
gladly take any better
The only
suggestion you
I have is Team Liquid basically play Ringer Rosie, all hold hands, walk in as 5, get caught by a Song of the Siren, which is going to cool down for another 2 minutes.
I don't
and
think
then
EG
you black
can
hole
force them to do that, though.
No, they can't.
I don't think...
No, it's Liquid lose this game. Like, that's it. Like, EG don't win this game. All they can do is try and capitalize on the mistakes of Team Liquid. And, well, where's that Wrath of Nature? PPD's giving a little bit more life right now on Kuro. He's in pretty deep. The Wrath of Nature will kick him, but it's nowhere near enough damage. And Universe, he's trying to back him in, but that's a piddly attempt because it's a level 1 vacuum on a Darkseer.
Kuro just zoned 5 EG heroes on his own. That's boss mode. Meanwhile, Matumba is farming their jungle. Prophet is farming top lane. He's going to farm their own jungle. Always ready to join for the fight.
Well,
Toby, this is about as one-sided as a game gets against evil geniuses ever.
Send, all I can
Team
say
Liquid are playing unbelievably well in this final.
All I can say is
I'm
glad we actually had our black hole in
Lower
game
bracket
1.
final. Damn it, Toby! I can't think anymore. Oh, Bud is in trouble.
Moment. They move out. The Yule Scepter's going to buy in some time. Universe is still here, and they will get the kill. Now they have to get
again.
What?
Oh no! He's not actively trying. He really isn't. And at the end of the day, they need to secure these kills and get them. But you really want this gold on the Naga if you can. Naga or the Enigma. Just building towards some sort of core items that can maybe give them a dream team fight later on.
And at least the vision's now coming up for EG. The really sad part is there for Kuro, for EG, is the fact that Kuro just got hit by the, and they instantly just D-ward out. They had some vision. Maybe they can catch out Jirax. The Paralyzing Cask and Malphus done. Not the best layering, but Icarus dive away is quite simple, and they at least save their ward for now. But it's not that much. Like it's a small moral victory. The other one you could probably say is Spectre Arteezy. He actually has the highest CS on the board. He's at 115 CS on this Naga Siren, 3.3k gold on Arteezy. He is the only hope.
Oh,
no, not again! Not again! Mind control! He is literally playing Operation Mindfuck right now against EG. They cannot go anywhere on this map and feel safe, secure. Someone find them a comforter.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
So that was PPD's anti-booster. So the 2 kills that he actually took allowed him to afford those arcane boosts. But now they don't even have that, and he needs these arcane boosts to actually give mana to Sumail.
And they're trying to find this ward since the Courier Snipe came out. They've tried 2 lightning bolts, didn't find it. This ward right now, placed on the Radiant side, if Sumail
They'll find it now. They'll find it now. No, it's well, that doesn't help him. Right here, right here, right
Oh,
there.
man.
Like, little googly eyes, like, it is right there. No, it's here. We can't give you any more direction. He's coming down for another one too.
Oh, they saw that one being placed, it looks like.
So they can, okay, Sumail, like, can he actually get him up some levels in gold? No, PPD took that one as well.
Damn. He's going to be rich.
And now bottom lane, Team Liquid, they're going to take the second tower. Kuro staring down Arteezy, he's just mana burning him out, but Arteezy, this is the critical. Remember, this is the only way EG can actually have some level of win condition in the next fight. They have to get this Radiance over on the Naga Siren. Then it's just illusion spam towards Team Liquid. You bring them down before they come into the fight. You have to inflict some level of damage on Team Liquid to make that work. The other upside is just how much pressure is being applied up on top lane. EG, the gold from the tower actually means so much at the moment. Staying alive, however, is the trick while you're adding this pressure. Universe, I think he's dead. If he runs down and doesn't TP, he's dead. He goes to the tree line, starts the TP. Arteezy, get the hell out of there. Kuro's going to find him. They go straight into the Nova. Stun, Siphon, Arteezy. He's got the relic, but he's 40 seconds now on the sideline.
That's a tier 2 as well.
Yeah, but as we said, like this was bound to happen. You had to try and work it out. You had to try and get some level of space. He at least didn't burn the song with the siren. So EG has some kind of condition here. PPD, TP successfully out. But a fresh Aegis Immortal over on Matumban. Second Roshan by 18 minutes for Team Liquid.
They actually didn't go for the top tier 2. A little bit surprising, but maybe they just feel like they can play it a little bit more safe here. They don't have to get down
going
this
for the win
top
play?
tower yet. Oh, they're definitely not going high ground yet. That's for sure. There's no need to.
You're 18 minutes in. Like you can wait for the BKBs to be completed. I was actually waiting for Mind Control to finish his BKB for such a long time. He's held that Overclock for a long time. Matumban's actually got the Overclock and the Mithril Hammer both on the Courier at the moment. Yeah, he's actually, like, they're dumping stuff because right now Team Liquid is so rich, they can't fit it all on one Courier. All right, so Team Liquid, the BKB still isn't on the Ursa, but he's got the Aegis Immortal.
All right, they actually want to go. Okay.
This is dangerous. They are so grouped up.
Well, it's not that dangerous, but Midnight Pulse and Zeus is really good at holding high ground. So I think it's kind of difficult for Liquid to get in.
I want to watch Kuro's position as well as Fardas.
It's on cooldown now, though, the Midnight Pulse, but that creep wave is very far away.
The two things I kind of want to see in this upcoming fight is if Kuro is able to get a stun onto the Enigma. It's maybe even one of those times where you don't want to throw down the Midnight Pulse just because of the peril of Spike Carapace.
He has to pulse.
If he pulses and he doesn't catch Kuro before he Spike Carapaces, he's never going to get a Black Hole off. And then Farda's Silence is the only other thing that would actually stop that Black Hole control. But even then, like the damage output during the Black Hole, it's like, you're right, he has to pulse because there's just no real follow-up damage at that point.
It's more that he has to pulse like he did just then. They have to pulse the high ground to prevent just do whatever damage you can and prevent Liquid from coming in. Like
Matumba.
Damn, he's taking a lot of damage here.
He is. And, well, there's Thunder God's Wrath. They'll burn the Aegis of the Immortal. That only lasted for just over 2 minutes, and Team Liquid, they did minimal damage to the Tier 3 town with an Exorcism. So with the ultis down, or Aegis and ulti down, they kind of got to get out of here.
That could have been smoother, but end of the day, they still gain.
Well, they
EG are 5-man clumped inside their base, not split pushing at all. Mind Control is free farming at the same time. They lose the Aegis. I think Liquid could have definitely played that cleaner. And not lost anything while still dealing the same damage to the tower. But
I'm just surprised they don't just go and take Tier 2 tower on top lane. Like, why force the Tier 3 tower in the mid?
Yeah, they could have probably taken that. That's what I was thinking earlier. Just get that at least. But, you know, I said that it wasn't that risky what they did. And it also wasn't, because if it goes wrong, they lose like 1 or 2 heroes.
Yeah.
But at the same time, they want to do a little bit of damage here. They did manage. Now they chill and just farm again. And if you want to talk about risk, you can talk about EG trying to take a step out of base. That's a risk.
Yeah. The only way they can do it is with fakeness. Like they actually have to send, like you see this Naga illusion just trying to make a break down the mid lane so she can reap the rain. Like, that's all you can do to try and relieve the pressure.
It's a start. But
It really
so
is. Like,
much further to go for our
like,
team.
like right now, instead of just saying, okay, this game is over, as commentators, we could easily do that and say, you know what, this game is over. Team Liquid, no, GG, let's just go home. Or let's just move on to the grand final.
I mean, we could go home.
There's another game.
I think we should stay for the finals.
Yeah, probably. Good idea. But Team Liquid, man, like, they're playing this so protective. No risk DOTA. But the only fear I have is you're still giving Arteezy space. He's not getting real experience, but he's getting money. He's up to another 1K gold. If you can actually reach the Manta style and get closer towards something like an Octarine, maybe then EG could actually win on the split push, because Team Liquid split push.
We're talking 10,000 gold here.
Yeah, I'm not.
I
I'm not saying it's going to be a quick kind of play. Like we're talking, like EG would only win this game at like 60 minutes after Team Liquid have taken 2 horrendous team fights to give EG enough money where they actually have some damage. But the high ground defense of EG is still quite good, and that's why Liquid refused to go up.
Liquid are going to build multiple BKBs and a pipe, it looks like. Or at the very least, they have the cloak on Jerax. BKB is up on Fada, BKB is up on Prophet, BKB is up on the Ursa.
Wait,
so
is this tier 1 tower finally going to go down?
No.
It's actually just outside of deny range as well.
But if Mind Control sticks around too long, he could be killed off here. If he goes for this next creep wave, they have a potential pick. They saw Kuro.
PPD is trying to. Like, you see the 2 sentry wards he also places here. They're looking for Kuro. They want the quick pick and get the hell out of there.
That was kind of you.
Okay. Is it worthwhile for Fear to build a Rod of Atos? He's currently walking around with a Vid booster. Is it enough like to try and kite the Ursa that way? Because I'm looking at probably a Diffusal Blade build arriving for Matumberman very, very shortly. Not to mention he's already got a BKB. Or is it just a value item so we can try and survive a little bit longer?
I don't know if there's any point in upgrading this Vitality Booster. I think Atos is pretty bad when the enemy team have 3 10-second BKBs.
But what else do you get right now is
Crimson
Fear.
Guard? I don't think he gets that either. I think he has to get a Blink. It's too late now to get a BKB most likely and try for that play. So you have to just hope for any sort of opportunity and just believe in Universe's Darkseer to set you up. So a 4-step vacuum into a Blink Black Hole where they catch Nyx. Actually, Nyx is the only counter they have to the Black Hole. They also have the Yules. They have Yules on DP and Silence, yeah. So they need Nyx and DP in it. And then it goes through, full duration. There's almost no way Liquid can kill him off during that. That's the fight win condition. That's the game win condition, actually. They have to get a fight like that. But what are the odds that Kuro's going to place himself next to Fada in a fight?
Check out top lane. Arteezy going to go for the ensnare. Universe can't really help him out. He's got the 4-staff, so they can catch up, but they're already, okay, inside the base, Fear is down. Double buybacks must be expected, but Tubman triggered his BKB. He's out of mana, PPD, paralyzing cards. Mind Control is still in very deep inside this base, but they can't reach him in time. EG were really trying to set themselves up for a top lane fight, and, well, Team Liquid, they did it in game 1 where they jumped in behind while EG were looking elsewhere. The smoke and mirror play from Liquid worked beautifully.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And this time around, they force a double buyback. But no big abilities down for EG, and that's why Liquid don't keep the pressure up. But it's still some bad. Like, if life wasn't hard enough for the youngster, like, he's 0-3 on this Zeus, and he just had to buy back. He's got 71 CS on a Zeus, 25 minutes in. Like, his net worth is sitting at 5.1k.
Oh, Universe. Good force step. And gets out. Barely.
Thunder goes, Wrath goes again. EG tried to smoke up and find some kind of collateral after their buybacks, and they just couldn't get anything. But still, EG have done something which they haven't done really in the last 10 minutes. They're moving outside their base. Okay, they killed the... They're not going to keep that orbs up there for very long.
$20,000 gold lead. 25 experience. And Roche gets a fast respawn. How convenient.
Wow. That's actually only like 10 seconds worth of time for the respawn.
They're not even checking yet.
No. They could just send a tree in anyway. Mind Control comes in. Yeah, these are the wards going. No way EG can keep vision here. The only way they do keep vision is just by continuously sending Arteezy out. He bought the BTs before he finished up the Mana Style. But he's into the Yasha. The stats will start getting up a little bit higher. And this at least gives some options for split push. And there's the Blink Dagger. So Blink Dagger, Darkseer, and Enigma. Like, Fear is actually building the Atos. I don't know if you mentioned that, but he's actually got the Staff of Wizardry. Unless they feel like they need a second 4-staff in this fight.
Maybe the reasoning is that they want to try to kite Liquid during their BKBs and then they can run them down.
But then 4-staff would be the better way of doing that, not the Rod of Atos.
Atos is just really good against Ursa after that, so you can kite. And you can maybe force him to BKB when he doesn't want to with the Atos as well. It's not like it's a bad item or a bad item on Enigma. It's just not a good game situation to buy it in. But then again, there's like, you know, when you're this far behind, there is no like perfect purchase that's just going to bring you back in the game.
Yeah.
You have to rely on just outplay. But I do think there is an item that gives them a better chance than an Atos here.
Kuro is really visible right now. I don't know if he knows he's under a sentry ward, but that's going to look so juicy right now for EG. Kuro actually, he doesn't care. He did, even when Vendetta runs out, it's just like, yep, come at me, bro. He's almost got his Aghanim Scepter as well on this Nyx Assassin. This is a support Nyx. We have to keep that in mind. And Team Liquid, while the Midnight Pulse is down, remember they still haven't taken Roshan. Like, Roshan's been up for a good minute and Team Liquid have not looked. They could have an Aegis Immortal on any of their heroes right now. So in a way, they're making it a little bit easier for EG to try and defend this. And here comes Exorcism. So EG, how do you take this fight? There's no Blink Dagger on Fear. Universe still, actually, he's got 4 points up in the back, but they're very, very spaced out here, Team Liquid. And they just take the tier 3 tower by range. Observers and sentries down, so there's no way to easily get in. In fact, they do see that Orbs ward from Liquid in the base. But the melee racks, like, they're just letting it go. Arteezy moves forward, Kuro, now Universe, they get the BKB out from Fada, the back, okay, Nyx Assassin just pops, Universe the Soul Siphon, the physical damage, Fada's locked, they pop the Death Wall, but Fada's heal, it kicks in up the end of the ulti, Durax will dive in, and he gets a Nova off, Paralyzing Cast buying a little bit more space, but EG, they've lost one, Samael locked inside the Sprout, they've lost two, no buybacks, Team Liquid, they will complete the bottom racks. They can rotate mid, but they do not have the ultimate of the Death Prophet. But Song of the Siren is down. Wall is lost. How much damage does Team Liquid feel like they can inflict? Not much more. They're going to back out.
Yep.
And can they please take Roshan?
They should chill. They got the racks. They lost. They're currently down Kuro as well. And they should know that Roshan is definitely up by now.
Yep.
And they don't have Exorcism. Exorcism is the high ground tool. That's what enabled them to do what they just did. Slow and steady siege. And here we go. Matumba Man. Gonna claim the third Roshan of the game. This is gonna have cheese, and this Roshan just ends the game. If EG can't come out and contest this, it's very difficult to imagine how they can possibly win. Like, it was hard enough there. There was no Aegis. Now there's a cheese, another 5k lead. You know, I'm trying to hold on to straws for what EG can do, and I can't even find a single one on most at this point.
It's still Artur. He's the only one that they can rely on, but
he is so far behind par right now, and it's not because he's played a bad game. It's just the whole, like, the draft just didn't work. Samael got shut down super hard, and their options are just very limited with their picks of doing anything if Zeus doesn't come online.
There's another courier to die. Is it?
Oh no. Oh, Fata's actually running there randomly to buy his Octarine.
Oh, he sees it. He sees it. Courier's got no bonus movement speed. It's the Manta style recipe. They need that Manta. The funny thing is, though, Arteezy doesn't have the money to actually buy it yet. So he sends the courier up to the other place he can buy an Ultimate Orb. It's all the way up at the side shop on the top lane.
You can't do that anymore.
Look, Microtrol's looking for it. Oh yeah, you can't. It got taken away.
I don't know if Arteezy forgot or if he thinks this is the best place to hide the courier.
It is. Like, there is nowhere else to hide it. Mind Control came in looking for it. Wait, is Jirax? Does he find it? Oh, it's so far up, though, they're not going to see it. Oh, wait, it's coming back down again. Does he have the money? He's got the money in like 5 gold. The courier, you do realize there's no trees there, courier. Oh no, the creep wave! Don't go over! Don't go over! No! Everything is going wrong!
Oh my.
You realize just how hard EG is on tilt when something like that happens. And now hurts. Team Liquid, they just go up. They look to force it. They can sniff it, and they got Fear caught out with the Maleficent. There it goes. You've lost everything. EG, there really isn't a hope anymore. Even Universe burning it out. There it is. Team Liquid, they will take it. 2-0 against Evil Geniuses. The panel was saying at the start, Team Liquid, maybe they're the ones under pressure. EG, they won TI. They've been in these positions before. Is it Team Liquid that had to pull out something different, something unusual? Nope. They pulled out exactly what they've been doing this entire tournament, and EG just had no response to it at all in Game 2. And even in Game 1, it didn't look good after that fight when Matumbaman and Mind Control's play on the back line. Oh, what a series. What a play. And Team Liquid, what confidence to carry through into your grand final against Team Secret as well.
And they deserve it. They've worked so hard to get here. They've to get to the grand finals is something almost nobody would have expected. I think Liquid themselves, obviously you go into the tournament with a lot of confidence. If you asked them before the tournament, what are you satisfied with? Maybe top 4 would have been the choice, maybe top 6 even. Now they're all the way to the grand finals. They've played amazingly. I think this game shows the pinnacle of what Liquid can do as a team when they get away with it. Incredible individual skill across the board, great decision making, a solid draft, taking full advantage of their players' strengths. Beautiful to watch. When you beat EG like this in just a single game, it doesn't have to be a series, but just beat them like this in a game, you know you're a really good team.
Yeah, especially when you can also push EG to a point where you realize not only are they mortal, but they also can be completely toppled over in that scenario. Huge play, great play from Team Liquid. Let's go to the panel to get their view on the series.
Thank you so much, Toby and Sin. Back at the panel, of course, with Winter, Merlini, Gods, and LD. And it is set. We have our main event ready to go. Secret versus Liquid after a triumphant 2-0 series against the boys in blue. We got to go all the way back to the beginning here, Winter. It looked like it was probably one of the most difficult starts you could ask for any team. A first blood, a courier going down. Well, where do you go from there at that point? It looked like they were just going to be down, and it was going to be so hard to recover.
I mean, it was just like the worst possible start for Zeus. Like, Zeus relies on a bottle like way more than any other mid laners, and once that happened, like there was no way he could lane against the Death Prophet. And we won't talk about the fact that Furen could have easily just even come in and just kill him with the Death Prophet, but Death Prophet solo killed him like after the bottle went down, and I don't think there was anything Sumail could have done anymore, and they had a jungling Enigma, so it makes it even harder for them to help him.
And not just that, but they're also up against a lineup that pushes really hard early, and the Zeus is the hero that's to buy time for the Naga. Naga is not a hero that comes on like quickly, so like the overall draft was also bad to have a bad start with, in particular, given the matchup.
Yeah, I was really surprised they went for the Naga there, though. Like, Naga was like really slow paced, and
you wanted Slark, I believe.
Yeah.
You mentioned it after the panel was over.
Yeah.
Do you still think Slark would have been a better choice, or do you think it was more just terrible start?
It's like a terrible start as well, so it's hard to justify that Naga. I just didn't like the Naga because it's like very slow pace, and the enemy is going to be playing so quickly, trying to push your towers, trying to take objectives. But it's good versus the Ursa in the pit, but they just never got the song to actually get something important. It's always like, oh crap, I'm in trouble, I need to song to get out. There was never a fight where they songed and they went in with like Black Hole or just take a fight.
I wonder what made Jarex do that in this particular game, because he was a Dire, he had a smoke, he smoked around, he dropped him in reserve reward, and he waited patiently, which is something that you can do.
I think it was like a choreographed move that he had he practiced, and he was waiting for like the right game, because you have to do it against the player that's going to... Well, it's not even just rushing bottle. You can do it against like someone who's rushing us out, but against a hero like Winter mentioned, Zeus, more reliant on bottle than almost any other mid hero. And that's something which is probably... It's not going to work in the grand finals. Like, Secret would have seen that, and...
You would just give it to your Enigma.
Yes.
And then he would
you know why I think he wanted to do it was so he could also get the ward down to keep track of the Enigma in the jungle as much as anything else. Like, if nothing else, you get good vision on the Enigma.
Keep track
the vision doesn't give... You're not contesting his jungle anyway, so I think the vision...
It was
but you see his movements.
Yeah, it was just like coincidental
so-so.
that they placed the wall there. I don't think that was the main thing. It was just for the career. And
don't mean to interrupt you. I'm sure you're going to have something smart to say. We have an interview with Kuroki, the winner, on stage.
在我身边的老朋友了，第3次采访了 Kuroki 来给我们大家打个招呼吧。
你好。
哇哦！第3次的进步就是会用中文了，太棒了！2个问题想要问到，连续2局都是ban掉了对方的小黑，所以我们想问你们跟小黑之间是有什么故事吗
？From the last 2 games, you banned Drow Ranger, and why did you do that?
When they picked Enigma, it's very strong with Drow Ranger, and we want to stop the push threat with it, so it was just a casual ban.
因为那个小黑跟谜团是一个推进组合吧，所以他们如果有谜团，我们就不能给他小黑，这是一个非常正常的 ban。
啊，那么第2个问题就是接下来在总决赛的时候要狭路相逢 Secret 战队了。上一次交手的时候可能有一点点失利，不知道这一次要对老对手说些什么呢
？From the last series, you played with Secret, but you lost to them. Is there anything you want to say to them?
Well, I hope we're gonna have good games.
Excuse me?
I hope we're gonna have good games.
我希望我们能一起打一场好的比赛。
哇，好温柔的一句表白，我感觉应该是气势更猛烈一些的。但是希望 Kuroki 包括你们的Liquid 战队接下来加油，好吗？ Thank you。 那接下来呢，我们也会在现场给大家带来一场非常精彩的音乐会，让我们拭目以待。先把画面交给分析台。
And with this win, that means that we will not be having a two-time Valve champion, if you will, with EG dropping out, of course. So Kuroki feeling good and confident. We will await, of course, our MVP information, but I want to know your guys' take on Mind Control, 2 games straight, playing Nature's Prophet, couple of career snipes, I'd have to say. Maybe he did slip a little bit yesterday, but today he gets the last laugh as it's EG who does fall.
He played fantastic.
Nothing else to add on top of he played fantastic, guys?
Nice try, Dakota. Last fall.
Anyways.
We're not going to fall for that joke, Dakota.
Guys, this is my last time on the panel. Let me have one, okay? Come on.
All right, try it again. We'll laugh better this time.
Forget it. It actually sounds like we have the MVP information now, so we'll check what the public felt was going to be their MVP. Fatud's Death Prophet up and above, being able to shut down Sumail in that mid lane. And, of course, Matamaman making a good re-showing on his Fuzzy Wuzzy. And Jerix. Phoenix has been his hero this tournament so far, and my God, he's playing one hell of a major.
Coming in, everyone was talking about his Earth Spirit, even his Tusk over the Phoenix, but the Phoenix has been the hero for them down the stretch. Impressive stuff.
Yeah, he set up so many really good team fights. It's like he was so confident. Like I know you were mentioning who does that, who dives in first.
He swoops in as a support into 4 heroes, but he'd already volleyed the spirits, hit 3. He drops the egg on the middle of their team.
He trusts his team.
He's super confident, and
even if he dies there, they are definitely going to die.
At that position, it's fine anyway. But I think it's like a microcosm of the way he was playing this whole tournament, really, especially the series where he just has complete confidence.
So with this, that means that we're going to have a Liquid versus Secret main event. I know you two gentlemen are going to be here to help dissect that one, but for Gods and LD, I know you're happy to see you're happy to see them go, Winter. But before that time does come, gentlemen, why don't we get to hear your impressions about the main event and what you expect that's going to happen? Gods will start.
Secret are unpredictable, and I think that's what's really hard for Liquid to prepare for. But Liquid have shown they're not just going to be running one strategy. They've got players who have their signature heroes, but can the Phoenix has come up. We've seen Jerix Kura. They've adapted throughout the tournament, and they've been the most consistently high-performing team that seems to have everything together. I just worry if Secret play their best Dota, which I don't think we've seen Secret's best Dota right now. They walk away with the finals, but right now Liquid's they've got a ton of momentum going their way.
Yeah, I mostly agree here. I think the thing for Liquid was you look at the one game where they lose with the Legion Commander, that to me is just more than anything just a draft slip up where it clearly wasn't what the hero that they needed for that type of play. So I think if Liquid draft solid like this, then it's going to be really close. Secret have also had games where they've airballed the draft. So to me, both teams at their best, this could definitely go the distance. I still favor Secret though, especially because there's a lot more footage on Liquid now against top teams. So I think it'll be a little bit tougher for them to trick them, and it's best of 5. So even if you lose those 2 games, Secret could still definitely come back and take it 3-2.
Should be an exciting matchup. David and David, it's been an absolute pleasure having you on the panel and hearing you cast throughout this event. We do wish you the best as we send you on your way. And for everyone else watching at home, what happens now is we'll be cutting to about a 30-minute break, and then when we return, we got something special here for you. A concert will happen to just get everyone hyped up and ready for our main event of Secret versus Liquid. It's been a pleasure hosting this panel for you, and so I send you away and hope that the Dota action will speak for itself. Take care, and we'll see you soon for the concert and main event.
truly need? Much depends upon the hero. Would you be swift? Then for you, I have speed beyond measure. Would you be strong? Then I can grant you the might to overpower any foe. Would you be wise? Then come closer and I will unlock your inner cunning. What does a hero truly need? That is for you to decide.
Hello, everybody. Hello. Hello. Welcome. Welcome. My name is Tommy Tellerico. I've been a video game composer for over 25 years. And it is my great honor to present Tim Larkin, the composer from DOTA 2 games. Please, Tim Larkin conducting tonight. Thank you for coming to our show, and I hope you enjoy the rest of it.
别吵，怎么什么事？什么事？什么？
让我们有请 JJ 林俊杰。
大家好，今天我非常兴奋，非常开心，我觉得非常荣幸受邀来到这里，来到上海，见识那么棒的一场比赛。今天能够来到这里，其实算是一个梦想成真，因为从小电玩对我来说就是一个非常大的一个推动力，一直延伸到前几年在音乐的创作当中，也是很多时候。很多的灵感也是来自电玩。那今天能够用音乐，像我最喜欢的电玩之一来致敬、来合作，像 DOTA 2一起跟所有的玩家一起聚集在这里，用音乐来鼓励所有的选手们、所有的玩家们。我觉得这是一个双梦想成真，所以谢谢大家。也很开心能够跟DOTA 2的音乐大师们一起来同台。I was saying, since I was a kid, video games has been influencing my life, driving the driving force behind my growth and my youth. And over the years of music making, a lot of my music and my songs have been inspired by video games. DOTA 2 is one of my favorite games. And tonight, my being here, I'm extremely honored and excited, even nervous because I'm witnessing one of the best gaming history happening right before me. And I'm really proud and honored to be working with Tim Larkin, Tommy Tallarico, sharing the stage, and even more happy that I can be part of this whole gaming and music mega house. So thank you for having me.
And I can say, from the video game industry, having such a superstar say those words and to write music for the game, it helps to elevate our industry as well. So we thank you. Thank you, everybody. Enjoy the rest of the day. Let's give it up for JJ Lin, Tim Larkin, and I'm Tommy Tellerico. Thank you so much. Thank you.
让我们有请完美世界总裁张云帆先生 ，Welcome。
谢谢姐姐林俊杰，谢谢 VGL 给我们带来了如此美妙的音乐会，感谢在场的16000名观众。今天将是中国电竞史上一个值得纪念的时刻，也是 DOTA 2历史上值得纪念的时刻，因为今天是 DOTA 2有史以来最大规模的一场线下比赛，也是整个中国电竞史上最大规模的一场比赛。音乐是没有国界的 ，DOTA 2也是没有国界的。在这里，我们在上海将见证来自美国的 Liquid 和来自欧洲的 Secret。那么现在，我宣布，2012上海 DOTA 2特级锦标赛总决赛开始。
Hello, welcome to the Shanghai Major. I heard you guys came all the way from Malaysia. How do you feel?
Well, we're actually very excited. We are all Fnatic fans, and well, we hope Fnatic gets into the final and win the tournament.
Okay, so have you guys done anything in Shanghai so far?
Well, we just sightseeing for a few hours today, and just got into the venue just in time for Fnatic's game.
So okay, so how's the event treating you? The staff, the environment, the atmosphere?
You want to answer?
Actually, the staff is very great because they treat us like a friend, even that we just meet them. First time, but we feel like we are very welcome here.
Okay, and then what about the food in Shanghai? Have you tried anything yet?
Food in Shanghai, it's quite hard to find a halal food here, but it's okay because we find a lot of mee tarik here. It's halal.
Okay. So I heard you guys are supporting Fnatic. So how's their performance so far? What do you think?
I think better, my friend.
I think Fnatic playing well for this tournament, except for the EG last match versus EG. Fnatic draft is outdraft by the EG because EG is playing the Invis hero. Then the Fnatic cannot catch up with the game. So I hope today Fnatic will win the best of 3 against OG.
So any shout-outs to your friends or anything?
Okay.
Shout out to friends.
Okay. Shout out to every Malaysia Dota fans and maybe our fans as well. 1, 2, 3. Fnatic boleh.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We're here with the Meepo squad here at the Shanghai Major. Where are you guys from, and how are you liking China so far?
Well, hello. We are from Russia, Moscow, all of us, and we came to China to watch the major and to explore and travel in Shanghai. And yeah, I think it's pretty gorgeous.
Okay, I see a Virtus Pro flag there. What's your? Is that your favorite team for all the Meepos or what?
Yes, we're fans of the Virtus Pro, and yeah, yes, and we were fun girls. We're like kind of fun girls.
Okay, awesome. So Virtus Pro apparently doesn't have a Meepo player. So who is your favorite Meepo player in the world?
Our favorite Meepo player, I think it's W33.
Okay, he's playing right now.
Yes.
But no Meepo, unfortunately.
Yeah. So sad.
And finally, you guys have a dance for us that you'd like to show off?
Oh yes, of
Go
course.
for it. That was awesome. It looked like a lot of fun. Thank you very much, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your time in China.
Thank you.
好的大招还可以，但是直击了，2比0战队。
说了一下，断了2个小精灵被秒了，别人团也没有办法，
没有 BKB，
只能打出 GG， 恭喜秘密战队。
全部满活，没有用。也是恭喜 Secret 的。
无解。
时间变淡，这个蛋会不会被打爆？
好像是飞机的大招会
蛋没爆，这波雪崩，这把敌对打得确实好，我是觉得威胁这种选择就是说选择好。
这边迪法脱掉一个门牙，先知飞回来 ，DP 大招，继续拆塔，迪法磕掉奶酪。
反正CLL这把就是在他们去推2场那段时间，纳粹了很多压制的时间。那段时间
队友啊，没队友拉上去，漂亮。
关键了，直接拿下第1局。这把敌对打得确实好，我是觉得威胁这种选择就是说选择好时，不需要肉的，这种不需要肉的，打起来就直接打起来，直接干架。 拳头，迪瓦开 BKB，被网被围在。还没到6的时候又被动了一波，加出甲，滚一波漂亮，
这波
反杀了可以到达6级，大招看看，交出来，2个
回来，这个大招给上减速了，天活。
这大招升的真是。
兽王先补场啊，第一时间被秒，拉墙，拉墙，看这个歌没有用，飞机旋风要挑战一下一个骨灰。
Welcome to the Shanghai Major here at the Mercedes-Benz Arena. 11 days ago, we started with 16 teams as they embarked their journey in this $3 million tournament. We are down to the final 2. And right now, we're going to find out which one of those 2 teams is going to take home over $1 million in prize money, as well as claiming the title for the champion of the Shanghai Major. Here to guide you through those grand finals are our panelists. We have Synerin, Draskell, Winter, and Merlini. Synerin, Liquid versus Secret 2 weeks ago. Did you think we'd be here?
I thought we'd be here. I didn't think they would. I'm actually really surprised. I think going in, I would have picked neither team to even make top 4, maybe top 6.
But that's the beauty of tournaments like these when it's all about momentum and you get in the zone with the metagame and everything. It's generally very unpredictable. And once again, I think this is the This is the 7th Valve tournament, and there is no single player that has won 2 of them. No one has won more than 1 TI, and the last major winners didn't win a TI either. So it's very interesting. Maybe Puppy will be the first one. Else, yeah, he's the only one, right?
He's the
Who could
only one,
make it?
correct. Drasko, what do you look forward to seeing here in this grand finals?
I've just kind of really fallen in love with the storyline of Liquid. Like, coming into the tournament, everybody knew they were good, but nobody really thought they would go this far, kind of like what Synderen was saying. And I kind of doubted them yesterday when we were talking about in the panel how they would go up against EG. I kind of figured they wouldn't be able to make it through that barrier. I thought that would be the team, if anyone, to take them out. And now here they are against Secret in a best of 5. I honestly am kind of just fanboying Liquid right now, if I have to be honest.
You're on the train.
I'm on the train.
Anybody else on the train?
So we can call them Drasko Blitz.
Yeah, if you want to.
Anybody else hopping on that train?
I mean, momentum is definitely on their side, and having momentum in a best of 5 like this can be really advantageous for a team.
Yeah.
I disagree. I think that it's the same matchup as yesterday, right? And Secret crushed them. And I think you're like, oh, okay, we beat EG, but we got destroyed yesterday. How are they going to change? How are they going to prepare? Yes, they came off a win, off a nice series versus Evil Geniuses, but yesterday's series was, I don't know. I hope it's still not fresh in their memories.
Do you feel like crushed is a fair assessment of that series? Do you feel like it was that one-sided?
I don't think it was super one-sided.
Secret versus Liquid, they looked fairly evenly matched.
The second game was kind of like...
The second game was really close.
Yeah, it was close. But I also think that Secret kind of gave them an opening, and then Liquid abused the opening very well, and then they also gave Secret the other opening that they needed to actually win the game. It was kind of like, I don't want to call them throws, but it was a lot of really big mistakes.
Fair play charity?
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it.
So what's the difference between yesterday and today? Is there gonna be a difference? I mean, you're on the Liquid hype train. Something has to be different.
I feel like when you lose a series like that and you look at the second game that they played up against Secret, you can just look at that and say, how did we actually make this decision at this point in the game? And those are one of the games where I think you would be kicking yourself for not just taking the advantage that you had when you double racks them and just backing and playing a safe game. I don't think that Liquid are the type of team who would repeat that kind of mistake 2 times. And I do think that Secret have kind of that Cloud9 feeling where sometimes they make plays that leave wide open opportunities for a team like Liquid to be able to punish it. So I think if they're going to win, that's how they're going to do it.
Okay, Winter, you agree?
So you're saying they're going to win if Jackie Mao messes up?
Maybe. Maybe.
So let's talk coaches, because both of these teams have coaches that know each other very, very, very well. And we talked about it in the winners bracket finals yesterday as well, same matchup, but I have a full new panel, so I want to hear you guys' opinions about the battle between Bulba and 1437.
Well, they probably know each other quite well.
They do.
I
They're
would
on the
imagine.
same team.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to say because when you know somebody so well, it becomes just like a mind game back and forth. Like, what heroes are you going to want to use? Are you going to play in your comfort zone? Are you going to try to take them by surprise in one of the games? Because it is an extended series.
Yes.
And I feel like when you're playing a best of 5, you can get away with at least one game pulling a little bit of a curveball. And I think that Liquid or Secret could potentially do that because they have diverse hero pools.
If you're going to be throwing a curveball, would you do that in the first game or maybe second? I mean,
I think when you're
such a
ahead
long
is when you do
series.
it. I think when you're ahead and you have like a 1 or 2 game lead and you want to just kind of throw the enemy team off their game, that's probably the best time.
Now, yesterday we saw a little bit of a curveball. We had Puppy playing Earth Spirit. We had Puppy playing Doom, 2 heroes that he hadn't played either at all in a competitive game of Dota or not for 2 years in a competitive game of Dota. Are we going to see that today? More heroes that are unexpected for certain players?
Possible, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing about this tournament, right? It's a tournament of surprises.
Yeah.
Like, teams making it farther than people expected them to. Like, Liquid is just a prime example of that. Sin had Secret in his top 6, not even, like, top 3 at one point. So I think anything is possible at this point.
I think Puppy's experience kind of rivals Fear's in terms of how long they've been playing, what their hero pool is.
Yeah.
Puppy has played multiple roles. Like, when he plays his Pups, he doesn't always play support too. But his Earth Spirit wasn't nearly as good, but I'm pretty sure he can almost play anything.
That learning curve is just...
At the beginning, it was a little bit shaky, but then it got better.
He just needed to play the hero. So he needed to roll twice, and then he's like, oh, that's how it works.
Yeah, and then he was like, oh, after this, easy, no big deal.
Easy game. Cinnamon, what do you feel like we're going to see this matchup hero-wise? Maybe some new faces.
I don't know. What heroes are unpicked now, actually?
Skywrath Mage. It's still one that I'm expecting to see at some
Oh, even
point.
PA was picked, actually. What about Chaos Knight? Has Chaos Knight been picked?
Chaos Knight's definitely been picked by
he has
Spirit
been
a
picked.
lot.
Honestly, I don't know. I have this feeling that we're not going to see a single new pick, but that we're going to see some different compositions that are a little bit surprising. a lot of the unpicked heroes right now are just very difficult to fit into a lineup. And in part because of how fast the game is played, a lot of the like slower heroes that need a bit more build up just don't really get to so
I don't
much
think
light.
that's necessarily true. We saw Medusa picked very and worked very well versus the Sven, and Medusa's kind of one of those heroes. Oh, he's useless before 35.
I don't agree with that though. So if that's the idea people have of Medusa, then I don't think so. I think she's good at fighting.
I
fairly
agree
early.
with Sin, like
She's an early fighter.
Medusa can be really strong early fights.
Decent, but you're trying to out late game a Sven. I think most people think of Medusa as, oh, she's one of the best rapier carries. She's one of the best hard game carries. Yeah, she can fight early. Like Morphling can fight early, but he's better 25 plus than he is prior to 25.
Now you're talking about carries. We've seen ranged carries work okay, but mostly today we've seen melee carries basically fail. Sprout is of course one of the reasons that's the case. That's the cause for that. So are we going to see Nature's Prophet banned? Are we going to see melee cores? I want to hear your opinion about that.
I think melee cores should try for an item to get themselves out of Sprout.
That's just Sven though.
The Darkseer in previous game from Universe went for 4-stuff first.
Yeah. There was an interesting suggestion that I read, which was, why didn't Arteezy sell his Blink for 4-staff late? And I actually think that could have been a very interesting idea. So he still has mobility, but he actually has mobility that counters Sprout himself. Because when he's BKB'd and gets Sprouted, Universe can't 4-staff him. Then you're just screwed, you're stuck, and you can't get out. So you need either a Battle Fury or a 4-staff to get out of that. I don't know if there's anything else that will work. I think those
What
are
do
the
you think
only
about
two.
that late in the game? No,
What do you
I
think
don't
about
think
the Battle Fury? Do you think it can be legit against that?
It seems a little bit gimmicky, and I think having a mobility item on Sven is really, really useful. So I think the 4-staff suggestion could have actually been something he could have gone back for in that game. But it's a very specific scenario, right? It's not all melee cores that have that problem. It's specifically out of all the popular melee carries now, Sven has the biggest problem because he has to come up close. He has no way of doing it with his skills, and he is so BKB dependent that if you control him during that with Sprout, after that you just kite him.
So we're not going to see Sven. I mean,
Well,
it's not really a secret hero per se anyways.
I think we're going to see Sven in one game at least.
I don't think it's an envy hero. I think that's the biggest problem. So.
Which is weird because he's so efficiency focused, and that hero can really take advantage of stacks and just overall farm. But
I mean,
player preference, I guess.
I think we might see something like they pick Sven, but Sven is running on another role like a support. I think I've seen some. I think who was it? I think it was Universe. He played an offlane Sven. There's one time I seen it before just for the Warcry. And as a support, the Warcry is still a very good ability to have on your team. So you might see something like that. It might be the same hero, but a different way of running the hero.
Maybe mid. Sometimes that's.
That was
picked.
MVP.
Yeah, but I'm thinking one of these teams could also run it mid. Perhaps.
Now, Team Liquid is a very time-dependent hero or time pressure-dependent hero. They have their peak and they just go for it, and they kind of don't let the enemy have a bit of a rest then. How is Secret gonna stop that momentum that Liquid normally is able to get, in the previous games definitely was able to get?
Jackie Ma's going to move them around. I mean, that's usually what he does with his heroes, like the heroes that he's playing, like Ember, Slug, Anti-Mage. But I'm not sure if we'll see an Anti-Mage because he's like way too slow. But if they can actually fit the hero in, it would be really good versus a team like Liquid because they always play around each other. They're 5-man, and AM is going to just split push and you farm the whole map. So heroes like that are really good against Liquid.
I also think that, with that in mind, that Death Prophet is going to be something that Secret are going to really want to prioritize, I think, in the second phase, because it seems like every team who plays against them who want to try to play that split you apart style, they pick something that just gives them the Death Ball potential to just straight up end the game, instead of giving you that time that you need to actually start getting your Slark or your AM or your Ember Spear online. So maybe we could see that as well.
Yeah, and talking about heroes, Death Prophet, one of the probably more contested heroes in this series. Any other heroes that will be highly contested between these two teams?
Prophet.
Yeah,
Prophet
definitely.
And it's not going to get banned, you think?
Earth Spirit. But, I mean, kind of speaks for itself, right? So what else?
I mean, when you're at this stage and you know that Liquid are prioritizing heroes like Tusk so much, do you actually just go for first
That's a
phase
high
bans on
GPM.
that?
Sorry, but I got to stop you for that. That's a really, really high GPM. I think that's a world record.
55-1-5. Decent.
There might be a typo
And that's on
involved.
average. That's on average. So he might have had a game with like 7,000 GPM. Companion
What a
prediction.
player, actually.
Thanks, Sin.
You're welcome.
But if you're playing against Team Liquid, surely after seeing them play just now, you're going to ban out Nature's Prophet. Not just because, I mean, obviously Mind Control plays it well, but also because it allows Liquid to perhaps move around the map as much as they do and get those timings and get those outnumber scenarios that we saw so much in the previous game.
Compensates the fact that they like to 5-man a lot, and you have Prophet to take care of the lanes. I think that is like the biggest thing with the hero that fits their playstyle, because when you usually 5-man a lot, you have the problem where, we have to take care of this lane, we have to take care of that lane before we push. But with Furion, the momentum is like smooth because he's always moving around, taking care of the lanes, or if he needs to use his ultimate to push the lanes, it's very good for the momentum of the game.
Do you agree, Ben?
Yeah, I think a hero that's similar to that is Spectre, although albeit much weaker in the first 10 minutes. But it's sort of that hero that you can deal with multiple lanes at once. I think Lone Druid also will be contested in between these two themes. It was pretty effective in game number 1 in the last series.
They play differently though. Like one team utilizes him on offlane more, one team utilizes him safe lane more. It's like a same build up, but a different type of timing.
I also don't think the Nature's Prophet will necessarily be banned too, just because we've seen some teams try to contest it. I think Alliance tried a Spirit Breaker versus the Nature's Prophet one time. We saw EG open with Nyx and or Bounty Hunter and Nyx to deal with the NP. So there are a few ways to deal with them, although it's usually just safer to ban them out.
Now, knowing that Liquid is very time dependent, we saw Enigma getting countered twice in a row. You have that black hole down and you can fight while it's down. Are we going to see black hole, or rather Enigma, picked for Secret here? Is it we saw it first banned every time yesterday.
If it gets through, they'll pick it.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
And I think yes, Liquid took really good advantage of the cooldowns, but if you look at game 1, that's the one that's really relevant for me, that they played against EG. EG were in a really good position that game, and they could have won that game. And a big part of it was the Enigma again. So yes, they overcame it, but it wasn't like they just hard countered Enigma and they made it look like a bad hero. Game 2, I think they shut down Zeus so hard and they took the tower so fast that Enigma didn't even get to be played as a hero almost. But that was, again, it came more down to what happened otherwise on the map and other factors. I think the draft in game 2 was just weak, and Secret won't be making that mistake, I think. So.
I think if Enigma gets banned out, I'm gonna show some respect to Coddle Guy. Hopefully we get a keeper in the game. Keeper AA. I think 2 heroes that have kind of been overlooked when dealing with 5-man push.
And both haven't been picked yet, right?
Both. I do not believe
AA
have been picked
is
a single
really
time.
surprising.
Yeah, both. I'm actually very, very surprised. But then again, we've seen some really strong offlaners like Lone Druid, NP, Enchantress. Like these heroes kind of destroy those two. So maybe we'll see it if there's a different offlaner of choice.
Which hero, or rather which player on the side of Team Secret do you feel has to have the biggest impact in the early game? Because later game, it's obviously going to be Envy there.
I think in this meta, when you always talk about that, it's going to be the offlaner. Because like the offlane decides a lot right now in the patch. And the pace of the game, because you pick an offlane hero and then you build a draft around the offlane player. So he is either going to do a lot in the laning phase and he disrupts the supports, and your other players will be able to do their thing. So I think it comes down to Misery versus Mind Control.
Yeah, we had during the winners bracket finals yesterday, Blitz actually mentioned that both Misery and Mind Control really stepped up their game this tournament. How do you feel their run has been so far?
I mean, yesterday it was like Misery, we, and Pylai Dai that I was looking at and saying, like, these guys are literally just carrying this team nonstop. So
carrying Jackie.
Yeah, a little bit. He's like, let me just put you on my back. You know, we'll just carry you over the finish line, get this game, no big deal. Rapiers aside, like that. The performance that Misery had, I think he died like 1 or 2 times in like 2 games, something like that, or once. Like, he barely had any deaths. He had gigantic impact on his Darkseer as well. Like, this guy has just been phenomenal throughout the entire tournament. So I actually would say offlaner versus offlaner, I would give Misery the edge, even though I think, like, I'm riding the Liquid train, but I think that Misery is very good.
Do you agree with the assessment that the offlaner is indeed the player that determines the tempo of the game? In this
I think that's very true, and I also think that in regards to what we were talking about the Lone Druid and having more versatility with how you run your offlaner, it might also give Secret a slight advantage in that category because you can do more things around him, where I feel like Mind Control, he does play the Nature's Prophet. We're not sure if we're going to see it yet, and everyone kind of is prepared for that type of hero, but are they going to be able to adjust to the way that Secret run their offlane and how much impact Misery himself can have?
Are they, Sin?
I mean, if we knew that and we were betting them,
true. Yeah.
we would be winning some Bugattis, but
I definitely think Liquid has a shot at this. I would still probably put Secret as favorites, especially they won yesterday, right? So, but yes, I think the offlane plays a big role, and I think both teams have a very good read on the patch as it's played right now, so they obviously know how they would counter themselves, and to an extent there's quite a bit of overlap between Misery and Mind Control. There's also differences, like the Lone Druid. I don't think we've seen Mind Control played a single time, for example. I just wanted to add that I think when it comes to the early game, who needs to have the highest impact, I think it's like just flat out saying is one role. I think is a little bit too simplified because it really depends on the draft. Like in some games, I think Pylai Dai needs to step up big in the early game, and he generally just delivers, which is the reason they're here. His Lion has been outstanding. He had a game where he almost single-handedly carried with Venge in the group stage. And yesterday's game with Puppey on Earth Spirit, he starts out poorly, but he recovers and pulls the game back. there are just some heroes that innately have to play a big role in the early game, and others that don't.
But I think that, like, when you say in regards to the draft, I feel like a lot of the time, Liquid are relying on mind control for more tempo control than they are Misery in a lot of the games. Like, you give Misery Darkseer, Lone Druid, stuff like that. You're kind of just, like, static laning. You get more farm priority, so it's more on, like, Pylai Dai and Wii if he's playing something like Invoker to be able to control the tempo of the game. So maybe Liquid are more reliant on their offlaner to actually do something.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
Misery takes more farm, basically, compared to mind control. And mind control plays more of the hero that starts fight, plays around the team.
If you are Team Liquid, what do you focus most on, Ben, when you prepare to face a team like Team Secret?
That's a tough one. We've seen them take multiple approaches, but overall, do you think they should go back to like the push, like the more early game centric strategies with the Lone Druid, maybe even the occasional Lash, Necro Light, that sort of thing, or trying to rely on their team fight with Faceless Void from Mind Control, with the Phoenix from Jerax? Which one do you think is the better approach against Secret?
I think the key is that they have more than one. That's the most important thing, that perhaps they don't have to show their hand so early, and if they can pick some sort of opening that doesn't already lock them for one style of play, then the second phase can be really, really crucial for Liquid in deciding, okay, in this game, our teamfight approach is better, in this game, our more early game-centric approach is better. So the question is, which part of their hero pool overlaps? I think for the teamfight and the early game, Phoenix generally tends to work for them in every single draft they run. Prophet works all the time for them. I think the Lone Druid that they played against EG works both for push, but it also works for their late game.
88% win rate for 8 Phoenixes.
Insane.
That is
so he's 7-1.
very high. This is over one tournament.
Yeah.
Is it time to ban out Phoenix?
I think it's still going to be a second phase ban, but I'm wondering if Liquid will change it up and get it in the first phase in at least one of the games to try to once again set themselves up a bit. Because now we're so far in that the teams know how each other play, so either you're just that good at your playstyle and it just works, and you can even show in the first phase exactly what you're going to do, and the enemy team's like, we know what you're going to do, but they still lose, or you try to cloak it a little bit into something.
I think Puppy's one of those guys that likes to let a hero through, somewhat similar to Peter, and then try and figure out ways to counter it. We saw EG try to deal with the Phoenix with the Nyx Assassin, but there are still other options. Meepo, which we is very famous for. We have the Troll Warlord, I don't believe has been picked this tournament. We've seen Silencer, which Puppy is also picked, and I forget which team actually ran it as a somewhat counter to the Phoenix, but there are other options. I don't think it's that bad if they let it through.
Is Meepo really that great? Like, it's just a support. Like, the Sunray still wrecks Meepo very hard. Like, it's just like you kill the egg very easily.
Yeah, but you can split push and you can split push and kind of take Phoenix out of it, because he can't really deal with split push at all. So there's like multiple aspects of the hero. It's not good at Sunray, but
like the Meepo pick is something that I would pull out against, like, if they pick Furion or if they pick something else that has like no
AoE.
No AoE, yeah. And I think you're actually seeing a lot of this throughout the drafts in the tournament. Is like teams aren't picking a mass amount of wave clear. They're picking like either early skirmish or just mass 5-man potential.
Yeah, but it's terrible versus Fen.
It's bad against Fen, yeah.
Or no catch at all. Like, sometimes you see those drafts like, oh my god, they only have one stun.
Yeah.
Like, Meepo could work really well in those lineups.
It hasn't been picked yet this tournament, right?
No, not as far as I know.
No.
Which is interesting, because we have the two best players in the world on the hero, and they've played a lot of games here, and they didn't pick it a single time, whereas in the Frankfurt Major it was picked like 3-4 times maybe by OG at least.
Yeah. I mean,
maybe it's just not a good patch for it.
I think things come full circle.
The Sven as well, I think because of Sven, it makes it very difficult to pick the hero. Because like Meepo just doesn't do anything against Sven. It's so hard to play that matchup. So
yesterday we saw a Wind Ranger, and personally I'm a fan of Wind Ranger, but I think a lot of people at home were watching and think, oh, those shackles, they bring a lot of viewer pleasure, I would believe. And they're 100% in it as well. What makes for a good Wind Ranger game in this series? When do you feel Secret is like, yes, that's the hero we need?
I think that Wind Ranger is good in a situation where you want a mid hero that doesn't die easily because you have Wind Run. Like, you want to be able to just lane by yourself. You don't need a support. Like let's say you're Zeus. Like, we saw what happened to Simmer. You got pressured and you have a jungler on the team. You can't do anything. But for Wind Ranger, if you get pressured, you might still be able to hang on onto your lane by yourself, because he just has Wind Run to actually escape. So I think Wind Ranger could be good in certain situations like this, against like Tusk or against the Earth Spirit if it gets through, like from Jerax.
I also feel, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, that's fine.
As far as Wind Ranger goes, it's one of those things too where you actually need more late game. Like, a lot of times where you would pick Wind Ranger, if you want something that has initiation and has teamfight, you also would pick something like Puck or sometimes even Queen, right?
Yeah.
But those heroes don't necessarily translate into super late game scenarios, whereas Wind Ranger, he always goes like Blink Maelstrom, Aghanims, right? So he has initiation, late game potential, and that doesn't really pressure them so much to end the game, and because Jackie's heroes typically don't do Roshan very well, I think it's also another reason why they would pick it if they're Dire side, because the last time they played it, they were Dire.
Yeah.
And that way it also gives you the opportunity to kill Rosh as well. So it just synergizes really well with their play.
Okay, now let's talk jungle and greed. Synderen, talk to us about that, because how much greed can Secret show here?
That totally depends on what the first 2 picks are for Liquid. And the interesting thing is, in this series, after watching the last one, Secret might think twice about overall first picking Enigma. I think yesterday they would have just done it, but it looks like Liquid adapted a bit, at least, to today and won that series, so they're probably feeling confident about dealing with it. I think Enigma's at its absolute strongest right now if you can pick it as the last hero of the first phase. So you identify, okay, they don't actually have that strong lanes or extremely early pressure, we can get away with it, and then you tailor your lanes around it. Picking, for example, Wind Ranger could be a good solution. So yeah, on game-by-game basis, honestly, if it was Secret versus another team in this tournament, I would be more confident with just flat-out picking it first every game. But Liquid is one of the teams that is really fast at grouping up, very quick at moving around the map and taking advantages, so might not be an every game first pick for Secret this time.
And you say that in regards to Enigma specifically,
Yeah.
or is the same thing goes for Chen and Enchantress?
I think Chen they can actually overall first pick if they want, but I don't know if they're going to get that hero at all. It has way more of an impact early game if it needs to. Puppy is an extremely experienced Chen player, so he identifies in the game if he needs to be active or if he can farm. Sometimes he roams level 1, sometimes he farms until he's level 7, sometimes he does a mix of both, just identifying what happens. But that hero to me is way less one-dimensional than Enigma is in what it can.
Don't you think Liquid will ban that hero? Like, there's
I
a
think
very,
Chen will be
very
banned every
high
game.
chance because they don't play a good Chen. So
yeah.
We are going to find out if it is first ban and how important that first phase is in the draft, because it is time for the first game, the first draft of the grand finals here at the Shanghai Major. Team Secret versus Team Liquid. And we are already 1 pick in. We have indeed no Chen, no Enigma, and also some greens getting removed.
I think this is about the most standard you could ban against each of these teams. Like you ban out Puppies, Chen, Enigma.
It's like the first game to test the waters, you know, seeing
Yeah,
what
yeah,
the other
no,
team's going to throw at them.
Again,
That
it's a
makes
long
sense.
series, so I think
Yeah.
if you just want to try to figure out what each team has in store, that this is probably the best way to go about it, because it's just like you're banning their comfort zone, basically.
Team Secret.
I guess that's a bit different. Team Secret going for Lion first.
That's also a pick we probably should have mentioned as contested,
Yeah.
because both teams actually value this more than any other team in the tournament, I think. Especially Secret have played this a lot. And probably Pylite standout hero for the entire tournament. Multiple games he was probably the MVP with this hero, so Secret aren't scared of first phase picking it and giving Liquid information. They are just that good.
I've heard Lion described today as that little shitty hero that always creeps through the draft, that is always in every team fight, always able to disrupt anything you do, but never really gets rewarded with the first pick or first ban because it's Lion. But he has had an amazing impact this game, especially on Pylite.
Oh, someone is right.
There's your first phase
Yeah,
Phoenix.
first phase Phoenix. I mean, this is kind of like...
They picked it instantly, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they knew that Secret would ban it in the second phase, like you mentioned. So if you want it, just grab it in the first phase. And it's very hard to ban Phoenix in your first phase for bans.
So far, no major surprises. We've seen both of these teams play these heroes before. Anything that you can say from a Beastmaster ban there? Because so far it feels like they're just really, both teams just really not want to give anything away. Is that what's happening here?
Secret has played that hero a lot
Yes.
on Misery, and it's been very good as a go-to for them when he doesn't get Prophet. I think his 3 most picked heroes this tournament are probably Prophet, Beastmaster, and Tide.
Lone Druid maybe.
what was
I
that?
think
Lone Druid
Lone
more
He
Druid.
played Lone more than Tide? He played 3 Tide.
Yeah, actually, this tournament maybe Lone Druid is like number 4 for him. Yeah, Tide is...
The Team Liquid exclusively
Void
plays
is actually
support
going
Phoenix.
through here.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Interesting.
I mean,
It's good for both.
Darkseer, Void, both really good for Secret. Obviously, Darkseer is better for Liquid right now, but
with the Phoenix, probably you want Void more.
10
Yeah, I think it's
seconds
much
remaining.
stronger with the Phoenix.
5 seconds remaining.
Well,
Do you guys like the first phase OD?
I think it's good,
With
especially
Fury
into
and-
Invoker. It's a good matchup for OD. The Quasic Sword Invoker obviously relies on Forge Spirits in the lane, and you just 2-shot them with Arcane Orb.
I think it has a lot to do with the fact that the first 3 bans are all pushing heroes, like, well, 3 out of 4. Earth Spirit's the only exception for obvious reasons, but I think in a lineup where the tempo for tower control isn't going to be super fast, it's mostly just going to be small skirmishes, that OD is much better. In a situation where you're like letting a Chen through and then you get like 5-man because they're going to push a tier 1, OD is really bad in that situation.
Well, Secret is really thinking about this this last ban, as well as, of course, the pick that comes after this, which will also be theirs.
I feel
Which
like
hero could they be creating?
banning Void and picking Darkseer just seems like a really solid choice here. It takes out, okay, the Ursa.
Team
It's another pick that
Secret
Liquid really
weird.
like. They're dire.
They're on dire,
Yeah.
and they're up against Supernova, so...
But Ursa's so good at killing Roshan even if you are on Radiant, right? It takes like a minute or less.
Does
if
it
you, if
does
you
it mean
stick
the
at all.
OD might be safe lane?
It could be, yeah.
Yeah. Because it's weird, right? I don't know. I just find it really weird because they could have just gone for it for themselves. Like the team fight is coming up for Secret right now. The Tide plus OD.
I mean, the thing is about their team is they already have the hero that can help them kill Roshan. Like,
Mhm.
OD does a tremendous amount of damage. And they can do, I think it was EG who ran the Tidehunter and then Ursa together. And they basically just walked into the pit when he had like a Morbid Mask, or maybe it was Mask of Madness, and the Tide was 6 and they just killed it. And there was nothing that you could do about it.
I mean, I just find it weird because Ursa could be really good versus what Liquid have.
Yeah, but Secret don't play Ursa. That's the thing.
5
It's not a
seconds
Jackie Mao
remaining.
hero.
Are you going to save
not a
Jackie
late
Mao
game-
heroes
not
to
a
the
late
last?
game carry.
Not a Rapier carrier
Not
either. You definitely can't buy Rapiers on Ursa.
Is,
I think Secret they pick Eternal Envy's hero last in
Yeah.
almost every single
Yeah.
draft. So
Faceless
yeah,
Void.
that's the
Faceless
Void.
Void, yeah.
That's the ban I was expecting. It's because it's a Liquid go-to. It has really good synergy with their picks, and I think that hero is actually, you know, it's a little bit special when it comes to OD because OD can astral someone inside the chrono, but at the same time, getting the chrono on that key target in OD, if you get that hero just fairly low during the chrono, the hero has very little, you know, reset potential. Other heroes can get out and then go back in. But if you've caught the OD and got it low, it has to stay and fight, and then you just finish it off with whatever you have.
But why didn't they ban the Void? I think like
I'm surprised too.
I don't know.
I
That's
think
why
that
the Ursa was
5
like a
seconds
question mark. I'm not
remaining.
sure what was going on. Like the Void was a hero that would fit their lineup very well.
Reserve time.
So I don't know. Like, what do you think, Drasko?
I
What
think
could be
it's
the reason?
It's more because at this point, if Phoenix is obviously going to be support, right? Because they have Void already. They needed a mech carrier, and I don't think that Void's that hero. And if they want to try to just have the mass team fight and bully Liquid and make sure they can get Roshan that way, because they don't have a team that's necessarily amazing at kill speed, then that part kind of makes sense. And also the fact that they're pretty much guaranteeing that this is an Exort Evoker when you pick Void with it, right? I mean, you can go for Quaswex, but they're going to lack a lot of single target damage if they do that. I think they're actually going to have a damage issue. I think.
Gyrocopter.
Yeah, they could go for the Matumba Man Gyro. That would supplement their lineup quite nicely.
If they would have a gyrocopter, who would you favor in terms of team fight?
It's hard to say. They function in very different ways.
There's the Gyro. Good.
Well, it's still a big team fight hero as well, so it looks like Liquid...
It's a good pick.
No, but it
Very
was
good
clear that
ones.
their lineup needed some supplementation inside of Chronosphere besides just a Phoenix Egg, you know?
I
mean,
think this is actually a better pick than Gyro right now. Gyro is good against Enchantress in lane, but Witch Doctor is good against Enchantress in general.
10 seconds
It's
remaining.
when you look at Secret and their picks, it's probably a support Enchantress being run by
5
Puppy.
seconds
So you want to have
remaining.
someone who can deal with the creeps early on and just prevent him from bullying around, bullying the lanes.
Gyro
As they
ban.
want. There's the ban. So Liquid made the choice. They probably expected that the Gyro ban would come out, but they value the ability to control the Enchantress higher than the teamfight they could get from this pick. So what do they go to for Matumba when he doesn't get Gyro when they play this teamfight strat? Because that's been the #1 pick for them as far as that
I
goes.
think against
Ember
teamfight
Spirit?
composition. No, I think Juggernaut might also be. Ember could be good later, but if you want to fight early, I think Juggernaut might be better because the spin is really good versus the Tide.
Just has really bad synergy
And
with
first
Void.
Enchantress
Jugger.
as well.
Jugger has really bad synergy with that. There's the fish man.
And Vslark, we've seen that before.
They
With
have
rapiers?
they have a very good team fight, very good late game, like super good late game with OD and Slug, and
I think their team fight's actually really weak. No. Like, I think a different team, let's say, could have put Invoker in a safe lane, put Death Prophet in mid, and then just push him down very, very early on. I think their lineup's actually super greedy.
But they have the
very
Enchantress
lucky.
like to. You're talking about Secret, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Enchantress can compensate for the early game, and once Enchantress buys enough time, you have enough
5
levels and
seconds
farm.
remaining.
Like with Enchantress, I think you should be able to have at least some sort of early game advantage because the hero just wins you the early game,
Reserve time.
the laning phase.
I would definitely not recommend Jugger right now. I don't think
it
that's
sucks
the
versus
Ooh.
Slug.
the Liquid Necro.
Okay.
So they have a
Andy,
lot of
are you
heals.
still on the Liquid hype train?
I'm going to stick to my guns. I actually do like Liquid's draft quite a bit. I think if they let the game go too late, though, it could be very difficult for them, and it's going to heavily rely on spheres in order for them. And like obviously, Reaper Scythe is going to be a factor too. But this is what they did when they couldn't get any other form of sustain as well. They picked the Necrophos, so they actually had some pushing potential. And like since Juggernaut's just not very good with sphere. So,
Anybody gonna hop on that train with him?
Yeah, I'm with Liquid this time. I think their team fight's far superior. I think there's way too much pressure on the Enchantress to win all 3 lanes for them.
Winter and Sin, why are you favoring Secret in this one?
I mean,
I think it's pretty even, actually.
Okay.
I think that Enchantress should be able to create enough space for them, and Secret should be able to have a sizable advantage going into.
I'll say Secret too, so we're 2-2.
Okay, we are gonna find out who is gonna get that 1-game advantage here in the first game of the Grand Finals here. Best of 5, Team Liquid versus Team Secret with Capitalist and Blitz.
Thank you, Shiver. That's right. We're here in the Mercedes-Benz Arena with our grand final between Team Secret and Team Liquid. A mixture of old and new, as led by Puppey, Team Secret face up against Puppey's old teammate Kuro, who's leading the rising Liquid, who have made the long journey here from qualifiers through lower bracket to finally ending up here in the grand finals.
Yeah, and Secret is a team too that a lot of people didn't expect to see them in this top 2 position. They were plagued by a lot of troubles coming into this tournament. A lot of pros didn't really have them listed as their top 3. But that veteran leadership can never be understated, and that's what's going to matter here in this series. Mentality is going to play supreme, just because both lineups have kind of the lineups that they want. Like, these are all heroes that we've seen before from them.
It really seems like both teams are just kind of like giving up. Go ahead, take your signature style. And if we can beat it in game number 1, that's going to be a huge win and lead this series off to the right kind of mental start.
Yeah, I think tempo is huge in this series because you develop your own internal best of 5. And when you start, okay, our lineup was better than yours, we both got the lineups that we wanted, it's going to be you that has to adjust. So this first game, I think, will determine quite a bit, especially for a team like Liquid, who don't have a lot of veterans on their lineup. Kuro and Fada, arguably, but the other 3, it's their first Valve-sponsored event. Jarex was with MVP Hot 6.
Yeah, he's the one who may have a bit more experience than some of the other amateurs, but they definitely come a long way from amateur to semi-pro now. Definitely professionals here at Mercedes-Benz Arena. We already have a good start here for Liquid as Mind Control has managed to counter the laning ward laid out by Team Secret. Already has that extra 100 experience. Our mid matchup is going to be Fada's Invoker versus Weeha's OD. Of course, Mind Control on the Faceless Void up against Eternal Envy's Slark and Pylai Dai's Lion, who's been a legend so far in this tournament. Yeah. Misery will be playing the Tidehunter up against a tri-lane of Phoenix, Witch Doctor, as well as Matumba Man's Necro. That is definitely a Liquid specialty.
And you're going to see the Wild Wing Ripper start the Tornado in this mid lane to try to help out Wii as much as they possibly can. This has been the theme of Secret's drafts, is to try to help out Wii, get him a good start. We saw what he could do with his Invoker in the game against Liquid originally. And Puppey's rotations are going to determine quite a lot for them as at top, Mind Control gets gone on, but immediately going to time walk himself away.
As the levels progress, he's really going to have to be careful. But at bottom lane, we do have Kuro who's going to be body blocked up by Misery. Puppey's going to join him. They still have the net ready to go. He's holding off on it. Now controls Kuro. And this could very well be our first blood as Misery stays ahead and snags that last hit for a first blood.
Kuro's got to be careful. Walking up that hill, the Enchantress had the perfect creep for him ready. Even Weehaw coming over to participate, but not the kind of start that you wanted if you're Team Liquid. This is a lineup that was determined around the laning phase as Eternal Envy jumps forward, just trying to get Mind Control out of XP range.
Yeah, they're really going to use that long cooldown of Time Walk at level 1. If they can force it out early, they know they can play very aggressive and just keep him out of lane. Still hasn't picked up that level 3, maybe with the 2-minute rune. Nope, that's going to be denied by the Wild Wing Ripper.
Puppey is doing so much right now. Puppey's controlled both runes at the same time using his creeps. A lot of foresight there, and he's got complete control of this bottom half of the map right now.
Yeah, with these illusions and still controlling that Dark Troll Summoners. Now he's actually got a Satyr Tormentor who's been another favorite of this tournament. They can actually just push up against these 2 supports and give Misery some space.
And that's exactly what they need, especially since Tide, this tournament has not worked out well when you've just completely sacked this hero. Plus you have an Enchantress who's going to be taking control of that camp that you naturally want to go to. He's going to have to find some farm independently of that.
And it really feels like Liquid, more so than other teams, really try and pressure the offlaner and keep him out of experience for as long as possible. It seems like they run much more of these full defensive tri-lanes than others.
Yeah, they're the only team this tournament so far that I think hasn't gone to a jungler whatsoever. You saw Kuro do it in the early group stages, but it seems like they just favor it, having the strong lane setup into snowballing into some kind of push.
Mind Control is actually going to try and do a little jungling here, though he doesn't have the Iron Talon just yet, so it's going to be a slow progress for him. Going to end up falling behind, perhaps, Misery, as he's been getting a lot of spaces now, level 3.5.
Yeah, this absolutely can't happen for Liquid, just because the level 6 timing of Secret is going to determine a lot. I don't really know how much counter initiation they're going to have. They do have the heal of Matamba Man and the Witch Doctor, but early on it might not come into play so much.
Matamba Man is going to be gone on now. They just want to get some damage out. Not sure if they can actually finish him off, as they do have a paralyzing cast that's going to help control the Centaur Conqueror and allow Matamba Man to retreat with minimal damage done. But this mid lane is definitely where Liquid seem to be coming out on top right now, as despite the Wild Wing Ripper having such a big impact with those tornadoes, we still have a large CS lead for Fada.
Once the lane gets a few more levels, the OD will do just fine, just because he can kill the Forge Spirit so quickly by himself. But at top, Mind Control's going to get gone on. He's got to be careful. If he gets hit, he's going to run out of mana, but manages to get the time walk off before.
Meanwhile, the double damage is quickly grabbed by the Witch Doctor in that bottom lane.
Puppey has had so much impact in this game already. It's made Matamba Man quite afraid to go on this Tidehunter, who's already picked up 14 CS, and the reason why this is so big is this is almost exclusively from the lane. He's already got the Arcane Boots, and much faster than they wanted it.
And even at the top lane, Paladai, now that he no longer has to worry about zoning out the Faceless Void as much, is level 3 due to the fact that he's been kind of pulling and also just farming up some of the neutral camps by himself. He's going to rotate over and just give OD a nice mid ward that might see some support rotations across.
Yeah. The tournament so far, Jarex has been playing the Roamer or the Phoenix, and the difference between two is when you play the Phoenix, you're a little bit more static. You want to be that lane support, get kind of annoying. You really need levels though. Whereas usually when he plays like Tusk or Earth Spirit, you see him rotate around quite a bit. That's not really going to happen in this game. And because the Witch Doctor stun is so slow, oftentimes we should be able to get the Astral Imprisonment off and TPs can follow. So there's not going to be a whole lot of mid presence for Liquid until maybe they get the level 6 on the Faceless Void, but he's falling behind in levels. Overall, I'd say things have gone pretty well for Secret. They do have to apply some mid-pressure, though, to this Invoker. He's getting a lot more than this OD.
Yeah, if they could actually successfully gank up the Invoker, it feels like at that point Team Secret will have won every single lane. Weehaw does have his level 6, of course, no love on the ultimate just yet, but he is still a right-clicking powerhouse. They're actually going to go up to the top lane, it seems, and try and get a gank on Mind Control. They're going to force out the Time Walk. Eternal Envy is setting up this gank. Now Mind Control comes forward. He won't have that Time Walk up. And sure enough, Paladai leads with the Hex. He's going to be able to jump onto him and control Mind Control long enough for the kill to go to Eternal Envy.
Really well set up by Team Secret. I thought for a second that Eternal Envy had jumped the gun, but leading with the pounce makes it so that Mind Control thinks, oh, there's nobody else here. He's just doing this.
Oh, man. Misery just runs down that Phoenix.
How did he
Level
do that
3.
by himself?
He's got the upgraded boots, and unfortunately, the Phoenix is just a little bit too late with that Icarus dive.
I'm so surprised.
Yeah, that
Leading
never
phase.
should have happened. Perhaps a little nerves giving to Jarex on his signature hero.
They have to calm down right now. Slow down the internal pace. Too many heroes are struggling right now around the map, and you absolutely should not be losing a support, especially in a tri-lane situation. It gives so much confidence to the offlaner. Misery, who's already gone, this might be the most I've ever seen a Tidehunter get in a major game versus a straight-up tri-lane.
Yeah, he's almost level 6 by minute 7, and as some of these creeps die underneath the tower, he should be able to pick that up. That opens up more opportunities for Secret to make a rotation to the bottom lane, as they can now lead with a Ravage.
Yeah. Eternal Envy getting a lot of farm on that Slark, courtesy of that tower, but you don't want to see Eternal Envy get farmed if you're Liquid.
It seems to be pretty problematic with Liquid not having a roamer. They can't actually upset some of these other lanes and losing out kind of on their safe lane with Misery getting so much farm. It seems like Team Secret are going to go into that 15-minute point and feel very confident about their lead.
No, they're going to be incredibly comfortable right now. Plus the fact that the Void hasn't gotten nearly enough in this game so far. Liquid are a team that we've seen repeatedly rely on just the ability to 5-man, but if your laning phase doesn't go well and you try to attempt to do that, your window of opportunity gets really small.
Vada's actually doing a bit of jungling here as the Invoker just now picks up his level 8. But such aggressive vision from Team Secret is scouting all of this out. Looks like this is about time for Team Liquid to reinforce with some obs. They've got 3 different obs wards on the courier ready to go. They are going to try and make a rotation with Eternal Envy to catch out Vada. You know he's been farming this for a while. Eternal Envy's going to try and lead with the pounce, but unfortunately his vision, if Vada's able to scatter it out pretty damn quickly, they'll just kill the Forge Spirits and take one of the small neutrals, but nothing of major recourse for Team Liquid.
Yeah, still the entire laning phase going in favor of Secret. Experience at this phase, just 8 minutes in, is already more than 2,000. Net worth following a similar trajectory. Liquid are losing a lot of map control, and like we talked about, they don't have roamers to be able to fall back on or anything.
And they desperately need their supports to be level 6 in order to have a big impact in team fights. So right now, they're kind of screwed on both ends.
Yeah, and Eternal Envy, if he decides to go for the Shadowblade route, these poor supports on Liquid are going to get even worse, as Witch Doctor struggles really heavily against Slark.
Now, you know that Vada's going for that Midas. It's just kind of standard on Invokers, but how far do you take that? Do you actually consider maybe a greedier build on the Slark? It doesn't look like it, as they're actually going to use the Slark to head down to the bottom lane for a smoke.
Yeah. This is the move that almost everybody on Dire will make. Invade the Radiant safe lane, take down that tower, try to get control of the mid tower as well, get control of the jungle, and allow Misery to just open up this entire map for them. And with the Ravage available, it's going to be really hard for them to defend. Matama Man should already be gone from this, as Secret have complete control of this jungle right now. Puppey's going to lead the way.
He shows himself at the bottom lane, but Team Secret are not going to try and turn for that one. They're actually going to head mid, looking for some of these supports. Kuro is sitting on the side here. He's going to be the first one to pop this smoke. But Team Secret, I mean, it seems pretty obvious by now.
Yeah, they think it's actually going to be bottom, but this mid rotation,
that's going to kind of catch Liquid by surprise. Kuro's definitely going to be going down here. The TP is not going to be complete by Matumba Man. That was a heavy rotation by Team Secret, only getting a support, but that being said, they'll take early control of this middle tier 1 tower, and that'll kind of open a gateway to controlling the Radiant jungle.
This is going to mess with Liquid's minds. You saw that Matama Man was hiding behind the tower, the tier 1 at bottom, because that's the expected rotation. It's the safest one. Almost every team makes it. But Secret kind of turned it on its head. They decide that they're going to go for the mid tower instead. This tower offers up a lot of control. You notice that Matama Man even went for the TP, cancels it, but he realizes Secret is committing for this. He already starts making the trek over. You don't want to ever just give up this tower for free.
But Matumba Man is a bit isolated, but he's going to join the rest of his team now.
Eternal Envy is just cutting off the spot.
Yeah, he's going to make sure. Now he sees Matumba Man cutting over. He knows this is not a fight that Team Secret necessarily want to be able to take. The heals go down. Misery is here. They can actually fight this one, but the Cronus here comes in first. They need to be able to pop Misery, though. He's got the Ravage. There goes the egg. They're going to try and pop this one. Team Secret can't fight around that Ravage, as the egg was the securing fight.
Oh, are they not going to get anything?
They're really not, unless, oh, Jarek just gets a bit too close, and Pylai Die pounces on that opening.
Liquid did not coordinate that fight nearly well enough. They had the Reaper Scythe available, plus the Death Pulse. You didn't have the level 6 on the Witch Doctor, but Liquid have to coordinate that a lot better, as Mind Control found a perfect setup opportunity, but the egg wasn't quite close enough. And that could have been the opening that they needed, but Secret instead, taking advantage of the first Ravage of the game. Misery's already got a mech.
Misery is so far ahead. He's just going to play that bullying position where he's just going to be sitting so far forward. Team Liquid have yet to get a kill on the board.
Slark's going to go for the Midas. He senses that his team is doing okay without him so far, and Liquid just don't have the best ways to kill him when it comes to these individual pickoffs. So what they're going to rely on heavily is these team fights, but Eternal Envy is going to play the split push game. He's going to say, I'm only going to come if it looks like it's a guaranteed fight or my team needs me. But with this 5-0 start and your Tidehunter getting this farm, Secret are so comfortable with what's going on.
Nice denying the Invis rune by Jarex.
Oh, that egg, if it was just, they're re-showing it on the Chinese stream. Inches forward, but still really well done by Team Secret so far.
Eternal Envy wrapping around this mid lane is going to go for Kuro here. Kuro does have a TP scroll. He's actually going to be able to dodge the bounce, and he casually is just like, no, I'm just here for farm.
I was just kidding, guys.
Bottom lane, Matumba Man's going to be in some serious trouble. They come in, are going to be able to hit the Fire Spirits a little bit. They're actually going to try and turn on to Misery, but Matumba Man's all out of mana.
Too much damage.
They can't actually fight this one. In fact, they're going to be surrounded here as Team Secret. They're going to lead the way with Eternal Envy on behind. Mind Control's going to be the target, but he already has the time walk out. The supports may be left to die here, as Kuro did TP in. Jerix is able to get the TP out, though.
Yeah, I think this is just going to be a dead Kuro. You give up on this tier 1 tower at bottom. There's almost no chance that you're going to be able to defend it out. The Centaur's even going to scout in.
He's going to spot out Kuro soon.
Oh,
They've already pinged him. They know. They've got the stun. Kuro has no hope to be able to get out of this one.
They're going to trade for this tier 1 tower immediately. Call's been made.
They can't even do any sort of counter pushing on the side of Team Liquid. That mid tower was the target of Team Liquid, but it's only down to half HP, and Team Secret, who have already taken the bottom tier 1, are going to start rotating over.
Secret should absolutely defend this. They've got the mech available on the Tide, plus the Ravage. There's almost no chance that Liquid get off a clean fight.
They need 5 more seconds for the mech, but he's ready to go with the Ravage. He can just start booking it forward if he wants.
Yeah. Misery right now, 2-0. Already has the 5th highest net worth in the game, well ahead of the Faceless Void, who even Highlight Die has eclipsed. And they've got an Ancient stack ready for him as well. They want to make sure that this Tide propels himself into the core role. Liquid have a tri-core, they want to match it with Secret.
At this point in time, it's looking pretty good for Team Secret. How do you continue to hold this kind of lead? Do you build it and go for, well, they are going to start going for Roshan. They don't have the typical heroes for it, but I guess Enchantress makes the perfect tank.
It's nighttime, so Eternal Envy is going to have all the vision in the world. Plus, you know that Liquid can't fight into you anymore. All of your heroes are way too tanky. I don't think they have the control factor unless they get some sort of sick Chronosphere off.
Looks like they're going to try for it here.
It might be
4-man smoke. Witch Doctor's making his way up. Mind Control is actually in a perfect position to be able to get a Chronosphere. He's going to lock it down, but it only catches Misery. The A goes down. On top of it, they're going to try and blow Misery before he gets off the Ravage, but he pops him back, turns around with the Ravage, and now here comes a full artillery from Team Secret. They're already blown up too. Take out the Tidehunter, but that means nothing, as Team Secret will sacrifice Misery as long as they can win this fight. Eternal Envy moves forward, pops the open, starts going for Matumba Man, barely lives through all of this, but he should be able to get the kill in the end. Dominating spree and Mind Control. He's almost out of mana. Time walks his side. Puppy's still going to be able to get that vision though, and Mind Control has little hope to be able to get out of this one, as they're going to hold on to the pounce until Mind Control uses his time walk, lock him down. That's a why Team Secret win the Roshan fight.
absolutely dominant. Liquid had to contest that. That looked like a good opportunity, but he barely whiffs on the Lion. Team Secret, this is the dream start for them. Liquid walk in as 5, get absolutely wiped. This is going to be a free Roshan for them as well. Weeha, who was already really farmed, is going to pick up the Aegis for himself. Eternal Envy already up to 3,200 gold. And this 5-man team fight lineup from Liquid is just not delivered.
They've even got a bit of Ancient stacking here for the Tidehunter. When he's back up, they can start looking towards a Blink Dagger. And then they'll have that perfect kind of counter initiation against Mind Control.
It just took them way too much to kill that Tidehunter. They blew the Chronosphere, most of the Invoker's abilities, and the Reaper's Sight. And that's what you get when you get such a farmed Tidehunter. That's why Secret continue to allow him to farm around the map.
They only just now picking up the Death Ward. I mean, that's obviously a big addition to this whole team fight scenario for Team Liquid, but it seems just a bit too late. At 16 minutes in, we're already seeing a 7,500 gold lead for Secret and a 5K experience lead.
And we already talked about it. The Slark is going to be so hard for Liquid to lock down. And in those fights, you saw him go absolutely insane. Eternal Envy, this is the dream game for him. There's one stun that he has to worry about in the Chronosphere. But once he saw Misery get stuck in it, he was so happy. He's like, I'm going to immediately go in. It doesn't really matter. You guys don't have the cores to be able to stop me either.
If he's not the target of this Chronosphere, he is able to do so much damage with this. Hand of Midas, Yasha, they are going to be able to catch him here, but he pops the ultimate just in time. They're going to have to wait this one out. They will just barely be able to land the Sunstrike. Follow this up now with the Necromorph's ultimate for the save! Comes up from Weehaw! Now the turnaround as Team Liquid try and retreat. Mind Control's almost out of mana, does able to get a little bit of Magic Wand charge to time lock himself away. Kuro runs himself into the trees, is hoping to be able to get a TP out at this point. And he will be
able
successful.
to do so.
Oh no, the Hex! Highlight Die on point at the last half second. Nothing is going right for Team Liquid at this point. Mind Control can't even farm.
Even with 3 heroes there,
he's going to run into Misery. The time walks up in 1 more second. He's going to jump over to the left-hand side, but then Pettis shot follows him. They're going to be able to get enough vision for Puppey to get 1 more shot. And that's going to be a killing spree already on Puppey. 18 minutes in. An unbelievable start for Team Secret.
Even with the numbers advantage for Liquid in that area of their jungle, they're unable to do anything. They pretty much just have to ditch the Void and say, see you later, bros. Misery still has the Ravage available. This is going to be a free tier 2 tower. Secret want this. Liquid, they don't have the Chronosphere up. That's their major team fight ability. And Secret are playing around their Ravage so well right now.
Jeez, there's a Blink Dagger for Matumba Man, but right back at you. Piladai picks one of his own.
Piladai Lion this entire tournament has only lost 1 game so far. They're giving so much space right now to both their supports. And the reason they're doing this, Cap, is because they want all 5 heroes to be online for the late game. They want no doubt left for Liquid.
2 minutes to actually use this Aegis. Team Secret, is it actually worth trying to use this Aegis and push down some tier 2 towers, or are they just happy to play the farm game for now?
I think they're incredibly satisfied with just playing the farm game because they know their cores aren't really counterable. What usually happens is if you have the core that scales better in the Slark, you're almost always just going to say, well, none of the pressure's on us. Liquid feel like they have to do something right now, but we've got the Aegis. There's no way that they can contest this either. Eternal Envy already has a Manta style.
And Misery's farmed up a gigantic stack.
They're being so efficient on the map. I know the panel mentioned it yesterday, but...
Oh, is it going to be enough? The Reaper Sight! It doesn't actually hit Piladai and deal enough damage to finish him off. So he won't have that 30-second penalty.
I think the panel mentioned it earlier, though. Team Secret have heavily relied on having the better late game, and usually what ends up happening is the early game goes a little bit rough for them, but they manage to pull it through. This is one of the few games in the tournament where I've seen them absolutely destroy in the early game while having the better late game. And it's just been, they've been out team fighting Liquid from start to finish. And they're making so much efficiency out of these stacks too. But Liquid are going to gather up. This is what their lineup has to do, unfortunately. They just have to keep battling into this juggernaut.
Which is why you see Eternal Envy go for such more of a farm-oriented split-pushing style, as this will allow him just to abuse the 5-manning of Team Liquid and get the most out of the map.
Yeah, Liquid are going to back up, but they really don't want to. 7,500 in both net worth and NXP.
There you see it, a stat that really tells a bit of the death knell for Team Liquid, the lowest team net worth for the 20-minute marker in this major.
Yeah. Their cores are still keeping up, though. That's the one positive sign right now for Liquid. Like, Secret should not just breathe a sigh of relief quite yet. There is a Hand of Midas Invoker that's farming quite a bit. The Necrophos is also taking advantage of the space of Team Secret playing spread out and allowing their Tidehunter to farm. And so in those two regards, they're kind of okay. It's just Kuro's farm and Jerax's farm right now that it's really being eclipsed by the other two supports on Team Secret.
And even if you have the better late game, it's always dangerous to play against a Necrophos. With that Reaper Scythe penalty, the late game becomes a bit precarious no matter how solid you think it is.
And Liquid have now gathered up in this Secret safe lane. They cannot afford to mess up this fight.
Highlight Eyes ready to go with the initiation. Misery has the follow-up as well. He has a Blink Dagger of his own. Puppey's going to be leading the charge here, seeing if Liquid will take the bait and fight him at all.
This is how unkillable Puppey is. He's just running forward, ice armored.
He knows he's dead. He's caught inside the trees, throws out the paralyzing cast towards the tail end, but that is the end. Team Secret can now actually maybe go for a 5-man push at top lane, but either way, whether it's farming or pushing, Team Secret, they're happy with all the net worth they're bringing in. Oh, Slark. Almost got that courier picked off.
Eternal Envy is just showing off at this point. Level 15.
Radiant's top tower.
They're going to go for this with relative ease. Liquid are just going to split up around the map and start farming as much as they possibly can. I think they just have to kind of switch gears. Look for some sort of smoke opportunity when the map decides to open up. Secret have shown that they Our opponent is sometimes making these mistakes when their cores play on opposite sides of the map a little bit too much. But we saw, like, one time Liquid, they tried to make advantage of that. They used the Chrono mid, just didn't really lead to anything as the Slark was able to pop his ultimate before the Chrono.
They better do it now, too, because the OD is about to finish up his BKB, and that's one of those big power spikes that Team Secret's going to be feeling.
Yeah, they're just going to go continue to farm. Secret inherently, both their cores.
I'll take that.
Mataba Man
really
shows
team
himself
fighters.
in the mid lane and immediately starts backing up. And he should too. Eternal Envy's going to cut in from the
Highlight
side.
Guy's got the
They're going to
stun.
be able to get the stun. Mataba Man needs some help from the Sunray. They will be able to turn this one around a little bit. Misery pops the Ravage now. Seeing how
Oh, he
low
catches
Mataba Man is,
Matamba.
they desperately want this kill and they'll get it too. The Supernova with the Chronosphere over the top. Maybe this is finally Team Liquid's time to be able to get some kills, but they just can't seem to do enough damage. Once again, Weehaw provides the save with the OD ultimate being dropped onto Liquid. They're completely out of mana now. They're still going to try and turn and fight Weehaw with Reaper Sight being dropped. Weehaw saves Misery life, but he ends up committing his own.
Still, that was a buyback from Matamba Man. If you're Liquid, you've immediately got to start barreling down. There is a buyback available for the OD because of how early this game is. So Liquid at best can get this tier 2 tower.
At the same time, there's going to be no Ravage, no Sanity's Eclipse. Maybe it's best if they just let Team Liquid have this tier 2.
Yeah, Liquid are going to try to make this happen as they know the kind of situation that they're in. Matamba Man isn't getting a lot of farm. He just continues to get behind. The Slark scaling up. The Witch Doctor can absolutely do nothing against him. With 1,000 gold, as Pearl's just going to get gone on. Look how quickly he pops him. Nobody from Liquid can do anything to help out.
Eternal Envy already starts building into that Scotty. It's got so much farm. It's impressive that Fada has managed to keep somewhat in step, sitting in second place with 11k net worth, but the rest of his allies are nowhere near that kind of marker.
That's the benefit of having the Midas plus never dying. Ever since that first death in the game, he's just been playing really far back, but it doesn't really matter if your Invoker's getting a lot of farm, because eventually your Witch Doctor and your Phoenix, they've got to get something. You can't afford these two to be food. They're your control factor in these fights. Something that they have to somehow deal with as well is these Astral Imprisonments are hard countering this Necro.
I like this build. Going back for the pipe here on Misery. He's got the Hooded Defiance, which is still going to be a gigantic upgrade against this Necrophos carry.
Works really well against the Invoker as well.
Yeah, so you've got 2 magic damage cores. Not a whole lot of physical damage on the side of Team Liquid. His mind control is definitely not going to be helping out in that regard whatsoever. He's still continuing to go for the utility route. Has drums, going to start building into the Ags now. Team Secret, though.
I really like this. They showed Pi at bottom, so at top, Liquid, they're not 100% sure where everybody is, and they're being hemmed into their base. They don't have the tier 2 atop. The ward sees them.
They're actually going to try and fight this one, but OD, he's already managed to get off the imprisonment onto himself. Team Liquid managed to fight it out, but coming in from behind, they've already taken out the Invoker. They're going to pop the Supernova as well as the Chronosphere, but they just simply have no damage. Now here comes the Death Ward, and they'll finally be able to kill Weehaw, but Team Liquid need to be able to get out as Secret are coming in from behind. They've already taken out 2. They're going to try and chase down Mind Control as well, while Jarek's quick to get out of the trees he's sitting in.
Yeah, Misery didn't have the Ravage available, but he does have the Blink, and Jarex doesn't have the dive. Puppy's going to chase this.
Fauna's going to be stalled up by the Mud Golem, but Team Secret don't really care too much. They back out. They're just going to play the farm efficiency game. Yeah. The Scotty is now complete.
Liquid trying to pretend like they're walking it off, like that was just a farming smoke. We
Head
don't know
up
what their
to the
wards
top
are.
lane, go to the off lane camp.
Just like cough it off. Ugh.
It seems like they're
It's an
hoping that
accident.
someone is going to TP up to the top lane from Team Secret and they can get the quick pick off there.
Yeah, but with Mind Control showing himself, they know that Secret are going to go for the 5-man themselves.
Yeah.
Now that they've got the Aegis on this Slark. So Liquid are trying to open up the map in other ways.
Dire's top
The
tower
worst thing they
is
could
under
do
attack.
that was leaves these 2 backline heroes is Eternal Envy. He knows there's a ward up here, but he doesn't really seem to care.
Just runs right through.
He's got to get out of here.
He's got 2,400 HP, but against 5 different heroes, he should still be careful.
Yeah, I don't think they could kill him, but you don't want to just waste the Aegis like that. You want to use it for the 5-man push if you can. Misery is already set up at this bottom lane. Eternal Envy can make his way down there too. Liquid absolutely cannot fight this.
Maybe they can get a pick off on Pylai Die, though. Mind Control has picked up the Invis rune and is trying to scout some things out. He is going to be scouted, though, as this counter ward combination. Should be able to see his rotation across. You can see Team Secret are already splitting themselves up, making sure there's not going to be a 3-man Chronosphere if possible.
Yeah, Liquid want to get something out of this.
Ooh,
Puppy's going to be the
control.
target.
He just goes for the solo Chronosphere. This is so dangerous. They have the Sunray. They're going to follow up with the cast. Maybe even drop the Death Ward for this one. Puppy is going to be saved by Weehaw. But he's going to be running back in. Oh, there goes the combination from Misery and Weehaw. They're blowing up Liquid left and right. 3 down, and Kuro, he realizes there's no escape here. Mind Control also trying to time walk himself, hiding in the trees. Ooh, 2 more seconds. He's going to be saved by the imprisonment for now, but they should be able to run him down no matter what. The Pounce is going to miss, but still, they've got him with the Blink Dagger on Weehaw. Kuro's not going to stay ahead of Misery either. This is eventually going to be a wipe, as Team Secret are now well positioned to push out that bottom lane and think about pressuring high ground.
Secret have absolute control of this game right now. This 4-position Puppy Enchantress, it's not the hero that you want to go for. 1300 HP, has the heal. They've got multiple ways to save her with both the mech, the pipe, and the Astral Imprisonment. I mean, nobody from Secret is a free target at this point.
Absolutely not. Our tier 2 is going to fall, and they're going to continue going high ground. I like this choice from Jerix. Normally we see the Ether Lens, but the choice of the Veil of Discord is a nice addition to all these intel cores.
Still, this mid tower looks like it is going to fall. Liquid don't have the Chronosphere available, and I don't really even know how they set up a fight right now. With the Aegis still on Envy for another 2 minutes, they've got to be careful. This guy hits hard. He's got 3,200 gold to back him up.
Paralyzing cast. They're actually going to try and go for Puppy here. Sunstrike is going to land. Nice setup there from Vada. And Team Secret will actually back themselves up. They don't have the Ravage. They still have that Aegis. If they wanted to be able to fight, they could do it. And yeah, Eternal Envy's not going to show too much fear. He turns around, dares Mind Control to fight him.
Roki's got to be careful. It's by far the easiest hero to kill for Eternal Envy. He's going to get stunned up by the cast, but he sees Kuro.
Maybe he wants to make himself a target since he already blew that Death Ward. Eternal Envy is going to oblige. They're going to be able to double team Kuro as fast as possible. The Maledict goes down. It's last dying word. Meanwhile, on the right-hand side, they're going to try and blow up Weehaw. They're successful, too. They've got the Reaper side.
They got to
the
protect
Phoenix
the
Egg is going to be able to explode as well. Team Secret are going to be caught here. They thought they could turn. They thought they could fight, but they're going to lose some major heroes here as Misery's just eventually going to be chased down. He's a tanky beast, but there's just no escape for him.
Oh, with the Sunray drop, too.
4 heroes down, and Team Liquid, that is the first glimmer of light that we've seen all game for them.
Yeah, didn't really think that was going to be possible, especially with how big Eternal Envy is, but Envy decides this is not the fight that we can take anymore, even with the Aegis. Going to immediately get out of there. He wants to make absolute sure that if his team gets wiped like that, he's not going to go down with them.
I really like the way that Kuro positioned himself forward. I think Team Liquid knew that they just had to take a fight. Otherwise, this game was going to stall out and Team Secret would take full control.
When you're in a situation like this and you're just waiting for lane creeps to come to you, Cap, you're almost always going to fall behind because you've got Secret who are going to farm the same amount of creeps in the lane. And on top of that, they've got both jungles to work with. So you've got to take some sort of fight outside your base. If you allow Secret to just split up and farm like this repeatedly right in front of you, you're almost never going to be able to catch up.
Liquid are not actually going to go, well, I guess they got the Fire Spirits and this tower is low enough. They can take this tier 1 without committing any heroes. So a nice little bump up in gold for them.
Yeah, but Eternal Envy, he has the Moon Shards now. One of the best Slark items, and a way for them to deal with the Phoenix Egg.
I like the completed Shivas, though, to help offset some of the attack speed advantage that OD and Slark are so reliant on.
Yeah, this hurts the OD especially. It's one of the best counters that you can get, sort of picking a Tidehunter and getting one on himself.
He's going to have a completed Scythe of Ice, though, soon on the OD.
I mean, Secret are not poor whatsoever in this game. They can continue to scale however they want. They still have a lot of map control afforded to them by the fact that Eternal Envy Slark is so hard for Liquid to lock down. So everybody from Liquid, nobody even bothers heading down here because they can't afford to fail another gank on him. Because as soon as the Chrono's used, Team Secret know, like, okay, this is our timing window, let's go for it again. Fortunately for Liquid, they do have the Chronosphere, so the cooldown of it is dramatically shortened.
So once that, so now that the Aegis is down, do you think that's target number 1 if they can actually catch him out?
Secret just developed themselves 4 cores. Like Puppy, you saw what happened when they tried to go on him. There's nothing to deal with the untouchable from the Enchantress. They had to drop 2 ults just to try to try to take him down, and even then they weren't successful. The Axe is going to make him a lot tankier, but even more important, it's going to make him hard to ignore in these fights.
Matumba Man is going to reveal himself in the mid lane, and Liquid are 4-man smoke behind, hoping to be able to catch something here. Maybe bait him out. Mind control, though. His smoke pops, and Misery's quick to blink out. A nice read there from Team Secret. Positioned themselves beautifully. Great reactions are not going to be caught.
Yeah, and Puppy's immediately going to TP himself out, too. This is one of the few aggressive moves that I could see Liquid making use of, but everybody has already gotten out of that top lane, and without a Blink Dagger on this Faceless Void, it's so hard to initiate.
Team Secret, they've already drawn the map. They want to fight this one. They're going to head up to the top lane. Team Liquid want to fight. They'll have it. They're trying to chip down this tier 2 tower. Misery's ready to go. He's going to wait. Waiting on the Ravage. He's going to throw it down now. Will be able to catch on 4. That's going to be a beautiful figure of death that pops with Matumba Man as well. Now they've got the, oh no, that's going to be an A combination with the Chronosphere that only really catches 2. Kurt's going to let out the Death Ward, but there's just not enough damage here. OD drops the ultimate. Jarrus comes back from the egg, but his teammates are all gone. Mind Control's going to try and get himself out with a Time Walk TP away. Should be successful there as, oh, Violet Eye. Oh, so close.
Puppy absolutely obliterated that BKB Invoker. He just came from behind, prances, and says, 1 hit, 2 hit, 3 hit, you're dead.
So between the combination of nukes, control, and just straight pure damage, both the intelligence cores of Team Liquid just evaporate. And now Team Secret ready to force some buybacks.
Yeah, that was the worst possible fight for Liquid. This is not a fight that they can take anymore, especially without the Phoenix Egg available. Eternal Envy still has some of the stacks left over from that top fight, making quick work of the racks.
His attack speed is truly out of control at this point. 9-28, 36 minutes in. Our first lane of racks is going to go down for Team Liquid. It's almost a 20,000 net worth lead.
Yeah, and you've got a Hex
Secret
now completed on the OD. The BKB from the Invoker isn't enough of a defensive item anymore either, as Puppy just cuts through him like butter.
Yeah, if it wasn't clear from that top fight, now with the Scythe of Ice, it means initiation has to go the way of Team Liquid. They don't have a prayer in being able to win a fight unless they're the ones starting it.
Yeah, it's probably going to be the next Roshan fight that they take, but they're going to need the best setup possible. The Phoenix Egg is excellent at fighting around that territory. The problem is they just don't have enough control factor to lock anybody down past that.
What is the best fight that Liquid can get while still being realistic?
Okay, that part is the awkward part.
I mean, we could say 5-man Chronosphere, egg on top. You know, they blow up the Slark with Reaper Scythe, but it just seems a little bit unrealistic.
That's kind of how it has to be, though.
Okay.
Like I don't really know how else Liquid are going to win this fight, just because if you don't catch the Tide plus another core, then the cores just destroy you. If you don't catch Puppy, then he just focus fire and hones in on Fada. And if Fada decides to Ghost Walk, then you've already got the Invoker out of the fight, and they desperately need his damage. Secret just have a lot of win conditions backing them up, and Liquid don't have many at all. It's pretty much get a multiple hero chrono that I guess you could say they could get a 4-man chrono. Pylai Die maybe not be.
But even then, Pi will be able to get some sort of
Pi
disables.
hits, like, Ravages left and right with the Zerg Spike alone. So
he does.
I'm not really sure.
Team Secret, they know this. Oh, Eternal Envy's on the ramp here. Pounce up in 3 more seconds, gonna pop his ultimate. They actually hit the Chronosphere, but he's already popped the ultimate. They have all this extra damage over the top. The Sunstreak gets laid down, but Misery hits the counter initiation with the pipe over the top. Weehaw blowing up heroes. Is gonna be able to take out 2. And again, Liquid time after time, the initiation comes from Secret. Heroes are immediately lost, and they just have to retreat.
That's the second time Eternal Envy's been able to get his Shadow Dance off during the Chronosphere duration. He's played so well in this game. It helps that Liquid just don't have enough to follow up with it. But mechanically, this is about as good as you want to see Envy play if you're a Secret fan. He hasn't made any unnecessary risks. He's min-maxed this game perfectly.
Now Jackie's going to be able to play even more balls to the wall with the Aegis picked up. Weehaw will claim the cheese.
Liquid are just going to farm as much as they can in between this and the next fight. It's not going to be a lot of time for them as Mind Control should start backing up already.
Jump in. He's going to be able to control Jarrus, make sure there's going to be no Supernova. The Tornado is just a bit too late to intercept. And now Team Secret They know this is their opportunity to end this game. 5 more seconds till the Necrophos is back up. Clearly, he's not going to buy back, so they should have a free lane of racks. The question is Team Secret actually going to stick around? They don't have their Ravage, but they have a huge net worth lead that may be enough confidence for them to be able to take this fight. Mind control, time walks to the side. He's going to be able to get the Chronosphere this time around on Eternal Envy. The Death Ward gets laid out, but they desperately need the Reaper's Sight. But Eternal Envy still has that Aegis, so it doesn't even matter. Eternal Envy now pops the ultimate, turns on Akuro, starts stealing all those num stats. He's going to be able to just go through support after support. He's beyond godlike, and they can't even kill him once. Matumba Man, he comes back in. But the imprisonment is going to stall things up. The tornado controlling some of the heroes in the background. Puppey with that long-range artillery is actually keeping Liquid from being able to be aggressive.
They're going to start jumping forward, but Misery
jumps right back in with the counter initiation of the Anchor Smash. Is going to be able to stop all this damage. The Reaper Sight goes out. They will be able to kill Weehaw, but still they have to worry about the Slark because life number 2 is back up, and Eternal Envy still feeling pretty healthy. He's fighting this one out. He actually wants to be able to get out here as the Pounce was blocked up. Matumba Man comes forward. Looks like the Sunray is going to be able to take out Pylai Dai. Eternal
really
Envy
need to kill Envy.
get into the trees. Hides himself for a second, but Fada, he's a Bloodhound locking down Eternal Envy, and they will be able to find him. Team Liquid, they win a fight, but is it too late?
They lost so much out of that double set of racks, but...
A 10K gold swing from that fight.
They had to use the buyback, though, on Matumba Man. And even with a 10K gold swing, it barely brings it up, Cap. The XP is in a similar position. Liquid, they keep the hope alive, but they've still got a tall mountain to climb as nobody from Secret have to commit a buyback.
Seems barely a dream at this point. Fada will complete a full Octarine after that fight, but it really seems like he was the only big benefactor of that.
Yeah, the Necrophos having to buy back, and he's had the Shivas for so long.
Jerix almost has a Scythe, but I can't help but wonder if that's actually going to have that big of an impact with the way that Jackie's reacting so quickly. Those Dark Packs and Shadow Dances.
Yeah, they're going to have to use it on the Outworld Devourer, if anything. And Liquid are getting on the aggressive. They know without the buyback on their main core, they have to make something happen. They can't allow Secret to just reset this fight. They want to try to force buybacks if they can, too. They've got the Chrono available. Puppey's going to be the frontliner for them. So hard to kill.
Misery. If they want to, they could force the buybacks, but it seems unnecessary. He can make the Blink Ravage initiation, buybacks come in, and they probably win that fight, but at this point in time, it's an unnecessary risk. They want to be able to keep their buybacks intact, and they don't even lose the tier 3 for it.
Fada's going to have to do everything for Liquid in these fights. The Necro's fallen off a little bit too hard.
Okay.
All right, that's one way to do it.
This is postmodern art at its finest. Eternal Envy now down to 7-second duration for the BKB.
Still only the real first misstep of the game for him.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think they care too much about that. As if they want, they can just choose to wait it out. They've only got 1 Rex left to contend with. And Team Liquid do not have the best lineup at dealing with Mega Creeps.
All right, there's that Scythe. Liquid, they don't have any items that are going to be coming in the next 5 minutes that really change this. It seems like their best hope is really now to force a fight.
Yeah, item timing-wise, this is about perfect for them. But Secret know they haven't gone back to the base yet or anything like that. They've got a ward inside. They're just kind of playing behind this Eternal Envy Slark.
They'll have to eventually. This bottom lane as well as mid are pushing out.
Yeah, they're going to start TPing out now. I don't think the Secret are going to be foolish enough to leave their base in that kind of scenario without vision. Immediately going to counter ward this too. Liquid wanted to fight around that A because it was close to the base, and B, it was the only place on the map that they had offensive ward vision in. And you almost always want to fight in ward vision if you can help it, especially if you're this far behind.
They've sent back Fada's Invoker, but thanks to the Octarine core, he can actually join his teammates at top already.
Yeah. And might be a fight that they can take if anybody from Secret continue to push on forward, but Drex is going to show himself.
Looks like Jackie's just a bit too clever for this routing from Team Liquid. He's going to stick with the 5-man, and a double damage.
Oh,
yeah.
Boy.
Arcane Rune, double damage. Eternal Envy's a very happy camper now.
Yeah. He hits so hard right now. Liquid, if they see it, they're immediately just going to backpedal.
All right, one more smoke for Liquid. They push out the mid lane, smoke, and try and do a wraparound. It seems like they have to get a surprise initiation. They can't just let Secret 5-man into the base.
No. If they allow Secret to play the siege game, Secret can also just wait for Roshan to be up, and they've got dire advantage plus 2 lanes of Rax pushing in. And they've got all the map control in the world. There was that brief moment where Liquid were pressing in, but
Liquid, they just fall apart after that. They have no buybacks. That was the best possible Chronosphere they could have had. But it just goes to show the Team Secret are just too big to fight up against. They're going to be able to get Fada here after the imprisonment. There's no way the Sunray can save them. And Team Secret will beat down the buildings in preparation of taking game number 1.
Yeah, Liquid are going to pop everything that they possibly can, but from the laning phase on, this game has been all Team Secret, especially with that Roche fight. Perfect play by Secret.
Such a superior game by them. They outplayed Liquid every step of the way. Fada starts dropping meatballs, but he's got nothing. He turns around, goes on to Misery, but he's already dying to Puppey alone. The 4 position is destroying Fada's Invoker, who's had the highest net worth of Team Liquid for so long. Misery finally goes down, but the throne explodes, and Team Secret take game 1 in this grand finals.
What a dominant showing for them, too. We said that Liquid and Secret both got the type of lineups that they wanted. Secret end up on top. Psychologically alone, that's going to afford them so many advantages going in.
Absolutely. Team Liquid, they're probably going to be pretty shook up after that one, as they've had a long, hard road, but to go into the grand finals and face up against such a dominant Secret in game number 1 is sure to be shaking some of their will, but our analysts have a lot to break down, and it's their time to shine now.
Thank you very much, Capitalist and Blitz, and we're here back at the panel, and what a game 1 that was. Team Secret take it. It's 1-0. It's a best of 5, though, so Liquid has plenty of chances to come back. But what happened, Synerin? Oh, rather, actually, Andy. You halfway. I think at 10 minutes, Andy was like, I'm getting off this train. Right now.
It was like 15, okay? It's like 15
I thought it was like 7.
Okay, maybe when the first blood came out, I was like, I'm off this train. But in all seriousness, like the game started off really rough for Liquid. I feel like a couple of things that were key. Having Misery in the offlane on the Tidehunter, they didn't really pressure him enough. And I feel like they had to commit both supports just to basically have it where Misery actually felt like he couldn't totally free farm and still ended up having like a 14-minute Arcane's mech. Compare that to what Mind Control did. We were talking about on the panel prior to game number 1, saying how these heroes need to have big impact. There was a clutch situation around the Roshan pit where Mind Control had an opportunity for a 4-man sphere. You guys were talking about it, saying how he didn't, like he walked forward to break smoke and then leap instead of just going for the YOLO play, leaping in and landing the sphere. And that was also a big crucial fight as well. So I feel like the offlane impact very heavily in Misery's favor.
And we talked about the offline impact that was supposed to be very important, that the determining of the pace of the game there.
He got a lot more help though.
Yeah. That's true, yes.
Yeah.
I mean, he had one hero over Void's lane. Like, how do you...
It's not... You can definitely help with Void's lane, but they didn't have the right heroes to help. Like, their heroes basically can't help, but... And Secret had Enchanter, so...
Yeah.
The offlane is going to be a difference.
There was also that one fight in mid where Mind Control hit a 3-person chrono and there was no follow-up at all. So, we didn't... Did he have Wex at that point?
That's what I want to know.
Witch Doctor wasn't 6 yet. Like that was...
The egg was very far away.
Yeah, the egg was super far away. But that I thought that was going to be the turning point for them. And then they wouldn't have even been in the position where they would have had to control Roche.
I think that's the reason it's that difficult for Liquid is that they've obviously played this lineup, or this type of lineup, a lot in this tournament.
Yeah.
But this was the game where they had the hardest laning stage, and if you still go into the fights with the same mindset of what you're used to having in your games, you're going to misread the situation. Like they're just lacking key parts that they're used to having. So I don't blame them for trying to go for the plays that they do, and I think they're doing the right thing by at least trying to force fights. So the mentality was right, but they lost the lanes way too much. I think Puppey played a very crucial part in this, and Pi too on the line. I think the support duo is what really made it, and made it look... like made Misery look so incredibly good. He landed every single Ravage really well, though. I think his decision making was incredible, and that right there, that happened 2 or 3 times that he imprisoned someone who got.
It was twice, I think.
Reapered. Yeah, it's really good.
Is it time to
to
have Pi change his name to Simba?
I'm waiting for the punchline.
He's playing like a Lion King. like the Lion King.
I feel like it's kind of disrespectful to Fly, who used to play for Secret.
I know,
and was
he
called
changed his
Simba,
name because he was
and then
not
he just takes
the
his
Lion
nickname and he
King.
plays on Secret's like, ha.
To be honest, though, I feel like it was more Puppy in this game than it was Pi. Not to say
this was the second imprisonment. And
and I was saying this in the game too. Puppy, I feel like whenever I see him play Enchantress, to me the tell, if you're watching the game and you're not sure who's playing Enchantress, if the name isn't there, the number one tell for me that it's Puppy is that at some point in the game, he will bait the enemy team to go for him and they will get a team wipe. It happens like almost every game he's Ench. It happens so often that I simply can't believe that he's out of position anymore. Like he's doing it on purpose. He knows the limits of the hero very well. He's probably one of the pros who's played the absolute most, and it's been buffed since back when he played it a lot. So now he can push it even further.
I mean, honestly, even if he were to die there, his team were to
Yeah,
at least
exactly.
got kills. Like team not dying was a bonus there even. Like.
Overall, though, I'm actually starting to see the importance of the Slark in a lot of these matchups. With Night Stalker not really being as useful as he once was, with Beastmaster being banned out often, they killed so many of their wards because of Slark's vision, and they also have the nighttime advantage. The Roshan fight actually happened during nighttime, so you're always playing like, oh crap, Slark could see us and we don't even see them. And it's hard to see, like, because we have the observer point of view, but I think that Liquid, they can't get any of these jumps in team fights because of the vision superiority of the Shadow of the Slark.
I mean, we even talked about the fact that Liquid used the same type of lineup, but against EG couldn't take advantage of it because they didn't have an Ench or a champ player on position 4. That's why they couldn't abuse the fact that they had all these team fight heroes, but they had very weak lanes. So Secret showed how to deal with this massive team fight composition.
And compared to other Enchantress games we've seen, this game it gets 4th picked. So it doesn't look like Secret value it high enough for a first phase, but they rather wait and see if there are exploitable lanes. And the moment they have the Tide Hunter and they know that Tide is going to play a crucial part in the game, they're willing to take a support that is not very farm intensive, but just secures that lane. They know that they're going to win the mid lane. They have OD versus Invoker matchup. If Ench helps there, they win that lane. The bottom lane is definitely winnable, and the top lane is super easy. Like Slark Lion is such a good lane against Void.
It was supposed to be a good lane for the Necrophos. Necrophos versus Tide is pretty in favor of Necrophos there, but they had like 2 supports down there, the solo kill on the Phoenix, like all these things just added up in the bottom lane, and it was just a disaster for them. So all in all, we've seen a lot of teams just ban out 4 of Puppy's heroes too. Sometimes when you just don't ban an Enchantress, you get wrecked like that. So how should they approach the bans?
They actually chose to ban the Dazzle in the second phase
They did.
instead of the Enchantress, you remember?
Yeah.
So I think that could have been something that they might be overlooked. They forgot that there's still Enchanters that can actually wreck the lane because your previous series, the hero was like non-existent. So maybe you're using the same strat and you kind of forget that this team actually has this against your strat, and you forget about it and you ban another hero.
It could be that they were planning on picking the Void, and that's why they probably wanted to ban Dazzle, because it's a secondary save because they open with OD. So then you also have 2 heroes good sustain. You can actually still control the tempo of the game a bit more, but I do agree that the Ench did like way too much.
But it's like they always like want to run a jungling hero as well. It's like it's much, I don't know how to say it, but it's just like it feels like the tempo is much better when you have a jungling hero, whereas compared to if they ran the Dazzle, so they would have Dazzle plus Lion lane. The lane is like whatever, even if the Void doesn't get too much, you have to use 3 heroes. I don't think that's the way that Secret plays best at. They want to exploit the fact that they can actually jungle, so it's much harder for the enemy to play them in the early to mid game, and you can't pressure the other lanes with Dazzle, so the other lanes wouldn't suffer, and Tide would definitely be in a worse position if they had Dazzle instead.
If they pick Dazzle, they were run Dazzle Tide off.
Oh, together you mean?
Yeah, they do that very, very often. But it doesn't really provide a threat. It's not like you can kill a Phoenix with that sort of lineup. So, yeah, What do you do? Just ban out all the junglers though?
Yeah, why not?
Why not?
Well,
I guess so.
You ban Chen, you ban Enchantress, and you ban Enigma. 3
Or
of these heroes.
you control the one that they go out with. I mean, if you leave I'm not an analyst here, so I'm just doing a suggestion here. They let Enigma in against their evil geniuses.
Oh, that's why they banned the Ursa. Because the Ench? No. Maybe.
It could be.
Yeah, possibly.
It could be, yeah.
Because they wanted to make sure that Enchantress was really strong in that game, so they maybe because we were wondering why would they ban the Ursa there, because they could have just picked the Ursa, so that could have been a reason.
If anything, they would let the Enigma through, because I think it's the most predictable playstyle.
Yeah.
So when you're playing against Chen or Ench, you don't know like what lane they're going to pressure. It's obviously game-to-game basis, what lanes you have, who you can gank for, who you can't. But with Enigma, it's pretty much always going to be the same thing. You can rotate to like maybe counter gank, but you're not going to be doing anything aggressive until a set point in the game.
It's difficult to deal with though. Like just because like a 5-minute black hole is coming, like it's still very difficult.
But at the same time, because Liquid likes to team fight, so maybe more unwilling to give away the Enigma because Enigma would mean that Secret would have a much better team fight composition. So maybe that's also part of the decision making.
So in the last game, who would you say had the better team fight? Because I think it was super close.
I think it was Liquid.
Liquid? I think Liquid had... What do you think, Sin? Do you think Liquid had the better team fight?
No, Sinwin said it was actually very close.
I thought it was even.
I said it was Liquid.
I think Liquid actually had the better team fight.
It's like their team fight requires a really good chrono, and it's harder to hit a really good chrono than hitting a really good Ravage until there are BKBs.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
And
Ravage is a bigger spell, pretty much.
Yeah, Ravage is really hard to hit Shizuke. So if the OD doesn't get shut down entirely in the fights, I think Secret's team fight is as good, if not even better, in the early part of the game. They need to hit, like, if OD gets to attack 5 times, the damage combined with Ravage is enough to blow up easily blow up a couple targets.
It was easy though for the Tide because he had so much farm in the early game. Like
sure.
he has Arcane Mech and Blink. If he doesn't have the Blink, I think it's way more difficult for them to actually land good Ravages. And the Chronosphere, you don't need any items.
I think he had two good Ravages before the Blink even. They already won team fights before that. But I agree, like it's not really a fair fight, I guess, in this game because they're so far ahead. But I do think when you saw the potential of how the team fights played out, Secret's lineup was definitely capable of winning team fights, even with a 0 gold difference, if they land their
But there's
abilities
also
correctly.
another issue. He didn't go Blink that game. He went for drums on the Void.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, he went drums into Aghanim's. So he didn't have Blink that game.
Gentlemen, we
Not a
are
fan.
gonna watch an interview of being taken during the group stages.
Feel tired and like even burned out from time to time. But at the end of the day, I just really love what I'm doing. I really love competing. I have a lot of fans. I want to give them something back too.
Format is really good for tournaments. I like the GSL format. The accommodation is really nice. I like the tournament so far. I like everything.
Team Liquid by talking to Kuro and Fada and making up with the team. And basically it was an idea of creating just a new team from the old parts of the other teams. And
we try really hard. Each individual is trying really hard to improve at all times. I think that's we try to be really honest with each other about mistakes, and so we can improve together. And that's kind of like some principles we found at the team on, and it's working out really well for us, in my opinion.
There are a lot of new challenges I face. It's hard to point out the biggest one. It's like a mixture of like doing more analytical work and taking care of my teammates.
We are Liquid.
Well, they definitely found a big challenge here in Team Secret, as they are now 1 game behind against Team Secret in the grand finals of the Shanghai Major. It sounded like, from talking about that first game, that you all feel that it was outplay rather than outdraft, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So if we focus on that, how can Team Liquid, even if you lose the laning stage, was there a chance for them to come back into this game?
Yeah, I mean, they definitely had the heroes for it.
But how would they have done it?
There were 2 opportunities. The one mid fight and then the Roche. But the Roche one was really difficult. It was like that was like half a second.
Very hard to blame him in the Roche fight there.
Yeah.
No, I didn't. Yeah. I just mean like it happened in the game. It's not necessarily player fault, but it is something that dictated the pace and definitely favored Secret. But the biggest issue I think that they had was, in the early game, they had sufficient damage to be able to kill. But since Misery had such a good start, and eventually he ends up getting things like Pipe as well, the Ench gets extra farm, has like Dragon Lance and Point Booster, all of a sudden your Chronosphere, Meteor, Sunstrike that's supposed to be like guaranteed setting up for these Reaper sites is not working anymore. And then you have to worry about when the sphere goes down. Obviously you have counter initiation with things like Ravage, and then obviously the offset of health and mech and the Pipe. So I think once you get really far behind, and I believe they got team wiped like twice in a row.
Yeah.
I mean, when that happens in any game, it's already going to be difficult. But when you're looking to try to fight 5 versus 5 with a Phoenix and a Sphere, and your first 2 team fights end in that particular fashion, the game becomes very difficult for you.
I think they probably didn't prioritize the gyrocopter early enough. They also just got destroyed by the BKBs. There's like no damage that they had during BKB, and on top of that, like you just need some ways to kill some of the heroes. Like Necrophos, you need heroes to get low before you actually do the damage. So if they pop their BKBs, Invoker drops his combo, nothing happens. So I think if they picked up if they really wanted Gyrocopter, they should have picked them fourth. And then there are substitutes for the Witch Doctor. We've seen EG favorite Crystal Maiden sometimes to deal with Ench creeps. So I think that's something that they should carry into next game.
Is this one of the games where we're going to see... Oh, I was going to ask where we're going to see support as an MVP, because I felt like the impact Puppy had was game deciding. And Envy's fan base.
It seems like farm priority is...
I actually think this is one of the games where a carry gets voted for MVP, where I think it's the closest to. We've had other games where the carry was actually the MVP, and we agreed on that, but we obviously say supports aren't appreciated. I think this
time. Position 1 gets MVP. Second position.
But if we were to decide an MVP, it would be Puppy?
Yes.
I would imagine.
Hands down Puppy.
To be fair, Envy played the really best games of the tournament. He
What
played
do you
really
feel
well.
It wasn't a flawless game though. There was that one fight where Puppy died mid to the Sunstrike, and then he went up the hill. 4 spirits came around, and he went back in. He stole some stats from Faceless Void, and they lose a few heroes because of that. Like that's, when you're up against that sort of lineup, you don't want to give them any edge to get back in the game. That could be a blink. That could be like a Scepter for Invokers. So I thought that was like a one fairly large mistake.
Twice. But they ran in too far with the other heroes. You could just, farm the Fort Spirits, hit some heroes, have fun.
I guess that's part of his playstyle, though, to like kind of draw the enemy team. But like either his team needs to understand that and just leave him be.
Actually, Envy's fault, though. He has an Aegis that he wants to use, and he knows he's immortal, so he might as well go and hit and steal some stats. It's because they hard committed after him. He can basically play around there and do whatever he wants. Liquid can't kill him.
He needs to understand that his team is going to follow him in if he does that and not go in for that. But either way, there were some things here and there.
How about if you made the decision for him that had him go for a Manta style rather than maybe a Blink or a Shadow Blade or a Scadia first? Yeah? Time dilation?
Yep.
Void.
You can go BKB too, but it's not good for your farming, and it's not good for like the 40-minute plus when your BKBs run down to 5, so it's safer.
I think the build was also nice that game because he had OD on his team, and that hero just does ridiculous amounts of damage. And an Ench, who from that position, not many other heroes can transition into kind of like that safe carry who can deal damage through BKB, which Ench, I think, is probably one of the better picks when you have that kind of lineup, just because it says Envy can beat a hero who has 3,000 HP, makes nothing but defensive items, and he's still a terror in the fights.
Yeah, and they also used the Manta plus the Ench. Like, Ench was even relevant passive first 10 minutes because, firstly, she got really farmed. Secondly, she kept sending creeps. There were like golems messing with them, and then the Manta illusions also have night vision. So without a Beastmaster, you always want some sort of way so they're, kind of doing what Beastmaster does without the actual hero.
So looking forward, we are going to head into a second game very soon. It was said that both teams should have been kind of happy with the draft that they got. Now, obviously, Liquid, on hindsight, a little bit less happy. What's going to change? What are they going to shake up?
The bans, like we mentioned, it's either that or they draft slightly better early game. Instead of going too all out on team fight, you have to secure your early game a bit more against Secret. Other than that, it's just you ban the enchanters.
I think second phase is everything, honestly. In this, I think the first phase was fine for both teams, and then in the second phase, Secret took it in a direction that favored them. And this is what I was talking about going to the matchup. Maybe Liquid are gonna go for an opening that is a little bit more wide, where they can both early game pressure and team fight. So they got the Phoenix in the first phase, and then they need to already, based on Secret's bans and first 2 picks, start planning the right approach for the second phase. And this time around, the weakness in their lineup was actually the lanes and the early game, and they didn't adapt to that correctly in the second phase. I think Ben's suggestion with picking Gyro 4th would have been way better than the Witch Doctor. For example, they could have secured the safe lane way better, pressured the Tide as well, and still, like, Gyro is just ideal for that kind of game, I feel.
And also not draft perhaps something in the form of getting some form of comeback potential hero? Or do you feel like this was completely focused on the early game and they should just continue focusing on that?
Oh, they needed physical damage too. If you mean comeback potential, like a carry that scales and suddenly becomes really good, then I would agree with the idea that you need for Liquid you need to have various scaling. If you're picking no physical damage, then you have to play it as a push strat. I think if this game goes late, they also lose. Unless the Necrophos gets like Reaper Scythe on a key target with Aghanims and Secret make a crucial mistake. So yeah, I could definitely see that. Again, Gyro would have been good. Scales well, could have complemented the draft.
Yeah, and Ben, you mentioned Slark being of high impact also because of the vision, or maybe even mostly because of the vision. How is Liquid going to compensate for that? We saw them banning out Beastmaster previous game. Are we going to see change there, you reckon?
How's Night Stalker? I don't know.
Did Liquid play Night Stalker?
Kuro did.
Yeah, Kuro did.
He played it really well that game too.
And I mean, that's always a possibility. The biggest thing about Slark is he has like, the highest night vision pretty much that you can get, tied with Night Stalker and other heroes. But it's kind of like one of those things where you really want to ban a hero like Slark, but you can't really ban all of Envy's heroes at the same time. I think it's the style that they played because of the early game tempo. Like we were talking about during the draft, how Envy has a likelihood of being able to like split push lanes and stuff. But with their team, all they did was fight. Like they were just smoking up, bringing him into fights at level 8 and such, and they didn't really have a counterplay to it. So I think that actually the Slark was a really nice pick in this situation because who else can tower dive against a Void? Like that's one of the other problems too, because Mind Control can't go into a team fight early game and expect to be able to get kills when your Invoker doesn't have Wex until like level 8 or 9. And that was one of the big problems too when they had that Sphere mid. So I don't know. I think the safe lane is actually fairly important in this matchup now after seeing that game.
Even after saying that still thinking the offlane is the most impactful one.
Well, it's like off lane, safe lane. I think the mid matchup was like OD versus Invoker is a little bit weird. I think they probably both farm, but maybe slightly advantage to OD. Because you can obviously kill the Forged Spirits really easy with Arcane Orb, and then since no one's rotating, it's just like a 1v1. If it ends up happening that way again, I think it just depends on the other two lanes more, actually, than the mid.
I feel like the supports still have maybe a slight higher impact than the safe lane purely because they will need to rotate to try and maybe either shut down the safe lane of the enemy team or help with the offlane a bit more. How do you feel about that, Ben?
It just depends on what JRX plays. I think because they had such good success with the Phoenix in the first series that they were like, oh, we have the first pick now because Secret watched our game and they're going to try and counter it and whatnot. But I think he plays a lot better on the Tusk and the Tusk and Earth Spirit in particular. Even the Bounty Hunter that was, I think, not touched at all in terms of bans for the entire game, which is actually very strange. It's almost always first ban, at least in the past couple of days. So I like to see him kind of match the aggression of either of the secret supports, the Puppy in this particular case, to make them feel pressured in the lanes.
Yeah, I think opening the draft with Tusk would be a really good idea too, like for this situation. Just get better lanes and still have decent team fight.
They don't have a very good win rate with it though. They've only won 2 games out of 5. And I think it's one of those all-in picks. So if they can get like a DP or something, and then have Tusk to control the lanes and just go for like that kind of push strat, I think that would be good.
Yeah, I just feel like when they open with the Phoenix in the previous game, it's much easier for the enemy to exploit their draft.
Yeah.
So
what was the order of picks in the first phase? Invoker and then
Invoker, Phoenix.
No, but what did Secret get after Invoker?
OD plus.
They got OD plus Lion.
Yeah, Lion first pick, and then OD.
Yeah, and then Phoenix.
They're both pretty good against Tusk, actually.
They banned our Tusk second phase.
Yeah.
I think it's just the flow of the game. Like Tusk is just much better at securing your lanes, even though you might be worse against that 2 heroes in particular. But it means that your tempo of the game and your play style, early game is different because you have Tusk. You can set up kills.
I think I would have liked Bounty Hunter more in that situation than in the first phase. They could have gone Invoker Bounty. I think that's pretty strong opener. Then you draw attention to mid lane. It opens up for way less pressure bottom, so Tide doesn't get as much. And
yeah,
I think that's a dynamic they should explore a bit in this game.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, well, we're going to look at what these teams are going to change up, if anything, in game number 2, because we are in the draft. Grand final game 2, Team Secret versus Team Liquid. And it's the same as game number 1. And it's also the same, indeed, including the same side. A same team has first pick. Well, let's see if Liquid wants to pick someone else instead of Invoker, which is what they did in game number 1. And they are at least taking their time for it.
Go Winter's route and first pick Tusk. Because they've done that in the past, and it seems to have pretty good success.
They could grab the Enchantress, Kuro plays it, and if the mid lane matchup is something like Invoker and OD as the 2 contested picks, both of these teams play both of them on Weeha and Fata respectively. Alright, never mind. Then they know they'll get one of them. So this is kind of the same logic. You don't need to pick the Invoker, because you know you get Invoker or OD for the mid, so you might as well just get another hero that you like.
I think Ench is too weak of an opener too, because we've seen just Ursa just straight picked in the first phase. I think you want to I like what Puppy did and slipped her in later in the draft.
Yeah, I think you mentioned it right, Cinderin. Like you want to make sure that you can exploit the lanes before you actually commit to picking the Ench, because you don't want to pick Ench right away and then the lanes are too hard for you to actually get kills, secure kills. Then the hero becomes less impactful.
Just as a side note, by the way, in the first game, it was Liquid that chose first pick, and then Secret chose Dire, and in this game too, it was Secret that chose Dire and had the priority first, and then Liquid chose first pick after that.
I think Liquid also had to be wary of Drow strategies. I guess that's not really as important because they first banned the Enigma, but it's something that we saw them ban in both second phases against Evil Geniuses, and I think they've lost to it a couple of times too.
So, Ben, if you were to pick between OD and Invoker now, let's say Secret are debating, which one do you think is better?
I think Invoker.
I think Invoker too, because I also feel like Tusk is better with Invoker on his team than OD.
Yeah,
in terms
it's
of
more
killing the
gankable
lane.
in mid though. The
Yeah.
Invoker. The Invoker's a bit more.
Yeah, but the
exposed,
Invoker is actually better for ganking with a Tusk than the OD is. That's what I mean. So I think like a Tusk Invoker can actually kill, whereas a Tusk OD might be able to kill, but it's not as likely.
Still pretty strong.
No, it's good, but I think like
Shards,
Sunstrike, Cold
walk
Snap.
up, Arcane Orb.
It's strong when the OD has more levels. Like Invoker, maybe
Yeah.
you have a much better probability of setting up.
Ooh.
Okay.
They do play Ursa.
Yeah, so they
don't
do
play
play.
Ursa.
Yeah,
I didn't think they played Ursa. I haven't personally seen
That's
it
why
before.
it felt strange, you know, the last
Yeah.
game. So this game they're gonna go for it. They're on the dire
It's gonna
side.
be a puppy Ursa.
That's what your call is?
Sure, why not?
Nah, I'm just YOLOing. I think it's probably just envy, but yeah, there's the
Invoker for Fada still.
Liquid's turn to ban.
So now Secret have chosen Dire. They've chosen Ursa in the first phase. And what do you do now? Do you have to have strong lanes, or would you prefer strong team fight so you can contest the Roche?
strong lanes and strong team fight basically accomplish the same thing against a lineup with an Ursa. If you can dominate the lanes hard enough, you don't necessarily need great 5v5. You can just take tier 1s and pressure the enemy team. You don't have to.
But
like
which one do you think Liquid's better at?
I think they're better at controlling lanes, actually. I just don't think they had the proper heroes for it in the first game. I think Jarex is probably one of the best roamers, and you give him a hero that he knows in and out, even though their win rate's not spectacular, it's still a comfort zone pick for them. And with having the Invoker already picked with it, I really like that combination, so I think they could look to win lanes pretty hard here.
Liquid's turn to ban.
How about Vision, like Beastmaster against Ursa?
Beastmaster with Ursa.
Against Ursa.
No,
Oh,
with
with
Ursa.
Ursa.
They have the first pick.
They have, yeah, pick out of this phase.
There's the Ench ban from Liquid.
So basically all the junglers have been removed. No jungling.
He's
heroes
gonna bring
for-
out
I think
X.
they would actually
There we go.
be. I think they would actually be more likely to go Tide in this situation than Beastmaster, even
if
though
you
I
are
do
going
like
Tide,
Beastmaster.
would you then not ban out Beastmaster if you are Team Secret right now?
Mind Control does play it.
Yeah, because Ursa is like kind
seconds remaining.
of weaker against Beastmaster.
Yeah, you're gonna
Yeah.
get kited a lot.
Boar's OP. Okay, so
Oh,
you're
they
right.
I was
Phoenix.
thinking
Jared
Void
is
or
Phoenix.
Phoenix might be a better ban.
Well, you can ban one or the other. They both kind of. It makes it less likely that they would pick Void, right? If you ban the Phoenix.
I think Liquid really like playing Phoenix when they have the Tusk, though. They've run this duo. I think most of the games they've had Tusk in, it's been accompanied by a Phoenix for Kuro. So
Sigil and Egg.
yeah, it's very strong.
What about Lone Druid? Any of these teams going to go for
banned.
Lone Druid?
It's
Oh,
banned,
it is?
yeah.
Okay.
It's banned out.
Never mind. JK.
I'm wondering which role Secret will pick now, if they'll pick a secondary support off lane or mid. I personally, I said this 100 times this tournament, I really like Puck in this situation. They need the team fight. Catch
Puck
for Ursa. Yeah.
Plus Ursa is really, really good.
It's very difficult for Invoker Tusk to kill in mid. It has two counters, basically. You can dodge the snowball with phase shift, or you can just have an orb running and just outrun him. The matchup versus Invoker is fairly even. You might lose out slightly when Invoker gets levels, but until then you're fine.
Yeah, I like Puck. I
And it's
also
very
like-
easy to gank for,
Yeah.
and it's very easy to secure Roshan with. So
Do they play Puck, though?
yeah, Weeha plays it.
I would like to see a Wind Ranger actually for
Darkseer
Secret.
first.
Team Liquid's turn
Wind
to
Ranger is good for the same reasons. It's
Yeah.
less reliable team fight, but it's hard gank mid.
With DS, it makes your idea better though.
Dude.
DS has really good synergy with Puck. Is there any Weeha hero we're missing out? We're forgetting here for mid?
I mean Ember, he does play Ember.
Wind
and it's Darkseer.
Ranger. No.
I don't like Ember versus
But
X on
I
Invoker,
actually
though.
I might prefer a bit more towards Wind Ranger
10
compared to
seconds
Puck, because
remaining.
when you have offlane Darkseer, maybe you want stronger cores, because Darkseer is not going to provide
5
too much.
seconds remaining.
And Ursa, you know, some games, if your game doesn't go so well and Ursa is your lone
Reserve
carry,
time.
it might get too rough for the Ursa.
That's actually a bit of a rough spot, I think, for Liquid. Because picking Gyro into Ursa doesn't really seem super strong, and plus they've already taken away the Darkseer, so you don't, like...
And the Phoenix is banned.
And the Phoenix is banned. I actually feel like Secret have a huge advantage right now in the draft.
What does Liquid need to do to stop that advantage?
They need a safe
Being
laner who
there.
can pressure DS with a support that can actually be a little bit greedier. Because you already
Is-
have the Tusk to control tempo, so I think they need something that's actually going to have a better time getting a farm priority and can also
if
kill
you
DS.
talk about doing well against Darkseer, there's always AM.
Yeah, you.
Yep. There's a couple of things speaking for an Oracle pick.
They actually have really bad tower killing right now on Secret.
That's the Beastmaster.
Teams don't really like Oracle so much, and I think its win rate is pretty poor, but this is the type of game where it's really good. It counters Darkseer in lane, you have the disarm against Ursa, you have the magic immunity against Lion. It's like, I mean, I guess if you look at Oracle that way, it always is going to look good, but I think this is one of those games where it's extra strong. And the weakness we've talked about with Oracle is that it's not very good at engaging and setting up fights and being a roaming support, but it's a little bit more static. But since they already have the Tusk accomplishing that role, they might be able to fit it in for Liquid. I just don't
really
know.
like that, actually.
Have they even played it this tournament?
This tournament.
Yeah, Jarek's played it. Jarek's has played it.
I think.
Yeah, he played it once and they lost.
Yeah. Then it's just nope. Not gonna try it again.
0% win rate. We're done.
What about for Secret?
That is not what I expected.
The old
Well, we talked about this before the series started, that it would be a high priority pick.
Yeah. They have to babysit that lane
Liquid
so hard,
draft.
though. This is such a gankable hero against what Liquid have.
Team Secrets.
Wow.
Turn to
They're
bat.
gonna. I mean, they're gonna have a lot of vision to scout the Roche with the Wolves and the Hawk. I mean, at the same time, Secret has really good team fight to secure the Roshan. Like for the Ursa, that's what you want to have. You want to have a lot of team fight when you are going to anticipate the enemy contesting the Roche, which is so crucial for the Ursa, the first Roshan.
So are they gonna go like Dazzle or Venge now for Secret?
I think Dazzle's really good here.
Yeah.
Armor against Lycan.
Both is really good. Grave is very good for the Death Prophet.
Yeah.
What's going to happen with this is that Liquid will try to engage fights by roaring DP and just running her down.
What if Secret?
They banned that.
The Secret are going to pick Oracle.
I like Shaker more.
Right? Because they can take Oracle away from Liquid if it's that good of a pick. And it still accomplishes the same thing.
That's
and then
true.
Liquid can't get sustained.
I don't know if Puppy plays it. But
Show me Oracle.
He plays everything. We saw him play Earth Spirit yesterday.
Doesn't
for the first time.
Paladin
Of course
play
he
the
plays
hero
it.
in the team, like Oracle? I remember Paladin.
Oh, you're
Yeah,
right.
he does.
Yeah, they just put him. I'm just so locked with Pi playing Lion.
Yeah.
But
It might be Venge
Puppy
too,
actually
though.
plays a really good Lion too. I think Puppy might be considering Shaker. Maybe it's a little bit too greedy, but it's just one of the picks he has gone to, and all
It's
of
really
his
good
heroes have
against
been
Tusk.
banned. It's good against Tusk. It's
How about a curveball?
pretty good against Lion.
Curveball of Ursa still being not an
Puppy
enemy
Ursa.
hero.
Dude, if I called that, I would be the panel
You'd
god.
be legend. Yeah. I mean, that is a pretty big curveball, to be honest, but
I think
Puppy is known for jungling everything. But
Yeah.
Doom jungle, okay.
Let's go.
Doom plus Darkseer off lane.
That is not really a Doom game, is it?
Like what else? What else can jungle? Like what else does he play like jungle?
Plays SB, but it's not
SB.
particularly
He plays
good here.
everything jungling. Just by Iron Talon, dude.
Nice Stalker?
Winter Wyvern.
Oh, okay, that's different. I like it though.
It's good deep push.
I forgot about that hero,
You can
actually.
defend towers against Lycan. Co-embrace versus Lycan.
Good with Darkseer.
It's a really big weakness actually for Liquid that a lot of their damage is
Damn.
physical.
Yeah, when you mentioned good with Darkseer, I'm like how long that I have not seen this combination, Darkseer plus Wyvern. He was so good during TI.
It's also better in the sense that it has deep push, whereas Oracle and Venge both kind of lack in that department. And they already could secure Roshan with just Ursa. They don't need another hero to help with that.
Oh.
And there's the Oracle.
Okay.
Nice.
Okay.
Quick predictions. I want to hear just a team win named no explanation. Sinner first. Go.
No explanation.
Secret.
Liquid.
Secret.
Okay, even split. Let's hear what our commentators have to say. It is over to Capitalist and Blitz in the arena.
Team Liquid, they already had the hard task of facing up against Team Secret. Already trounced them in the upper bracket finals. Now they're one game down in the grand finals, and they're facing up against one of their signature heroes. Blitz, what do you make of the Ursa being prioritized so heavily in the draft?
I think this is just the best of 5 meta that's developing. They know that Liquid want to go to it if they can. They have the second pick. They figured it's really strong. We're on Dire side. This kind of coincides pretty well, but
So
we'll
it
see
serves
how
as
it
both
goes.
a strong pickup for Team Secret on Dire, but it's
And a
also a
denied
way to
pick.
block it away from Team Liquid.
Yes.
I like that idea. What do you think of the last picks, the supports? Supports who have not been really seen a whole lot of success rate lately. Winter Wyvern as well as Oracle.
I think Winter Wyvern is an interesting hero. It does pretty well against heroes with summons in general, and the Cold Embrace is quite good this game. Owen mentioned it quite often. The Splinter Blast is really good as a deep push spell too. The thing I'm a little bit concerned about is teams still feel a little bit uncomfortable playing around the Winter's Curse, and the fact that you can't deal damage during it. You've got to play around that spell pretty well, and the Oracle, I think Jarex is pretty comfortable with. Seen him play it in the past in other matches too. and it does work really well against the Darkseer.
30 seconds to battle.
Yeah, it does just dispel away that Ion Shell early on in lane, so that'll definitely help out the Lycan. But we're also talking about the Disarm against the Ursa, and they are rather single-target focused at times, so even a well-timed False Promise can turn the pace of this fight for Team Liquid. Definitely feels like the easier support to utilize, especially since the Winter Wyvern is paired up with a Death Prophet, a hero that kind of has some uncontrollable damage. You may lose some of that exorcism time with the Winter's Curse.
And at bottom, Secret are going to get control of this rune.
Try
They
and
actually
catch-
get both of them.
Oh, they can get the Ice Shards there, but there's no follow-up. So both Bounty Runes being picked up by Team Secret.
Huge advantage so far, especially since the Death Prophet already does really well against the Invoker. The Spirit Siphon makes it so that the Invoker simply can't trade. You would think that with Cold Snap plus your Forge Spirits you could, but Spirit Siphon's insane. Plus, Puppy's going to be here with the Arctic Burn level 1, make life a little bit hard. We saw in the last game, Puppy primarily focused on the offlane, which I thought was a brilliant decision. This time around, he's going to make sure that we has the best possible start.
Yeah, they really know how to set these lanes out right. What do you think about Misery now that he no longer has Puppy supporting him in the bottom lane? It's actually going to be full-time jungling to start with.
You almost never want to just sack a Darkseer if you're Team Secret. And any team in general, that was the one thing that I always heard from pros, never let a Darkseer just get sacked. You have to allow this hero to get some farm, to be useful in the game. He's not just Tidehunter where you blink Ravage, you get your ability off great. You need a lot of items and abilities to back yourself up, because you want to be the frontliner for your team when you walk in and vacuum wall.
Do you think that this is just directly in response to an Oracle who's able to purge away that Ion Shell, and meaning the Darkseer may not actually get any farm in lane?
Yeah, absolutely. Misery could go down there, but for what point? You're not going to get anything out of the lane. You're simply just going to Ion Shell 2 creeps. They're both going to get purged off, and you're going to say, why didn't I just jungle in the beginning anyways? But this is going to open up some room for the 2 supports.
He ends up dying to the neutrals and didn't actually buy anything. That was not intentional. He could have bought the Sage's Mask to start completing that Soul Ring. So that was actually a bit of an error by him. So he just wanted to clear through that last hard camp creep, and then probably would have actually denied himself via the neutrals after he bought the Sage's Mask.
Yeah. And I'm waiting for Liquid to move this Tusk around the map, just because there is no Darkseer here. You want to try to apply pressure to this Death Prophet if you possibly can, especially since Puppy's mirroring movements, but he's going to pick up the Invis Rune, check top himself, see where the Beastmaster is, but Mind Control is doing the exact same thing, albeit a little bit slower.
Yeah, obviously Beastmaster is never going to be as fast as Ion Shell Darkseer, who's able to utilize stacks. Looks like Puppy wants to maybe try and catch the Courier out before that 3-minute marker. But if he doesn't see it, he'll probably rotate in the jungle, see if he can get some harassment onto Mind Control.
Yeah, he's waiting quite a long time for it, but nobody from Liquid using it just yet, and he's just going to make his way back around.
Rather unfortunate timing, because the golden OD Courier starts waddling its way to mid now.
Yeah, he's just going to Arctic Burn a few more hits on Fada from the high ground, even pulling the creep away. This is not what he wants to do.
Bit of bad timing here. Liquid once again not really rotating one of their supports into the mid lane a whole lot. This time around they do have a roamer. It's just Jerix isn't playing it because, as you said, Jerix feels more comfortable with the Oracle than Kuro probably does.
Yeah, we've seen Kuroki play the Tusk earlier in the tournament too, and it was fine, but they really want Jerix, if possible, not on this lane support role, but something that can get a little bit more active. And looks like Wii is, once again in this game, going to have a pretty decent time in the mid lane, but Fada is, despite the pressure from this Winter Wyvern, is winning in the CS.
Purging off that Ion Shell. Misery's got another one in 3 more seconds. They're going to try and cut the creep wave, put some more pressure on that tower with the next creep wave coming in. I like this just to be able to force the Darkseer back into lane.
It's not just that, it's that Puppy's level 1. He doesn't have any levels of the Splinter Blast. He can't really support or save with the Cold Embrace either, and so this tower should be relatively free for Liquid. Looks like Secret are posturing, but
yeah, they're actually going to have a TP in. They really want to get this deny in the tier 1, and they should be able to get it.
Yeah, this is the best possible result for them. Is Misery's going to pick up some levels, Puppy's going to get his level 2, they get the deny. Liquid really rely on the tower gold as well for both their supports.
At some point, does Matumba Man start going full-time jungle to open up some space for one of his supports? And if so, which one is it?
I'd say he probably leaves it for the Oracle to get the quick level 6. This is the hero that they want to have a little bit more utility if possible. And He's only level 4 right now, though. I think going to the jungle is a little bit premature.
Yeah, yeah. Usually not seen until you at least have the mask and maybe level 5 or 6.
Yeah, the thing that scares me right now is that because of this free lane at top, Eternal Envy is getting absolute free farm out of this top lane, and more importantly than that, because both supports are rotating around the map, he's gotten free experience. And we saw Liquid, they committed both their supports to staying at bottom. So this Lycan is actually pretty far behind in levels.
It's a bit surprising to me that Mind Control actually TPs in to continue jungling despite the top lane pushing out. Eternal Envy doesn't even have an early set of phase boosts, so it's not like there's that gigantic movement speed advantage the Ursa should have over Mind Control.
Yeah, right now, the Darkseer is also going to get a lot more utility out of the jungle. He's already got the Soul Ring and his level 5. Mind Control's desperately trying to farm up, but it's hard to keep up with a DS who eventually should just go down bottom again if the Oracle decides to try to rotate around.
Seems like Misery's going to do that.
Yeah,
right now. Kuro gets some aggressive vision around the Roshan pit.
I think they spotted that, though.
Yeah, they
with
did.
The Observer Ward that they still have, so that's a lot of value.
So they should be able to counter it in due time.
Yeah, they're even going to place a tower ward right behind the tower, and Puppy's pinging out. They want to try to secure this top rune for anybody, really. Mind Control's going to make his way up there, but should be a pretty ambitious kill for them.
Puppy should be able to fly away with the Arctic Burn.
He's getting slowed down pretty badly, but just makes it over to the ridge.
So that should be pretty obvious, though, that Liquid's movements were scattered with the way that Weehaw played that super safe. Put himself on the far left-hand side away from the two supports who are underneath that tower. They actually will be able to get both wards here, as they should know about that bottom ward, and they just caught the mid ward as well.
Yeah, as long as they don't forget about it. And the Tusk is immediately going to TP up to top. He knows that their rotation has been spotted. Realizes there's no point in trying to help out this mid gank anymore.
Secret with just some really solid defense of these tier 1 towers so far. Yeah, they got the deny in the bottom one. They're making sure that the ganks on mid aren't successful while still making sure the tier 1 tower stays alive.
This passive style by them has been really successful. They're just holding the line right now. When it comes to net worth, it is in Liquid's favor, obviously, because of the tower, but XP is a little bit towards Secret. They spaced out things a little bit better.
Would you say that this is kind of the signature style of Secret, a lot more passive, and that they've found a way to fit it into this kind of meta?
Yeah, I think it's more they just wait for teams to make mistakes against them. Like, Secret wants you to feel antsy. This is something I've noticed in all their games, is that even though they might not always have the cleanest early game, is they wait for you to slip up, make mistakes, because they have the superior late game. They can play behind and kind of wait. That's why you saw Liquid, like, they took bad fight after bad fight because they just had to. They were forced into it. And in this game, Secret are just saying, okay, we're getting a lot of levels on Envy. He's got absolute free farm. Nobody's been in his lane. Our Death Prophet's doing okay. Our Darkseer will farm a little bit faster than this Beastmaster. We can hold this line. On top of the fact that we're dire, we've got the Roshan advantage too. There's a lot of things that work out for them.
Yeah, it seems like they could just continue this almost indefinitely until it's time for Eternal Envy to rotate into that Roshan pit. Yeah. Maybe that's where Liquid can gain some ground back, but we've already seen with that ward that was placed out earlier from Secrets scouting some of those support rotations, they should know what a priority
this
is.
3-man rotation. As Eternal Envy even gets involved, they want to surge the Darkseer forward, but immediately going to get out as Puppy and Kuro have a little bit of time to themselves at the top, but Matama Man is going to see some space out of this, and Fada looks like he even wanted to send the Forge Spirit into the Roshan pit just to see if anything nefarious was about, but the Hawk is already there.
So Eternal Envy, in the meantime, is just going to farm up some Ancients until they see that opening on the mid lane.
Yeah, and that's why Fada's just playing really far back, and Jarex has even gotten involved here, but they're just immediately going to, Misery's going to TP out bottom. This Ursa should be spotted by now, yep. The ward sees him, and they might even, oh, they don't have another smoke for this.
Once again, it's one of those kind of smoke scenarios where Liquid play really safe on their safe lane in Matama Man.
Yeah.
Just playing
They're going to go
passive.
for Puppy, 100%.
They are going to be able to dive him out here. Where's the Sunstrike? Apparently they felt that wasn't going to be enough damage, so they didn't even go for it. TPs are canceled. They still have to play careful in this mid lane without the rotations. Fada is still
They
exposed.
see the Lion and the Ursa, though.
They're still going to be able to run down Puppy. This time around, the Sunstrike will land. A TP comes out from the Ursa, but it's obviously too late. That'll be first blood to Liquid.
And with the Ursa TPing up there and they know the 2 cancel TPs, Liquid have full vision, Pylai die.
And now they can keep forward down the middle lane. Pylai Die is going to come in from the side. They put some pressure on Weehaw and force Pi to show himself.
Yeah, they want to try to take down this mid tower if they can because of the forced rotations of Team Secret. Really well done by Liquid. They're not forcing aggression, and their Beastmaster almost has his Necrobook 1. He's already picked up both the components that he needs, and Matamaman has sneaked his way into the Roche Pit too. He's got the medallion. They know there's no ward vision down here. It's up to Misery to actually check this for Team Secret.
Such a dangerous proposition, though, to actually try and go for Roshan against an Ursa team by yourself.
Yeah, everybody started rotating over from Secret.
So he'll go back to doing jungling.
They just want to get it before Eternal Envy does. It limits the Ursa's offensive potential a lot, because this hero does rely on being able to get a free Aegis.
Now, if Liquid can actually get a pick off in the mid lane, they can actually transition this into an early Roshan. They're going to try and go for this dive. The Sunstrike will be able to blow up Weehaw, but the TPs are coming in. Matamaman's already popped the ultimate. Looks like they're going to go for Fada here, but he managed to get saved by the Oracle. Some of that damage is going to come out from Misery. Puppey, they're going to be able to turn for him. He's already thrown out that Cold Embrace. He'll be surrounded by the Wolves. Fada is the one victim there from Liquid who will end up going down, but Misery may still lose his life here. They're holding on to the snowball from Kuro. It's going to be thrown out in a second here to stall up Misery as best as possible. They have the Ice Shards to be able to block him in as well.
The medallion are going to be
enough. Going to be dying for this one. The Healing Salve keeps him alive, and they do manage to get Misery. That is a 1-for-4 exchange, plus they got the Tier 1 tower. A beautiful fight for Team Liquid.
That was about as good as it gets. You did lose your Invoker if you're Liquid, but you don't really care. Mind Control continues to get space. You didn't even have to do it with your main initiating hero. On top of that, Liquid got so much experience in farm on both their supports. The mid lane is now opened up. The bottom lane is now opened up. This gives them a lot of opportunities to go for the Roshan if they want to.
We have a Rod of Atos built on Fada's Invoker, but bottom lane is where Kuro's being chased by Eternal Envy. He's not going to be able to catch, though. Just takes the 90 gold from the Sigil, and they're actually going to try and, okay, maybe not.
I think it's a little bit ambitious for them to immediately go for it, but they have to deal with this top tower, too. Mind Control's going to just pick up all this farm by himself. They're already pinging it out, but they've got to make the decision soon, as this Tier 1 tower is going to fall for absolutely nothing.
Yeah, Liquid know they are in a great position just control-wise. That Ursa's not going to be able to take Roshan without them noticing, so they're just hard pressuring top lane until Secret are forced into either going for Roshan and having some sort of crazy 5 versus 5 Roshan pit, or Liquid start gaining some ground after a little bit of a bad start in the laning phase.
You notice that Eternal Envy is hanging around almost exclusively around this Roshan pit. They know that the pace of the game really relies on them to be able to get this, and this is why they're predominantly playing here.
The snowball coming in. He's on the wrong side of the Ice Shards too. Jarek's going to come in from the side. He does have his ultimate, but he chooses not to use it on Kuro, especially since he's being controlled up by the Winter Wyvern. Now they're going to be able to come in with Fada, but is the damage actually going to be enough? Eternal Envy's being saved up once again by the Winter Wyvern while Jarek saves himself. They're going for Weehaw instead, but the damage is too much. Weehaw's going to be able to actually chase away the Lycan, and now Fada, he's in too deep against 2, and there comes a pause as Liquid crash at just the wrong moment.
And they really needed the Beastmaster there for that engagement as everybody from Secret rotated in. For Liquid, though, at worst, it'll be a 3-for-3 exchange, but Secret are going to be pretty happy with that as their mid laner got a lot out of this.
And Fada should be dying now as the silence. The Rod of Atos is actually keeping Weehaw from being able to chase him down, but Misery is still able to help get the kill.
And the Wolves are on top of Wee, but immediately going to pop that wand, and he should be just fine. As the top tower is getting pushed out, and if Mind Control had that first level of Necrobook, might have been able to do even more damage to this, but although the fight recap heavily benefits from Secret.
It definitely could have been a lot worse. If that Ursa had not died, they would have been able to go Roshan. They've now got the mech, plus their level 6s on some of their supports, which was missing earlier on. Pylai Die, as well as the Winter Wyvern. Earlier when they were trying to maybe go for the Roshan, it was the limit of those supports that kind of kept them back from being able to take it.
Yeah, that was huge from Weehaw too. His game was a little bit stunted, but he's going to pick up drums now, catching up in farm. And this is a hero that just relies on being ahead in net worth at all times. You can't be under farm with Death Prophet. You need some sort of tank items. And
otherwise, you're in danger of just being focused down by Liquid, right?
Yeah, exactly.
That's going to be all your damage.
You never want to be behind. Like, you want the levels. You want to be able to be the frontliner for your team. This Ursa you saw, even with the Cold Embrace, goes down pretty quickly. They can't afford for him to
This ward
Go
game
that
has
low.
been beautiful back and forth. We saw the way the Team Secret were able to take early control thanks to their bottom lane wards, spotted out 2 different wards being placed out by Liquid, but now Liquid managed to take away. Oh!
Eternal Envy breaks the smoke. They're going to know now
That
for
is a
sure.
full reveal. Team Liquid will just sit on the high ground and wait for Secret to make their move.
Secret have to be so upset
He's
about that
going
one.
to be
It's
spotted
fine.
out here, turns around, goes to the Hex, but immediately that's taken off by the Oracle. A nice 2-man silence is actually going to prevent some aggression, but Pilot Eye still going to die to the Wolves. That's the Sunstrike. Liquid take a kill against Team Secret while committing no heroes whatsoever.
They're losing
and now
their
they're
top
actually going to
tower
go for the Matumba Man. Oh, what a Winter's Curse from Puppy! Turns that one right around against Jarek, trying to blow him up. The snowball comes on through. Matumba Man still healthy though, trying to stay ahead of Eternal Envy. Well, going for some of these squishier heroes gets a little bit too close though. Eternal Envy starts nabbing onto him. Kuro, he's not going to be escaping. Oh, what a great ice charge, but still, he's locked inside the trees, only buying himself time, not actually saving his life. But as you said, Mind Control has pushed out the top lane.
he gets
Tier 2,
Puppy!
Tier 3, he gets Puppy as well. Mind Control's going to look for the escape now against Pylite Die, and he's going to turn, go for the Primal Roar. They're actually going to be able to Sunstrike. Pylite Die's down. Mind Control now taking
They don't have the vacuum anymore.
Oh my God! The offlaner of Team Liquid shows up big at the perfect time because Secret will get Roshan #1 for themselves. They had to play like that, had to have it.
They're both going to go down. Secret, fortunately for them, they're going to be able to pick up this Roshan that they desperately needed, but Liquid look like they want to try to make an attempt. Weehawk doesn't have the ghost.
Health, though. That is so dangerous. They do have the disarm, but the silence onto Jarex. They now have Kuro and Fada.
he's out
They're
of
going to be
mana.
able to kite around Eternal Envy. He's got nothing here. Jarex on the bottom side has actually saved himself. They've taken away the Aegis while Weehawk looks to be able to chase down Jarex. The ultimate wears out, but he's still not dead. Back over to Eternal Envy, where he's surrounded by 3. Obviously has no hope. Team Liquid, they bait Secret in. They win the fight. They'll take now. Where are they going to go? Middle lane, tier 2 perhaps?
And this hero that's been ignored for so long, this Mind Control Beastmaster, almost already has Necrobook 3. It's going to coincide really nicely with the timing of Matumba Man's, as they're just racking up the farm right now, and it's going to be really difficult for Secret to push this out, even with the Splinter Blast against the double Forge Spirit, double Necrobook setup from Team Liquid. Is they set their sights on this bottom tier 2 tower. They know that Weehawk doesn't have his ultimate quite yet, and with Eternal Envy down without the Aegis, I doubt they want to take this fight, especially without a Blink Dagger on him.
And now this looks like the same thing that you said for Eternal Envy in game #1, where they feel like Liquid, they're in enough control this game, they can go back for the Midas perhaps on Invoker?
Yeah, I think this is the setup that we saw out of Fada yesterday too, where he wants to make sure that he gets some control with the Rod of Atos, and we saw how effective it was in the fight when they were able to take out Pylite Die in the beginning of this.
Right.
This Lion is really crucial to Team Secret, which is why they keep picking a top 2. They want Pylite Die to be as effective as possible in fights, but Fada, he wants to make sure he doesn't get too far behind the other cores. And Jerax is
He's going to be the one taking the smoke. It looks like Eternal Envy smoke
pinging
has
out.
popped.
I think they
and
see him.
Jarex is trying to get back to the tier 2 tower. Puppy will be able to slow him down though. Jarex should be dying here as the silence controls him long enough. Maybe he can get off False Promise, but no, it's just too fast. So Secret get that quick support kill. Will turn it into a tier 1 tower.
I don't think
but
they can.
Liquid, they're in a much better position. They've lost his support. Who cares? They're pushing out top and middle lane.
Yeah, they've got to deal with this before they do anything, and they've got to pick their poison. We either go for mid or we go for top as Team Secret. Puppy's got to tell his team, you guys have to get back here right now.
They're going to start mass TPing into the middle lane. They're going to pop Matumba Man's ultimate to be able to make sure he has a clean escape, and Kuro's already one step ahead.
And Puppy's pinging top. He's saying, guys, we've got to deal with this Beastmaster.
Yeah, Puppy's already dealing with it. He's dealing with it all right. He's actually end up going down to sack himself to keep some of that tier 3 tower damage alive. Mind Control is going to be chased down by Weehawk. Pylite died though, so it's well worth the sacrifice of Puppy.
Yeah, Liquid managed to pick up both the tier 2.
Oh, got the prayer! Oh no, that was a Blink Dagger! Tragedy strikes for Team Secret, as that was one of the items they really needed to keep the pace of this game.
For a full 3 minutes, they're going to have to fight without it. And Puppy, he's got to gather his troops and say, guys, we're just making too many errors around the map right now. Secret are being ragdolled.
Torn apart the map left and right. We've got Necrobook 3 on Beastmaster, Necrobook 2 now on Matumba Man's Lycan. Items flowing in for Liquid all over the place. They are even going to have a mech soon on Jarex. He's made a great recovery from that very stunted tri-lane scenario they were in.
Yeah, the top 2 net worths in the game, both Liquid cores.
How do you play this now as Secret in order to get control back? Can you actually wait the full 3 minutes for that blink deck?
I almost think you have to right now. The things that have gone so well for Secret in the past games was that Pylai Dai was able to get a lot of space because of the space that Puppey was able to create for the other lanes. Then they allow Pi to kind of just play his own game. But in this one, Liquid are kind of just putting their foot down and saying, we're going to attack you from every single angle. Go for the Roshan, then we'll push your tier 2 atop. Now they've almost got that open tower, the tier 3. And Secret, they've got to stick and move. Play as fast as they can, decide on whether or not they're going to defend top or mid, and do it a little bit quicker.
I thought for a second Liquid were going to go for a 4-man smoke, but that isn't actually the case. They're just team clearing through their jungle. Since Secret is off map, they're perhaps afraid of a 5-man smoke from the enemy.
Yeah, this Beastmaster with the Necrobook 3, he got it like 17 minutes into the game. He can pretty much kill anybody by himself. Maybe Eternal Envy he'd struggle with, but with the board he could most likely get the kite going.
I really like the solo smoke from him, where he's centering up. He knows, yeah, as you said, that he can kill anybody he comes across. So he's actually avoiding the vision right now of Team Secret. Unfortunately for him, all 5 are bottom lane. I think he's expecting a Liquid push, but it's just a feint. Liquid don't actually want to go for that. They're content with continuing farming efficiency.
And Team Secret are gathered completely as 5 in this bottom lane. They want to make sure that nobody gets caught off by that Beastmaster because he has that solo kill potential. And Eternal Envy, they must wait for the Blink Dagger. There's not a really good way for him to gap close against heroes like the Invoker and the Lycan otherwise.
Once again, the low net worths at 20 minutes do tell about the early leads that either team has been able to gain. Still though, Team Secret have the opportunity to, once they had that Blink Dagger, perhaps thinking about recontrolling this game with Roshan number 2.
Yeah, and both Ward Vision.
They just have to dodge Liquid's traps.
Liquid have that ward in mid, but Secret, they've also got their own ward in the jungle that's been completely unspotted. That's seeing all the rotations from Team Liquid, but Secret might not really be able to do much about this as Liquid continue to split up the map. They've got the Necro 3 on both their cores, so the split push game can begin.
Oh, Jerix, he's going to be run down here. He was trying to get an aggressive ward up, but now we should know that there's a ward of Secret sitting there. They're actually going to be able to pop Jerix to almost silence up a little bit longer, and he won't be able to get off that false promise. Now the Winter's Curse laid out, but oh, that was a mistake, only catching creeps. It's Weehaw hoping to be able to fight this one out. Still pops a Ghost Scepter just ahead of the Primal Roar, but still there's enough magic damage to be able to threaten him. Now Eternal Envy comes in, finally picking up that Blink Dagger and blows up
They need to kill Weehaw.
They're going to be able to actually go for Weehaw as soon as the Yule Scepter is down, but it may not be enough. The Deafening Blast
this
pushes them
Weehaw.
back in Liquid. They're just being run down now. Mind Control's going to be next one up. Tries to go for the TPM, but damage is too much. Eternal Envy able to finish him off. Matumba Man gets the kill in the end with the Necronomicon against Weehaw, but Secret very happy with that exchange.
This Death Prophet stayed alive for so long. It allowed Ursa to be able to do whatever he wanted in this engagement. They had to pop the Roar for it, but the Cold Embrace from Puppey proving to be too much. The Invoker just decided, oh, he's already dead after the Roar. But they didn't quite have enough damage, and that was Secret wasting the Winter's Curse and the Darkseer Vacuum too. But Weehaw played that fight so well, itemizing entirely defensively.
Yeah, the Ghost Scepter choice and being able to pop it just ahead of that Primal Roar use saved him so much damage.
That's going to give Secret a lot more control in this game. XP plummeting sharply. Net worth going in a similar situation. Liquid still have a lot of map control, but they wanted to be able to parlay that fight into going for the high ground. Did not expect to lose that one that badly. As Liquid, they're going to have to reset the game.
And with that, Secret will have some fresh items coming in. They've got 3K on Eternal Envy. What's his next item?
He could decide to go for the Aghanim Scepter that we've seen so popular on CTY and RTZ.
Yeah, particularly against Beastmasters, it feels quite strong.
Yeah, I don't actually think he lacks for disable too much, but if he does, going for the Basher isn't a bad idea either. I do like the idea of the Aghanims though. I think it's kind of cool. BKB is also an option.
Wee has the point booster. be able to go for the Octarine core. They know that last fight was godsend for them, but they need more. Unfortunately for them, a Lycanwolf just spotted out this smoke, and Kuro knows it's coming. He's quick on the retreat, trying to stay ahead of Weehaw, but he'll catch up eventually with the Ult Scepter. The rest of his team is sitting on the side. They've got the False Promise ready to go. Kuro is not actually, yes, he is going to be saved by the False Promise, but now the Winter's Curse comes in. They are going to be able to blow up mind control. Oh, the Necronomicon's playing against them now. The Ice Wall laid out is a beautiful position. Pylite dies almost immediately going to go down. Another save from Puppey. He has to deal with the Wolves up now as he's being chomped away slowly but surely, but the TP will complete just in time. Weehaw has Necronomicons all over him, but it doesn't matter. Too liquid. Vada. Oh, this is dangerous. He actually wants to go for the Sunstrike. A little bit of Soul Suck, and will
they have the damage?
The damage is in again! Eternal Envy finishes him off as Vada was playing chicken game there with Secrets. But now, with both Weehaw as well as Sierra alive, they can take Roshan number 2. Everything Secret needed to happen has happened. They're back in this game 100%.
I don't even think they're back. I think they're starting to get ahead now. With the type of lineup that they have, this Weehaw Death Prophet is doing way too much for Team Secret right now. They know he's the primary damage dealer, but Liquid can't really do anything about it. With the Cold Embrace to back him up, the physical damage lineup that Liquid have just isn't being very successful in Secret. This Winter Wyvern pick, I was skeptical at first, but it's paid off for them so well.
Most certainly has. The Buckler actually turning into a mech here, obviously, as Misery has a completed Guardian Greaves, so it's not really needed. Do you like the idea of this Veil of Discord?
I think it's a pretty good plan, just because you already do have a lot of nuke damage. But Ursa does have the Aghanim Scepter, and with that Aegis too, he is so strong. All the farm that this Beastmaster once had has gone down the drain.
Really seeing the power of this Winter Wyvern against these Necronomicon users.
The Winter Wyvern has been so effective for them. Liquid, I think, have not hit their timing window with the double Necronomicon either.
No, certainly not. Now they're very rapidly falling behind. They do have the Aghanims on the Invokers. Still need to complete this mech that should have been picked up so much earlier for Jarex, but bad fight after bad fight has stalled him up dramatically.
Yeah, he's going to finish it though. And I don't know how much of a difference it's going to make though. As Team Secret, they are so comfortable right now. They're in their element.
Is it smoke time? They've got one on Puppey. They're letting Eternal Envy and Weehaw push out the lanes for now.
Secret, at some point you want to be able to make use of the Sagas. Start to pressure out some of these tier 1 towers that they can still go through, which tells you how precarious the lead was for Team Liquid. Like, it's already shifted downwards, and Secret can still take 2 very easy tier 1 towers.
Veil Discord in. Is there anything else that Secret need to wait on before they force a fight? They still have the Aegis, so it seems like they should have the incentive to do so.
They're just making sure to push out all their lanes before they just go for it.
Right.
And Pylai Dai now has the Ghost Scepter too. We saw how effective one Ghost Scepter was. And
does this mean you need a Diffusal Blade picked up by someone?
Maybe.
I mean, they do have Fortune's End, but not the fastest ability in the world.
Yeah. It also means that Liquid have to get the jumps in the fights. They might have to start focusing down this Puppey Winter Wyvern. That Cold Embrace again. Helping out so much, and they're immediately going to go for the smoke, and this is the play, especially when you've got the Aegis. The first time they did it resulted in an absolute team wipe of Team Liquid, and
I like this.
They want this again.
Eternal Envy has picked up Uta Travels. They're coming out to him now, but in the meantime, he's actually going to show himself at this bottom lane while his team goes for the fight.
Yeah.
So it may actually lure Liquid into a false sense of security.
They know that Wii is a strong enough frontliner, and the mid wave is pushing in too. So Envy believes that he can get there in time. And he's immediately going to start TPing. Matamba Man might just walk into them.
Surrounded in the middle lane. Matamba Man, he needs to be able to get off this BKB. It's just in time. Oracle even popping that ultimate. They're going to turn. Who are they going for? Puppey is going to be identified as the first target by Matamba.
Misery's going to go down.
Misery's going to be blown up by the Sunstrike. Puppey's Cold Embrace is going to run out. Eventually, but against him in Winter's Curse. A beautiful one that blows up Kuro all by itself. A missed stun from Pylai Dai, but he gets off the finger of death on Fada. They need to be able to control him, but the Cold Snap is actually stalling him. Eternal Envy with the night shot. Kuro, he's making sure
Eternal Levy's just going to be kited around in this fight. He still managed to get onto Jarek, still popping the range, and he will be able to catch up until the disarm. Snowball stun. Oh my god, is Eternal Levy not going to get anything out of this first life? He isn't. Now, he's way too deep behind this tier 1 tower, underneath an ice wall immediately. He managed to get the blink forward. Mind Control will be able to give them the vision, though. Once again, the Cold Snap comes through. Ice Sharp blocking out Eternal Levy. He knows he has to turn and fight, but the Walrus Punch is making things difficult. Where's the Sun? Do they not have one? It's Snowball? Oh, there's a Tornado, stopping Eternal Levy from escaping, and they will finish him off. Team Secret, they thought they had the advantage in that fight, but Team Liquid responded beautifully, blowing up Misery, while at the same time, Matumba Man addressed Puppy right away. Even with the Winter's Curse still going off, he put the pressure on him to make sure that he had to Cold Embrace first, stalling out that reactive fight.
And that was the best decision by Kuro in this entire game for him to go for the buyback. Understands that his team needs the extra control factor. The scary thing for Liquid, though, is that Ursa, without the buyback from the Tusk, might have been enough to just 1v2. And he was really damn close to it, but Secret, they still get the Lycan kill. Unfortunately, they weren't able to pick up the mid tower with the Aegis. But Liquid aren't going to be able to force out any buybacks, and Secret are still kind of in an okay position. The XP lead is still in their favor, and Misery's going to actually not be able to deny that top tower. Spada gets the last hit on it. But this Roshan fight, the next one, that'll be the Aegis and Cheese. If they could get a Cheese up on Weeha.
Yo, that would be such a huge upgrade, especially with the Octarine he already has. It would make Team Liquid popping Wii almost an impossible task.
They struggle so hard to kill him already, Cap.
Yeah. Every single time Puppy has been there with the Cold Embraces when Weeha has been initiated on first.
Dangerous amount of team fight from Secret. As Liquid, they did have the early control. Their net worth lead looked like it was just going to skyrocket at one point, but that initial encounter where they just couldn't burst down the Death Prophet cost them so much.
So Mind Control has a Blink Dagger. Where do we go from here with 2K gold?
They already have the Vlads on the Lycan. Maybe even he gets a Ghost Scepter. I think everybody in this game
just mass Ghost Scepters all around.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at it, the Ghost can't hit you from DP.
What about him? Oh, he's actually going to go for Misery with a Sunstrike. They should have enough extra damage to be able to kill him. Now the question is, can Mind Control actually get out? He doesn't have a TP, so that seems unlikely. Eternal Envy gobbles him up.
Yeah, there's no Boar there either to slow him down. And he is going to lose all of his mana, but Liquid, they're making their way up. Matumba Man's even popped the ultimate, but with the ward down, this is going to be incredibly hard for them. They even commit the Ghost.
Yeah, he uses that Exorcism before Liquid actually get there for the fight. And so it's a quick disengage by the boys in blue.
Is Roshan going to be up in time?
No.
If Kuro recognizes, he's like, he could tell his team, we can go for the Roshan if they want.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Well, tier 1 tower is definitely forfeit here.
Yeah. Puppy has to tell his team, back up. It's okay that we committed the Ghost. Reset the fight. And make sure nothing bad comes out of it. You just have to get out of there as a team if you're Secret.
The gem, actually, I'm not sure if we mentioned that one, but Misery had a gem. And that was stolen away in the previous fight. So Kuro's walking around with that one now.
Liquid immediately smoke up. They know with the Ghost down, this is going to be one of their better opportunities to engage. Secret. The Octarine core is on the Death Prophet, so it's going to be back up in 45
and they
seconds.
Actually kill Weeha here. Puppy, he's coming in from the right-hand side. The Gold Scepter buys him some time, but the Deafening Blast pulls the meter. It is enough to kill Weeha. The Winter's Curse comes in big on Fada. It's a lot of control. Pylite die. He balls up Jarex. Make sure there's no false promise here, but Fada, he's actually getting away from this a little bit. Misery stops him. No, the Tornado. It buys him more time. Fada gets away, and Matumba Man turns against Eternal Envy. He's surrounded by an army of Necronomicons. A long-range snowball. Kuro wants some more. He says, come here, Puppy, but he can't quite stop him fully. The Ice Shards doesn't block him out, but Team Liquid win a fight right outside Secret's face, which is the opportune time for them to push down to tier 3 and see if they can force a buyback.
Afada, are you kidding me?
Unbelievable.
I cannot believe that he walks away from that with no HP left over, invokes the Tornado, even throws down the Ice Wall behind him, continues to throw down spells for his team while backpedaling. That was exactly what they needed. Secret, they were able to get it out of their mid laner, but this time Liquid, Fada's the bait, and they're going to take down the mid tower.
Oh, Matumba Man. Forced to pop the ultimate. The Finger of Death isn't quite up yet for Pylai Dai. They don't have any quick heals, really showcasing the strength of this Veil of Discord on Puppey, but they're going to continue to try and force it here.
Yeah, Matama Man doesn't want to hard commit for this. He doesn't have the BKB available.
Oh, Pine, he's not going to be running into that Sunstrike.
He's just going to back out and
good
the two
read.
supports hold.
Yeah, that was such a good read by Secret, managing to hold against that push with only 2 supports and not forced into a buyback on the Ursa. And they actually can go for Roshan now.
Yeah, Roshan number 3 is up. The Aegis and the Cheese are available. And Secret might actually have the advantage here just because Matama Man has to go heal and Liquid have to reset, but Mind Control up at top. He wants to pick off Misery again. Secret though, they're gathered up. They know about this.
Yeah, they've got the ward set up. That should be clear now to Liquid. Secrets, is there any items coming in for them soon that can change the game? It doesn't look like it.
I think they don't really need items. They just needed their spells up.
I was just wondering if there was anything that they would stall for before they go for Roshan, but they've only got at most 2K on Eternal Envy.
Yeah.
So I think it really is. I think you're right. They should try and force this.
With the Exorcism up, I think he would be fine, but Liquid, they are going to be hard-pressed to defend this one.
As Vada throws out the Tornado, EMP, scouting this out. Eternal Envy doesn't lose any of his mana. And Wei is actually going to commit the Exorcism. Mind Control is pushing out the top lane at the same time, though. Misery has to be careful with his defense. He's going to be jumped on by the Primal Roar. There is no Sunstrike this time around. Meanwhile, back inside the pit, they have picked up the Aegis. Mind Control unable to finish off Misery, but starts threatening those racks, forcing mass TPs, which allows Liquid then to strike. They've actually controlled up Eternal Envy with a beautiful set of Ice Shards. They're going to purge him and just kite him around again. This could be, once again, Eternal Envy in too deep with his Aegis and dies twice in a row.
Yeah, Puppey's stuck on top of this cliff right now. There's nobody that can really help him.
Tornado timing, no opportunity for Eternal Envy to be able to jump back with a Blink Dagger.
Oh, he's
They're
just
going to throw out
get
all their disciples. They've got the disarms. They take him out. Secret. That was beautifully set up by Team Liquid. They knew it's okay if they take Roshan if we could just force Mind Control to get TPs back at that top lane.
Yeah, big pickup for them is Mind Control. Playing the map control game is Secret. They might just lose this first set of range racks right now as Liquid. They want to force out the buyback from the Ursa, but they have to be careful not to hard commit, as there is the Vacuum Winter's Curse combo available still.
Vada, he's got the BKB, so he's going to stay on the front lines here. He pops it now as he pushes back Weehan, lays down the ice wall, making sure there is no immediate jump from Secret. Eternal Envy running into that one cost them their initiation.
Yeah. The buyback was used. They still lost the key racks here, the melee one. The top one was pressured out as well. Team Secret no longer have an Aegis to fall back on. What happened to the cheese? Did we just have to pop it early in the pit?
Yeah.
I'd imagine so. That's a pretty big loss for them too.
You're talking about Fada throwing out spells left and right with that axe. Well, Octarine Core is coming in soon for him. He's already shown this sort of rapid fire spell casting. It's been ultra successful in some of these team fights, and it's about to get worse for Team Secret.
Yeah, Secret right now, they really need their Exorcism to be used at the perfect time. In the first 2 fights, they fought around it so well, which is what it was able to kind of break the tides. But the last 2 Exorcisms...
Oh, that could be a game-winning rune. Eternal Envy spots a double damage. Unfortunately, he doesn't have any disable by himself, but... Yeah, he's just going to go for the tier 1 tower. Yeah, he knows he can backdoor it.
They still have really strong cores on Secret. Like, Secret don't have to really panic. They just can't afford to waste the ghost again.
Mind Control. Oh, does he actually see him? He runs into him now. Pi actually throws out the Hex with a TP out. Nice play. That leaves no time for the Primal Roar to come back.
Yeah, they don't have the Invoker for the Tornado either, as he was still in base.
Because of Glyph, they can get the deny at this top tier 1 tower that Eternal Envy tried to backdoor. But it looks like a quick smoke and a rapid rotation up to that top lane as they want to try and punish whoever's there, which is going to be Mind Control's Beastmaster for the deny.
Yeah, Mind Control immediately going to back himself away as Eternal Envy just jumps in, takes down the tower.
Was that worth the smoke, though?
I don't think so. I think they were hoping to get at least
Boots
one.
travel in. Fada comes in on the Hawk. Tornado thrown out. Immediately, Winter's Curse is laid out as Puppey. That was just a reactive play as he knew that there was, or at least he thought there was going to be some big reaction from Liquid.
Secret, they can't, again, they couldn't afford to waste this Exorcism. With it down, Liquid are just going to play around this area, wait for it, and then immediately go for the fight again.
Very nice play by Fada that spooked Secret like that.
Yeah, Secret have to just immediately get out. They know that they're in no condition to fight offensively, especially with the Winner's Curse expended. And Liquid are going to go for a smoke of their own. They want to get aggressive here with both the big cooldown spells down.
Secret up to the high ground, manning the parapets of defense.
This is going to mean minimum range racks for them.
Yeah. With the Necronomicons, the Boars, the Wolves, they're chipping away at mid and top every single time they go for a siege.
And there it goes, almost immediately. Eternal Envy is
now
in
the
position.
jump in, actually managed to lock down Puppy, but the turnaround from Pylon died. The Lion King protects Puppy. The Sunstrike is not going to land due to a Force Staff. They managed to get the vacuum back in as well. Liquid, are they in too deep for this one? Eternal Envy pops the Aghanims in rage, and he's actually taken up so much of this damage successfully.
Oh, the Ice Shards!
Man eventually runs down. They are able to get him. The Ice Shards blocking in Eternal Envy. Puppy, he's still floating around with this Ghost Scepter. Buyback here from Mind Control. They might be able to just finish up this fight with a big win over Secret. It's Weeha's trapped in once again for the Ice Shards. Ice Wall combination as they lock in Weeha into a tomb of ice. Liquid win the fight and take a second lane of Brax.
They already commit the buyback from the Death Prophet, but they don't have the one-on-the-one that matters.
This
the
TP
Ursa,
in
3
right
more
to the
minutes.
face from Puppy, but Tornado, Snowball, he's trying to draw attention. But is there actually going to be an appropriate response? Puppy's almost getting popped immediately. Misery, he has to pop the Ghost Scepter to be able to save himself from the Cold Snap. As Weeha's going to be slowed down here by the Purifying Flames. Once again, blocked in by the Ice Shards. He's going to be able to have the Exorcism, though. Liquid have forced that one. They just need to try and escape with minimal losses. Looks like they're going to give up on Jerix as they pop out that false promise. Still, though, the Winter's Curse is controlling up on Man. They need to be able to blow him up. Vacuum brings him back in, but that max movement speed is too much for them to handle. They can't catch up. And Secret do not get what they needed out of that fight. They forced the Exorcism, but all they got out of it was Jerix's Oracle.
Yeah, luckily for them, because of the tier 2 tower existing at bottom, Liquid couldn't push their advantage into the Mega Creeps. And with the Ursa coming back up soon, Secret, they've got to do something to get aggressive on the map. Weeha's almost got the BKB, which is going to help his survivability further. But Secret just continue to lose fight after fight. 12K net worth lead built up by Team Liquid. XP finally going in their favor.
The Shiva's about to be here for Misery. It looks like he is actually going to commit and not have buyback. But I think that's fine, right? Darkseer is a full commitment hero with Vacuum and Wall of Replica. A buyback may not actually be effective anyway. Plus the Shivas against all these Wolves and various minions of Team Liquid.
Yeah, in the situation that you're in, I think if you're Team Secret, you just say, buy everything. It doesn't matter. If our Ursa doesn't have buyback, it won't matter if you have it.
Oh, Mind Control. He's boots have traveled onto the Hawk. They have the Ice Shards blocking him in. The Sunstrike does land, and Kuro has to wait out this Ghost Scepter. Now they actually have the Cold Embrace as well. Good turnaround here from Team Secret that might just get the free pick up on Kuro. Kuro can't afford to lose this gem. They're actually going to be able to vacuum Fada back in. There goes the false promise. Kuro turns around, goes for the disable, but Tumbleman's here in force, popping that ultimate as well as the BKB, but he's dodging this fight, not actually attracting himself to any one person.
He's got so many minions on him.
There's so many Necronomicons. He pops the enrage and fight. He wants to be able to kill the melee net ones that are dishing out so much damage, and he is successful. Will be able to survive. As Liquid thought they had their initiation with the Invis rune, scouting everything out. They need to get this gem. What the hell?
Yeah, Pylai died. Took a lot longer than they thought he would.
That was his quick Ghost Scepter. That really helped them out there, preventing Walrus Punch from Tusk.
They need to keep this bottom tier 2 tower alive at all costs. Secret, they've done it before. Against Liquid, too. They don't have the same set of heroes. The Ursa not being as useful as the Slark.
The gem's going to be pinged down now, and Secret will be able to claim it.
Yeah, Eternal Envy. Walking around the Roche Pit, they have one shot at this to really come back into this game, and it's going to be centered around this Aegis and Cheese.
See whether or not we're going to have an early Roche or a late Roche. Feels like Team Secret really need an early Roshan.
They have to deal with pushing out the Mega Creeps, or Super Creeps at top and mid. So they don't have a lot of time for this. The good news for them, though, is as long as that tier 2 tower stands at bottom, strategically they're always going to be okay. As long as they don't get Mega Creeped. Like, their team is not well equipped to deal with Mega Creeps. They don't have an Alk or something that can clear quickly. Ursa does not deal with them very fast either, because he has no clearing abilities. Secret, they just continue to bide their time. They've got pretty much everything that they need, item-wise. Not going to get a lot bigger than this. Eternal Envy could pick up one more item, but the rest of them have...
Both teams have pretty good vision around the pit. Unfortunately, Kuro's counter ward is not going to be enough for him to actually get that Obs ward to the bottom half of the river. You can see how much Team Secret are prioritizing having vision over this fight. Vada throws out the Tornado EMP. EMP will not land.
They're just trying to make sure that the Ursha's mana's low. Even with the Enrage up, he relies on the Overpower to be able to initiate.
Yeah, this is something that you and I have talked about time and time again, where the carry Ursa is very mana dependent and usually requires some mana boosts from the supports on his team, but obviously that can't really outdo all the mana burn coming out from double melee Necronomicons.
Yeah, in most games, by the way, for viewers watching, you won't commit this hard to the tier 2. Usually it's just like, okay, if you're only down one set of racks, you'll let it go and then you'll try to take the high ground fight.
Right.
But Secret just can't afford.
Yeah, they can't afford to lose a tier 2, as that would open up the bottom lane of racks. That was a BKB pop by Matumba Man. The Sunstrike's not gonna land. Puppy actually expertly dodges it. And Liquid, are they really still gonna go for this one? They blew their load. I'm not sure if they can actually stick around and fight. Fada has been controlled up. Highlight Die managed to snag Kuro. They managed to get the false promise out though, and Kuro will be able to TP back home until Yule Scepter stops him. And that, it will be the sacrificial lamb, it looks like, for Liquid, as they unsuccessfully tried to force that fight. They are pushing out the top lane though. Quick thinking here from Fada, as he knows he doesn't want to get the opening for Secret to be able to take Roshan with a numbers advantage, so instead they're going to try to force this one, but there's Curse! They get mind control and he's down for 90 seconds. Team Secret, they should be able to hold while still getting this Roshan.
If he was able to get the roar off, that should have been a puppy kill. And Highlight Die might not have been able to hold this by himself, but instead they get a free mind control and the Aegis and Cheese.
Cheese was eaten by Eternal Envy this time around as he picks up the Aegis immediately. Weeha just didn't have the space for anything.
Yeah, they probably just didn't want to risk it being denied by Wolves.
Yeah.
So both supports had to commit to that top. No sentries around that area for them. Still, Secret are holding and they're looking okay. Things are, their base is in shambles, but they're all right.
Most certainly is, and they have yet to claim a single tier 2. So once they do win a fight and have the opportunity to push down mid, they still have some big towers to get through first before they can actually go high ground.
Yeah, that's the thing that's so scary about Team Secret, is that they work so well as a unit in the late game that even with the double racks advantage, Liquid are playing this really carefully. They don't want to give up anything for the next fight.
Puppy successfully guiding his team so far in this late game. But Liquid are going to play a bit more of a backseat, it seems. They don't want to go into an Aegis. They almost have an Abyssal Blade on Matumba Man as well. But he obviously needs a lot more gold. He wants to be able to get that plus. Oh, they actually scattered out Highlight Die. Tornado, Cold Snap will actually be there to be able to stall him up, stop that TP out, and a free kill for Liquid.
Yeah, they're gathered around this bottom lane. Secret really don't want to fight without their Lion. Highlight Die has been so useful for them throughout this entire tournament on this Lion. And at
Whoa, quick blink away just in time by mind control. Ahead of that Shiva's guard.
Everybody's got Ghost Lifters on Secret.
The old off-map ward being laid down by Team Secret to scout out the Hawk and any sort of rotations by Beastmaster with the Boots of Travel.
Yeah. That is 4 Ghost Scepters per series on Team Secret, by the way. So kiting is really in their favor. He's going to deny this bottom tier 2 tower. And it looks like Envy in the Roach Pit, but he's just going to blink back.
Not really going to do this one. Jesus, Puppy has so much gold.
Yeah. This is actually a really big game for Liquid to win. After what happened in that Eternal Envy Rapier Slark game, with how far ahead they were with double racks,
right?
I think mentally this would just break you. At that point, I think Liquid are going to say, what do you have to do to beat Team Secret? Double racks does not seem to phase them.
Both teams playing the farming game. That Aegis will be expiring in a couple minutes for Eternal Envy. Will Secret ever have a better opportunity than this to be the ones going on the offensive?
No, I think you want to fight with the Aegis for sure. They've seen how much Eternal Envy gets kited around. They desperately need to fight around it, but they're still doing okay when it comes to net worth. Like 20K I think is kind of undoable, but 8,000 is not that bad.
Yeah, especially considering these super creeps were picked up rather early, and that does limit your net worth. It's pretty impressive how Secret have managed to hold.
It's because they keep clearing out their jungle.
Do you think that's something the Liquid should be doing better, is controlling the dire side jungle?
The problem is they have to decide.
Yeah.
Do you farm in your own jungle or do you make that move? And Eternal Envy, because of this Aegis, has been farming everywhere.
Vada's a little skittish to go uphill, but he shouldn't be, as he has a clear opening to be able to catch someone here. The Tornado is just barely going to clip Misery, but we do have the TP in from Eternal Envy. Secret may be able to fight this one.
He's isolated out pretty far, though. They might be able to catch somebody out of this.
Vada knows he's too separated. Meanwhile, the Oracle silenced up, and the Ghost Scepter's going to fade soon. He managed to get the disarm up on Eternal Envy. Pops the False Promise. Meanwhile, on the right-hand side, Pylon dies. Instantly gets taken out. The Winter's Curse controls the Wolf, but that Wolf dies immediately. And Matumba Man, the rest of the team, they're just going straight for the bottom lane. Oh my god, they want to be able to go straight for the Mega Creeps. Well, Secret's outside of the base. They get the Primal Roar.
Oh, if they can kill Weak.
Down with the Exorcism down. The buyback won't
They
be
take
much
this so
without
fast.
the Exorcism. My god.
5 seconds for the
destroying
glyph.
it. They managed to get the Tornado onto Misery. Mega Creeps is up. Secret have to win this fight now, here and now, in order to beat back Liquid and go for a defense of their own. But it's not going to be the case. But Matumba Man, he just doesn't care. He pops the BKB, goes straight for the throne with Necronomicon. There it is. GG is the game. The series, rather, evens up 1-1.
Liquid say not today as they even up the series 1-1. They desperately needed this game to at least show that they could beat Secret. In the previous series, they had all the advantages in the world, and they still weren't even able to take a game against Secret. Great performance by them as they, I wouldn't want to even say cruise, they really had a battle for that one.
Absolutely. Both teams just seem to be ramping up as we finally hit our full swing in the grand finals. So our series is tied up 1-1. We go now to the desk for all of our analysts to talk about this game.
Great, there we are. What a game two! I said it like 3 times before it worked. Well, what a game two, guys. We're back at the panel. And
Reported.
Yeah, I know. I tell everybody to turn on their microphones and I forget to do myself. This is great. Where to begin? What made Liquid win this game two? Cinderin.
No, I was just going to say,
Sorry.
I really feel like the picking Wyvern over Oracle ended up backfiring pretty hard in the early game. Like, I understood the idea. Like, you know, obviously it's good against Beastmaster, good against Lycan. During the late game, you can still scale very well because it's based off the other heroes. But I feel like the laning phase and the early rotations, instead of favoring Secret like it did in game one, this time around it was, you know, Sunstrike on top of a Cold Embrace that's meant to save, ends up getting multiple kills. And I feel like the hero didn't really synergize as well. And also because they didn't have Oracle, Misery also had a much harder time in lane. He wasn't really able to accomplish much. So that's what I would attribute it to.
Sind?
Yeah, I thought the Oracle was a really good pick. It served all the purposes it needed to do in the game, both in terms of forcing the Darkseer to start in the jungle, and also a lot of disarms on Envy turned out to be really, really a big problem.
Yeah.
I think, did he even get a BKB in this game?
I don't
No, he
think
didn't.
so.
So he went for eggs, and I think in hindsight this might be a better BKB game, as weird as that sounds when you're playing against Beastmaster, because the disarm is such a big problem. Every single time he pops the Enrage, he gets disarmed, and then it's just, your entire Enrage is
He
wasted
didn't
on
need
that hero.
BKB though. Most of the Ursas we see go Mask of Madness into Diffusal, Blink Diffusal, and Diffusal you can just purge.
Oh, you can purge it? Yeah.
You
Then he
can purge
should
Fate's
absolutely.
Edict, you can purge Ghost Scepter, so I think he should have copied the other builds that we've seen.
I think you do it with Vlad's too, right? You just go Vlad's Diffusal, if he likes the Vlad so
Yeah,
much.
sometimes you like the damage output though. I think like it's also cheaper than Vlad's, so he could start fighting a little bit earlier. There was one time that he was farming top and he wasn't actually able to help his team out early enough. All in all, I actually think they handled the Lion first pick very well. Lion's very good at controlling heroes, but he's not good at controlling Lycan because he's still full move speed while Hex. And on top of that, you have so many minions, and Lion just can't deal with him. He died so quickly in most of the fights. If you Cold Embrace him, he's just going to get Sunstruck. So he was actually very useless this game.
I actually thought this fight in particular started out really well for Team Secret. You have Matumbaman with this BKB, big ass giant wolf running around, and he just couldn't hit anything. And then they still managed to take it back off of a buyback from Kuroki, just kiting Envy around the whole time.
I think it was less the buyback and more who they killed. At the beginning of the fight, he caught the 2 cores, right? He caught Fata and he caught Matumba Man.
Yes.
And instead of casting it on one of those 2 heroes to deal a lot of damage, you saw at the end of that fight, Fata barely had nothing left. If he had cursed him instead, that'd be a dead Invoker. Much different outcome, I think, for Secret there. That happened.
I think, so what was Puppy's item build in this game? He went Veil, he
Force
went
Staff.
Buckler, which we thought was going to be a Crimson Guard, which I think would have been really good that game. And then he went Veil and Force Staff and Ghost Scepter, right?
Yep.
What do you think about Lens this game? I think the cast range on Winter's Curse is actually really, really good. It makes it a lot easier for him to isolate the target. He gets 8% damage on the Splinter Blast, which helps clear out Creep Wave throughout the game. In a couple of fights, I think the reason he cursed the target he did was that he couldn't reach the other one. It's the only really good explanation I have. If there's a Tusk next to an Invoker and a Lycan, you curse the Invoker, so Lycan kills him off, and then you win the fight. If you curse the Tusk, it's like, he's not really that useful of a kill. He's way lower priority, and you saw he buys back and he actually rejoins the fight instantly with Snowball. So I think there were a couple of moments, but it's also, split-second decisions. Maybe he couldn't see the Invoker, or...
That's why you need a positioning tool like Dagger. Like most of the Wyvern players will actually get Dagger,
Dagger
as,
would've been
as
good
a
too.
really like a first core item on the hero after your Arcane Boots. I think the other thing we should highlight this game is what a switch around between the first game and the second game. First game Misery did so much and Mind Control didn't do much, but this game it was the other way around because they had
Such big impacts.
Yeah, he had a really good early game and he was like split pushing so much with his Beastmaster. He created so much pressure. He caught so many heroes that were split up with their team. And whereas for Misery, he had a really hard time this game. So the offlaner is really crucial.
Yeah, there was a moment in the game though where, yes, laning stage definitely taken over by Team Liquid. Somewhere during that game though, around 20 minutes, it was Team Secret that took 2 fights in a row. And the commentators even said, well, Secret looks like they're behind, or rather ahead right now. And how come they couldn't take the win off of those 2 fights? What happened there?
I think their team fights are really difficult to execute. You need to...
They messed up as well, I think, because they wasted two Death Prophet ultimates. Like
Yeah,
I think the one
the-
at top and middle, they wasted 2. I think those 2 moments were really crucial. That it broke their whole momentum because they wasted ultimates and they needed to wait for it to come back on. Despite having the Octarine Core, there was like 70 seconds and Liquid just like did something in the 70 seconds and it was really bad for Secret when it happened. So I think those were really key moments there. That's the reason why I felt it actually hurt their momentum so much.
Is there something in the draft that they could have done differently, or was this a laning issue? Any extra pressure that could have applied somewhere, but perhaps to Mind Control in this case?
He jungle, so...
Execution issue.
Yeah, I think so too. And I wanted to underline the fact that I think with this Wyvern last pick, they somewhat shoot themselves in the foot, because I actually don't think... The one thing is what Andy said, that they set themselves up for Sunstrikes. But I also don't think their lineup is actually that good at playing around the Ursa in general. It's good for taking Roshan, but you look at these fights, they have... Death Prophet and Ursa don't really have the greatest synergy. Their whole teamfight combo, getting the vacuum into Winter's Curse, Ursa's just standing there watching, can't really do anything. And then the moment that curse ends, he just gets locked down or disarmed. And you need some sort of control that just allows him to go in. That's why I like the Puck as the fourth pick over the Death Prophet, because then you set up your Ursa and allow him to be a really strong core.
Ben, anything to say to that? Or disagree?
I think if you think of it as a draft issue, you're not identifying the real problem. Like, yeah, they probably could have better heroes, but they could have easily won with
They
that.
could have definitely won.
Yeah, they could have definitely won
I'm not
with
saying
that,
that, but I think it was an execution issue, which comes from it being difficult to execute. I think it's
That's
even
true.
for world-class players, some drafts are just more difficult to play than others.
Yeah, they didn't have any jump for the Oracle, which I think is a big... I guess Lion, but Lion was super poor. He didn't get his blink until really late.
Well, let's hear what Team Secret had to say during the group stages.
Hello, my name is Clement Ivanov. My nickname is Puppy. I play for the Team Secret. After the Fall Major, I think we had a lot of trouble adjusting to the new patch, and this time it counts the most. We've lost a lot of tournaments, but I think now we have a better understanding of what we want to do.
The players that stand out to me the most are new to the Chinese scene. I guess Aggressive used to stand out to me the most, and now it would be probably 11. But I think 4 of the players of eHome are new players, and they all kind of stand out.
I think we've been practicing a lot of different heroes, but I don't know if there's something new in that sense. But there will be some heroes that people would have never seen me play before, so that would be interesting.
I think Eternal Envy can adapt to a lot of strategies, and I think he grows a lot by himself. And by joining Team Secret, I think he learned a lot of new strategies, and that's why he's kind of playing differently. He's a very good player, so he can just adjust himself.
It's a secret.
It is only 11 days ago since Team Secret started in Group A, where they actually had a pretty tough time, at least against MVP Phoenix. They lost 2-0 there. There is, from my point of view, a very big difference between the Team Secret that we saw then and that we see now. How do you feel, Synerin, have they developed over the time?
I think the games against MVP Phoenix, they just didn't really know what they were getting themselves into. I think MVP took the group by storm simply by teams either underestimating.
Your microphone has to be turned on.
That is a good point. Okay, let me try again. So, I think
I'm glad I'm not the only one. Thank you. Let's sharing the burden.
I'm helping out here. So
Yes.
if you look at the group stage, I think MVP Phoenix kind of took it by storm and caught them by surprise.
Mhm.
And Secret learned draft-wise from those games. I think if you look at their execution, also in the group stage games and the first games of the playoffs, they still execute very, very well, and they're a strong team, and they just needed to understand how other teams worked, and they were better at adapting, I think. I don't know if there's a big growth in terms of their individual play or execution as a team. I think they've just been playing on a really solid level the whole way through.
Winter, anything to add there?
No, I think I agree with Synerin. They just didn't understand what MEP were good at, and no one really put MEP as a really huge threat. That's the reason why no one knew how to ban against them, and no one knew what they were going to do. So the whole week, I think everyone understood better, and for Secret, it's just about understanding what heroes to ban and what heroes to pick against the specific opponent they are going up against.
What new heroes was Misery talking about, you think?
Not really.
What has he played this tournament?
He played... Everything he played was fairly standard. Like he played
Tidehunter,
Beastmaster, Tide,
Beastmaster.
Furion,
yeah,
Darkseer.
Lone Druid, Darkseer.
I don't think we've seen Misery and Lone Druid before.
Yeah,
this
Lone Druid
tournament.
was the one hero I think that they said that they started practicing because they feel like it's strong. So
They played that a lot at Mars though.
But it wasn't. Was Misery playing it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They did the Earth Spirit, Lone Druid, Spectre.
Well, there's still a potential 3 games remaining for him to bust out something new.
What are we gonna see in the next game? Because obviously both teams have now taken a game off each other. We've seen Team Liquid adapt to Team Secret, and now it's time for us to see Team Secret adapt to Team Liquid. What are they gonna change up to make sure that they are not having as disastrous early game as they had this game?
I feel like Puppy was put on a hero where he couldn't necessarily dictate that much tempo. I think this is one of the first times where we see him on a hero where it's kind of like sit in your lane. He was sitting top for quite a while.
Yes.
You know, he was just sitting there trying to farm, get his level 6, so you have the Winter's Curse, and try to rotate around after that point. It's not that he can't play that mid-game or early mid-game centric support. It's more like his team usually depends on him to control the game. And when you have a Lion as a secondary support, you're pretty immobile in terms of what you can gank. Like, you can maybe go mid if you get a good Spirit Siphon and Invoker's like low on HP or something, but other than that, I feel like they didn't actually have the supports to be able to control the early game much at all, and I feel like that's one of their biggest strengths that I've seen so far.
Is there any difference that we can see coming out in terms of farm distribution? Because we had, of course, Team Liquid going for big Invoker, big Lycan, and then Beastmaster, of course, was there as well, doing really well, while Team Secret was more evenly spread amongst the top 3.
It's dependent on draft more.
Yeah,
more
when
than
Puppy
else.
doesn't get the junglers, then Envy has to sacrifice some of his experience and turn in the lane, and everything just seems to be a lot slower for them. But most of the time, E is on a hero that's just kind of left by himself, the Ember Spirit, Anti-Mage, sometimes a Spectre, I suppose, depending on the offlaner, and this game was the Ursa, but they didn't play around him very well just because he creates a lot of space for his team, but he can't... You create space on Ursa by either getting Roche or getting kills, but he was farming. You don't really care about a farming Ursa. If he's not fighting, you know, that's what the hero's best at, so you just that's not what the hero's best at, so you just kind of leave him be. But
what would be best for Team Secret in terms of playing style? How would you distribute your farm?
I would
Again,
actually
hero dependent, or
I think they need to prioritize the Invoker a little bit more. Like even in the first series today, we saw a Next Assassin kind of try to counter the Invoker, but this game, like, I think the Invoker just is so much work in the fights. Not so much in the game with the Faceless Void, maybe some coordination issues rather than the hero being an issue itself, but it like owned the Winter Wyvern. It had so much farm priority. Like you can split push with them. The global presence from the Sunstrike, so the Beastmaster could do the things that he did on top.
Any disagreements?
I
mean, Oracle?
Mind Control.
I think Mind Control.
Mind Control,
I think Mind Control was the MVP in the last game.
Fata could easily be second, though, I think. He played a very solid game.
Oh, the hero should be prioritized more highly by Secret.
Well, there's the MVP talking about the Invoker.
Them were really close.
Yeah, they are very close here as well, I guess. I mean, we've seen some more Scoot MVPs.
I mean, as I see, it's like both games. The main difference again, I want to stress, is the off lane. Like when you have the Tusk, you roam, you can help the lanes. But this game, like Puppy can't really roam, so he can't help the off lane as much. Even though Darkseid was still getting like decent farm from the lane and he's still jungling a bit. But I feel like having a hero that can actually help the lanes and be much more aggressive is really important in this series alone. Like both teams have to be able to have that specific hero to actually do that for the team, so you can actually control the game and help the mid lane or help the off laner. Doesn't matter. You just need to be able to get them into a good start.
Was it actually possible in this game for Secret to run an aggro try and put Darkseer against Beastmaster instead of jungling the Darkseer? Because then you get more of a stable laning phase where the enemy team doesn't get to do what they want. What was the safe lane of Liquid? It was Oracle, Lycan, and
Tusk.
And
Tusk,
Tusk.
yeah.
Do you think that's stronger than Ursa, Wyvern, Lion?
No.
I think that's a really good lane against... You contest Lycan super well with Ursa in lane, naturally. And then you have a stronger support duo. I think they could have tried
Oracle is terrible, like 1 versus 2 or 1. Like against 2 or 3 heroes, Oracle is not very good. He's very good at zoning one hero in the lane, in the off lane, but if it's against 2 heroes, 3 heroes, the hero doesn't do very well. And Wyvern is strong level 1. Like Ursa's good versus the Lycan.
And in turn, if they do that, they also get a flat one-on-one mid. DP versus Invoker. This time there was... I think Weeha lost the lane quite a bit. He was behind 12 CS, I think, around minute 7 or so, just because of the threat. Constantly, he has to be scared of the Tusk and Oracle going on him. If there are 3 bottom, they have all the intel in the world. Darkseer versus Beastmaster. I want to say slightly Darkseer favored matchup if both players are really good on the heroes respectively. Maybe 55-45, but that's fine. Then he has that farm instead of like a semi-jungle where he even dies level 2. So.
Or would you think that it's just better for them to just open and draft with the Enchanters, despite being the fact that we mentioned maybe it's not so good to open Enchanters because you have no idea whether you can exploit the lane. But based on these 2 games, it seems like it's very likely that they're going to be able to exploit Liquid's lane just because of how Liquid plays and how they draft.
I think they first sees Bounty.
What could they have got? What was the order? It was Tusk first pick, and then...
We had Tusk first pick, and then Lion Ursa coming out.
Lion
for Team
Ursa.
Secret.
So they have to trade the Lion for Ench. I think they take Ursa there. Actually. I mean, would you take Lion Ench? I think that's a pretty weak...
Nah.
I would have taken Bounty Hunter +1, personally.
Over Lion.
Over Lion. The Lion didn't do that much that game, and a lot of it had to do with their lane setup. I also think Lion's not very strong in aggro pressure lanes 2 or 3.
But theirs was weaker. And I also feel like the Lion pick itself was okay, but the Lion Wyvern together was bad.
Yeah, it was a combination.
They last picked the Wyvern, so I think it's more on the Wyvern pick than the Lion in this game.
So would you have preferred the Ench plus Ursa then?
Yeah, I think Ench Ursa would have been really good, actually. Because here's the thing, right?
Yeah.
Like in that type of game, especially when you're Dire and you get Ursa as second pick, it's not like even in that scenario, say you can't necessarily gank the lanes, but you can still pressure the enemy team by knowing that you have an Ursa, and you can still kind of control at least one lane. Because Invoker versus TP mid, you send an Ench creep over there, you win that lane really hard, right? You open up the game for your Death Prophet and Ursa to kill Roshan, you can still dictate the tempo.
But you still have the scary part of the Ursa being countered in terms of kiting heroes.
Yeah, but
they picked him anyway.
Yes.
The thing is, I don't think they are too worried about that. It's just that they wanted to have a hero that abuses the Roshan because they're on Dire. And in the first series, Liquid banned those Roshan heroes, so they wanted to pick it up earlier. So I think that it doesn't really matter if he gets like kited a lot, as long as they play towards the strategy where they get an early Roshan and they have early aggression, which did not happen in the second game. That was like the big problem. They didn't even find an opening for the Ursa to actually get the Roshan because it was very highly contested in the early game. It was very hard for them.
Are we expecting then to be Secret having Dire again and first pick going to Liquid?
Yeah. You said that...
Both, yeah. Liquid chose first pick in the first game and Secret chose Dire in the second game.
I think it could happen 5 times, actually, if we go 5 games. If anything, then Liquid, when they have pick priority, might take Dire once. And if they do it, they probably do it this game, actually. This is when they flip it if they want to try. But I
think they might have actually focused a little bit too much on the Roche with the... Like, I don't think they wanted to vote 2 cores, like the Ursa plus the Death Prophet. I think like a Drow Ranger strat works really well for them because they only need to commit 1. Wind Ranger even works pretty well for them. Or a support like the Enchantress to use to tank it. Maybe even Shadow Shaman as a replacement for Lion. Still have the Hex utility, but you can push and you can do Roche with him much better. So I think it was a little bit of overcommitment from them because Envy couldn't do what he normally does because they drafted him for the Roche.
I think the other issue that we didn't really touch as well is the combination of Darkseer with Ursa. Despite having the Iron Shot, but because Darkseer doesn't provide good lockdown, that's why we felt like there wasn't enough heroes controlling the enemy team for the Ursa to kill stuff, you know.
I think the Iron Shell also just got purged half the time
Yeah.
by Oracle.
It wasn't particularly useful in the game. We only saw the Darkseer combo with the Wyvern most of the time, and apart from getting good combos like that, the Darkseer wasn't particularly useful in that game.
I still feel like Wind Ranger would have been nice too instead of DP in that particular setting, because it does give you another form of initiation, and you're not as ulti reliant. And we saw how badly Liquid abused that.
Yeah, but I can see why they wanted to go for the DP and Ursa, because you want to have team fight, so you protect the Ursa in case the enemy team, they have Beastmaster, so you kind of expect that they might see the Roshan coming, so they might be able to come and contest in time. So you have, yeah, I mean,
it wasn't banned, right?
No, it wasn't
not
banned.
touched at all.
They've only played it once in the last 3 months.
That could be a factor.
But don't you think it's weak if?
But they didn't play Ursa
like
at all.
Park
No.
Darkseer Ursa, it means like
That's
Ursa.
really strong.
But it's good for early game. Like if you don't like do super well, then you have Ursa as your sole core. Maybe they were also considering the fact that we want to have Weeha on a secondary core that can deal physical damage. So they wanted to have a core that can transition.
It's
like
also a better reliable lockdown against Lycan though too, because that was also a really big problem. They just runs at the supports and they can't do anything about it.
By that point in the draft, they didn't know Lycan was in. Right?
Was he
Lycan
fourth?
was last pick. Lycan
Oh, he
no,
was last
fourth.
pick. I thought he was fourth.
Yeah,
But
but
who
was last.
Who had the last fourth pick?
Liquid actually.
Liquid had the
yeah,
last
because
pick.
they picked
So-
DP and then they picked Lycan. Yeah, okay.
It was
That,
a
that,
response
yeah, that makes
response,
sense.
So coming into the next game as well, of course Team Liquid won, but what are they gonna change up? Are they gonna change up anything? Because they know Secret is thinking about adapting their strategy. You gotta stay ahead of the curve.
Yeah, that's the stressful part. Trying to think that what they might
What-
change,
yeah,
and then you are going
and
to
then you
change.
adapt.
Yeah, that is actually the tough thing. But I mean, it's possible because Kuroki and Papi, they are really good friends. So
Yeah.
they probably know how each other think.
Not only that, but Fada used to be in a team with Pilot Eye, Misery, and Envy. So these two teams, they know each other through and through. So thinking ahead of the curve should perhaps be possible.
Maybe if you want to try to outsmart them, pick Dire and do something different now for Liquid. Just don't get into the pattern of picking the same side all the time in the same pick order, and then you can try to work around that. But if they completely switch it up in their draft, I think it's going to backfire. Just play what you're good at, slight tweak, and then take Dire. I think that's the adaptation they could do.
I agree. I think if a lot of changes are going to happen in the draft, I would actually favor Secret more. They are the team that is better at adapting to a situation where you're not ready for it and you just change something. Secret will be better at those kind of situations.
If you are Team Secret, is this a time for a pocket strat? Third game, it's 1-1. You know there's going to be a game 4 after this, regardless.
I feel like that was kind of a pocket shot.
Yeah, that was
versus-
that was something that
Yeah.
we didn't expect. So, I mean,
It's time for less pocket
It's time
Yeah.
to stick to what you know. Who do you think that the crowd is favoring? Because they've been cheering loads.
I think they're still Secret.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like when you're in there and like they get a kill, they just go nuts.
Jackie Mao.
Yeah, Jackie Mao.
They like Jackie
I think they
Mao.
really like Envy, actually.
But they like him mostly for his
Cantonese.
fails, I was going to say. Because they seem to cheer very hard whenever he does something envy-ish.
He's an entertaining player.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that's what you can take away from it. So, like language barriers aside, he's fun to watch.
Fair enough. So what do you guys think? Who's going to take this third game? Who like, you've seen both teams. Who's going to be the better one?
I think it's
50-50 until
yeah,
I
it's
see a draft.
very difficult to say like 50-50.
And in terms of whole series, you got to pick a favorite.
50-50 until I see the draft.
That feels like cheating.
I would actually slightly favor Secret. Even in the game where it was pretty clear that they didn't pick something that was able to dictate the early game pace, which we said was very important in the series, they still showed that they can take team fights in an adverse situation with hard-to-execute lineups. I would say that maybe gives them a slight advantage in the entirety of the series. But as far as the next game, I want to see the draft.
Okay, well, considering last time I asked you who's the favorite in terms of at least first game, even after the draft, you said it's very even.
Yeah.
You gotta pick a favorite at some point.
Well, last game I said Liquid, actually.
Yes,
I
you
did
did.
pick Liquid for last game. So
And you were right.
From that draft, I did think they have had an advantage. It's like these teams probably won't get massively outdrafted. I think it's unlikely. At the same time, I would have probably said the same for EG, and I think they dropped the ball in that second game against Liquid. So who knows? Maybe there's going to be one off draft, and then that's kind of a freebie that you probably can't afford to give away. But for most drafts after them, I'll be like, I'm expecting not favoring a team more than 60-40. This is a really close matchup. So that's why it's hard to call it beforehand, because even if it's an outpick, it's such a slight one that...
I'm still gonna ask.
Do I have to choose Shiver?
Well, you can have
Or I wanna
benches.
see
Just
for
go
you.
against me because I have a 0% accuracy right now.
But you said I want to see the draft.
No, but I said in the entire series.
Oh, the entire. But she said next game.
I said also
Oh,
said entire
she
series.
said entire series and next game.
Yeah.
I didn't do next game. I did whole series.
All right, if you put me on the spot, I'm gonna say Secret 51-49.
Whoa.
Wow.
Whoa. Bold prediction here coming from the panel.
I think something to mention about Secret too is sometimes I think I remember Dendi saying like, okay, if you're a good Dota player, you should be able to play any hero in your role.
Yeah.
Which is in an ideal world, but in situations, I feel like sometimes he thinks it's the best hero for the game, but it might not be the best hero for his team. I think we saw a little bit of that last game where Winter Wyvern maybe not the best pick there in terms of how often Puppy's played it. Earth Spirit yesterday, the Ursa on Envy, and in one particular game there was the like anti-mage plus Lone Druid. This is like, you know, Puppy just being way too greedy, even in the group stage when they drafted versus MVP. Sometimes it was just too greedy, they lost in 20 minutes. So I think like, yeah, Puppy, I think he has the potential to have better drafts, but also I think he has the potential to outdraft himself, which I think Liquid just is always solid, stable. They know what heroes they like. They're not going to go too far out of comfort zone. I could see them picking Fada Invoker every single game or Beastmaster every single game for one hero and not change it up just because they know what works.
Legion Commander support.
Yeah, that's also true too. So
Just get ulti at level 6. Just get ulti.
I think that didn't matter.
Lana made it work though.
Lana played 4-4-0-0, I think, on.
There was
Legion.
a crucial team fight in that game where I think it was Puppy playing Doom, and he walked into the trees. They had Hawk Vision. The smoke broke. They roared him, and if he had Duel, he would have died before he got any spells off, but he didn't, and that fight ended up changing the game. So
touché.
Skill Duel. It's good.
Winter, I haven't heard your prediction yet.
Well, it's really difficult, but I think that if the series goes to 5 games, I think Secret just has the slightest edge in terms of overall like understanding and their better experience in terms of their players. So I think I would favor Secret.
You do realize what this means, right? The whole panel says Team Secret's going to take it in the whole series.
I've been wrong every time.
That means that if the whole panel is wrong,
I mean,
at least this time I'm going down with the ship, you know? Because the first 2 games I was a flip-flopper, right? I was like Liquid, and then Liquid lost. I was like Secret, and Secret lost. So now I feel like any team I guess they're just going to lose, so you guys might want to bail.
does it mean that if I say Liquid and they win, I mean I'm a better analyst?
I could
Okay.
evacuate the panel. I could leave, get someone else in here.
Sounds good.
Right.
I will leave you alone.
Okay, but back to the match. We had Beastmaster, of course, by Mind Control. Strong play. Is it time to ban that hero if you're a Secret? Because he had a
Snatch
lot of
that
impact.
hero, maybe?
Snatch that hero, of course. Misery is a very good Beastmaster player as well, and the vision that it provides.
Secret
big
banned
edge.
BM in the first game, didn't
Yeah,
they?
they did.
What was
They
the
did.
draft order in the second game?
Liquid banned Beastmaster
Oh,
in
Liquid?
the first game. that
What did
is.
they third pick? in
Oh,
second
Liquid
game?
banned it.
In the second game, third pick by Secret is Darkseer,
Yeah, because that's where I was considering Beastmaster at that point, but
and that would have been possible.
I
Yes.
think they were tempted to get the Darkseer because of the obvious synergy it has with the Ursa, and I think they've seen EG run it with great success. But in this particular game, I think the remainder of the draft just kind of, I wouldn't say negated that synergy, but didn't allow it to really come to fruition in the game. So it's a very different game with a Beastmaster, obviously, than with a Darkseer.
Actually, they ran the Darkseer with the Sven more compared to the Ursa.
Oh yeah,
when
but they have done it.
Yeah, they have done. But then when they have Ursa, they prefer more to maybe a Tide, something else. So I think that when you have Ursa, you just need more lockdown. You really need more lockdown for the Ursa.
Okay.
Do you think we're gonna see Sven at all this series?
If team picks it, it's going to be Liquid, right?
Liquid? You think Liquid will pick it?
I
No,
think they
if
have
there
a
is-
higher likelihood than
yeah.
Secret. Although they did just pick
But-
Ursa, right?
But don't you feel it's more like Secret's play style if they want to go for Jakima on the Superman hero, so Sven just farms the whole game?
Has he played it yet all tournament?
No, but he hasn't played Ursa, so
That's what I mean. It's like it's possible, I
But
suppose.
that didn't work, so.
So they're gonna go back to Spectre, which by the way gets banned out every time, last ban, because everybody is saving the Spectre, or rather they saved the last pick for Envy mostly, apart from this game. Is Spectre gonna make it through? Are we gonna see Spectre again?
Whatever hero gets vision for their team. First game it was the Slark. Second game it was the Lycan Wolves and the Beastmaster Hawk, and I guess the Forge Spirit. So like whatever team has vision advantage is already a good sign for the draft.
What's the best hero for Team Secret?
Zeus.
Zeus is good, yeah.
Zeus is good.
Beastmaster.
But
Beastmaster's
we doesn't
good.
really play Zeus that often at all.
He's played it though.
sometimes.
Yeah, he plays it sometimes, but
I think you need to have like a Misery Lone Dirt or something in the offlane if you're going to pick up something like a Zeus. You want your offlane to have a lot of farm priority in that situation.
I also think Zeus has a pretty bad win rate.
Does he?
This tournament. I don't know. I feel like he has every game I see with Zeus he loses.
He get ganked too much, you know.
He's super exploitable in lane. Like if you get any sort of ganking duo, he just dies, or even ganking solo hero that comes in. You can itemize super effectively against him compared to other mids. Like BKB totally hard counters him. Like he has nothing else than spells. Some other mid heroes, like you could say Wind Ranger or like OD even. Like if you BKB, you at least still have regular attacks, right? But Zeus, you just have absolutely nothing. So
you can jump around with taunt, make coins fly up above your head.
Yeah, if it gave gold, that might be good,
Yeah.
but it doesn't. So not good.
Do you think we're going to see something different in terms of first phase bans?
You
We've
guys
seen
are
twice
supposed
the
to be
same.
on a team.
It's fine.
You're
This
right,
is how
Andy.
we get along. we always do this.
Not always.
You haven't seen us play pool, clearly.
I was about to say you haven't seen us play Cutthroat against each other.
Yeah, it gets
So when
pretty
we play
brutal.
Cutthroat, there's like, we actually don't care if we win as long as the other guy loses.
Yeah. Who do
more
we
or
play
less.
with? Scant?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I remember that.
First phase bans? Are we going to see the same thing again?
Yeah.
Most likely.
I think so.
Why, though? Can we not
Because they're
see-
good bands.
Yes.
Very
Such a
well
shame.
explained.
It's a good choice.
It's like you're playing against a team with the best Chen and then the best Enigma. You ban those two heroes for sure. Like the Chen even more so, I feel.
Okay.
I think that if they let
You're
one through,
saying
it's
they
gonna
have
be
the same
Enigma.
bans?
Yeah.
Same bans?
Yeah.
Same bans?
Shiver, are you setting
bans?
yourself up again for this?
Let's see what we have!
Oh, this
Come
is
on!
such a
She already
no.
saw the
Come on.
bands. She already knew the bands.
Oh.
Ursa ban!
All right, let's get at least 3 out of 4.
All right, get out of here. That doesn't count.
Oh my
Hey,
god.
I did not know this. I do not see a game in front of me.
Did Liquid pick Dire?
Oh, yeah, they definitely
Yeah,
did.
they could
You
pick
heard
Dire.
the game
That's why.
sounds.
Right,
That-
I called that one, kind of.
Liquid picked Dire.
Okay.
There was a new flip for the third game, by the way. Secret won the flip.
So will they flip
Puppy
for
chose
5th game as
first
well then?
pick.
Oh, he chose first pick.
So Puppy
Oh.
chose first pick rather than Dire.
Interesting.
First round
so
Ursa
he,
fan. Okay.
he flipped it around.
Yeah, Liquid Ursa on Dire? I
Yep.
wouldn't want to play against that.
Nature's Prophet or Enigma is going to be let through.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's
But
actually.
Bounty Hunters in, they can let Enigma through pick
I think they
PH.
let Enigma over NP, right?
I would let NP over Enigma personally.
Oh, you
Really?
really don't like NP though. Every time we.
For Secret, yeah. It depends on which team. I don't think you give it to Liquid. I think you're okay with giving it to Secret.
Team Secret.
Over the
I think
Enigma.
NP just does way too much.
Yeah, me too. I think NP just is like.
Watch him not even pick it. Watch him pick like
First pick tied. Let's go.
Ench or something.
I think it depends on the team.
I speak for the tree.
Hey.
Hey, Nature's Prophet.
What a
Turn to
surprise.
pick.
He speaks for the trees, Winter.
He does.
Yes, he does.
So what has Liquid's approach generally been when they've given away profit? Because they've done that before.
Spirit Breaker.
That has not been their general response. Thank you for your
They did it
contribution,
once.
Merlin.
They did it once.
That's
Yeah.
not a general response.
Oh.
Oh, this is really good actually.
Team Secrets.
OD
turn
safe
to
lane
pick.
against the Treants.
I'll
You
wait
think
for
that's the plan?
Well, you could do that, or you could also
More
just
likely
put him in and
Sven.
have like some roaming Mirana or something like that. Because here's the thing, right? If they could go in a second phase, they could ban Ench, and then all the like creep heroes besides one
I
are
go
gone
Ench now.
as
What,
secret.
what you gonna do?
Huh? That's true.
All out early game because you have Wiz. Your lanes are pretty weak. I have Ench and Prophet. I
Ench
exploit,
is super good.
I exploit your
Yeah.
lanes right
10
now.
seconds
Right
remaining.
here.
When you see this kind of opening, ask yourself, what would MVP Phoenix do?
5
And why would they win in less than 20 minutes? That's why.
I like that analogy. I like that.
And it
All
will be
right.
Invoker
Okay,
instead.
this is the
MVP
same.
might actually have
Team
done that too.
Secrets
They like the
turn
Invoker
to
as well.
ban.
Oh, this is what Liquid would do all the time.
Yeah, Liquid would do it
Furion,
too.
Invoker, Furion, Invoker.
Maybe the
Furion.
nameplates are on wrong.
I think so. Probably.
Probably. Sounds likely. Yeah. Do you think this is Quaswex? Do you think that's the idea right now? Or is it
10
Xord as
seconds
well?
remaining.
Look at Pi.
I think it's too early to tell. I think you
Puffy
actually.
didn't pick Lion for me.
I'm grumpy now.
Reserve time.
That's a
Should have
stressful
picked
time.
Lion.
He has PTSD with the freaking Lycan of last game.
Well, if you think about it, there's Lion and Enchantress still in the pool. Are they both gonna get banned out? You think?
I think they might ban out Ench, but
Yeah,
I'm
Ench
not
for
sure.
sure
I'm
for
not
Liquid.
sure about Lion. I'm really not sure about Lion. Ench has a higher chance of getting banned. Because right now, if you're Liquid, you know your lanes are a little bit weak. You have a greedy support. You don't want to get exploited. That's your number one priority. You don't want to lose your lanes badly.
Dude, I'm still on board with Bounty Hunter.
Team
For
Liquids
Secret?
turn
Secret.
to ban.
Oh, hello, Drow Ranger. or
That's a
rather
good
by
one.
Drow Ranger.
Turn to ban.
So you think that Bounty Hunter will work better even if you have the choice of choosing the Enchantress?
Yeah, I think it's more stable.
The last time Secret picked Drow Ranger, it was done against
10
illusions
seconds
mostly.
remaining.
Does this give anything away about the combination that Team Liquid wants with that
5
IO?
seconds
A CK, for example.
That was the
I think
game.
it's just getting pushed
That
down.
was the game that they got Aghanims, right?
Yeah, that was versus Terror.
Yes.
Reserve time.
Aghanim's Maelstrom. That build is the shit on Drow, though. That's so good.
Team Liquid's turn
I would
to
like
ban.
Gyro for Liquid. If they're not gonna, oh yeah, if they're gonna put OD mid, Gyro is nice.
I think they're going to pick Void now. Let's think about what Mind Control is going to play, because that's. I think he's the hero and the player on
Yeah,
their team
the
that's played
off-lane.
least different heroes.
The off-lane.
Prophet's taken.
I like Bat
Beast
Rider.
defend.
I like Bat Rider with the
10
relocate.
Does he
seconds
play it?
remaining.
Doesn't he play it?
Has Mind played Bat? I don't know.
Oh!
Oh, can we have a camera shot of Pi again now?
Turn to
No! He just leaves the booth.
Oh my god.
Rage quit.
There goes the Enchantress. Sad.
Ouch.
So you're suggesting Bounty Hunter, Benwu,
That's my thought.
to replace.
What about you guys? There's no
Bounty
other
Hunter for
aggressive
Secret?
rumors.
Hey, Pyla Dice
Oh,
Bounty
yeah,
Hunter
Bounty-
is
yeah.
damn
Mate,
scary. Oh,
his face will literally change when he sees the Bounty
10
Hunter.
seconds
Oh
remaining.
yeah.
Yeah, get to snipe couriers.
in the
5
back you see
seconds
Vlad
remaining.
checking his phone.
Oh yeah, you can actually see that. Oh my god.
Reserve time.
You're waiting for Team Secret to pick something here. And Pyla Dice snipes a lot of couriers.
Most of the team fight control heroes have been offlaners, right? So
Yes.
what does Secret actually go for now if they're not gonna... Like, they can't really
Yeah.
pick Tide. They can't go for DS either.
For
Or
Secret?
they could. Yeah,
Isn't
Secret...
Misery gonna play Nature Prophet?
Yeah, but that's what I mean. It's like they don't have the offlane
Oh, they need
position that's
something
going
else
to
to
be controlling the
control it.
fight because they can't pick Void, they can't pick Tide, they can't pick Darkseer.
They need other heroes, like, or maybe they're not gonna look to fight. They want to like split the map, but it's against relocate. That might not be the best thing to.
Ooh.
The jungle strategy.
Team
Like I
Liquid's
suggested
turn
this
to
the last
pick.
game. Like they need to continue having a hero that jungles. It fits their playstyle.
Yeah. Puppy Doom, second time in 2 years.
Second time in 2 years.
Yeah, because he played it once in 2
Team
years
Secret's
yesterday or
turn
whatever, right?
to
Because he hadn't
Yes.
played it since 2014.
Yes. Correct.
And now it's the second time in 2 years.
Yes.
If he plays it.
So he doesn't play the hero at all.
Well, I mean, they won that
He
game.
won with it
so
yesterday.
I mean, you hit W and you put Doom on somebody. Job done.
That's what you would think.
Or actually, you Doom somebody, then hit
I
W.
don't hit W. I hit T button. I'm a legacy player.
Oh, wow. So high skill. That's why you're on the panel, Winter. Legacy keys.
10 seconds remaining.
So the Tide.
Let's go safe lane versus Tide.
remaining.
Ursa's
safe
gone.
lane versus Tide.
OD's already taken.
Raze.
Are they just going to pick Slark again?
That Slug's pretty good. Like if they look to just like split the map.
Great pick.
Oh, good for the IO.
Yeah.
That's some good shit right there.
That
Forgot
is
about the clink.
that is some good shit. Cinder.
Kills IO very easily, is off the map.
Good versus Tide.
Good versus Tide overall.
But is it
Good for finishing off heroes that get Doom too. Like if Puppy gets a Doom on a key target, he knows that Clinks will get
is
the
it good
job.
for Envy though?
I think so.
Yes.
Team
Better than the
Secret's
Ursa?
turn to
Yes.
ban.
Definitely. Think so. Yes.
Team Secret actually do lack control, though.
Yeah.
All they have is Doom and, like, Cold Snap.
But they can solve it if the Invoker's crossbacks.
10
That's true.
seconds remaining.
Like that's the beauty of having the Invoker. You can always
Yeah.
like change
5
it,
seconds
change it up so it solves the weakness of your entire lineup.
Yeah, that's a good point. Do
And
you like
it's good-
Crosswhacks more?
It's good versus a Tide. Yeah,
Liquid's
possibly.
turn to pick.
So it's going to be a safe lane
turn to
OD,
pick.
mid tiny with IO.
Yeah.
Oh, how times have changed when
Oh,
you
it's
get a
Pi
fifth pick
Zero.
Tiny
Yeah.
together with a first pick IO.
I'm
But-
thinking if it's IO tiny mid, if you're Exalt Invoker, you would probably have a hard time. Like maybe you
Yeah.
would consider going Crosswax. I don't know. I'm not sure, but
I think Crosswest because they have no other control. They're like no AoE, very few stuns.
What's Pi
Pretty much
gonna
no
play?
stuns.
I like Disruptor
10
here, but
seconds remaining.
what's Pi good? Disruptor. Disruptor
Pretty
yeah,
good.
pretty good. Relocate, silence the
5
Tide.
seconds remaining.
They have very little lockdown.
A lot of team fight control, but yeah.
Reserve time.
As long as they get someone that can like be useful in team fights, you have lockdown and you have some sort of catch. That would be nice for them.
Pi's not the Night Stalker player either, right?
Nah.
No.
I think it's Puppy. who
Puppy.
plays it, right? Yeah, there
But
it
it is
is.
the disruptor.
The Dream.
Who's
The
gonna
dream.
take it,
Good
guys?
call.
Sin.
I like Liquid.
Secret.
Secret.
That was a high five.
Let's-
Didn't catch
I'll go
that
with
one.
Liquid.
Yeah,
Okay, we
my
have
man.
we have a split panel once again. Let's hear what our commentators think. It is over to game number 3 between Secret and Liquid with Capitalist and Blitz.
Fitting that our panel is a little bit split on this decision. It's currently the series is tied up 1-1. My co-caster Blitz, you're seeing the draft now, and the crowd is already going wild for DC. Why not? But what do you think about the draft?
I think it depends on the early game control really heavily, because if the Clinks gets a lot out of this, it's going to be really hard for Liquid to kind of stop that momentum. And I feel like Clinks is one of Eternal Envy's like signature heroes. Remember, this is the hero that they won with Speed Gaming at MLG Columbus originally. I feel like this is one of the heroes that he rarely overextends with.
An interesting decision here. Secret going to start off with an early smoke from just 2 heroes in order to get some vision up, rather than the typical TP out. Puppy's going to get a mid ward, it looks like. Yeah, a very aggressive mid ward that's just outside of the vision of the tower.
I think they want to make sure that they don't get dewarded, and also this team is not going to use that many smokes cap. Right? You've got a Doom who eventually will use one once he hits his level 6 or if he wants to rotate with some sort of creep, but otherwise he should be kind of hard locked down to farm a little bit more. But
A lot more stationary, a lot more passive from the Secret lineup, at least in the first 15 minutes, right?
Yeah. And this is something that a lot of teams go to as a fallback, the Tiny Wisp. See a lot of potential for this game, but again, Liquid have to get a lot out of the lanes because Secret have greedy heroes.
Liquid going to center up on this top rune. Secret on top of the bottom rune. Doesn't look like we should have anything. Mind Control's going to be starting off with an Iron Talon here. As the Tidehunter, not wanting to spend too much time apparently in lane. Understandable against a Disruptor Clinks. That's a lot of harassment damage for a Tidehunter to be able to deal with. Our mid lane matchup of Kuro and Matu, the Tiny Wiz combination, should be matched up against the Invoker. Is he going to receive some extra help? It looks like it. Pylai Dai might actually sit in the mid lane for the beginning of the game. Throw out some Thunder Strikes here and there.
Yeah, they want to just get some control, make sure that this Invoker doesn't get nothing out of the lane. You want to still make sure that he gets the earliest possible timing that he can out of it. And
What is
harassing a lot.
Matsu doing? Is he going to go for a quick pull? The beginning of the game looks like it. So the plan, pull this hard camp, toss it over to the creeps, and if successful, can be a big win for momentum. There it is. The pull comes back. A successful pull on the Dire side mid lane, and Pylai Dai now struggling to be able to contend with this one, but he can't really do anything. In fact, Kuro is actually going to join forces with Amatu finally.
Yeah, and you're going to give Wii the entire lane to begin with, but I think they're okay with that. Although that was a lot. Like, you essentially just traded a wave for a wave.
You can get a quick level 2 on Kuro. That'll certainly help out when it comes to the time being aggressive. Pylai Dai is going to be able to share in this neutrals.
Even gets the last hit.
We do have Jerix coming in from behind. Weeha is forced to join his support, but it's going to be a 3 versus 1 here. All they have to do is catch Pi, but Liquid are instead
like
turning for
go
Weeha. That's a more important kill. And Wee's got really no way out of this one. The Furion's actually going to TP in. Starts going for Kuro. Kuro is actually going to be the first blood here as Pylai Dai comes back. They only need one more right click the bottle. Oh, a little bit more. They will be able to get that first blood. Weeha draws Liquid away, successfully escapes, while the rest of Secret claim that first blood.
This is like the weirdest start I think I've ever seen in a game. The Tiny tosses a creep into the lane, then what should have been a first blood for Liquid ends up being a counter kill for Team Secret.
If only that Wisp had been able to get over that cliff and join Matumba Man on the other side. Maybe that fight could have been a lot different. Misery's
I
actually
might just get the
courier.
courier.
Oh my god, he actually gets it. Now he's going to be stunned up. He might be combo down as the toss goes back. They should be able to kill Pylai Dai here, but they're already putting pressure onto Kuro as Misery threatens him as best as possible, but can't quite get the kill.
Oh, that was a huge mistake from Liquid. There's absolutely no reason that the courier should have been that low onto the ground, especially since the Disruptor was just waiting there. He didn't really have to even do anything, as Pai's already picked up the boots for himself.
And as you can see, Puppy actually gets a lot of time in the off lane, boosting his experience while Misery goes back to jungling.
Yeah, this is the benefit of having the Clinks in the safe lane. He can solo zone out the Tide without much help, and you're seeing everybody from Secret being able to rotate around as a result.
Oh, the Hellbear Smasher. is going to be able to get the pull off. Liquid in a very awkward position at the start of this game. Hope to be able to reclaim it with this awkward tiny pull.
Yeah. I think the concept behind it was really cool. It's just they executed a little bit off. Highlight Die is going to get chased out by the Tide Hunter, but this shouldn't really lead to anything as everybody's a little bit too far away, and he does have boots already, too.
He knows how important it is to be able to keep tabs on this Tide Hunter and make sure that he can't just freely jungle. High's movements have been superb, as they always are in the laning phase.
Yeah, they rely on him to do quite a bit, and this Invoker right now is still doing really well. Even with 2 of his waves being taken from him and having to run all the way around.
Oh, how awkward. Puppy's even going to come in and contest this. We'll get the smaller hill trolls. Fortunately, the Tide Hunter was able to get the big one, but he is so stalled up. He finally gets his boots. And he may have to return back to lane because it looks like Secret are going to go for the push.
Everything going Secret's way so far in the early game. XP and net worth are in their favor, as Liquid cannot really contest right now. They expected to have a much stronger laning phase, especially with this cute pull trick that they did. They're going to make a go for Wii.
They have the haste rune on Kuro. They might be able to run down Wii. They managed to get the toss on him. They have Misery here, but he doesn't have a Sprout instead. Oh, the body blocks might actually kill Matu, but still, they have the tether. Kuro, he's going to be glimpsed back. He still has that haste rune for a few more seconds. Connect Field does block him in, though. Kuro tethers back out, though, all the way over to Matumba Band. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Mind Control is being run down by Puppy, as well as the Clinks. Looks like Mind Control, he's going to be going in deep for this kill. They might be able to get it, too. Mind Control just needs a little bit more space, but he can't quite get it. Jerix is here with a response now as Puppy runs out of that Scorched Earth. He should be dying as the right clicks will come in. Curl's going to help get part of the experience. And the small little Doomlings start threatening Jerix.
They are adorable, but they're so scary. They both got a stun. He's just going to farm up a little bit. And meanwhile, Eternal Envy now picks up the Soul Ring for himself, getting absolute free farm out of this lane like we expected.
Does at a certain point, once he gets to level 6, because he has the...
Mind Control's going to get stunned and might even lose this creep, but no.
Does
Puppy's
get
just
it.
messing with him. This is so weird. Puppy's alive and he still has the 2 Doom creeps.
The Micro King controlling essentially 2 heroes at once. What about Eternal Envy? Once he picks up his level 6, he can concede this bottom lane to, say, like the Doom if he wants, right?
Yeah, they have a lot of different ways to work this around. I think Secret's draft, especially for this game, is quite clever. They've locked up a lot of their weaknesses. Not a lot of advantages that Liquid can get out of the laning phase despite having this IO tiny mid.
Look at these Doom shards come in. Jerix takes so much damage from them.
All right, you should just kill them now.
Yeah.
They're not that tanky.
They finally died, but they were disruptive as all hell.
Eternal Envy's going to eat this creep. Looks like he's going to go for the rotation for this bottom rune. He knows that this line's going to be down here too, and if he gets a good rune, maybe he can do this.
The Arcane Rune isn't quite what he wanted. Jerix is going to be able to get the Hex off, has to TP away, and should barely be good. But pick up though on
picks up the kill.
Yeah, Weeha's incredibly low, but they managed to get the kill on the Tiny first thanks to the rotation from the 2 heroes up in the top rune area, as Secret are putting a lot of prioritization and making sure the 4 and 6 minute rune are taken.
Yeah, and they've got a lot of map control going too, as this bottom tower is going to fall to Eternal Envy and Misery. Misery's done quite a lot this game in the way of rotations.
Now, one hero that we haven't talked about this whole entire time, the player Fada, is on the OD, and he's getting total free farm as well to match Eternal Envy's.
He's going to get stunned up as the Doom just doesn't want him to hit him whatsoever. This mid lane, locking him down. Probably the biggest thing right now for Team Secret is that their Invoker's doing really well. He's already got a wand, treads, and the gloves of haste. More than enough to survive this lane. Has even more CS than the Tiny does.
Our Tiny just now hitting 27 CS. Not the position they really hoped to be with this cute little pull that they were doing earlier on. Looks like they might try and fight this one. Highlight Die has the level 2 glimpse. Will be able to get Kuro. They have the tether out, but it looks like it's just not going to be fast enough to answer roll through the meatball, which ends in his demise. Now Matumba Man takes a little bit of extra damage off the top as Misery pushes him out.
The numbers game every single time for Secret is he's going to toss the creep forward on a Highlight Die, but not a finishing move whatsoever. And the Tiny Wisp combination has been largely shut out. And even this bottom lane, this Clinks is getting so much in the way of levels and farm. Even going to go for the medallion soon. And the Outworld Devourer getting what you expect out of this, but laning-wise, you definitely give the win to Secret so far.
Tidehunter is level 5.5 and still doesn't feel comfortable going to this bottom lane, even if it is pushing out. He's going to go right back to picking up his arcane boots and farming the neutrals. Liquid are just playing it safe right now, even if they are losing their laning phase. They don't want to give up extra kills.
Yeah, this Doom pick is working out really well for Secret as well. Because Pylai Dai's been able to do so much with the help of Misery, he's been able to just greed things up. Not even really a support right now, as he already has a Bracer and Tranquil Boots.
So Tiny and Wisp are currently clearing through some hard camp stacks. Misery, oh, he's almost got the courier, but it speeds away. They hope to be able to get the turnaround. The Avalanche is just a bit too late, though. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Mind Control drops out the Ravage. They have the TPs in. Maybe they can get Eternal Envy here as Jarek's able to offer the control. They have a counter ward down as well. Vada joins forces. He needs to be able to drop the ultimate. Oh, no! It's not enough! Mid lane, Weehaw gets off the...
Oh, he's going to Soul Ring TP. They know where he is, and it doesn't even matter as Eternal Envy laughs in their face. Both large cooldown ultimates dropped.
I can't believe he got away from that one. That was a good read by Liquid to pop the Ravage and force those TPs out to the bottom lane, but just wasn't quite enough.
First Ravage of the game is so crucial for Tidehunter's cap. Especially with the way that the game has gone. And at top, Jarex is going to get doomed. Did not expect Puppey to be level 6.
Sunstrike comes in. It's not actually going to land, but they still have enough damage to kill Jarex easily.
They're going to make their way up top, but they don't have any gap closing. And again, Secret, they're just going to get away with this. The top tower looks like it's going to go down too, as it's already dropping to 400 HP. Misery's going to back himself away.
With the Tidehunter and the Tiny shut down so heavily, those gap closers aren't going to come online for quite some time, as you're talking about. Wow, a double damage for Eternal Envy, and he's going to try and solo Roshan. Misery joins him, gives him some meat shields via the Treants, and Mind Control. He gets the Invis rune, but is he actually going to go in there? The counter ward is laid out. They're going to turn on to Mind Control, but he spotted out the Roshan attempt. He is going to be controlled up by the Sprout, and Weehaw finish him off, but can they actually get here in time to be able to stop this Roshan?
They really need to. This is not one you want to give away, especially to a Klinks who's already done so much damage.
But at the same time, if they force a fight here and Secret win it, Secret will still take the Roshan and all that extra.
They've got the Disruptor level 6 too. Vada's getting kited around.
He's being cold snapped up. Eternal Envy gets a couple more pot shots off, but Kuroki's sitting in the back, healing him up.
They should be able to spot this ward too, as Liquid now make their move into the Roshan pit, but they don't have the Ravage up from Mind Control quite yet.
They don't have the heroes to easily be able to tank up Roshan for free either.
Eternal Envy's going to walk in again. He's getting really low on mana though.
Yeah. He's got one more Soul Ring to use in 2 seconds, but that's probably going to be used for a death pack. So that pretty much kills the attempt at Roshan by Secret. Mind Control may have died, but it feels like a worthy death to prevent that Roshan from being taken.
I almost feel like if he didn't eat the wrong tree, he would have been able to get out of there.
Yeah.
They weren't committing for him too hard, but...
Net worth looking very favorable for Secret right now. Top 2 on the board, Klinks and our Invoker.
It's the other 2 heroes as well. Like the Doom is doing so well, the Disruptor's picked up all the levels that he needs.
Yeah, they're both ahead of the Tidehunter. Our Tide is going to be going for a mech build here, not terribly surprising.
No. I guess the good news for Liquid is that their Tide is out-leveling the Nature's Prophet, but even then...
Jarex, he's smoked over here. He's by himself. They will be able to get the relocate, though. That should be able to finish off Misery quite easily. The combination makes the scoreboard now 6-3.
Yeah, they're going to flatten him. And Matama Man does have the drums, but again, it's just that Secret, they put pressure in other ways. This Invoker continues to get farmed. Now he's got the Midas completed. The Klinks is in a similar position. At some point, Liquid have to deal with these heroes. And Secret are just going to continue to split them and make it really difficult for them to get anything. You're going to have to blow the relocate just to pick up a under-leveled Nature's Prophet.
Eternal Envy's specialty as Klinks is usually to put pressure on the enemy jungle by sitting in there and death pacting and making rotations back and forth. He may do that now as he pushes out the top lane. We'll see where he goes from here.
Klinks one of the best heroes in the game against the Wisp. Wisp has absolutely nothing in terms of armor, just 1, barely any HP. because of the way that the game started too, Kuro's got no farm to back himself up. Ghost Scepter is far from ready. As Secret look like they've set the tree into there, want to make sure that Liquid don't try to sneak the Roshan of their own.
Rod of Atos is coming in for the OD and another 800 gold. That'll definitely be a big ticket item. Will help change the flow of this game, but it's definitely all Secret right now.
Yeah. Fodder right now still has an okay item progression, but it's just that everybody else is able to farm so much.
They have
more
another
aggressively.
relocate coming up in 2 seconds. They drop the counter board, but Eternal Envy sneaks right past it. That would have been such a big pickup for Liquid at the time. But
yeah, Jerix is just waiting at the entrance of the jungle. 3 heroes set up in mid right now, as everybody just continues to farm for Secret. And Liquid, they're going to feel pressured just because nothing's happening on the map, and Secret have the better late game.
maybe Puppy is going to tank the relocate instead. He's got so much HP though, 1,200, plus he's got backup. I think Secret know what's going to be happening here. He gets off the scorched earth. It's going to be a tough kill to hit, especially with Eternal Envy here. They're going to throw out the combination. They do successfully kill, but a Static Storm is going to be able to control on Matamba Man. He has nothing left, but Eternal Envy is exposed. He's been hexed up and will be taken out by Fada. Next up, Pylai Die, but he's going to join Force of Misery. The relocate back actually saves Kuro, but now they get the glimpse back, but Kuro's still alive. Misery's fighting up against Fada, but he can't quite get that kill either. The Sunstrike misses. And Team Secret, I don't know if they had that planned out, but all the plans in the world doesn't stop Liquid from taking that fight.
Liquid were hoping that somebody walks through there, and that was the fight of their dreams. They managed to get multiple heroes. Nobody from Team Secret was quite set up. That was so risky from Team Liquid. They devoted so much time and effort just to make sure that Envy, they were playing off the fact that he often goes into the jungle, like he says. They read that movement. If Envy doesn't make that move, he farms out his own jungle, and Secret just continue to play the farm game. Liquid wastes a lot of time and resources.
But now Liquid, once they have their big ultimates off cooldown, have all their team fight items ready to go. The Rod of Atos is here. You've got the mech on the Tidehunter. And our Tiny is actually getting really tanky. He's 1,800 HP with a point booster. He can actually get an Ogre Club if he wants to increase that even further.
Yeah, the 1,500 XP lead that Secret delicately built up immediately goes Liquid's way. And the net worth advantage is still there on the back of Weeha's Midas and just the superior laning phase, but Liquid are steadily catching up.
They're going to look for mid. Matamba Man's the target. They're going to try and glimpse him back. Kuro, he's going to go for the relocate save, but it's not in time. And now Kuro, he may be sacrificed as well, as Secret are just going to surround this tier 1 tower. He needs to be able to get a tether target. Mind Control's making his way over for that one. The tether out. Oh, the cold snap's making it too hard for him to be able to get away. The mech comes through, but it's still not enough. The damage from Eternal Envy just pops the Squishy Wisp, and Secret will rotate from that, taking a tier 1 tower objective straight into the Roshan pit. Secret have just won back everything they lost earlier if they can take Roshan. But at the time, Fada is being scattered out deep inside the Roshan jungle by Eternal Envy. This is not the place to be, Fada. He's going to need to save himself somehow with this OD.
Nobody's nearby enough.
He can run in with a Ravage, but he knows he backs out immediately. He's like, nope, that is not the play. There's no way they can save Fada. He's just in a bad position. And Secret, well, they're not actually going to be able to take Roshan, but a kill on Fada is definitely worth it.
Even the threat of Roshan made Fada go all the way around in the jungle, and he thought he was clear, but Eternal Envy was nearby enough. They go for the TP on him. Quick kill, maybe even better than the Rosh, as they're getting map control again.
The rotations, we've got Matamba Man and Jerix making their way to the Roshan pit. Want to be able to clear through it, but Secret, I mean, look at their positioning right now. They've got 5 heroes very well spread. Pretty much all of them are farming except for Pylai Die in the mid lane, who's just making sure Puppy, if he's gone on, will have some sort of recourse.
Yeah, this is how you deal with the Tidehunter. Try to force these mini engagements, make it difficult for him to ever group up with the rest of his team. They've been incredibly successful in it so far. Eternal Envy even picking up the Deso for himself. The Nature's Prophet, getting a Midas. Team Secret are building for the late game.
And now with this, the increase in damage from Eternal Envy, they could actually pop the Tidehunter if they get a good Glimpse Static Storm combination. They may never have to worry about a Ravage in a team fight if they set it up correctly.
Oh, Envy's thinking about it. Kind of worried that this might be a trap, but
I mean, he probably 3 shots Kuro. Yeah.
Maybe not even 4, you're right. With the medallion.
He's only got 2 armor.
Everybody making their way over.
They're going to make their way over. 1, 2, 3. It is going to be enough. Matumba Man's now on his way up, but he's going to be glimpsed back. They have the static storm plus the control from the cold snap. Holy cow, that minus armor from Forge Spirits plus Desolator makes short work of both the Tiny and the Wisp.
Everybody from Liquid heading down to this bottom lane. This is not the position that they want to be in. Is with these Invis heroes, Secret just continue to get ahead. The Nature's Prophet plus Klink's combination is proving to be really formidable when it comes to map control. Weehaw just continues to farm during all the space that is being created right now for them. And the Disruptor makes it so that Liquid are almost always caught out. And Tidehunter never wants to fight into that. It's always 4v5.
All right, looks like Liquid is ready to go. Secret still taking some time with that pause. They have so many items flowing in. The Yule Scepter is ready to go on the Invoker. Just another 20 gold. How does Team Secret control this lead now? What's their next step?
Just play like you have been. Play in the Dire jungle as much as you can. Apply pressure by allowing Weehaw to farm and come to these mini engagements.
And don't try and take full 5-man engagements,
Yeah,
right?
exactly. You never want to give Tidehunter plus OD a chance.
Which is why they're letting the Tier 1 tower at the bottom lane fall. They get a better trade out of it for the Tier 2 top lane anyway.
And Liquid was built to win the early game, but they haven't been able to do so. The Wisp Tiny combination just didn't do enough to slow down Weehaw. They're going to pick up double Blink Daggers, heavy early game commitment. Secret have gone the other way with their items. As late game is so strong for them right now. Like this Doom, net worth-wise, already eclipses both the Liquid supports.
Matumba Man actually drops his Blink Dagger inside the base just to be able to hide the fact he's picked it up while he farms up this top lane. They're going to keep this push going in the mid lane as Eternal Envy chips down that Tier 2 tower.
He takes this so quickly, and they slow him down with the Atos, but he still makes his way through. Matumba Man's got the Blink Dagger. It hasn't been revealed yet, but this is not the big item on Tiny that scares everybody else. I think Secret might be a little bit surprised by it, but it shouldn't even matter very much.
Liquid with these Blink Daggers are looking to wrestle control back to their favor at this 20-minute marker. Looks like perhaps, I don't know, I'm not sure if they're a team that can never think about doing Roshan themselves. They're a bit slow at it.
Yeah, the Disruptor ultimate is really good at stopping them, and this Observer Ward from Secret has stayed the test of time. They have not been able to deward it, even with the Sentry there. Finally, they're going to spot it out, but maybe not.
This could be our deciding fight here. Who's going to maintain control of the mid game? Can Liquid get it back? Team Secret have just smoked up and are sitting behind the push at mid, with Weehaw leading the charge. They don't actually go inside their own jungle. I thought they were going to rotate across as a 4-man crew, but that's not the case at all. They're waiting Liquid to come to them, knowing that somebody has to defend this Tier 3 tower, especially with Eternal Envy smacking it with a Desolator and Alacrity.
Yeah, they can't just ignore this hero. The high ground potential isn't quite there from Secret, but they're just feigning it to get more map control. Puppey can just devour whatever he sees at any angle, continue to get ahead of both the supports, even catching up to the Tidehunter.
Puppey. He will goes the right route here. As Matumba Man could have ran into him. They really need a pickoff at this point in time, as Matumba Man is stalling out net worth. Yeah. Looks like they might go for the double blink here, combination onto Puppey. They do have the final ultimate, but it goes off, but it still has enough mana for the Doom. Liquid, that was not as planned at all.
They were hoping to burn the mana, but they got to go for the Roshan now.
Yeah.
I think they've just wasted too many opportunities.
All right, Liquid try and recover this one. Hoping to be able to get the fast Aegis. And it looks like they may be successful. They're a bit slow, but Team Secret just aren't in a position to contest.
Yeah, they've also used the Disruptor ulti, which is their biggest spell around the Roche pit.
The Sunstrike reveals, it's down to 3k HP. Secret start making their way over, but it could be too late. The Aegis is dropped. It's going to be picked up by Fada. And Team Secret do indeed choose not to take that fight. Instead, they just continue to farm as efficiently as they can and try and push this game late.
Fada just continuing to farm out too. He's got 1,500 gold now, and I mean, both of Liquid's heroes are kind of close, but it's just everybody else is lagging so far behind for them.
Man, completed Maelstrom now for Misery with the Midas drums and phase boots. He is a huge threat in right-click damage, and this Wisp has no items whatsoever to deal with it. He still needs another 300, or 200 rather, for the Ghost Scepter.
No, just this passive game style, Secret are so happy with right now because of the double Midas setup and the fact that the Clinks can farm wherever he wants. Liquid don't have enough map control to afford a gem or anything like that either. And Secret, they're abusing it right now. They're saying, okay, if you're going to keep this even tempo, you're never going to use the relocate, we'll just continue to farm. The double Midas will keep getting us further ahead. You see that reflected in the difference in team net worth is it's already climbed up above 10K, and it's not even like Secret have won a huge fight recently. It's just through the back of farming.
Nature's Prophet is definitely a primary reason for that, as Secret at times are able to hold 3 or 4 men and still know that they've got at least an even numbers game. But Liquid have yet to force it. Part of the reason why they do have their Aghanims coming in. And they're actually going to go for this 3-man smoke. Liquid, an incursion into the Radiant jungle to see if they can set up a relocate fight. All they're going to run into is Pylai Die, who managed to get off the Static Storm plus the glimpse back. He's actually going to be able to escape from this one for the time being. They don't have the Rod of Atos up for another 2 seconds. The Sunstrike almost catching Jerix on the side there.
They can't even get a Disruptor with 3 heroes.
Secret are just dancing around Liquid in their movements.
Yeah, this is... Secret are just like delay, delay, delay. All we have to do is chill right now. Liquid are going to get antsy. They've got the Aegis available, but it doesn't even matter because Secret just continue to farm. Eternal Envy already has a full BKB. Nothing to pierce it from Liquid. They're going to have to get the jump on him immediately if they want to do anything about this.
Try and catch him out without Death Pact and before the BKB is used. That's going to be a pretty tough ask, as it's pretty much on the Tiny at this point in time. Mind Control still does not have his Blink Dagger, only sitting at 1,300 net worth.
They're not going to be able to save either of the supports with this BKB pickup from Eternal Envy. Secret are just going to get the numbers advantage too quickly in the fights. The Doom will take 1 hero out, the Clinks will take the other 2 out.
Oh, Fada is so desperate to try and force this fight. He's going to start charging forward. They have the relocate coming in. They're going to try and blow him up before the Doom gets laid out, but it's already put onto Kuro. They get the glimpse back, and oh my god, the top of man's already gone. They have the second life coming in, but Eternal Envy's just ripping Liquid apart. They get the blink back from the OD. He looks like he will escape, but Mind Control's not going to be as lucky. They still have a glimpse up in 2 more seconds, but that may not even be required, as we, as well as Misery, jump themselves forward to make sure Mind Control has no hopes of escaping. Liquid successfully blow up the Doom, but they just seem desperate in forcing fights at this point.
Yeah, right now this game boils down to the fact that they can't do anything about this Clinks or this Invoker. I don't even know how they're supposed to engage these fights anymore. They got the top 3 net worth heroes in the game. They continue to push things late game. They don't have anything that goes through the BKB either, so they're relying heavily on the Tiny to get the jump, but they have no follow-up. The Tidehunter doesn't have a Blink Dagger, so they're way too immobile to deal with this. And they try to drop so much on Puppy just so he doesn't get the Doom off, but he's been able to in every single one of these fights.
He's just gotten too much in the early game and has presented himself as too tanky of a hero. The casual Buckler build seems to be really working out for him. The Sprout does reveal a TPing out Fada, but nothing's going to come of it. Team Secret just take control of the enemy jungles. They now have top 3 net worth. His Misery climbs over Fada's OD for the first time this game.
Yeah, Secret are just turning this into a grind right now for Liquid to play. Liquid are stuck with not a lot of options because they can't protect any of their heroes. You've got a Ghost Scepter now completed on Kuro, but he's had to skip boots just to afford it. This is a pretty big commitment now, as the Tidehunter's going to pick up a gem, and you've got a BKB on Fada. This, even if it's not ideal, this might just be your signal to go for it.
I think this is smart. The gem pickup may allow Liquid to actually get multiple surprise engagements, which is going to be required, as I don't see them beating Team Secret in a fight any other way.
Yeah, they desperately need something to be able to save Jerax too, but they're going to go for the smoke right now. Probably one of the last opportunities that they're going to get before the net worth difference just turns into a little bit too much, as we're already at the 12K mark. It would just take like 2 consecutive fights and Liquid can maybe turn this around. It's just this BKB pickup from Envy is so brutal, and we haven't even seen it. Weehaw really enter the fights yet.
And again, these smokes, well, they're a bit lucky that Misery blinks up the cliff straight into them. I was just about to finish that sentence and say that Liquid smokes have been particularly ineffective. But a pick off on Misery is okay, considering how far ahead he was in net worth as a 3 position.
They're gonna need Fada to pick up some armor too. He just needs a way to be able to survive this Clinks. The best way to do it is, I guess, just let him get his BKB off and hopefully gets the 5 seconds without too much issue.
Ace Rune for Kuro. Eternal Envy can't pop Kuro now that the Ghost Scepter is up. So he can't try and achieve a quick pickoff. It looks like Liquid are almost going to go for like a tier 1 backdoor here in the top lane.
They do have Glyph though.
I guess any sort of net worth is good at this point. If there is TPs in, Liquid may gladly fight it. Yeah, sure enough. Puppey cancels that one. Diffusa Blade, no longer having to worry about that Ghost Scepter.
Yeah, this is the kill supports build from Envy coming out. He knows that Liquid, their only chance is the numbers game. And admirably, OD is kept up in net worth, as is the Tiny, despite them not getting a lot. But again, it's just these 2 heroes at the bottom that don't represent a lot for Liquid right now. Puppey himself even eclipses both of them.
Liquid are going to keep going, trying to claim more net worth from the map as they go for a tier 2. Secret Smoke in the mid lane is not going to be successful, it seems. Jerix has got to be careful with his positioning. But Weehaw is a bit too scared, as he knows at any moment there could be a relocate in. Misery actually shows himself, trying to catch something. But Liquid back out at just the right time. Or do they? Doom is actually wrapping around. And this is not a target Team Liquid should try and pop. We've seen that go wrong for them time and time again.
1700 HP, a significant amount of armor with the buckler too. This is not really a support. This is kind of like an underfarmed core.
Yeah, he's almost sitting neck and neck with a Tidunner when it comes to farm.
I think they just wait for the Aegis, Team Liquid, and maybe they have some opportunities after that, but this is just masterful by Secret right now. They're just giving Liquid no opportunities to use the Ravage whatsoever. Mind Control has to be the most frustrated player in this game by far. He desperately wants to be able to pop that Ravage at least once to be able to get something out of it, but Secret have just run things around so hard. They've got a lot of farm on everybody right now. The lowest HP hero is 1100 for them to contend with, so nobody that the Tiny can just blow up instantly.
Once again, a double damage on Eternal Envy right as Liquid are going into the jungle. Eternal Envy's going to be scouted him out. They're going to try and blow him up with a quick Ravage. They might be able to do something, but he's so tanky. And now the Static Storm. It disrupts everything that Liquid are hoping to achieve. They still manage to kill the Clinks, but it isn't going to be worth it. The fight looks nasty. His Kuro's already going to be blown up. He managed to get the Ghost Scepter up for a time being. Mind Control is going to go on to Misery, and looks like they should be able to get that kill as an Anchor Smash finish them off, but they're sandwiched in. Wait on the right side. Puppey and Pylai die on the left with an ice wall, making sure they go nowhere in this one. Machapa Man can't even finish off Puppey.
Puppey doesn't even die for this one. And it looked like a really good fight for half a second, but you saw how quickly Clinks killed Fada. Their inability to be able to burst him down made it so that the OD dies almost instantly.
That beautiful Static Storm from Pylai die positioned almost perfectly. The kinetic field just shy being able to catch both the Tiny and the Wisp, and nice jumping from Wii.
Wii is just putting a stamp on this game right now. A lot of focus is on the Clinks right now, but it's this Invoker that's gone untouched throughout the entire game. Not a single death to his name.
This wouldn't be the first time that we shined on the Invoker. As he's had a couple of good tournament runs with it so far.
Every metric going the way of Secret right now is Puppey picks up a BKB, understanding that it's so hard to kill him right now. why not make it even harder? As Liquid, they don't have anything that can really contend with BKBs. Even with that ideal start of being able to get the Ravage off on the Clinks, they still weren't able to bring him down in time.
Do you still continue? We've seen plenty of Mjolnirs picked up by Nature's Prophet, but that's oftentimes when you have a big tanky melee core. Is Doom enough to actually go that route?
I think it's fine right now. Okay. He could go for more disable if he wants.
Oh boy, that is just bad timing. They throw down a ward right after the counter ward was laid down. Obviously, Secret won't be able to see it just yet until they move across to the jungle. But when they do see it, they'll know somebody here from Team Liquid was here not so long ago. The Tornado is actually going to be able to catch the Tidehunter. They're going to be able to lock down Mind Control nice and fast. A quick Roshan Bash actually stalls things up, but Mind Control is unlikely to be able to escape as the Purge slows him down long enough. They also have the Glimpse back to make sure there is no hope for Team Liquid. And it seems like contesting Roshan is an impossibility for them.
Yeah, this is something that they're just going to have to give up on. Although, with the Dire side, this might have been something that they were really hoping to be able to pick up.
So an Aegis or Weehaw, it looks like this time around.
Radiant's middle tower is under
It's a bad sign that 33 minutes into the game, the top two cores of Team Secret, neither one of them want to drop their items as they're both kind of 6-slotted.
Yeah, and right now, Fada at top, he's going to get gone on too. His Puppy, he's going to sandwich him.
Blink back, TP
He's
away.
got the
Puppy
Doom.
needs to be able to get the Doom off, and he will be able to. Fada stopped, and Eternal Envy makes sure he stays down.
Oh, Kuro came in to try to help.
Fortunately, not the play, as it just adds one more death to Team Secret's rampage as they're going to go through the top lane.
Yeah, the Tiny already trying to cut the wave off, but he's going to have to come back almost immediately and fight up against this. Without their Wisp or their OD available, they're going to be really hard pressed for this one.
Lane of Brax most definitely going to be going down. Eternal Envy pops his BKB defensively here. The Yule Scepter, the combination is going to come out from Weehaw and throws down the Ice Wall, knowing that Matumba Man, who's now stuck against the kinetic field as well, isn't going to be able to make the initiation required to make use of those buybacks. They still manage to get a jump in from Jerix, controlling up Highlight Dive. They're going to be able to pop in. And that is going to be the gem, so that was worth a bit more, but they need to be able to catch something else. Unfortunately, Puppy already has a BKB, so he just does that, uses a TP scroll to get back to base.
And Eternal Envy walking in here, seeing if there are any stragglers that he can just pick off. They committed the double buyback to it, and they managed to pick up the Disruptor.
It might not be a hero, but a straggler courier will be nice to have, as that's the AC down.
They needed that too. The armor helps out so much against the Clinks, but Eternal Envy is just being merciless, and he might get gone on here, but he's already gone. Both cores from Liquid are going to whiff.
The sad situation is they didn't have their gem with them in Mind Control. So he picked that up earlier. They desperately need this Scythe of Ice for Vada so they can get a better initiation, and he's also just lacking in damage right now, as this glass cannon is actually not much of a cannon at all. Team Secret are oftentimes just laughing off the damage and walking away.
Yeah, when your 4-position Doom has a BKB and can just run at you, not much you can do.
Is that going to be his target every time, the OD?
I don't even think it matters right now.
Yeah.
They've got such an advantage when it comes to just being able to take the team fights and get the numbers going.
Fada, is he going to stick around too long? Oh, he actually gets a blink backwards, but the Glimpse tries to send him back. They do have the BKB, and Liquid will march back as a 3-man crew. Jerix, he's actually going to be target, has to go, Scepter turns around, hits the Hex on the Puppy. Now the turnaround, the Ravage, but can they actually take this fight? They're going to go for the blow up on Puppy first. They do get him with the OZ Ultimate, but the Static Storm, not enough to control up Fada. They're protecting Eternal Envy as Weehaw comes forward with Deafening Blast that helps finish off Jerix. He wants to be able to chase down the rest of these heroes as well. Unfortunately, Mind Control is stuck fighting up against Eternal Envy, who's quite low, but Matumba Man, one swing isn't quite enough to toss forward. It gets him in the end. That's a big kill, but Matumba Man, he still has that Aegis. Team Secret will not turn and fight him.
Even with the Aegis, the Invoker does not want to commit to that, and everybody from Secret just evacuates that once they lose Envy, and Envy's BKB charges are starting to get a little bit low. Jerix set that up so well for the Tidehunter too. They were able to shrug off Envy this time, but Weehaw's a different story, as he still gets free reign in these fights.
I like that play. Weehaw definitely exerted a lot of control, not going for that kill on Matumbaman, even though he had the Aegis, but I think this is fine. I mean, they didn't lose too much there. Eternal Envy and Puppey going down were significant pickoffs, but Team Secret will still maintain map control and always be able to farm more efficiently than Liquid.
Yeah, especially with that top racks being taken out. Secret now have started to gain so much in the way of net worth. 20K up for them.
You know it's bad when Puppey gets rid of his casual buckler.
Yeah, he is really attached to that item. I think he just thinks it's cheap armor for his team.
Yeah.
He's like, why not? Doom's biggest issue is the fact that he doesn't have armor. It's better than going for the Vlads immediately. It's a really low commitment. Just to be also able to get the active, the 2 armor for your entire team.
All right, Matumbaman, let's not lose this courier, shall we? That AC has been needed for a long time now.
Train's coming forward, and now he's got it completed. Still has the bracer on the chicken from earlier, from when Fada picked up the Aegis. And he's really trying to make his way to a Hex right now. They just need more control factors, especially when we and Envy start to lose these BKB timers. Envy's already ran through all of his, but you need something after the Tide Ravage. Most likely the line's going to be dead.
So we can see the BKB on our Nature's Prophet is actually going to be going for an Aghanim Scepter next up, and almost has it too.
He's almost got the Octarine too if he wants it.
Yeah, Weehaw can afford it, but do you think it's at a point where you need to hold on to buyback at all? He has Boots of Travel, so if Secret are positioned aggressively, they can still make use of it.
In 400 gold, he's about to get it anyways. I think he can afford to be patient. They've got map control. They're not going to fight in the next 4 minutes anyways, because they know that Liquid are hemmed inside their base, and even if Liquid win another fight, it has to be around that long CD Ravage.
Somebody's got to let Fada get some farm. He needs 900 gold, and he can have a completed Scythe of Ice. That's a huge upgrade in damage and control for Team Liquid. But as it is, they seem to be prioritizing Matumbaman's farm.
It's just easier to deal with pushes. They're going to send him up here. It's not a whole lot of gold that Fada's losing. The Octarine Core, though, now completed by Weehaw. He's got the buyback, too. And Eternal Envy, 4,800 gold built up on him. He's trying to decide what he wants to go.
Team Secret do really seem to like this ward at the top part of the map. Team Liquid haven't been able to use it to sit in there and set up some sort of trap. Secret feel very confident about being able to push out the top lane multiple times because of that ward. Mid lane, Eternal Envy. He's actually going to start with a Diffuser Blade onto Matumbaman. They're going to go for the relocate out, which will be successful, but something has been used. Still, though, Mind Control being controlled up right now by Puppey with a Doom. They're also going to be joined by Misery, who can click down Jarix, and Mind Control stuck inside the trees will also fall. They're going to be able to get Kuro next up. Yule Scepter, Meteor, Deafening Blast with the Static Storm over the top. Feels like overkill, but they've taken 3 of Liquid, so why the hell not?
And something so beautiful about Secret's lineup is that with both the Static Storm and the Doom, they have ways to permanently stop the Tide. Like even the Kraken Shell can't really do much against either of those abilities.
Matumbaman still got his BKB. He's hoping to be able to actually get on top of Eternal Envy as best he can. The cleave damage doing okay.
So much damage to him.
He's actually tanking too much. The OD actually drops the ultimate to the bottom lane. Going for Puppey will be able to get that 1 kill. Matumbaman is being controlled up though. They have the Yule Scepter into the Sunstrike. He gets off the double stun. OD needs to help out with this with the imprisonment save.
One
heal. Eternal Envy, 40 HP. The Deafening Blast. It takes out the OD and Eternal Envy stays alive.
They played that so well. Eternal Envy might go down, but he gets the Ghost Walk off.
Oh no, they have to go for Weehaw instead, but they can't even get that much. Everyone from Secret surviving on just a sliver of HP.
And these 2 cores have delivered here at this major. They built up so much gold for themselves now too. Liquid, they've got 1 Rax left to contest with. No glyph available. The Treant army is being sent in. Secret can just reset and go for the next Roshan too.
They may not be able to keep that range Rax alive, as constant Treants and Forge Spirits are trying to challenge it.
If Liquid leave their base at any point as well, that's just going to mean mega creeps.
So what is the way forward here? Dire circumstances for Team Liquid. Do you sit in your base, do you hold, and just wait for Team Secret to come to you?
I almost feel like you're not able to sit inside your base just because Envy, Weehaw, and the Nature's Prophet could all just BKB and walk in there and take the racks really quickly. Like, the Glyph is down for another 3 minutes. If Secret decided to go for that play, there's almost nothing that Liquid can do to contest.
Mjolnir now finished up for the Furion. Puppies cutting across here, going for Matumba Man. They have Kuro sitting on the side, ready to go with the relocate, but Puppy's actually going to try and stop that one. He managed to get the Doom onto Mind Control, while Kuro can't actually go for a relocate anywhere with the BKB used on Matumba Man. That's how Weehaw's going to be able to strike. Mind Control's dead, as the Doom should be able to finish him off, but Puppy goes way forward and will be the turnaround kill. Still, though, they got a 2 for 1.
Misery's heading down bottom too, and it looks like Envy is also trying to join him. They just BKB.
The range tracks falls. Vada, Eternal Envy's being controlled up. They need to be able to pop their BKBs to be able to drop Eternal Envy. Looks like Jackie should go down, but the Matumba Man might be the turnaround kills. That Meteor is causing him so much havoc. Team Secret are not being controlled up as Weehaw's BKB lasts long enough for him to be able to get away. Vada jumps forward, going for Pylon Die next. Will be able to just right-click him down while Weehaw dances and dances as Misery is taking the melee racks. This has to be Vada controlling up these two heroes, but he just can't do it. He doesn't have the HP points, and Team Liquid do not have the buybacks to be able to support this one. Vada, the only one ready to go with the Wisp and the Tidehunter. He actually catches Misery here, but Weehaw with the defensive Fuel Scepter into the Ice Wall once again. Vada managed to get the imprisonment. Jerix is coming forward, but he's already dropped so low from just extra damage. A deafening blast finishes him off. Weehaw says, what's up? Controls one, gets the other one, but Vada's just going to be dying to the Sunstrike. Weehaw's just styling on them. The imprisonment save from Vada, but a tornado hits at the perfect time into the EMP. Weehaw is feeling himself as he's going to single-handedly win this game number 3 for Team Secret. Unbelievable performance by Weehaw as he is showing off on the main stage here in this grand finals.
14-0 and 11 is the end score for him, but I'm even more impressed by how much Envy was able to accomplish in the way of map control. The amount of farm that he was able to get in the early game just made it so hard for Liquid to ever leave their base.
A game like this, as well as game 1, just makes Team Secret look like a juggernaut that is unstoppable, but Team Liquid, they have to take game number 4 and game number 5 if they hope to be able to come out on top in this series. A hard ask, but that's something for our analysts to break down whether or not it's possible.
We are definitely going to try to break this down, but first, can we please decide right here it was we that gets the MVP vote?
No. Ice Frog.
Ice Frog.
His
MVP.
Invoker play this game. Phenomenal.
I think Icewall actually just single-handedly destroyed like multiple team fights. Like he gets Icewall on 2 or 3 heroes. You have a core Tiny, you have a Tidehunter who has Doom cast on him. You're just walking at like 100 movement speed. You're just, how do you fight against that?
Well, apparently you don't.
Okay. Nothing. All right, thank you for the backup.
Just ward his jungle. He's good.
Yeah, there you go.
No, but I mean, how big of an impact did he have? He had a solid laning stage. I thought, we could talk about how we can compare up Vada's Invoker to Wee's Invoker, which I still want to do, by the way, because we know Vada plays a really solid Invoker as well. Let's do that first. Vada's Invoker versus Wii Invoker. Talk.
Wee's is more consistent and way better.
It's easy. Definitely Wii.
I don't really think it's actually that much of a competition. I think Wee's is better.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, so why did you let them have it?
Well, I mean, clearly they felt like they could deal with it. The matchup that they had mid wasn't like super one-sided by any means. I think actually like the middle lane was kind of isolated for a little while, and it was more the fact that Puppy was able to roam around so much in the Doom during the early game and make things happen. Also puts this kind of pressure on Liquid where they feel like they need to accomplish more in the laning phase because they opened up with like the IO Tiny, of course, and when you have those kind of lane setups, Puppy already knows after seeing those picks that you can't really pressure the lane. We've been talking about it consistently throughout every single game. So instead of taking the route of being able to fight them, he takes the route of playing it more greedy. And I feel like that actually worked in their favor quite a bit.
As far as Secret goes, that game, I think the most impressive thing that they played was the first 3 minutes. The decision-making of how they moved the 2 supports after Tiny starts tossing creeps to the mid lane and pulling the mid lane was extremely impressive to watch. Like, the Disruptor just starts running into them. It looks like it's going to be really bad. He's getting sandwiched. Then they TP Prophet in on top. I think at the moment Invoker was running in, and Winter's like, what's Weehaw doing? But
no, it was him. It wasn't me. It was him.
Yeah, what's Weehaw doing, Winter? So they move.
When did I say that?
Okay, no, it was him.
It was me?
It was
I
all
definitely
of you.
didn't.
Everyone said, "What is Weeha doing?" But they understand how they can counter this by simply outnumbering. Basically, the mid lane got pulled up there. They moved the Invoker up to get the CS and contest the Wisp, and then they find a kill there. And that kind of, you could call it cheese, if you will. That kind of dual lane mid Tiny IO is actually really difficult to deal with, but they played it perfectly. And this is not something you have practice against. Like, this is not.
One thing
I
to
think.
add, though. Frankfurt Major, it was Team Secret that had Pilot Die as a support Tiny that went for tossing creeps to pull the wave. So
But they did it on Radiant.
They did it on Radiant.
And that's way
and
harder
they
to
had a
contest, I
Tiny
think.
support.
Yeah.
But didn't it only
It's very
like
different.
didn't it win like once and then lost every other time that they did it?
Yeah, then what the enemy team started doing was that they started blocking the camp, or they started like running heroes down to body block or something. Just like counter the first 2 or 3 times, and then it's also very different because it's a support Tiny. Because if that pull fails, then you're a support Tiny. In this game, if the pull fails, you're a core Tiny. You go farm the lane. Then it's like, okay, what do you actually lose? You can just, it's like a zero risk play that can just be super useful.
And to add on to your point, after that, they messed with the Tidehunters jungling as well.
Yeah.
They warded the high ground, and then the Doom went up there, stole his trolls, and I think he actually left one of the trolls there, so they couldn't stack at all, and they really limited the Tidehunters farm. And you talked about how you didn't really like the Tidehunter. Why is that?
I think they needed something to use the relocate better. I feel like something like a bat. I suggested that, and having a bat is much better in team fights to focus on a hero, an important hero like Invoker, which is very difficult to just ravage. And the other point we talked about as well, like he rushed Greaves this game, which was quite surprising considering the situation, because I felt like they needed his blink so that they could actually do something with the relocate, which the whole game it wasn't that many times that they relocate aggressively. It was always like, oh, he's trying to save someone, he's going to get someone out. They didn't really try and be aggressive with it because they can't.
Would you argue that it's actually better not getting a mech at all if you're playing against a Doom that has a successful early game? Because then you're just the Doom target.
Yes.
If you get the blink, then you don't have a mech, granted, but you can at least try to take the team fight and then get something out of your hero. He needs to walk in, and Puppy had his eyes on him like the whole game. I think you got like 3 or 4 Dooms on Tide. Every single fight's just over when he gets doomed.
I think the mech is actually okay since they have the Wiz, because I think it's still really good on their lineup, and the Wiz had a hard early game, so he can't really get it early. So I don't feel like it's really bad. I just don't think that he should have completed the Greaves, because he would have gotten the dagger like at a really good timing. Like the dagger was, I just feel like it was so important for him to get a dagger that game. Like they couldn't do anything without a dagger, and Tiny alone having the dagger didn't really get a lot of kills as well, because he needed someone to follow up. Like as soon as he blinked in, no one was able to just follow up, because Lion was way too poor. Lion and Wiz, like both of the supports need farm, and they had to get a Ghost Scepter on on the Wiz because of the clings.
Yeah.
So no one could follow up the Tiny. That was like my biggest problem with their lineup that game.
The Doom was also super tanky. They jumped him with Tiny combo, and then like a Sanity's Eclipse one time in mid, and then they couldn't kill him. That would not happen for
They tried
normal
to
supporters.
burn his mana, I think. Was it the middle one where they just...
I thought they were trying to kill him.
No, they were trying to kill him, but they were trying to burn his mana. That's why they came out in the Sanity's Eclipse. But he still had mana, and he doomed Fatah away. And Fatah didn't get a kill, but they went for Roshan after that, because Doom was down. So that wasn't all too bad at the end.
But it's like you usually don't have a support that can just run into them. In tank, you have Scorched Earth to disable blinks. You have Doom to mess with the Tide. Like it was a much different jungler than we usually. It's usually like Greedy Mech with the Enigma, or like the Enchantress that we saw that was extremely disruptive and offlaner. But this one is like a way more utility role where you just run in and tank everything, even with the casual buckler. What's up with that?
That is the fourth time Puppy actually built a casual buckler, didn't do anything with it. Just as a buckler. Yeah, okay, but didn't upgrade it into anything.
It's actually really high value for what it costs, but most of the time on support heroes you favor other items like a Force Staff for mobility or a blink or whatnot, but if you look at what it does for its cost, it's actually really good. It's 5 armor for yourself, then it's a 2 armor cast, right? Or has it been buffed? I can't remember. And it has some stats. The build-up is pretty easy for support to buy. It's also possible in both games that he was just dying and he's like, oh, I'm dying. I don't want to lose my gold. Oh, I have 550. And then you just quick buy a chainmail or something. And then, oh, what can I use this for? I don't know.
Why wouldn't you buy a bracer?
That is a good question.
Because you
which
cannot upgrade
you will
it
answer.
into a buckler.
helps to push more, man.
Yeah.
You gotta get that 2 armor aura.
It's not a coincidence. I look at the lineup in that game. I just don't really see the buckler countering that much. It wasn't really the physical damage that was the problem. It's the pure damage cleave from Tiny. It's the pure damage orb from OD, and everything else is magical. So,
Casual cloak? Better?
I think
against
cloak
Tiny?
is probably better that game, but
maybe it saves him from the mana burn. The +2 int.
Later on,
it
he wasn't.
It helps him sustain when he's jungling, though.
Yeah, that's true.
You lose way less health when you're moving around the map and farming. A cloak does nothing for the jungle.
So we had a courier die a few times.
Yep.
Most of it assault cuirass on it. Delayed by 6 minutes. How big of an impact did it have?
I feel like the one that died in mid super early was way bigger impact.
The one that Pi got
Yeah.
on Disruptor.
What was up with that?
That was a misclick
Yeah.
somewhere.
I mean, like, normally you can't run around with Disruptor and do that much, right?
No.
Like, his right click's not that great, his move speed's not that great, his
You need more than
spell
one
damage
hit
is very
as well.
expensive. Yeah, like, and that really boosted the early game by way too much, I feel like. Like, if Disruptor moves around, doesn't get any kills, like, it's pretty hard to kill a tiny Wisp-Lane like that, and, like, they don't get the courier, then he's, like, really far behind. But he got a level 6 pretty early, you know, he had his items up and running.
So the 6-minute delay on the assault cuirass is like, eh.
Yeah.
I think they were already behind at that point.
Yeah, behind.
Yeah, they were.
Yeah, they were.
Invoker, like, would have owned them anyways, even if he had AC.
So,
he just destroyed.
surprise.
That one's good. Appropriate.
Yeah.
Yes, very much so. And I like by the margin, it's a big margin that we got that MVP with.
85. That's clearly the highest we've had.
Yes,
That's not even
100%.
close. And it's
I mean,
like
he didn't die at all that match.
Yeah, and if you look through the game and you watch it and you're like, oh, Secret are playing really well, then in case you forgot, he just goes for that, like, he goes for an absolutely style showing. Like, the last minute of that
Yes.
game is just the Weeha show in the enemy base. Solo
Weeha
killing like
versus
3 or
the
4
world.
heroes, cycling every single spell in the book. That was really enjoyable to watch.
Jackie enjoyed it too.
And that's, yeah, Jackie, he wrote, everyone writes GG and Eternal Envy just writes OS Frog. That was his GG of that game. But.
So Nature's Prophet has been banned out by Secret the first 2 games, and now it gets to be in the hand of Team Secret, hands of Misery, even more so. Time to ban that, even if you're Liquid, because he had also got a big impact. He might have been Wee's Invoker, but
First pick dependent, maybe?
It
Yes,
helped.
it-
It helped the lane. Like the crucial thing is like it helped the lane. He tipped it in for the few early fights. He was like there to help the mid lane.
But that's normally why you would ban it against Liquid, right? To make sure that they can't do that during the laning stage. This time it was Secret that had first pick. They chose first pick.
I think once again there's just way too many heroes. Like if you're gonna ban the Prophet, then you have to give up one of like the enigmas.
Gen or Enigma has been what Liquid been banning so far. There's
This
no
dive here is way too reckless from Liquid. They want to use their Aegis, but I think this is one of the moments that really puts them behind in the game. The Aegis ends up losing them a fight because they're
look at this
overconfident.
fight. He could have had the blink and it would have been a different fight. Like
Yeah,
he
for
he
sure.
had the Greaves and 1500 gold.
I also thought that Envy itemized very well this game. I think his itemization on Ursa was not the best, but this time he went like a pretty standard build, but it was still a very, very good build.
Just look at Wee's positioning. It is so insane. The start of that fight is in the right
I
place.
don't know if
Gets
it's
a
gonna play
deafening
that
blast
long, but he
out of
drops
4
an ice wall
heroes.
on, like,
Anyone can do the combo with Invoker like Yules and a Meteor Blast, but his ice walls were just phenomenal this game.
Boop.
Oh,
Yeah, and then fight's over.
I think the other thing that he did really well was his positioning. Like he positioned himself very well in all the fights. Like Tiny couldn't really like focus him first, Lion as well. Like the positioning enabled him to drop all his spells so well. So I think that's really important when you're playing that hero. The whole game it was just like the Invoker show every team fight.
You talk about itemization for Envy, by the way, Ben. Do you feel like if you're running an IO strat, any IO strat, if it's IO Tiny or doesn't matter, you should be banning out Kling's second phase?
Against Secret and EG, yes. Because they're the teams that pick up Klings, I think, by far the most. And they've also shown that they're very used to dealing with a Wisp.
This is like the Weehi show, by the way.
Yeah, let's just watch and admire.
It could be one of those things, though, where they only really pick the Clinks, not necessarily because of the IO, but because of the lane matchup that he would have had. I think in a lot of cases, they might have been more comfortable even putting Envy on something like Ember Spear instead of the Clinks, but just because it was tied, they just wanted to have a hero who could be self-sufficient, and then, of course, Pylai Dai and Puppy were free to do what they wanted during the laning phase.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I was still enjoying the
There was still
Wii
like
show.
40 more seconds of that.
He was still going to kill
I'm sure
other
there's going to
people.
be a video of that anyway.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm sure that there's loads of people ready with the recap button that there's plenty of. Anyways, Team Secret, they won this game, but there were their chances for Liquid to come back in this game. What were their win conditions? Let's
By Blink Untied.
By Blink Untied, that's number one.
I actually think it's really that simple. That was actually, now that you pointed out, really poor itemization for that game.
Okay.
He gets doomed the whole game. Like, if you want to look at other ways for them to come back, don't get doomed.
Yeah, but why would you want to get
Sorry.
Greaves that game?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's very
more
weird.
armor versus the Clinks.
Okay.
That's about it.
But it's like
I'm trying to justify
the moment you get Ravage off, you can actually die if it's a good Ravage.
Yeah.
Like, but it doesn't.
I
get it
agree.
off.
But he got gone on by the Clinks. Remember that time on the T2 on bottom where they tried to TP and kill the Clinks, but he didn't die. I don't know. Maybe he felt like he was in danger of solo dying the Clinks if he can, kind of draw attention away from the Clinks. Yeah, but they
Blink Gem.
They were
He
really
actually had
poor.
money for that during that fight mid, if he didn't have Greaves.
I think Blink Gem is the best, and maybe someone else buys it for him if he can't afford it.
I think
it's
Greaves was not a good choice.
Greaves was definitely a big mistake in that game, I think. It was really, really bad the more we talk about it. Like, there's so many things that they needed in this game. And it wasn't cheap. It was 1,600 gold invested in something that didn't really change the game.
And if you want to justify, like a lot of the times when you go this kind of tanky build on Tide, it's because our team is really strong at 5-on-5. We want to go Roche or we want to go to tower and just force you to fight into us, but they were never able to force them to fight into them. So then the mech is actually useless unless Secret take the fight to them and they finally get to fight on their terms. But the whole game was just skirmish.
They can't catch.
They can't catch anyone, and the
It
only
was
way they
Liquid
catch
looking
is
for the fights as well.
Yeah, they try, but Secret have really good vision that game with the Clinks, especially just moving around, getting information. The Prophet as well. Just it's so hard for Liquid to fight, and maybe their idea is, okay, if we get this fast mech into Greaves, maybe we can just go Roshan and Secret will come to us and we can fight at our terms. But actually even fighting in the Roshan pit is really difficult against Invoker, so it's like, yeah, it's just hard. I think we've talked about it enough, but really it's the main thing they could have done better.
Let's talk about Doom for a little bit, because what does Puppy choose Doom over other supports? He picked a third this game.
Because they're all banned.
The rest are banned, but
all the other junglers are banned. Yeah,
I could have gone Axe.
It's the way that they
That's pretty
opened.
bad though. So that's probably why he didn't get Axe.
Yeah, I mean, but it was like offline priority as well, because we were talking about Tidehunter in the previous games, and it was kind of obvious that was one of the only heroes left that Liquid could even pick to give themselves some semblance of the 5 versus 5 team fight, unless they wanted to go for something with like more pick potential, like Bat. I think is something that Winter was talking about, which I do think would have been a really good option as well. But Doom pressures them because they know that in the late game, the Tide's never really going to be able to do anything, and they also saw the opening and said, okay, it's Io, and then Lion was, I believe, third pick. So then those heroes aren't going to punish a Doom in the early game, and you can't do anything to Doom as those supports regardless. You have a favorable matchup in your safe lane where you know your Clinks is going to be fine against the Tide. You have so many options as Secret, I almost feel like, at least in that sense, it was a little bit of an outdraft because they had so many options, whereas Liquid are just like, we need 6 on our Tide, we need 6 on our Io, and then we can actually start to play the game.
Blink, we need Blink.
Do you think?
And Blink, yes.
So there was a pick I was thinking about in that game. I'm pretty sure it didn't get banned. I think Void would just have been a better choice than Tide for this game.
Void was indeed not touched.
So that hero is really good against Invoker, first off.
Time dilation.
Time dilation ruins Invoker if you get it off in the fight. The Chronosphere is easier to get off because you don't need a blink. You can actually make the plays earlier. Great synergy with OD, great synergy with the Lion that they had. I was really convinced they were going to go into that in the second phase. They opened with IO OD, then they pick Lion. It's like, okay, we have a lot of range that can actually kill in that Chrono.
Let's see what the teams are going to open with in this game, by the way, because we just
going to be the same bans against Shiver? Like
I'm not the analyst
Who
here.
has Dire?
No matter
That's
what
the
I call it,
question.
doesn't matter anyways.
Oh, we're back to square one. Here we go.
Invoker just keeps rising.
I like how Liquid don't ban Ursa because Secret played it before and they just don't feel the threat by it.
This is Secret's game. If they take it, they take the whole series. It would be a nice birthday present for Puppy, by the way. It is his birthday today. I believe he's turning 26. Yep.
He's only 26?
Who?
Puppy.
Reserve time.
Puppy.
I thought he was
Yeah,
older than
he is pretty tall.
Yeah,
so
he's
I think older.
1990. Yeah, I remember.
Ooh, first phase Doom.
All right, let's go.
You are doomed, Liquid.
Ooh. Now the question is, will Liquid then assume it's a Puppy Doom and leave Enchantress in? Or would that be...
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And I also think that Secret are going to ban tempo control, so Tusk might be likely.
Misery plays Doom in the past.
So does Envy, position 1. He actually loves that.
Oh yeah, that's
hero.
true.
Oh my god, I remember that Aura build.
So you're saying this could literally be anything but a mid Doom?
Yes.
I mean, they could put it mid for Envy.
All right, let's
That
go.
is actually correct.
5 seconds remaining.
I think this is actually a really strong opening, though, from Secret. I don't feel like Liquid
Reserve
knew how to
time.
deal with it in the last game. Okay, so they're prioritizing some kind of roamer so heavily that they need to pick it before the second ban phase.
It's also like picking a support. Like you don't really want to open with dual cores all the time.
Yeah.
I don't think it's like very good in terms of flexibility. Like in general, you want to open with one core or one support. Like that's always what you want. most of the time, unless you get two really good cores.
Or two really good supports.
Two really good supports.
Lion Doom, man, double support combo. But no, it's the flexibility for sure. That's why they take it.
They're laughing. They're happy. They have a shred.
It's like I didn't get doomed at all that last game.
I didn't see a single laugh.
No, Fata was laughing, right?
Oh, he was?
Yeah, I think so. I don't have my glasses on.
No,
so.
he's like, haha, I have Invoker this time.
Reserve time.
So they are pretty convinced that the Doom is support position because they're banning out the offlaners. They ban out Darkseer in the second phase.
How big of a chance is there for Curveball Enchantress?
Enchantress.
Yes.
With Doom.
Have Misery play Doom? Go
Or
for a
have
Doom
Misery
Enchantress?
play Enchantress?
Or Misery play Enchantress. He's actually a really good Enchantress as well. Good point. Is it gonna happen?
I mean, you get good lanes and you get good pressure in the early game. Yeah, I mean...
I think it depends on
good option.
when the next core is picked. Because if we assume that it's double support from Secret, they haven't picked a single core, which leaves them more flexible right now than Liquid.
5 seconds
So if Liquid show a
remaining.
core, I think that's when they decide what the Doom actually does.
I actually think that the Doom...
Secret have to pick next though.
The Doom is going to have a very good chance of becoming a core because they're messing around with Liquid.
Okay, so if you have to pick a core next, you probably pick your mid matchup because you know what it is, right?
Turn to ban.
So you put Weeha on Wind
Ranger.
Ranger?
I really like Wind Ranger for them.
Yeah, she's pretty good here. You know what's also good?
But I like TA though. I think TA versus... What?
He wants puck.
Ding, ding, ding. It's good. I don't know. It's not as good here as it's been a lot of other times. But it's still good.
I mean, if you want to crush the lane and they're dire, I would prefer TA. Like against Invoker, it's a very good matchup
Yeah,
for him.
that's actually a good idea.
Reserve
I like that.
Good Roche potential too.
I haven't really seen him play the hero though. I don't think... Has he ever played the hero?
We
Not
have.
as far
I'm
as
pretty
I've
sure.
seen.
I'm pretty sure he's played before.
They ban it themselves.
Okay, support Doom.
Turn to
Could still be safe lane.
Could still be safe lane, yes.
They have good auras. If they want to put a core mid that can deal damage, it's entirely possible, and that they're just trying to trick Liquid. I like that idea a lot because Liquid will probably be completely drafting around the anticipation that this is support Doom because they just saw it.
But how good is the safe lane Doom?
I think it's pretty good. In a way, so now that you don't have level death anymore, I don't think I've seen a single safe lane Doom since Infernal Blade in competitive games compared to level death. In a way, safe lane Doom is even better now because you get levels early, and Infernal Blade is ownage. So
a quick statistic update: they have not picked TA in 3 months.
3 months?
3 months.
All right. Okay, then I'm gonna pick the hero.
Time to bring it out now.
They just picked Ursa like 2 games ago, dude.
And they pick Earth Spirit.
And they picked Doom
And they
for the
pick
first time
Doom.
yesterday in 2 years.
Okay, so it's entirely possible that we see a TA.
It is possible. Now it's less likely.
Turn to pick.
Oh, I don't know. I think this support duo was godly at Frankfurt. I don't.
No, even
I don't
at
like
TI.
it.
Even at TI.
Yeah, even at TI.
Yeah.
I don't like it so much anymore.
Too defensive.
It's like you know, on paper it's good. I just feel like
Sustain.
when you see it, it doesn't do that well. I've seen various teams play it, and I feel like they always end up losing, simply because you have a lot of defensive with Snowball and Grave, which in theory is great, but it's like neither of the heroes scales at all. So late game supporting, which of these 2 heroes do you want farm on?
Maybe they want a core that scales very well.
Dazzle
No,
Dazzle
maybe they want a core that scales very well, like PL, and works very well with Dazzle, and you have a lot of... Because you have a lot of single targets, right? You have Doom and Beastmaster. They are not so good versus Illusion heroes. So maybe they want PL. That's why they went for the Dazzle.
Oh, PL is pretty cool. I like that.
I don't know. I feel that might be an idea, but...
Did Liquid play Naga?
I have a question.
I think so, yeah.
What is Mind Control gonna play? No Tide, no Darkseer, no Beastmaster?
He's played Tusk in the
Nature's
past
Prophet?
when they don't have another offlane option. If Liquid want to pick a different support.
Void is still in.
Yeah, Void.
That's
But
it.
Void,
He's pretty ass here.
it's okay. You have Invoker.
5 seconds remaining.
And heroes.
Void is... You don't think Void's good?
Reserve
Not really
time.
against
They
this.
just don't have a lot of
because they
follow-up.
don't have a lot of... Yeah, they don't have a lot of damage.
They, could
have
last
so many
pick-
counters to him,
They
too.
could pick Gyro and then Void last. I don't know.
They could do like Night Stalker too. They can also do maybe an offlane Phoenix.
It's like you don't want to play Void against that lineup. That's just horrible. Like
Yeah.
there are actually 3 heroes that can solo
I don't
kill you
like- I don't
when
like
Beast
Void
has a
either.
book.
I think
You can't go anywhere.
more so is like their team as well. They don't have anyone else that do damage except for the Invoker. So
They
need
do Lone Druid?
They need an offlane. Not that much though. I don't think they will do
Yeah.
offlane Lone Druid.
It's true.
Probably safe lane. But I'm leaning a bit towards the PL because their heroes are all single target now and they have Dazzle.
they've played Mind Control Gyro.
Oh, yeah.
Where they did an aggressive tri-lane with it. I kind of like that idea here. It's a way of punishing the fact that they have a Doom. If they're expecting this to be a jungle Doom, they could go for that and just put the Gyro in that position. And then they could, like, in theory, try to outgreed Secret by having both the Gyro and then even a PL, if you like that, is possible, or someone else. Okay, I am not a fan of this.
Team Secret's turn to
They're just
bat.
going to pick a safe lane here that actually has follow-up damage. Like, I would be surprised if Secret let Gyro through here.
Gyro is the obvious one.
Okay, put yourself in the Void's place in this game. Now you have to play Void. If there's a Hawk on you, you're dead. You can get jumped by literally Lion, Doom, Beastmaster, or Windranger. Almost all of them can solo you from full to 0.
Shackle, Hex, Doom.
Shackle, Focus Fire,
One good
Roar,
news.
Necrobook.
Snowball.
Doom can kill you.
One
Lion
good
can
news about Void this game.
Six finger you.
Doom is going to roam, so you're going to have a dual lane. Void will be able to farm.
Sure, he will get something, I think. But the risk is just for your Void to pay off, you either need to crush your lane or you need to get Chronos in the mid game.
Blink.
I think Secret can they'll see him almost all game. It's similar to last game with the Tide, where they doomed the Tide, and the way they found him was with Clinks or with the Nature's Prophet. This time they'll find him with Hawk instead. It's pretty similar.
What do you think about a Medusa in this scenario?
For Secret?
No, for Liquid.
5 seconds remaining.
Great.
No.
If you can get away with it.
No, no,
How are you going to get away with it? I don't think you can get away with it.
They have Mana Drain. Doom is pretty good against the Medusa.
You're buying Book 3 as well.
They're buying
on
Book
Beastmaster.
on Beast.
I don't think Doom's good for Medusa at all.
I think it's okay.
It's alright.
So
It's a good thing
Doom.
about Nihilist then.
I think the mana drain is pretty good.
But can Jackie be more greedy with his carry here in this game? Or do you think that they still need
I think they could go Slark or something, honestly. Like, I don't see Liquid's lineup pressuring that hard.
10 seconds.
They don't have much kill potential. Like
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, how are they going to pressure lanes? I think they could pick something like
5
even
seconds
AM.
remaining.
Like,
Just
Terrorblade?
be greedy, yeah.
Just be super
Slug
greedy.
AM. That's why I'm asking if you think it's possible to get away this game.
Like, what safe lane can Liquid pick to pressure this game? Lycan's banned, Gyro's banned. They don't have Spectre either for ultra late.
Not much. Joe Ranger
That's why I was
Ranger
curious.
doesn't feel
Ember.
Ember's so cool.
That's why I was curious if they picked
Oh,
like
yeah,
Naga.
Slark.
Oh, it's just Slark, okay.
It is.
Keep throwing my headset. It's not great.
Turn to pick.
So what safe lane can they
Alright,
pick?
Shiva, before you ask me, no matter what
Savage.
Liquid pick, I favor Secret this game.
Okay,
Yes,
but I wasn't
same.
going to ask the team
they're
name
all
though.
going to be on the same boat here.
But you will say yes to my question then.
Depends. What's your question?
I'm going to ask if Secret is going to be your Shanghai Major champion.
Yes.
After this draft, I believe so. Yes.
Okay. Now the issue is like no matter what, it's the last pick. Oh, this is the only last. Yeah, we were talking about what heroes they can pressure.
Slark's
like
actually
draw.
good against that hero.
But their heroes are just so hard to. Oh my
Hey,
god.
Syndran.
Yeah.
Is Secret going to be your Shanghai Major
Okay,
champion?
just to expand very quickly, I think this is the biggest outdraft of the finals.
In the series, yes, agreed. Secret's gonna be
Agreed.
the champion.
Wow. Are you going to jump on that train?
Yep.
Ben is
Okay.
on us.
No disagreement.
4-0.
Well, let's find out if our commentators have the same idea and maybe if Liquid
God,
can
we're gonna
prove
look
our
dumb when
analysts
it gets
wrong.
time.
We're going to go to our fourth game here in the grand finals of the Shanghai Major. Team Secret versus Team Liquid with Capitalist and Blitz.
A long time ago, Puppy and Kuro used to be on a team together when our scene was infinitely smaller. It's only fitting now that we now are able to host thousands in stadiums to watch Dota 2, that these two legends face up against each other one more time. Kuro, looking to be able to prove himself as a captain to his former teammate, has no more chances as they can't afford any more mistakes. And we're hearing from our analysts that this is potentially the biggest outdraft of the finals. Blitz, it's looking dire for Liquid already, but do you feel the same?
Kind of. I feel like execution-wise, Secret have a much bigger window that they can get through, just because the Slark matches up so well against the Drow Ranger later on into the game. And I don't know, man. Nobody's really figured out how to beat this Puppy Doom quite yet. And they've got Highlight Dye's line again. Like, they've got all the comfort picks in the world for them. Secret.
This is going to be one of the faster-paced games that Liquid is going to have to be playing with this last pick, Drow Ranger. Do you feel like this was kind of desperation where Liquid were reading that perhaps they were outpicked and they just had to go in for an all-out kind of strategy to end the game fast?
I think they're just trying to push the tempo. In every single one of the games that they've played so far, the tempo has been so slow. Secret have been taking advantage of that by just picking farming heroes and farming supports and allowing everybody to just like 5-man farm. And even if Liquid get the occasional like good team fight off, they still start to fall behind. it's such a hard style to crack, especially in this kind of format. You don't have a lot of time to think about it.
Do you think that it would have been better for Team Liquid to go the opposite route? Because I feel like they've been in position twice now to try and push the tempo of this game, keep the pace going as fast as possible so they can try and end the game before Team Secret get too big. And both times they've failed to really take control of the game, and Team Secret have just stalled the game out to a point where they have a gigantic net worth advantage. And now you're saying the Team Liquid, they're going to try and speed it up even more. It feels almost like maybe Team Liquid should have looked at slowing down the game even further.
I don't think they can really play that pace anymore. This entire tournament, they've been MVP Phoenix style, trying to just run at people nonstop. I don't think you change your strategy like too heavily. I know a lot of people are going to be like, why do they keep going for those heroes? Well, those are clearly the heroes that they practice. Like, they're not going to be like, oh, well, let's just do completely, let's just.
You're on the grind final stage. You're going to stick with what you know.
Exactly. And hopefully they were able to make the play differences. In the last game, way too many mistakes in the first 2 minutes.
Yeah, certainly Liquid, they lost control of that game pretty damn early, and maybe a team fighter there was able to help things out, but in the end, Secret always had the control. Looks like some early counter ward's going to be laid down. An interesting ward being placed out here, as this is typically a ward that's going to be placed by the Dire side early on, but it does actually work out here for Liquid. They're going to be able to see some of these rotations without being counter-warded. Mind Control's going to battle it out early with Pylai Die, though not wanting to blow his early time walk, as he doesn't want to be zoned out of the lane entirely.
I think he was also trying to block the big camp from Puppey, as Misery and him are going to have a pretty crowded jungle, but Liquid, they really have to push the pace of this game. The laning phase has to go exceedingly well for them if they're going to make use of this Drow Ranger, and their Void can't even really make use of the RI either. He absolutely cannot. He's a melee hero, so he's just going to go to the jungle, but going to have to go to the opposite side of the jungle to get anything. Looks like both safe laners are just going to get absolute free farm once again, but I sort of think I favor the Slark again in this.
Slark is one of those tougher, slippery heroes, and we saw that last time they had the Faceless Void against this combination. Eternal Envy was always fast enough with the fingers to be able to get the Shadow Dance off first. And I would say that this lineup is actually even harder. At least they had some sort of AoE last time to be able to throw it out under the Chronosphere. They have Invoker, but the single target focused Drow Ranger is going to be really hurt if that sort of situation happens again in this game 4.
Yeah, and this Invoker has to make as much use of this Drow Ranger aura as possible. They put a lot into this right now, as Puppey's going to make his way over to mid. Not really going to do too much out of this, and he's getting traded out. Doesn't really have a lot of HP regen to work with.
Well, the mid lane might not be going the greatest for Wii when it comes to regen. The CS is even, and there is a pretty big difference between our two offlaners. Mind Control actually trying to lane in the beginning of the game has slowed him down, while Misery completely giving up on that off lane and going for the Iron Talon first has a sizable advantage.
Yeah, and that's why we see Puppey come in this mid lane and just try to tank up some of the hits, help out Wii with that aura, because he realizes the jungle's going to get pretty crowded, but I have to let the Beastmaster get as much farm as possible.
Which is where Pylai Die also shows himself, as he took a quick trip over there between the Tier 1 and Tier 2 to see if he could spot out a courier, but now he's going to rotate all the way through behind Fada. See if he can eat one of these trees for a quick setup on a gank. It's not going to happen, though. Liquid are playing pretty close to this mid lane as well. Mind Control's obviously doing some jungling, but Jarex has been sitting in the mid lane for some time as well.
Yeah, and Mind Control's going to not get a lot out of this jungle, as doesn't have a Quelling Blade or anything. Like, the Beastmaster immediately went for the Iron Talon. This is why he's getting so much out of this jungle right now. And laning phase-wise, Secret are getting so much more, actually.
Puppey puts himself in the mid lane once again. Looking to be able to get 2 denies before backing out. Eats one of the Fort Spirits. That'll certainly help out Weehaw.
No, he's been doing a really good job, and you're already seeing it reflected. The Drow are barely being able to use in this lane, and hey, they're just going to fall behind right now. The pace of this game, once again, favoring Team Secret, is they're getting more out of every single one of their lanes. This bottom lane now, a level 4 Beastmaster is going to stroll in. This Puppey's going to make his move on Jarex. Even gets the crit.
He's actually dealing a lot of damage to Jarex. He won't be able to get another crit. And that pressure at the bottom lane is met by the Beastmaster. They get no damage on that tower.
Yeah, and Fada trying to get aggressive here in this mid lane.
But he's
trying
got
to
to
make
be
advantage
careful.
of this draw, but he's going to
Pilot
get gone
Eye
on.
is coming in from behind, leading with the Hex. The nice shackle shot set up by Weehaw. They're going to have to follow up, but Kuro is here with the heals. Nia has the Shallow Grave for the very fire. Whoa, Kuro doesn't even attempt the Shallow Grave that could have saved Fada's life. I don't know what happened there, but that could have been a clear save on First Blood, preventing Secret from getting it.
Yeah, you even had Mind Control rotate over. That's going to be very costly as Kuro even rotates for that. And now in this bottom lane, because he had to rotate over, Misery's already level 5. This bottom tower's already being pressured by Eternal Envy, who's got his level 6. Once again, Matama Man falling behind in levels. And it's starting to look, like the analyst said, a little bit bleak.
You definitely feeling when a Slark is able to pressure a tier 1 tower better than the Drow Ranger, and this all comes down to Misery's great start with the Iron Talon first, and nice cleanup there. That was level 1 Wild Axes that just took so many of those neutrals.
Misery has been playing the entire playoffs really brilliantly for Team Secret. I know he was a question mark coming into this tournament, but he has done so well and adjusted. Almost always gets more than the other offlaner, despite what he's playing.
Compares supports. Puppey is, despite constantly rotating into that mid lane, having a jungler like this is always going to allow them to take a bit of an experience and gold advantage.
Yeah. This Invoker's still doing okay against the Wind Ranger mid. It's just not nearly as much as he expected. Mind Control's got the boots now on the Void too, but he just can't contest a Slark by himself. Whereas like the Drow Ranger has almost no offensive potential on this Beastmaster. And that's why you see Pylai die, or I mean Puppey come down here now too.
Looks like it may take some time, so we can talk about perhaps some progression in this game. One big downside is they don't really have an offlaner that's going to be able to rotate and help Team Liquid's fortune in this mid lane, as Mind Control is still only level 4. So what does Team Liquid do to kind of offset this laning phase win for Secret?
Not entirely sure. Like, the team fights are obviously going to have to be there, but you drafted so much for the lanes when you're Liquid. They have this Tusk that was meant to rotate around. The Dazzle is there to be for the Grave mid, but like Fada even has the Drora, but none of these things have been able to be abused. Still, things are looking somewhat okay right now for Fada. He is winning in CS and not that far behind the Wind Ranger at all.
Do you like the Rod of Atos build again, or do you think faster Hand of Midas is more important for Liquid to be able to catch up in an overall net worth and experience?
Sort of think a faster Hand of Midas is a lot more important.
And what about our supports of Liquid? Do they just continue to focus on pulling? Because it seems like their rotations have been entirely ineffective.
Yeah. I think things right now are fine as they are. Liquid, they're going to have to be the ones to push the tempo soon. Like Tusk, at some point, is going to have to make some rotations over. The team fights are going to be pretty crucial for Liquid, as they don't have the best catch ability. They've got this Void, but we saw what happened in the first game when he was just kind of run ragged around the map. And this Invoker as well, he doesn't go for the Yule's build for the one-shot. So it's almost entirely going to be team fight dependent for Liquid. They were hoping to be able to snowball the lanes with the Drora, for the Invoker at least, and make it easy for like this combo at bottom to be really successful, but Beastmaster instantly goes to the jungle. Iron Talon's on stop, almost picks up his level 6 already. Is got a lot of farm right now. He even has the Belt of Giant Strength, whereas the Void was not that quick to that. He decided he was going to lane for a little bit, and that cost him quite a bit.
Right.
He's really far behind on Faceless Void. He's like 600 gold behind the Beastmaster. And
kind of an interesting style that Puppey's playing with this Doom. He only has 5 CS. He actually hasn't spent that much time in the jungle at all. He's rotated mid quite a lot. We saw this the way that Dooms were being utilized in some of the group stage matches, and where they would rotate in and devour out whatever creep was being used by the Enchantress. But the rotation into mid and taking away the Forge Spirit from the Invoker early on definitely sets back his ability to play aggressive on the Wind Ranger.
Yeah, and they're showing something in the crowd which I have no idea what.
If only it was in Korean.
I can't read that either.
Well, then you're useless to me.
Kind of. Oh, now they're showing the game again. Sweet. So we can talk about that again. I don't know. I know it's really early and premature, and as an analyst, or co-caster more importantly, it's hard to say this, but the team fights have to go really well for Liquid if they want to stand a chance.
Yeah, my control's got to be really spot on with his Chronospheres, and they have to hit every single like Sunstrike, Meteor Blast, Deafening Blast combination they can.
This style is so, like, I don't know what the best way to put it is, but you apply pressure just by existing. Like, Liquid is always thinking, well, what about the Doom? He's just getting steady farm.
Right.
Well, if we don't do anything about the Beastmaster, how do we gank a Wind Ranger who has Wind Run when we don't have a lot of lockdown? EE is going to be nearly ungankable. We saw what happened when they tried to go for it last time with the Chrono plus Invoker.
He's certainly got a lot of the crowd backing him, as you could see. EE Sama, no mercy signs everywhere.
He's not having any right now. Typically with Eternal Envy, you almost always have one of those performances where you're just like, no, but in this Grand Finals, he's really showed up. I haven't seen that once. He's been so consistent.
If you guys can't tell, the atmosphere here in the Mercedes-Benz Arena has been electric all day long. I heard we had around 15,000 people here. I'm not sure if that's true, but it's certainly packed arena.
Yeah. The only seats that are unclaimed are the ones that are like at a weird angle for the screens. But the rafters are just like filled.
All right, Fada's excited. Let's play some dotes.
Play some dotes. That's what they're here for. At the end of the day.
Just 5 boys.
Yeah.
Foon Hyungs.
Foon Hyungs, yeah. Just plan to play some dotes. Try not to think about the atmosphere or what they're playing for.
Liquid are going to try again with this bottom lane push. The Boar will be able to pull the creep wave off, and that's why they really need to kill it immediately. We'll be able to get back here to the opposing creep wave, but Mind Control is being controlled off. Eternal Envy gets the kill there.
What a rotation by him. Just casually picks up a Void by himself. It's Mind Control. That's going to be a rough death.
He's already having a hard enough time with his level progression. This is something that Eternal Envy has done twice now with this Slark. Make the full rotation around the jungle, into the river, and into that offlane camp to try and catch out the offlaner.
And this is going to be a free tower for them. And this is 2 games in a row where Eternal Envy has not been contested whatsoever. He's been able to pick up this tower, and Secret have been able to contest their offlane tower. Like, they've done such a good job of keeping that offlane tower alive that it just slows down any momentum that Liquid can pick up.
Do you like the same builds as last time for the Slark?
Oh, they're even going to spot the rotation because of this ward placed out. This is so well done by Secret. Like, these guys have come to play for a championship right now.
Every strategy seems on point for Secret, as even Eternal Envy being given a ward is going to place it between the Tier 1 and Tier 2 in mid lane, so they'll see those rotations as well. Secret, those wards are so deep that even certain smoke ganks or rotations that are played very deep in this the Radiant side of Liquid are going to be scouted out.
Yeah, most of this vision is just analysis. Like, Secret are like, if they're not here, they're here.
Right.
And it's going so well as the Slark now picks up a hand of Midas. He's going to continue to climb way ahead of the Drow Ranger, who's a very static hero. This is not a hero that can go around and fight. This is a hero that essentially just wants to farm, push waves down, enable your teammates. But the Slark is going to be able to do whatever he wants in a game like this. He has teammates that have a lot of control. Secret continue to get ahead in the other 2 lanes as their Beastmaster is now barely behind the Invoker in net worth. Puppy's in a similar situation. And the 2 supports, once again, are falling so far behind from Liquid.
Yeah, they're right now sitting on Mind Control, but they're just taking away his experience. He needs level 6.
Yeah.
They need to get that first Chronosphere in the mid lane so Invoker can get something going here.
Eternal Envy picks up a haste rune, but he looks like he's just going to use that to farm. Smart decision by him is, again, Liquid, they don't have the best lineup to deal with the Slark. Almost similar to what they had last time. If anything, it's even harder for a Drow to do anything against a Slark.
Phase Boots coming in for Weehaw now, as they may try and do something still with the last couple of seconds of this haste rune. It runs out now, but Eternal Envy still going to go into the jungle.
Look at this. Like now they switch Pi off to the safe lane, and this is why they've been picking the Lion. He's now level 6. He's even going to go bottom as Matama Man.
The TP out, but that's going to be solved. Oh, maybe not. The silence is there, but the Primal Roar comes just out in time. They have the Shell Grave, but Tumba Man's going to start backing himself away. They have the Scorched Earth as well as the Poison to make sure that Tumba Man does end up dying. Puppey is pretty far forward here, but they're going to still try and catch him. He turns around looking for the Doom. He finally gets it off onto Fada, as the Eternal Envy comes back into the fight to make sure that Jarrett's goes down as well. Secret take full control of the Tier 1 tower on top of everything else, and they're even trying to run down another hero. Eternal Envy, though, is not going to be able to get there, but the tackle shot will be. Fada gets locked down, taken out. 0-5 Team Secret. An amazing start here in game number 4 as they make the run for the championship.
Amazing. They've got 4 out of the top 5 net worth heroes. The only person on Liquid that's even kept up is the Drow Ranger that they just managed to nab. Everything going right for Secret right now. Everybody's getting so much on the map. Pi was given so much space after Envy just kind of shoves off the lane and says, I'll go roam. He even decides to place the ward for Pi die. This is just vintage Secret right now. They're making so much efficiency out of the map.
Focus Fire not yet up. It's still on cooldown for another 20 seconds, but they're going to try and get some poke damage onto this Tier 2 before Liquid make their rotation over. But again, they have these kind of deep wards like the mid lane as well as very deep inside the jungle here that scan out these rotations pretty quickly.
Yeah, Secret right now are...
Smoke, Jerix.
They're not going to be able to get anything out of this.
No way they can kill with just the 2 of them.
Yeah, Weehaw might even spot this as Mind Control time walks forward, but they're going to have to do this pitch perfect. I don't think they have the damage for it either. Liquid are just getting frustrated. Their 2 supports are just not getting anything. Look at Pylai Die. He's level 7. He's already got Arcane Boots with the Magic Stick and the TP Scroll. Varying himself his own smoke and wards. Everybody just continues to farm. Like Secret are just playing Ring Around the Rosie. They're saying, okay, now we're here. Liquid makes the rotation. Then Secret immediately gets out and continue to waste time.
And the more items they farm up, the better they're going to be able to pressure some of these outer towers as the Beastmaster's coming in soon with the Necronomicon level 1.
Matema Man and Vada are just committed right now. But Liquid again, they can't kill this Wind Ranger core.
Power shot comes through. They're going to try and force this Tier 1 down. But Secret are not going to give it up without a fight. Scorched Earth on Puppey is going to lead the way.
Everybody from Secret rotating in. Liquid have to be careful about this. And meanwhile, Misery doing the same thing as Mind Control did in his Beastmaster game, putting pressure, getting his own amount of farm. That's already the full Necro 1 completed at 11 minutes for him.
He's had a great game, and it looks to only get better from here as Liquid just do not seem to be able to get at a successful gank rotation anywhere across the map.
Misery farming up everywhere that he can. What a performance by him. He's second in net worth on his team, barely behind the Drow Ranger. And nobody from Liquid can split farm or apply pressure quite like Secret's heroes can. Like, Matama Man seems almost lost right now in this game.
Yeah, Liquid are spending so much time in their own jungle, but even that is being taken away by them as Eternal Envy is taking the right-hand side. Those 3 camps are going to be forfeit for Liquid. Seems like they're going to go for round number 2 and a Tier 1 tower push at mid, but at a certain point, Secret could even give this up just for positioning.
They don't really care about this tower anymore. They've determined we're getting so much out of the map, it doesn't matter. Liquid have to show up as 5 just to do anything. Misery is going to take full advantage of this and continue to get farm. That Necro 2 is short to follow. Eternal Envy is kind of just walking around, creating space for his team. It's way too tanky to be isolated out too.
They're trying to fight him here. Eternal Envy.
Jerix is only level 4 right now.
He has a pounce up in a second, should be able to get away. Still has a Shadow Dance ready to go as well. There's just no conceivable scenario where Liquid kill him there.
Yeah, Kuro even rotated over briefly, but Dazzle's not really going to be able to make anything happen as the Shackle latches. Vada's going to get gone on.
Beautiful stun lock. Vada's taken out, and there goes the Finger of Death on Kuro as well. Needs to be able to get off the Shell Grave. Will be able to just in time, but Liquid can't actually turn on these heroes. Well, maybe Pylai dies. Quickly sidesteps that Impale, will be able to kill him. Mind Control is controlled up, so he didn't actually get off a good opportunity for a Chronosphere whatsoever.
Yeah, that's the first kill of the game for Liquid, but again, like in the other games that they struggle against Secret, Secret are just splitting them around the map, running them ragged. Everybody continuing to farm on Secret as the mini engagements are working out for them right now.
Look at Eternal Envy. He wants to force this, and he's doing so successfully. Mind Control actually has to head on back to the base at this point in time.
Yeah, Weehaw not even going to get close to getting caught by that. And the mid tower is being taken by Misery.
But trying to land the Sunstrike on Misery, does actually land it, but it's not enough to get the kill, and now he'll die to Eternal Envy as another successful rotation from Secret. They just seem unstoppable at this point.
Yeah, he's almost got Necro 3 at 14 minutes into the game.
Oh, with the Beastmaster Hawk, they spot out Kuro. Puppey is going to try and force another one. They have the pounds to be able to lock Kuro in. He doesn't even get off the Shallow Grave.
Matama Man's got to be careful too. Is Secret are just running roughshod right now over Liquid. They're being dived wherever they feel like it.
What does Liquid need to do to get something out of this map? They can't go in their jungle. They can't go mid. They can't go bottom. The top lane is so far pushed out that it's a risk for anybody to show up there.
I just don't think they quite have the heroes to be able to do this. They don't have a lot of catch heroes. You've got the Faceless Void, but he's fallen so far behind. He's got 3,200 net worth, which is only even 1,000 behind Fada's. And this Chronosphere, this level 7 Chronosphere is not going to do anything.
Not a single Chronosphere has been seen so far in this game. And he's trying to go into Vlad's, but that just will not be enough of a damage build for Liquid, as he's going to run into Pylon Die here, has the opportunity to finally get a Chronosphere, but Pylon Die managed to get the Hex out first. Time Walk is coming in a second. And the rest of his team is behind him.
You have to get this kill if you're Liquid.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get the Ice Shard. No! It pushes Pylon Die out. They don't use the Chronosphere, but they also don't get that kill.
That's a 5-man rotation, and what are Secret doing? Everybody continues to farm. This Slark has 9k net worth already. Matama Man is somehow keeping up with the rest of Secret's members, but Eternal Envy is pretty much untouchable as he sells it, grabs Treads and Assange instead, realizing I don't even need that. And Liquid are going to go for this tier 1 push at bottom, but Secret, they're going to smoke up. Looks like they want to wrap around. They've got full vision of this too with the wards.
They've got a 10k advantage by 16 minutes. They know they can fight this. And especially if they can get the surprise smoke initiation, take out one of these heroes real quickly. Jungle's a bit split. Secret are spread. They take out the Courier first. Now Team Liquid know that they're in some sort of bind here as they're being surrounded by Team Secret.
There's no getting out of this. You're
they're
going to
go
fight.
try and get the Doom. That doesn't quite go off. They get off the Chronosphere, but it's still Eternal Envy. Goes straight from Matama Man. The TP's out for Fada. He knows this fight cannot be won, but Primal Roar stops him. This could be Liquid all dying as Mind Control's the only one to be able to get away to the side and TP out. It looks like Jarek's going to go down as well as Puppey runs him down 1-13. Team Secret, the best performance they've had so far, and what a time to have it too.
That was so well done from them. They hemmed him in from every single side. The Slark playing the bait role because he knows he can't die. Secret have just executed this masterfully, and the last major they were so close to being able to win it, get second at this one, but back-to-back top 2, and it looks like at this rate they're going to finish it off with the win.
Necronomicon number 3, Aegis rolling in for Team Secret. If Eternal Envy wasn't impossible to kill before, now he truly is with 2 lives on the table.
And Liquid, they're still struggling to get level 6 on Jarek's right now. They're going to devote a lot of time to try to allow him to pick it up, but even then, it's not such a skill that it'll change anything in these fights. The Walrus Punch, not enough of a control factor against the Slark, who already has 1,700 HP.
Even an Invoker is stalling out as he has yet to claim his Hand of Midas, as that was lost on the Courier much earlier.
Everything that could be going right for Secret right now is, and they're going to just continue to play out the farm game. Even without too big of a major engagement, 12k
nice
up to Shackle
shot.
lands.
Weehaw, his signature hero, is going to be able to control Mind Control almost long enough to get the kill. He gets a Time Walk and back up to full HP, but he needs still go down. Time Walk into the trees, the TP out, and Eternal Envy can't get his claws on him. But over the mid lane, Pylon Die is actually going to be surrounded. That's life number 2 now, as Liquid finally get themselves another kill.
If you're Liquid and you want to win this game, it has to just, it's going to come as a grind. It's got to be 1 kill at a time. Liquid has to stop getting
is what Eternal Envy is currently getting. Again, not even a Shallow Grave use. Matama Man's going to be able to be in here, but Eternal Envy knows he can fight. He has the Aegis, and some of his allies are rotating over.
Liquid are so scared to engage that Slark right now. Eternal Envy has free reign once again.
Mind control, is he actually going to go for it? Yeah, he does. He's got Misery locked in, but Fada isn't quite close enough to start laying up damage. He gets the Deafening Blast out. Eternal Envy comes in from behind, and Fada's actually going to die first. Yes, Mind control gets the kill on Misery, but is he actually going to be able to get out? He cannot afford to lose the rest of his mana. He's able to time walk away, but Eternal Envy just not caring. He charges that tier 2.
He was like, I'm just going to farm instead. It doesn't really matter. I'm right in front of your tier 2 with a bunch of heroes, but Eternal Envy is so far ahead of the pack right now that he can really just afford to do this.
Puppy, is it finally going to be? No, it's still the casual buckler. He'll actually complete a Vlad's instead. So no mech whatsoever.
Yeah, they're just favoring being able to tank up against physical damage because that's primarily what Liquid have, especially with their one position core in this Drow Ranger.
A 19.5-minute Hand of Midas. Obviously, the stat a bit skewed by the courier going down, but still just another nail in the coffin, it seems, for Team Liquid.
Yeah, right now, Liquid, not really sure what their option's supposed to be.
4-man smoke up.
You're just going to have to wait if you're Liquid for somebody to overextend, but Eternal Envy still has the Aegis available. Not the target that they want to go on. And Eternal Envy just denying creeps in front of Mind Control as well.
They're trying to bait Mind Control, but as soon as they see Eternal Envy, they realize this 4-man smoke will never work out. Even if they did have a Chronosphere, I doubt it would be their way.
He's got the Talisman of Evasion too. And he knows that Fada is too far behind to be able to lock him down with spell damage. Neither of the supports have that either. And Secret begin their mass assault on top.
He just leads the charge here, forcing somebody to turn and fight him, but Liquid full out retreat. They get some damage onto Eternal Envy. The Shadow Dance goes down the right-hand side. Kuro's actually going to be locked up in the Shackle Shot. Weehaw with the double damage quickly finishes him off.
And he's going to win run back. With the DD rune, there's no way that Liquid want to contest this, and the top tier 2 is going to go down at the hands of Eternal Envy. Once he gets a Butterfly, which I imagine is the item from him, they are going to be so hard pressed to stop him, maybe even splits that apart to get the Heaven's Halberd, which would completely shut down Matama Man.
Blink Dagger up next for our Beastmaster. They could use a little extra initiation if they want it. Misery
Do they really need it though?
You know. You got to think about the high ground initiation, I guess.
It's just like, at this point, Misery's just like, guys, I got it. And they're like, we don't care. We're ahead, don't worry about it.
Yeah. Weehaw with his Blink Daggers oftentimes been more than enough for the Shackle Shot, and if it isn't that, it's just Puppy running at them. Like he's going to do right now to Kuro. Runs right into him. Wants to be able to hit the Centaur Stomp and actually doom up Kuro to make sure, again, there's no Shao Grave response. And Eternal Envy's just daring Liquid to kill him at this point as the Aegis is going to expire soon.
Yeah, they're going to get this tier 2 tower before anything. This might be one of the quicker double, every single tier 2 tower's gone. And at most phases, a team would kind of just call it quits just because of the lineup disadvantage. But Liquid, they're going to battle it out because they know the stakes. But 15K net worth lead, XP is in a similar situation. I don't know what the stat is for that at just 22 minutes into the game, but I'd imagine it's pretty bleak.
Liquid, desperate for some sort of win here. Go for the 5-man smoke. And the sad part is Eternal Envy isn't even going to be there to farm.
And I know a lot of people are going to look at the score and say Liquid played bad, but this is just Secret executing their strategy to a T. Everybody knows how to move around each other. Every time you see somebody get gone on, the rest of the 4 aggressively start farming.
Even now, Team Secret have the read that Liquid, they're smoked up, and Team Secret are just all playing passive until Liquid finally reveals some of themselves.
Puppy's going to be the frontliner always for Team Secret, because Secret know that it takes Liquid way too long to just kill him.
Rest is Secret coming forward. The Blink Dagger's ready to go on Misery. They've got the vision too. They're going to be able to lock down Matamba Man. The follow-up Shackle Shot actually catches Spot in the background. They get the Snowball, able to provide a save there to the Drone Ranger, but they're still lacking damage. A good Meteor Deafening Blast combination, but Secret are just too damn big as they push forward. Mind Control with a saving Chronosphere to try and help the rest of his allies get the hell out of dodge, but it's just not going to happen. They've lost 3 already and looks like a fourth and Jarek. Beautiful play there from Pi. Once again, the Lion King proves that they take one fight, they win it, and Highlight Eye is always there to be able to find the extra kill.
3-21 is the score, as Fada's going to be the only one up, and Secret already getting aggressive at top as the Sunstrike comes out just to try to delay things, but Secret, they know they're so close. This one Rax is going to open things up already for them, and Liquid, they're all still dead with no buybacks available. It's a full set of Rax gone at just 24 minutes into the game. They're going to immediately get out with nothing lost. Probably wait for the next Rax to come up before they go for anything. Or the next Roche.
Right as Liquid come back up, Team Secret with the very clean escape. They're not risking anything. Blink Dagger, Butterfly, the list of items goes on and on for Team Secret.
Ags is about to complete 2 for Weehaw, and after that, I think Secret just wait for Roshan and continue to take objectives. And Eternal Envy, the demon that he is, he's going to go for Kuro. The crowd, they can feel it.
They want to see this kill happen. They want to see Eternal Envy go for the 1 versus 3 play, and he will go for it. Kuro immediately the target. The Shell Grave goes off first. Eternal Envy now battling it out with 4 heroes, but now Puppy's going to be able to join them. He gets the dupe onto Matamba Man. A snowball save for the moment being, but Eternal Envy's already cleaned up 2, and now the chase begins. How many other heroes can they get? A nice long-range ice shards from Jarek. He knows he's giving up his own life, but he manages to save Matamba Man by blocking in Eternal Envy.
Yeah, and the Sunstrike's going to fall too, but
still not enough. Another Shackle Shot. Weehaw! He showed it big in the Invoker play from last game, but now Weehaw's going to be able to make sure it's a total wipe. And there it is. Congratulations. Team Secret take game 4 in one of the most dominant fashions we've seen in the Grand Finals.
They were denied their first turn at Frankfurt, but they're successful here in Shanghai behind a crowd who are absolutely behind this team.
100% of the way, every single time Jackie showed himself, the crowd went wild for him and for all of Team Secret. And the fan favorites do take it. That makes Puppy, out of the majors and TI, the first person to be able to win 2, an unbelievable field of competition, and it's only fitting that a captain like Puppy takes it in the end.
This jungle draft, nobody was able to figure it out at this tournament, but the analysts called it. They felt like this was going to be the biggest outdraft so far in this series. Well done by them.
A mastermind of strategy, Puppy. He proves it here, leading Team Secret to a victory here in Shanghai.
Yeah, nothing but smiles and hugs from both sides as Liquid being gracious in defeat.
And with that crowd roar, that brings the end for us here at the casting desk. Allow our analysts to watch as Team Secret claim their trophy.
And we are back indeed as we are waiting for a winner's interview as well. But what a game that was. I think it is only fitting to see Team Secret end with such a dominant game as they did. Truly, your Shanghai Major champions.
I think the draft kind of set it all for the last game, right? That was some serious outdraft by Puppy. You got to give him credit. And it's like Will was saying, they really didn't know how to adjust to it. And I think they kind of, at the end of the draft, I feel like they kind of panicked with the draw pick. They didn't really have any options left. And it was just one of those situations where you just gotta give credit to championship level drafting.
Did you know that Puppy is hereby, I believe, 10-0 in this tournament whenever he plays a jungle hero? All the time when he plays a jungle hero, he wins.
I'm so excited to go back and play pubs.
Which hero are you looking forward to seeing most?
Jungle Doom.
Jungle Doom.
I was like, if you go back from China pubs to EU. Well, that's the problem. You know, if your mic is muted, you can't be heard. So, well, if you go back from China pubs to EU pubs and there's a Doom every game, you're already used to it.
Let's hear Puppy.
Because we already have it.
I want to hear Puppy as well. Let's go.
此时此刻，我看到每一位成员都是激动无比。刚刚在台下的时候，西西简直是热泪盈眶。我能够感受所有喜欢 Secret 的 fans 们的那种激动的心情。那几个简单的问题吧，就想问一下此时此刻的心情好吗？
First of all, congratulations. You are now the champions of Shanghai Major. I know you're probably excited, but exactly how do you feel this moment?
I feel supreme.
哇！接下来拿到奖金之后，会在中国再游玩一圈吗
After you get your prize money, will you come back to China for a vacation?
I'm not sure, man. Playing Dota in China is my vacation.
我不确定，但是来中国打DOTA就是我的度假。
另外第三个问题，听说今天还是一个特别的日子，是我们队里的 W33和 Puppy 的生日，是吗
？So we've heard that today is yours as well as Weeha's birthday. Is it true?
Yes, it is.
So 让我们一起对他们说生日快樂 ，Happy birthday！ Woo! Happy birthday
to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Puppy and Weeha. Happy birthday to you.
这是我们主办方特地为二位准备的 birthday cake。Enjoy 。是不是要把奶油涂在脸上？祝福我们的 Secret 获得了这一次的冠军，也希望二位生日快乐。我们这一次的 DOTA 上海特级锦标赛到这里就要和大家说再见了，非常的圆满。祝各位享受这个夜晚，我们期待下次再见，晚安。
When a whole stadium sings you happy birthday, well, you gotta be feeling pretty good about now, especially if you just won over $1 million.
I don't know, it depends who you are. Some people think it's really awkward when people sing the birthday song for them, and if there's like 10,000 people doing it, I'm not sure what my reaction would be, but he's probably feeling so good that it doesn't matter.
At that point, I mean, you even get cake.
They could have sung whatever, honestly. I think he's pretty happy.
Yes. I mean, Team Secret, undoubtedly, Shanghai Major champions. Most favorite moment of this Shanghai Major, Synderen? I surprised you with it.
I don't know. Ask Andy.
Ask Andy.
Andy, what's my favorite moment?
My favorite moment of the Shanghai
no,
Major.
Synderen's
my favorite moment.
Oh, what's your favorite moment? Well, losing
this
to
answer's
me
going to be
pool.
really bad. I knew it. Bad moment.
No, it's a great moment. Is it my turn now? I gave yours. So wait, does that mean Winter has to give mine?
Sure, Winter. What?
No.
Well, you don't want to give my moment.
I want to give my own moment. No.
Okay. So my favorite moment was definitely watching like the upsets that we've seen, like Complexity and MVP doing well. It's really nice to see teams who might not be like completely 100% established yet still making their move in the scene. I think it's really exciting that in the next major we could be seeing other teams contend for the top 3 spots.
Winter's favorite moment was when Fnatic, how far Fnatic went, the fact that they got 5th, 6th.
No.
Yes, it is.
Getting a good roommate.
Yeah, he's lying. Oh, okay, that's probably true. Dang, that's my favorite moment too. Being a good roommate.
Mine is the rise of Swindle Kings.
I mean, how interesting is the competitive scene right now in terms of how close everybody is together? I mean, Andy, you said it. So many teams so close together. Indeed, a new top 3 for the next Valve event for sure.
You never know. That's the thing about Dota. Is like the more majors that we have and the closer we roll towards TI, I think the competition is going to get even harder. And I think that the major introduction in general was a really good idea to make sure that the level of competition stays high because there's more incentive for people to keep playing. So I can't wait.
Okay, well, gentlemen, it has been a pleasure having you join me on this desk, and thank you to everybody who tuned in for the Shanghai Major. And of course, once again, a big congratulations to your Shanghai Major champions, Team Secret.